Chapter 1. Roar, roar, roar. The chilling growls of the undead echoed behind him as a one-eyed, one-armed elder with white hair dragged his bloodied right leg, limping forward in a desperate bid to escape. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his leg, the old man gritted his teeth and pressed on, occasionally turning to fire his weapon, dispatching the zombies that lunged at him with precise shots to their heads. Ha. Luo Chunkong, keep running. As several beams of light illuminated the scene, the elder, known as Luo Chunkong, lifted his gaze and beheld a group of fully armed brigands waiting at the towering steel gates. Ahead, weren't you quite the hero when you killed my brother? Your time is up. Even if you are a formidable fifth gene chain warrior, you are merely a spent force now. Hand over the faux immortality serum, and perhaps I shall grant you a chance at survival. The leader of the brigands threatened, yet Luo Chunkong merely scoffed in response. Who doesn't know the ruthless methods of your skull gang? Do you truly believe I have a chance to survive? Luo Chunkong, our boss respects you as a hero. I advise you to be sensible. A henchman beside the leader sneered coldly, convinced that even the most powerful of individuals could not escape their fate. Roar, roar, roar. Alas, this truly is. Hearing the growls of the approaching zombies growing nearer, Luo Chunkong sighed deeply. The previous battles against hordes of zombies and the relentless pursuit by the RNG had drained him to his limits. It seemed he had reached the end of his road. With the sounds of the undead drawing ever closer, Luo Chunkong glanced at his handgun, shook his head in resignation, and ultimately discarded the weapon. Life has drifted for 40 years, a half-life wandering a path of return. A long night stretches on, the lighthouse remains, yet the scenery persists while man does not return. Though I laugh at the heavens, I harbor no regrets, for I do not witness the blood and wind of tomorrow. Yesterday's fleeting life was but a dream enduring the trials of frost, and wind leaves naught but emptiness. Luo Chunkong gazed into the pitch-black sky, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Having endured this apocalyptic era since his youth, surviving to this day made him luckier than most. He had witnessed the world transform, awakened his abilities, navigated the tumult of adolescence, suffered through the tribulations of the apocalypse, and become callous to human nature, ultimately leading him to a life of wandering in his old age, culminating in an empty existence. Luo Chunkong, you are indeed a character. Have you made your decision? The leader of the brigands was evidently growing impatient, aware that the zombies were closing in. I have made my decision. My abilities are not combat-oriented, and thus I cannot escape this predicament. My energy is severely depleted, and I can hardly run any further. It appears I have no choice but to surrender. However, I refuse to submit. In an instant, Luo Chunkong withdrew a golden vial from his pocket. Upon sighting the shimmering elixir, the eyes of the Skull Gang members widened in unison, their greed unabashedly evident. That was immortality, the key to eternal life. Though merely a pseudo-elixir of immortality, it draws perilously close to the ladder of eternal life. For the sake of this diminutive potion, the world has transformed into a vast apocalyptic realm, incurring immeasurable costs. The pseudo-elixir is an indispensable component in the creation of the true elixir of immortality. However, the effects of the pseudo-elixir post-administration remain shrouded in mystery. Luo Chunkong glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist, noting that the final countdown had commenced. With a mere 10 seconds remaining, a nonchalant smile graced his lips, for he was well prepared. He understood that this was his destined fate. Upon reaching the second gene chain, Luo Chunkong awakened a unique ability, the capacity to perceive fate. Though this ability bordered on the mystical, it had never faltered. Fate is not synonymous with lifespan, rather. It delineates the precise moment of each individual's demise, down to the second inescapable and unavoidable. For everyone in this apocalyptic era, it signifies an ineluctable destiny. That it was precisely to escape this fate that Luo Chunkong sought the elixir of immortality. Yet he had now reached the terminus. Is fate also part of the calculation? If I cannot triumph over you in this life, then in the next, I shall assuredly trample you beneath my feet. Without hesitation, amidst the avaricious gazes of those around him, Luo Chunkong injected the pseudo-elixir into his own neck. Stop him, quickly! The sound of gunfire erupted as the onlookers reacted, yet it was too late. Bullets pierced Luo Chunkong's body, but the pseudo-elixir had been successfully administered. The muzzle flashes illuminated the darkness of the night, and the cacophony of gunfire drowned out the roars of the approaching zombies. Bullets continued to penetrate his flesh, yet a smile lingered on Luo Chunkong's face. In that moment, a bullet struck directly through his head. As he faced the specter of death, he envisioned his younger self, confronting the onset of the apocalypse's feeble self, helplessly watching dear friends march into battle. Never to return bearing the lifeless body of his beloved through the biting winds and snow, like a mere shell of a man witnessing his cherished sister, whom he had endeavored to protect with all his might, plunge a dagger into his own chest. The disbelief etched upon his aging visage, clutching the pseudo-elixir, while being relentlessly pursued by the entirety of the Northern Territories. Does true immortality exist? If it does, could the self who infused the pseudo-elixir truly meet such an end? In the year 2155 of the solar calendar, an unknown virus erupted in Jin Island City, southern province of the Free Republic of Shu, marking the inception of all calamities. With the advent of this unknown virus, a segment of survivors began to transcend the limits of their physical forms, each breakthrough of a gene chain unlocking extraordinary abilities, the highest acknowledged limit of the human gene chain, reaching the so-called degree of immortality, lies at the ninth gene chain, yet no individual has ever attained such heights. The first gene chain represents the lowest tier, devoid even of extraordinary powers. Lo Chen Kong. Lo Chen Kong. In that darkness, Luo Chen Kong sensed someone calling his name, the voice both familiar and distant. Luo Chen Kong. A sudden shout pierced through the air, and a chalk eraser flew directly towards him. However, in the blink of an eye, the slumbering Luo Chen Kong awoke, catching the eraser deftly. Am I not dead? Luo Chen Kong pondered, bewildered, as he vividly recalled the moment when sharp pain struck his head, plunging him into unconsciousness, leaving him oblivious to what transpired afterward. Yet he soon noticed that the arm he had lost years ago was intact, and his blind right eye had regained its sight. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a classroom, where faces both familiar and strange gazed at him, some filled with concern, others with a mocking glee. Ah, I see. I see. Luo Chen Kong laughed maniacally, unsure if his resurrection was due to a counterfeit immortality potion or if he had truly returned to the past. But he was alive, and that was paramount above all else. Luo Chen Kong, what are you doing? This is a classroom. A middle-aged man on the podium glared at him angrily. Yet, Luo Chen Kong paid no heed to the man, retrieving his phone from his pocket to check the time. Solar calendar, October 11th, 2155. This is bad. Having been reborn from his previous life, he was acutely aware of the significance of this date. The year 2155 marked the outbreak of a virus in the city of Jin Island, within the Free Republic of the Shu. Although it was still October 11th, and the full-blown catastrophe was yet to unfold, life seemed to proceed as normal. However, Jin Island had already been entirely sealed off. Even with prior knowledge, he had no means to escape. Now, Luo Chen Kong found himself trapped in this city, which would soon transform into a hell on earth. In his past life, the youthful Luo Chen Kong and a group of survivors had discovered secret routes and smuggling ships left behind by those who fled before the nuclear devastation struck. Now, attempting to leave this place was considerably challenging as the virus was just beginning to be detected in the city. RNG, alongside the higher-ups of Jin Island, had quietly sealed off the area. To escape, Luo Chen Kong would have to follow the paths he had known in his previous life. Nevertheless, he needed to prepare in advance if possible. He still wished to investigate information regarding the immortality potion in Jin Island. What do you mean this is bad? Luo Chen Kong, you're sleeping in class and disrupting the lesson. I will call your parents. Parents? Luo Chen Kong scoffed coldly, leaping onto the podium, and in front of everyone, delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp sound echoed painfully in the silent classroom, leaving all in disbelief, including the man who had just been struck. Teacher, do you know why I chose to strike you and not anyone else? Because a fly does not land on an unbroken egg. Luo Chen Kong's retaliation was a fitting response to the man's provocations. In a previous life, I endured relentless humiliation, and this individual always wielded those words against me. When calamity struck the city, he continued to morally manipulate Luo Chen Kong, compelling him to undertake perilous ventures in pursuit of food and water. In that former existence, Luo Chen Kong was rather innocent and naive, however. This time, things were markedly different. It was a stroke of fortune that he had not met his demise at the hands of this man. Luo Chen Kong, you. Luo Chen Kong seized a pen from a nearby classmate's desk and lunged at the man. Yet, the pen halted a mere centimeter from his throat. Utter another word, and I shall end you. Having navigated the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse for over 40 years, Luo Chen Kong had encountered countless zombies and nefarious individuals, having dispatched many of them himself. Though he appeared as a youth now, the icy glare he cast upon the man instilled a sense of trepidation, thwarting any attempt to assert authority, and the man remained silent. A pack of inept fools. Luo Changkong discarded the pen, casting a cold glance at the assembly of students before departing the classroom. After leaving, Luo Changkong broke into a swift run, a sensation he had not felt in quite some time. During those 40 arduous years in the apocalypse, he had lost an eye and an arm, resigning himself to a life of limitation, never anticipating the chance for rebirth. This physique is woefully inadequate. He had not run far before he found himself gasping for breath. Reflecting on his current state, he recognized that he had never excelled in physical pursuits, nor had he enjoyed them. It was only after the onset of the apocalypse, as he evaded zombies and fought for survival, that his physical resilience had flourished, ultimately transforming him into a formidable being of the fifth genetic chain. Now, however, inhabiting this feeble body left him feeling disoriented. Arriving at the school's perimeter wall, which stood about 2 meters high, Luo Changkong regarded it as child's play, having spent years navigating the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse, even once pursued by a horde of zombies under the cover of night. That he stepped back, took a running start, and with a few agile leaps, scaled the wall. While he made it appear effortless, his youthful face flushed crimson from exertion. It seems I must indeed strengthen my body, though time is of the essence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noted the considerable effort it took to surmount the 2-meter wall. Perhaps it was due to his accustomed strength in his previous life that he now found this slender frame so fragile, as if it might break with the slightest exertion. Having traversed the school's wall, Luo Changkong followed the route imprinted in his memory back home. Even though the details of that path had blurred over time, seeing it again brought clarity to those once vague recollections. His pace quickened, and he began to sprint down the familiar streets of the city. In the previous life, Luo Changkong, in a desperate bid to escape the horde of corpses, was compelled to run with all his might. He once had a home, yet in the face of the apocalypse, both his dwelling and his loved ones ultimately became nothing more than inconsequential dust in the vastness of the cataclysm. Luo Changkong did not linger, even drenched in sweat. He pressed on without faltering. Although he could have paused to catch his breath, the impending doom of the apocalypse left him no choice but to continue. To stop would mean certain death. In his youth during his previous life, Luo Changkong was filled with fervor, naively dreaming of altering the course of the apocalypse to shield his family and friends. However, after he found himself utterly alone, he relinquished that innocence and passion, driven solely by the instinct to survive. In this new life, Luo Changkong vowed to live not for others, but for himself. Not only did he intend to endure, but he also aspired to attain the rumored immortality associated with the apocalypse. This immortality was not a mere figment of fantasy. The pseudo-immortality serum Luo Changkong had fiercely obtained in his previous life was the key to unlocking eternal life. Armed with insights gathered from his past existence, he hastened home, recalling from memory the location of the key hidden beneath the carpet, and with an indescribable emotion, he opened the door. Smash! As he swung the door open, a bottle flew towards him. Although his physical condition was somewhat lacking, his reflexes from the previous life allowed him to evade the projectile by sidestepping, causing the bottle to shatter upon impact with the ground. What are you back for? Peering into the living room, Luo Changkong beheld a man, reeking of alcohol, slumped on the sofa. It was this man who had thrown the bottle. Luo Changkong cast a glance at the man without uttering a word. Instead, he picked up a broom from the corner to clear away the shards of glass. Don't think that, because you're silent, I'm unaware. The school called me. You become quite the little rebel. I warned you against disobedience. The man staggered to his feet, bolstered by the influence of alcohol. Grasping a discarded bottle from the floor, he lunged at Luo Changkong, swinging it directly at his head. Smash! The bottle shattered upon contact, and Luo Changkong did not flinch. He allowed the bottle to strike him on the head, blood streaming from his forehead. Discarding the broom, he seized a bottle from the ground. Due to the lingering effects of his rebirth, his height was not fully developed, but he leapt up and struck the man on the head. Smash! Thud! The bottle shattered again, this blow causing the man to bleed profusely as he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. I've endured you for far too long. The man was Luo Changkong's father, Luo Ming. His alcoholism and domestic violence had driven Luo Changkong's mother to leave him, taking his sister away. Throughout his childhood, Luo Changkong had suffered greatly at the hands of Luo Ming. In the previous life, when a zombie crisis erupted in Jinan Island City, Luo Changkong had constantly worried for Luo Ming's safety. Yet, when confronted with the horde, Luo Ming had betrayed him, pushing Luo Changkong into the throng of the undead. Later, in the northern realm, Luo Changkong encountered Luo Ming, who, under the guise of trust, rendered Luo Chengkong unconscious and absconded with the inhibitor from his possession, selling it away and resulting in the tragic demise of Luo Chengkong's most cherished individual in a bid to atone for his grievous error. Luo Ming sought to reclaim the inhibitor, only to meet a brutal end at the hands of others. Yet, what use is there in resurrecting the dead? No matter the attempts at restitution, they remained futile at that moment. Luo Ming was merely consumed by desire for death. As for familial bonds, Luo Chengkong still harbored a glimmer of hope. Even in his rebirth, his first instinct was to return home, but now he had utterly relinquished all hope. In this lifetime, he vowed never to entertain any desires again. Swiftly, Luo Chengkong took possession of Luo Ming's bank card and a small amount of cash, preparing for the impending events. However, the cash amounted to little more than a handful of coins, which left Luo Chengkong disheartened that a thorough search of his home revealed a scene that would bring tears even to a thief. As night descended, Luo Chengkong wandered through the vibrant streets illuminated by neon lights, surrounded by a throng of bustling crowds. The cacophony of the city's nightlife resonated in his ears, and although enveloped in the glow of urban lights, they appeared hazy and indistinct, rendering everything unclear. Luo Chengkong traversed through the crowd, appearing remarkably out of place. After more than 40 years in the apocalypse, even with his return to life, he found himself ill at ease amidst such bustling scenes. For Luo Chengkong, solitude had become his accustomed companion. The last time he experienced such vibrancy was during a night in the city, when he was relentlessly pursued by a horde of zombies. Little did these people know that soon their lives would be irrevocably altered, for the long night was swiftly approaching. At this moment, Luo Chengkong's expression was rather somber, for he was unaware of the misdeeds of Luo Ming that had led to his bank card being frozen. As for the funds at his disposal, they amounted to a mere few hundred for daily expenses. The notion of securing a loan, akin to the protagonists of various reincarnation narratives, was utterly implausible. This was primarily because the reincarnated Luo Chengkong was merely 16 years old, thus still a minor. Damn it, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. He contemplated resorting to theft, yet given the physical capabilities of his reborn form, such an endeavor could easily end in failure. Moreover, during the recent lockdown, the law enforcement in Jinan Island City was exceedingly stringent, and Luo Chengkong had no desire to languish in prison until the apocalypse arrived. Luo Chengkong glanced at his phone balance, which amounted to merely a few hundred yuan. This meager sum was the living expenses he had discreetly saved from his part-time job. In his previous life, when the apocalypse erupted, he had not even had the chance to spend it, and now it was utterly insufficient. Luo Chengkong glanced at the time. There were still 2 days until the outbreak of the zombie crisis in the city of Jinan. He had ample time to prepare for the impending events during this brief period. After determining his purpose, Luo Chengkong promptly made his way to the knife shop in the city. Should time permit, he intended to customize some of his former gear. However, lacking sufficient funds, the shopkeeper regarded Luo Chengkong as nothing more than an immature child and pointed to the heavily armed soldiers patrolling outside, unwilling to sell to him. Given the recent incidents of knife assaults in Jinan Island City, the authorities had tightened knife regulations, requiring adults to register their true identities, while fully armed soldiers patrolled the streets. With his petite stature, Luo Chengkong could not resort to force. Any attempt to do so would lead to immediate capture, especially with several surveillance cameras monitoring the shop. Thus, he had no choice but to take advantage of a new customer entering the store, diverting the shopkeeper's attention. In the blind spot of the cameras, he stealthily pocketed an inconspicuous dagger that could easily be concealed and hurriedly exited. The dagger was ideal for hiding, unlike other weapons. Living in a post-apocalyptic world had instilled in him a sense of security when possessing a weapon. After resolving his armament issue, he proceeded to a supermarket to procure some easily transportable food items, prioritizing practicality over taste. He opted for nearly expired goods, as they were inexpensive, and buying in excess served no purpose. He could not afford to linger in the city, especially with only a few $100s to his name. In his previous life, the zombie crisis in Jinan Island City had escalated beyond control, culminating in a nuclear strike aimed at severing the source of the outbreak. But alas, they failed. Although Jinan Island City was the first to experience the zombie crisis, it was not the origin. Within weeks of the nuclear destruction, catastrophic outbreaks erupted worldwide. One might wonder how the flesh and blood of zombies could possibly withstand the onslaught of modern steel. Yet, as someone who had lived through those events, Luo Chengkong bore witness to the harrowing truth. The zombie virus spread through air, water, and animals, infiltrating society unnoticed. The initial wave had infected nearly all of humanity. Some survived without turning, while the remaining 90% were not so fortunate, succumbing to fever and various symptoms before transforming into zombies. The 10% who survived the first wave possessed antibodies, rendering them immune unless directly infected by a zombie. The transformation of 90% of humanity into zombies wreaked havoc on civilization, and the undead continued to evolve. Some zombies exhibited terrifying combat abilities, capable of withstanding gunfire and even upending cars. In his past life, Luo Chenkong had encountered intelligent zombies. Meanwhile, humanity possessed abilities that varied in strength. With few able to surpass their genetic limits, the majority remained confined to their initial genetic chains throughout their lives. Civilization lies in ruins, and even the most basic sustenance has become a challenge, amidst a climate of mutual suspicion and treachery among humanity. How can one hope to bring an end to this apocalyptic era? In his past life, Luo Qin's simplicity was unparalleled. During that apocalyptic era, his misplaced trust in others resulted in a harrowing lesson, transforming his initial faith into a vigilant skepticism, ultimately leading him to a solitary existence where he no longer trusted anyone. Many truths can only be grasped through experience, after being deceived time and again. One becomes acutely aware of the condescending looks from others. What you perceive as kindness may be seen by others as foolishness, weakness to be exploited. Luo Chun, having played the fool for a time, paid a steep price, even facing betrayal from those who shared his blood. However, as long as he remains alive, these experiences are merely stepping stones in his journey of growth. Luo Chenkong did not return home. Instead, he sought refuge in an unoccupied house, stealthily entering within its confines. However, within a matter of days, the city met its demise, rendering currency utterly worthless. In his previous life, when the zombie crisis erupted in Jinan Island City, a survivor mutual aid team was established to unite all survivors in their quest for survival. It was within this very team that Luo Chenkong managed to escape before the obliteration of Jinan Island City. The place he rented was chosen with great care, conveniently situated close to the headquarters of the survivor mutual aid team. In the harrowing landscape of the apocalypse, although Luo Chenkong harbored distrust towards all, he remained open to utilizing anyone who could serve a purpose. His years of experience in the post-apocalyptic world had taught him that even the mightiest would perish. Even the seventh Jin Chain, a symbol of strength, could not evade death. To endure, one must leverage everything at their disposal, be it tools or people. Though the catastrophe had yet to fully manifest, escape was already impossible. All transport within the island city had been sealed off, vessels were under control, and patrol boats roamed the seas, while explosives were likely affixed to the bridges. To safely extricate himself from this place, Luo Chenkong needed to harness the power of the survivor mutual aid group. According to his memories from his past life, the leader of this group was Zhao Zihan, a formidable woman and the matriarch of the survivors, who owned a shooting range. In his weakest moments of the previous life, she had cared for him and imparted to him the fundamentals of firearms. Yet, Zhao Zihan was ultimately but a speck of dust in the desolate world. 3 months after the crisis in Jinan Island City, she succumbed to tetanus, unable to receive timely medical attention. At that time, Luo Chenkong was by her side, having painstakingly sold all his equipment to procure a tetanus vaccine at the Apocalyptic auction house, only to be robbed at the threshold, resulting in the loss of one of his eyes. Were there remnants of gratitude towards Zhao Zihan in this life? There lingered a faint trace. Yet after years of navigating the apocalypse, Luo Chenkong had grown callous and weary towards many emotions. Should Zhao Zihan obstruct his path, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. After more than 40 years in this bleak existence, he was no longer the indecisive and tender-hearted individual he once was. With the zombie crisis looming just 2 days away, Luo Chenkong refused to squander a moment of his time. After procuring paper and a pen, he commenced outlining his forthcoming plans. Beyond merely fleeing the city, there were elements within it that piqued his interest. Time until the crisis in Jinan Island City erupts, 25 hours. After a restful slumber of 9 hours, Luo Chenkong arose from his humble and dilapidated bed. Surrounding him were various sketches of modified equipment, some of which were his commonly used gear from a past life. If circumstances permit, Luo Chenkong intended to seek assistance from a craftsman within the survivor cooperative to aid in their fabrication. With the memories of his former existence, he was aware that among these individuals, there were indeed some talented artisans. This 9-hour respite had rejuvenated both his body and mind. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, sleep is seldom tranquil. Luo Chenkong, far from being superhuman, naturally requires rest to ensure he can confront any impending crises with clarity and alertness. As Luo Qinkong gazed out of the window, the evening had already descended, yet the city remained ablaze with vibrant lights and revelry, devoid of any semblance of impending doom. At that moment, his phone vibrated abruptly. Upon glancing at the screen, he noted it was a call from his father, Luo Ming. "Hello? You little rascal. How dare you defy me? I'll make you regret it. Where have you been? If you do not return home tonight, you shall never set foot in this house again." The moment he answered, Luo Ming's furious voice echoed from the other end. "How delightful," Luo Qinkong replied coldly, then promptly ended the call, adding that number directly to his blacklist. Luo Qinkong gazed at the contact list on his phone, methodically deleting each name of those so-called classmates and friends. In his eyes, none of these individuals were trustworthy. They feigned brotherhood, yet in his past life, he had placed his faith in them, only to have them betray him at the first opportunity. Those whom he could temporarily trust and exploit. Luo Qinkong was acutely aware of since his return from the previous life. If this were not merely a dream, how could Luo Qinkong resign himself to a life of mediocrity as he did in his former existence? Luo Qinkong gazed at the now desolate contacts list, his thoughts drifting to a certain place he yearned to explore, RNG Biotechnology Company. This colossal enterprise, spanning across 251 nations, initially garnered fame for its groundbreaking development of anti-cancer medications. Presently, the company has diversified its endeavors into various realms, including healthcare, military industry, entertainment, and aerospace, establishing itself as a true behemoth. In the bustling city of Jinan Island, RNG Biotechnology Company maintains a branch that occupies the most prosperous area. While its headquarters boasts a vast space station, its dimensions remain a mystery to Luo Qinkong. In his previous life, he had merely overheard that the upper echelons of RNG had all retreated to this space station. Although RNG's primary ambition lies in profit generation, it undeniably possesses remarkable capabilities. The pseudo-immortality serum Luo Qinkong obtained in his past life was indeed developed by RNG throughout the more than 40 years of the apocalypse. RNG continually distributed viral suppressants to densely populated areas to mitigate viral infections. If administered promptly, these suppressants could isolate the infection, even if administered beyond the optimal isolation window. They could alleviate symptoms for approximately a month, granting a semblance of life extension to those inadvertently infected. Upon closer inspection, RNG appears to be a conscientious enterprise. However, Luo Qinkong is acutely aware that the company is far more complex than it seems. In his previous life, he encountered various unsettling phenomena within RNG's numerous underground bases, artificially created zombie monstrosities, essentially biological weapons. Furthermore, during his middle age in that life, he served as the security chief for one of RNG's subsidiary bases. One certainty remains: the virus is undoubtedly linked to RNG. Yet, it would be unjust to cast a blanket condemnation, as each RNG branch has its own distinct character. Some genuinely serve the nation and its people, while others are wholly devoid of humanity. Luo Qinkong casually purchased some food by the roadside and proceeded directly to the RNG company branch in Jinan Island City. It was evening, yet due to the area's bustling nature, the surroundings remained lively. The entire RNG branch building was ablaze with lights, filled with a multitude of staff coming and going. However, these employees were clad in protective suits, appearing rather hurried, and an ambulance was parked not far away. "What is happening?" Luo Qinkong inquired of a bystander. "It seems someone has jumped from a building." "A jump?" Luo Qinkong furrowed his brow. If it were merely a case of one individual leaping, why would everyone be donned in protective gear? Just as he intended to approach the scene, security personnel from RNG began to disperse the crowd under the pretense of safeguarding the area, leaving Luo Qinkong with no choice but to refrain from intruding. At that moment, he glanced towards the ambulance and noticed that it was not staffed by medical personnel, but rather by two security guards in protective gear, wielding firearms. According to the laws of the Free Republic of Daju, security personnel are permitted to carry light weapons, provided they have registered and possess a clean criminal record. Beneath RNG, there existed a subordinate security company known as Bai Yi. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Luo Qinkong had clashed with members of Bai Yi. Due to their rigorous training, they were far more formidable than ordinary marauders of the end times. Yet, by then, Bai Yi had ceased to be a mere security company, evolving into a specialized crisis response armed security force dedicated to RNG. Those two individuals were evidently affiliated with Bai Yi, and even in his past life, Luo Qinkong had no desire to confront them, primarily because they were exceptionally challenging foes, well-trained and well-equipped, capable of taking on 10 men at once. Moreover, Luo Qinkong was merely a youth at present, with physical capabilities that were significantly lacking. In the era of the apocalypse, RNG stood as a towering entity above the survivor factions. Even with Luo Qinkong's rebirth, RNG had already established itself as a super-commercial empire on this planet. Luo Qinkong, like many others, was dispersed from the scene, and soon the security personnel of RNG cordoned off the area and began disinfection. Although situated in the heart of the city, bustling with curious onlookers, the sight of armed security officers deterred anyone from approaching too closely, forcing them to capture the moment from a distance with their mobile phones. Indeed, Luo Qinkong had found his answer from the moment those individuals commenced disinfection. He was nearly certain that the viral crisis in Jin and Island City had originated from RNG. In his previous life, he had merely speculated, but now he was entirely convinced. This revelation suggested that the calamity known as the Nest of Death might also be linked to those individuals. The so-called Nest of Death refers to a catastrophic disaster that occurred 5 years following the onset of the apocalypse, specifically in the year 2160 of the solar calendar, which resulted in significant casualties in the Free Republic of Deju. The death toll alone reached 200,000, a figure that does not equate to the contemporary understanding of such numbers. These were survivors who had endured 5 years in the harshest of conditions, each possessing a wealth of survival experience. During the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, a staggering 90% of the global population became infected, leaving approximately 800 million survivors at that time. However, 5 years later, the number of survivors plummeted to just 600 million. With the world reduced to a mere 600 million souls, the loss of 200,000 lives sent shockwaves throughout all human survivor factions. Even though communication during the apocalypse was severely compromised, news of this event spread globally within a mere month. Luo Qinkong was present at the time of the Nest of Death's outbreak, albeit as a mere logistics worker for the United Government of Human Survivors, tasked with transporting supplies. It was this very role that spared him from the dire fates that befell the frontline exploration teams, from which not a single member returned. Such was the nature of the apocalypse. Human life was profoundly fragile. Each time he emerged unscathed, Luo Qinkong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Luo Qinkong gazed at the RNG building, aware that the entire Jin Nandao city was now under lockdown. He contemplated 2 potential escape routes. One involved a cargo ship reminiscent of his past life. However, that very vessel had met its demise in an explosion. In his previous existence, he had survived by sheer luck, despite being grievously injured. It was Zhao Zihan who had rescued him from the depths of the sea, where he had drifted on debris for an entire night until reaching the shore, nearly losing his life in the process. Luo Qinkong could not confidently assert that he would endure another explosion and emerge unscathed as he had before. The alternative route entailed departing via a helicopter utilized by the key personnel of RNG. In his former life, he had indeed piloted a helicopter. Yet, regardless of whether he took to the skies or the sea, should those monitoring Jin Nandao City discover his status as a survivor, they would undoubtedly launch an assault against him, akin to what had transpired with the cargo ship in his past. To mitigate risks, escaping on the RNG helicopter would likely present a lower probability of being targeted. Luo Qinkong had contemplated the idea of jumping ship mid-journey while aboard a cargo vessel, seeking to evade detection. However, a significant concern loomed. The surrounding waters were patrolled by RNG vessels, which would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures to prevent any viral outbreak. In his previous life, his survival was attributed, in part, to Zhao Zihan, and in part, to an extraordinary stroke of luck. Escaping via a cargo ship was merely a secondary option. The primary choice remained a helicopter. After all, the majority of those on the cargo ship had perished. Presenting a matter of probability, Luo Qinkong could not guarantee that he would be fortunate enough to survive once more. At present, the RNG headquarters had been sealed off due to the fatalities, prohibiting any approach. Moreover, Luo Qinkong was acutely aware that surveillance was omnipresent, scrutinizing every corner of the vicinity, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to blend in. Given the impossibility of infiltrating the RNG headquarters, Luo Qinkong busied himself by visiting a pharmacy, utilizing his remaining funds to procure essential medications. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, injuries were commonplace, and pharmaceuticals had become a far more precious commodity than food. Some medications, though past their expiration dates, commanded exorbitant prices in this new world. Drawing from memories of his former life, Luo Qinkong recalled that he might experience a fever for several days. Thus, he specifically purchased antipyretics, which would alleviate his discomfort and serve additional purposes. The onset of fever was unavoidable, as the initial virus transmitted through the air, rendering the majority of individuals defenseless, transforming into zombies within a mere 2 hours. A small fraction, however, developed a degree of immunity following a prolonged high fever. In his previous existence, Luo Qinkong had been among this fortunate minority, enduring a fever for a full day and night before recovery. As the virus spread comprehensively throughout Jin and Island City, an approximate 10-day fever period would ensue, indicating that anyone infected would inevitably experience a fever within that time frame. Notably, if the fever persisted beyond 2 hours, it was a positive sign. For most individuals succumbed to zombification within that critical window. Surviving that threshold signified the presence of antibodies, a qualification for continuing existence in the apocalyptic era. After securing his medications, Luo Qinkong had no intention of lingering outdoors. With the outbreak in Jin and Island City drawing near, unexpected situations were bound to arise. He could not risk the chance of a second opportunity, so he resolved to exercise utmost caution. The dwelling rented by Luo Qinkong is situated near a building where survivors from a past life reside. Discovering an affordable rental in such a thriving urban area is no trivial task. However, the location of this rental necessitates traversing a dark and filthy alley. When renting the apartment, the landlord cautioned Luo Qinkong to travel in pairs during the night, as this area is devoid of surveillance cameras and often frequented by unsavory characters lacking any moral compass. 3 months prior, 2 blossoming young women returning home from a movie were tragically dragged into the alley and subjected to heinous acts. Due to the late hour and absence of monitoring, the perpetrators were never apprehended. Luo Qinkong strolled through the narrow alley, the sound of footsteps echoing behind him, revealing his pursuers' blatant disregard for stealth. Otherwise, the jarring noise of a foot crushing a soda can would not have pierced the air. "Where are you headed, kid?" A thug emerged from around the corner of the alley, bare-chested, adorned with tattoos, and sporting a shock of crimson hair. This lanky figure, wielding a baseball bat, towered over Luo Qinkong by a head, exuding an air of brazen intimidation. Luo Chun turned his head to glance behind, only to find that 2 ruffians had effectively blocked his escape route. Lo Chin sighed helplessly and gently set down the bag of medicine in his hand. In this apocalyptic world, he had been robbed countless times, so many that he had lost count. However, in such dire times, most encounters were not merely about theft. They often resulted in the loss of one's very life. Thus, Lo Chin understood that, when one finds oneself at a disadvantage and targeted by a group of bandits, the first step is to concede. "Brother, could you lend me a bit of money? I'll be honest about it. The cash is right here." Lo Chun retrieved his phone from his pocket and approached the thug wielding a baseball bat. "You've got some sense." Seeing Lo Chin's lack of resistance, the thug reached out to take the phone. As the dim light of the alley illuminated the phone's glaring screen, the thugs were entirely captivated, failing to notice the glint of a dagger sliding from Lo Chin's sleeve into his hand. "The password is..." Before the thug could finish his sentence, the sharp blade plunged directly into his neck. In his rebirth, Luo Qinkong found his physical prowess significantly diminished compared to his previous life. The task of swiftly eliminating an adversary proved to be quite formidable. However, the neck, being an exceedingly vulnerable area, emerged as the prime target for such an endeavor. The warm blood splattered across Luo Qinkong's face, and the 2 thugs behind him were taken aback by the ferocity he displayed. The thug who had been pierced in the neck did not succumb immediately. He attempted to swing the baseball bat in his grasp. Luo Qinkong retaliated by delivering a powerful kick to his lower back, causing him to collapse to the ground, having already been ambushed and injured. Having been conditioned by the brutal realities of his past life in the apocalypse, Luo Qinkong struck with ruthless precision, targeting only the most vulnerable points. After all, in a world where survival hinged on the principle of kill or be killed, honor in combat was a luxury afforded only to the deceased. Seizing the moment while the other 2 thugs were still reeling, Luo Qinkong scooped up a mixture of blood and dirt from the ground and hurled it into their eyes, temporarily blinding them. As they flailed aimlessly with their fruit knives, he capitalized on their moment of weakness, snatching the baseball bat from the fallen thug and delivering 2 resounding blows to the heads of the remaining assailants. Due to his weakened physical condition, Luo Qinkong exerted all his strength from the outset, resulting in the 2 thugs bleeding profusely and collapsing. Yet, he had no intention of sparing them. He was determined to seize the opportunity while they were incapacitated. With relentless fury, he swung the bat repeatedly. The two thugs writhed in agony, their bodies convulsing as they lost control of their bodily functions. Eventually, after Luo Qinkong grew weary, the thugs lay motionless. He wiped the blood from his face, retrieved a mobile phone from the ground, and meticulously cleaned the dagger on one of the thugs' bodies before concealing it within his sleeve. Simultaneously, he ensured that any fingerprints on the baseball bat were erased and placed it into the hands of the fallen thug. This world is indeed a realm of survival of the fittest, yet for you, it may represent a form of salvation. For you shall no longer witness the horrors that lie ahead. Luo Qinkong gazed upon the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, its cranium shattered, presenting a ghastly sight. In this place devoid of surveillance, even if the corpse were to be discovered, it would be nearly impossible to trace it back to him in the absence of monitoring. All he needed to do was await the arrival of the apocalypse. Luo Qinkong picked up the bag of medicine from the ground and returned to his residence. At present, his financial resources were limited to this meager sum. To resort to theft would only invite unnecessary troubles, for the order of this world still prevailed. Luo Qinkong had no desire to find himself imprisoned when the apocalypse arrived, as that would be akin to enduring hellish trials. However, it would not be long before this place transformed into a veritable inferno. Raindrops pelted against the window, and beneath the dim sky, a torrential downpour commenced. Yet, more jarring than the sound of the rain was the deafening wail of the air raid siren that echoed throughout the entirety of Jinan Island City. In a manner reminiscent of his previous life, Luo Qinkong found himself beset by a high fever at this moment. However, he had prepared in advance, procuring antipyretics to alleviate his discomfort. In his past existence, Luo Qinkong had been an antibody carrier. Thus, despite the fever's onset, he harbored no fears of succumbing to zombification. Gazing out at the rain cascading down the window panes, he realized that the city had succumbed to the apocalypse. During this same period in his former life, he had been ensconced in school, a far cry from the ease he experienced now. Situated on the third floor, the room, though modest and somewhat cramped, afforded Luo Qinkong a fleeting sense of safety and tranquility amidst the chaos. Luo Qinkong, enveloped in a cotton blanket, approached the window. Despite the fever inducing a sensation of dizziness and weakness, he nevertheless extended his hand to open the window. In an instant, a cold wind, laden with torrential rain, surged towards him. He allowed the raindrops to strike his face, his gaze fixed upon the street outside. There, amidst the deluge, people stumbled aimlessly, drenched by the relentless downpour. Their movements appeared peculiar, and suddenly, as if sensing something, they all halted in unison, turning their attention to a shop at the roadside. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the torrential rain, Luo Qinkong heard the individuals emit beast-like growls and shrieks. Immediately thereafter, they erupted into a frenzied rush, crashing against the shop as rollers shudder. Again and again, they hurled themselves at the door with reckless abandon, even as blood flowed from their bodies, showing no signs of ceasing. Inside the shop, survivors screamed and cursed, a cacophony of male and female voices. Yet, their cries only served to incite the bizarre pedestrians further, their assaults growing increasingly ferocious. Soon, a piercing sound shattered the air. It was unclear whether the roller shutter was of inferior quality or if the impact from the throng was simply too fierce. But the shutter collapsed under the force. The crowd howled and surged inside, and the anguished screams of the survivors echoed from within, more jarring than the torrential rain or the city's blaring air raid sirens. Before long, the screams faded, yet the throng at the shop's entrance only swelled, blood seeping from within and mingling with the rainwater, leaving a striking scarlet hue upon the street. This shop had been in operation for over a decade. Yet today marked its busiest moment, the first time it was filled to capacity. Luo Qinkong observed the scene with cold detachment, as if it bore no relevance to him. One of the survival rules in this apocalyptic world was to learn the art of dispassionate observation. Rainwater soaked Luo Qinkong's hair, and perhaps out of ennui, he closed the window. After all, he had no desire to attract the attention of those frenzied individuals. He took his medication and retreated back into bed. For his immediate concern was to await the subsiding of his fever. Fortunately, he had already prepared ample provisions in advance. Luo Qin lay languidly upon the bed, deeply immersed in slumber amidst the cacophony of raindrops, the howls of the wind, and the piercing wail of the air raid siren. Luo Qinkong was unaware of how long he had slumbered, until hunger roused him from his repose. The torrential downpour had ceased, and the jarring sound of air raid sirens no longer echoed through the city. However, the faint echoes of their roars could still be discerned. The fever had completely subsided, signifying that Luo Qinkong had become one of the 10, now bearing witness to the hellish apocalypse. This was both a mercy from the heavens and a form of punishment, formally marking Luo Qinkong as an ordinary individual of the first gene chain. As the definition of the first gene chain pertains to those who possess an initial immunity to the virus. At this moment, Luo Qinkong exuded an extraordinary calmness as he retrieved a bucket of instant noodles from his meticulously prepared provisions. In the 20 years following the apocalypse, a single bucket of expired yet impeccably packaged instant noodles could be exchanged for a rocket launcher, rendering it an unequivocal luxury. The majority of Luo Qinkong's sustenance consisted of boiled wild vegetables or boiled earthworms. The last time he savored instant noodles was over 30 years ago. A steaming bucket of expired noodles. Some may consider this an exaggeration, yet the reality remains that after the onset of the apocalypse, these snacks produced prior to the cataclysm became increasingly scarce. The absence of factories and raw materials for production rendered even basic food seasonings a luxury a decade into the apocalypse. Luo Qinkong attempted to boil water using an electric kettle, only to discover that the power had gone out, perhaps not just in his room, but across the entirety of Jinan Island City. However, Luo Qinkong was well prepared. He tore down the curtains and, along with some furniture in the room, set them alight. After all, he was destined to leave this place, so he might as well indulge in one final bowl of instant noodles. As the curtains ignited, the room was swiftly engulfed in thick smoke, compelling Luo Qinkong to open a window. Flames began to rise, and he placed the kettle atop the fire. Prior to the apocalypse, he had grown weary of instant noodles, but in this new world, they were akin to gold. Thus, after his rebirth, Luo Qinkong seized an opportunity to savor a hearty meal outside. It must be said that such food was far more delectable than boiled earthworms or beetles. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Luo Qinkong noticed that the water in the kettle began to bubble vigorously. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured the boiling water into the instant noodles, causing them to soften instantly. Luo Qinkong held a fork, lifting a few strands to his lips. The taste reminded him of the expired instant noodles he had consumed during the long, desolate winter of his previous life, when he was barely clinging to existence. In that moment, it seemed as though this was the sole warmth amid the frigid desolation of the apocalypse. Alas, that winter had frozen his tears. Luo Qinkong began to devour his meal ravenously. In his previous life, he had merely fought for survival, whereas in this life, his ambition was to pursue the fabled immortality. Consuming nourishment was merely a means to replenish his energy on the path toward that lofty goal. After finishing his instant noodles, Luo Qinkong contemplated his plans for venturing outside. For it was impractical to remain in seclusion indefinitely. His objective was the survivor's tower from his previous existence, which had once been the Jinxing real estate building prior to the apocalypse. Glancing at the time on his phone, he realized he had slept for an entire day and night. However, thanks to the fever-reducing medication, he was spared the torment he had endured in his past life. Now that the Jinan Island incident had transpired, he calculated the timeline and deduced that Zhao Zihan should be clearing the building of zombies alongside the employees from his shooting range. Thus, it seemed fortuitous for him to seek refuge with them. Luo Qinkong procured a wooden clothes-drying pole, sharpening one end with his trusty dagger to serve as a weapon. He found that heavier armaments, such as steel pipes, were too cumbersome for his physique, leaving him breathless after just a few swings. Common kitchen knives, though ubiquitous, were ill-suited for combat. Their brevity rendered them prone to becoming lodged in a zombie's flesh, a perilous predicament indeed. Luo Qinkong was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the zombies. His current state at merely 16 years of age rendered his physical prowess woefully inadequate. Despite his wealth of experience, it was utterly impossible for him to vanquish a zombie in close combat with nothing but a dagger. Lacking firearms, he had no choice but to utilize a clothes-hanging rod as a makeshift weapon, for in the face of the undead, distance equated to survival. This predicament was a stark consequence of the knife control regulations and insufficient funding in Jinan Island City. Even with prior knowledge of certain events, confronting them proved to be a futile endeavor. He had contemplated the idea of gathering materials to craft alternative weapons. However, his clandestine entry into this room limited his ability to bring in an abundance of supplies. Additionally, his condition deteriorated as he developed a fever, succumbing to unconsciousness several times. Even when he roused, taking medication was a strenuous task, let alone moving about, especially with the city under lockdown, restricting him to the creation of rudimentary weapons. Drawing from the experiences of his previous life, Luo Qinkong procured some sturdy cardboard and affixed it to his body with tape, coupled with his thick clothing. This provided a modicum of protection against zombie bites, thereby reducing the risk of viral infection. Most importantly, The lightweight nature of the cardboard made it a practical choice. However, the supply of cardboard was limited, compelling him to cover only the areas most susceptible to bites, such as his arms, neck, and legs. Having completed these preparations, Luo Chikong seized the opportunity before nightfall and set forth with his supplies. The distance to the Jingsing real estate building was a mere 200 meters, a distance that, under the current circumstances of rampant zombies in Jin and Island City, represented a chasm between safety and peril. He reasoned that the zombies within the building had likely been dealt with by those individuals, which was why he had refrained from approaching earlier. The potential presence of a considerable number of zombies was a significant concern. Furthermore, prior to the apocalypse, that location had been densely populated, leaving one uncertain whether those around him might transform into the undead. Thus, he chose to remain solitary for the time being, awaiting the inevitable mutations of those individuals. With all preparations in place, Luo Chikong donned his gear and set out. Recalling the memories of his former life, he noted that while there had yet to be any extraordinary evolved zombies, those newly infected and having recently transformed into zombies still retained considerable strength and speed due to their uncorrupted muscle tissue, making them far more formidable than their decayed counterparts. As Luo Chikong opened the door, a few flies buzzed past him. He observed that the walls and floor of the corridor bore remnants of dried blood, now desiccated. Yet the insatiable flies were drawn to the scent of the gore. Luo Chikong did not observe any corpses, nor did he encounter any infected individuals transformed into zombies. The doors lining the corridor were firmly shut, suggesting that the inhabitants within might be survivors or, conversely, the undead. After all, not everyone possesses the same fortune as Luo Chikong, who belongs to that fortunate 10. Luo Chikong cautiously descended the staircase, acutely aware that zombies are exceedingly sensitive to sound. However, as their bodies begin to decay, their auditory capabilities diminish. Yet, zombies primarily rely on the viruses within their bodies to distinguish between kindred. For these viruses, the allure of sustenance is unparalleled. As Luo Chikong reached the second floor, he was suddenly met with a low growl. There, in the stairwell, stood a zombie with its back turned towards him, its body intermittently twitching. Luo Chikong observed that the arms and legs of the zombie bore significant bite marks, with large chunks of flesh missing. Several flies were perched upon these wounds, feasting on the exposed tissue, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. As Luo Chikong closed the distance, he thrust the sharpened wooden clothes pole directly into the back of the zombie's neck. The reason he refrained from aiming for the head was his fear that his strength might falter, which could prove fatal for him. The clothes pole pierced the zombie's neck, and upon being attacked, the creature desperately attempted to turn and retaliate against Luo Chikong. However, he exerted every ounce of strength, using the clothes pole to pin the zombie's neck against the wall. Unfortunately, the pole was far too fragile. It could only withstand the pressure for a mere 2 seconds before it snapped with a sharp crack, breaking into 2 pieces, one of which remained lodged in the zombie's neck. Roar! The zombie, oblivious to the concept of pain, lunged at Luo Chikong like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, its gaping maw aimed directly at Luo Chikong's throat. Fortunately, he had preemptively used thick cardboard as a shield, protecting his neck, arms, and legs. Although the zombie's bite did not penetrate the cardboard, it continued to exert increasing pressure with its jaws. Luo Chin, wielding the severed half of the clothesline pole, thrust it with all his might towards the zombie's eye socket. Blood splattered across Luo Chin's face, and in that instant, the zombie ceased its movements, transforming into an ordinary corpse. Luo Chikong pushed aside the lifeless body that weighed heavily upon him, gasping for breath. Unlike the previous life, where he was overwhelmed by the encounter with the first zombie, in this life, although he was still panting and exhausted, he did not experience the same discomfort that had led him to retch uncontrollably. Luo Chikong sat on the steps, recuperating his strength. Eliminating a zombie without firearms was undoubtedly no simple feat even in his previous life. Before reaching the third gene chain, Luo Chikong approached a solitary zombie with utmost caution, exerting every ounce of his strength. Luo Chikong touched the stiff cardboard around his neck, which bore a distinct bloodstained bite mark, a stark reminder of how close death loomed. Gazing at his clothes-drying rack, now severed into 2 pieces, he lamented the swiftness of the loss. This was merely the first zombie, and indeed, a wooden weapon proved to be nothing more than a wooden weapon. Luo Chikong smeared the blood of the nearby zombie onto his body. In the previous life, those who survived the apocalypse were nearly all aware of this tactic. Zombies rely on the viruses within their bodies to identify their kin, and by coating oneself in blood teeming with these viruses, one can greatly deceive the undead. As long as one maintains a cautious distance and avoids encounters with evolved zombies, they're unlikely to be detected. However, this method is not without its limitations. As time elapses, the effectiveness of this disguise diminishes, ultimately fading away. Luo Qinkong cautiously descended the staircase, observing two zombies wandering aimlessly. Although the blood of the undead could greatly confuse them, the newly infected possessed an extraordinarily keen sense of hearing. Thus, for the sake of precaution, Luo Qinkong moved with utmost care. At that moment, he heard the sound of helicopter blades whirring, which startled the surrounding zombies, causing them to roar towards the sky and sprint fervently in the direction of the helicopter. Lo Chun gazed at the black helicopter adorned with the emblem of RNG, featuring a serpent design that appeared to be biting its own tail in an infinite loop. This was an armed helicopter belonging to RNG Corporation. According to the memories of his previous life, the entire Jinan Island city never received any rescue until the very end. Perhaps for them, most individuals succumbed to the virus or were devoured by zombies overnight. Even if a handful of survivors managed to endure, their lives held no value for rescue. To prevent the virus from leaking and to conceal the truth, the city's upper echelons had long since colluded with RNG Corporation. "Hey, over here. Help." Luo Qinkong observed from a distance a modest flat-roofed building, where a man had ignited a pile of firewood, billowing thick smoke into the air. Upon spotting the helicopter, he shouted frantically, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. However, the response to his desperate cries was not the rescue he anticipated, but rather the fiery tongues of machine gun fire and the chilling bullets. The smoke continued to rise, yet the man could no longer utter a sound. After eliminating its target, the armed helicopter of RNG soared towards the RNG Corporation building. In this apocalyptic realm, conscience is a rare commodity, while life has become utterly worthless. A single life can be extinguished with ease, like crushing an insect beneath one's heel, without any sense of accountability. In stark contrast, conscience in such a world is exceedingly scarce. Luo Qinkong has witnessed countless individuals perish like mere ants. Thus, until one attains the true essence of immortality, every human life resembles that of an ant. Without any hesitation, Luo Qinkong seized the opportunity while the zombies were momentarily distracted and sprinted towards the survivors' building, a refuge he recalled as one of the safest havens in the city. Despite enduring several waves of zombie assaults, the structure had withstood the onslaught. In his previous life, Luo Qinkong had managed to escape the city largely thanks to the protection provided by the survivors' building. He refrained from heading there prematurely, fully aware that the outbreak had simultaneously unleashed its own crisis within the building, resulting in significant casualties. It was only later that Zhao Zihan and her group painstakingly established a secure zone after a day of clearing. Luo Qinkong had no desire to engage in a futile struggle against the undead. The distance from his rented accommodation to the survivors' building was merely a couple of 100 meters, a journey he could complete in a matter of minutes. Although he returned with a wealth of experience from his past life, he understood that it was merely that experience. He remained humble and vigilant, acutely aware of his physical limitations and lack of weaponry. His physical condition could not be improved in the short term, necessitating the protection of a group. In his former life, it was Zhao Zihan and the other survivors who shielded him during his times of vulnerability. Fortunately, the low-flying helicopter had drawn the attention of numerous zombies, who were now frantically pursuing it, thus granting Luo Qinkong the chance to reach the survivors' building in record time. In his recollections, Zhao Zihan appeared to be carefree, yet astutely perceptive, maintaining a subtle wariness toward others within the building. He had earned her complete trust in his previous life, a trust that had ultimately led to her rescuing him during the cargo ship explosion, a testament to his Na'vi innocence at that time. However, Zhao Zihan had merely viewed him as a substitute for her younger brother. In Luo Qinkong's strategy, Zhao Zihan represented a resourceful ally. If she could assist him in safely escaping, it would be all the more advantageous. However, he needed to convincingly portray the version of himself from his previous life before her. "Help! Help!" As he approached the survivors' building, Luo Qinkong discarded the cardboard armor he wore and deliberately shouted, drawing the attention of several nearby zombies. This served a dual purpose: to alert Zhao Zihan within the building and to orchestrate a scene portraying him as a defenseless student pursued by the undead. The actions of Luo Qinkong may appear audacious. However, having traversed from a previous life, he possesses unwavering confidence that Zhao Zihan is undoubtedly within that grand edifice. Upon hearing his call, she will assuredly emerge to investigate. Luo Chenkong hurried towards the building, but inadvertently stepped on a jagged stone, causing him to tumble to the ground. Not only did he scrape his palm, but he also suffered a nosebleed from the intimate contact with the earth. This fall was not a mere act. It was an unfortunate mishap. After all, he possessed the physique of a student, and his physical capabilities were rather limited. As Luo Chenkong fell, the two zombies trailing behind him seized the opportunity, pouncing upon him without hesitation. Although certain areas of his body were shielded by cardboard armor, it would be disastrous if the zombies chose not to bite the protected zones. Luo Chenkong possesses an intimate understanding of Zhao Zihan. According to the timeline, she should currently be within that grand edifice, meticulously monitoring her surroundings. In her previous life, she similarly endeavored to rescue the survivors around her, thus she would undoubtedly intervene. Trusting someone in an apocalyptic world is exceedingly arduous. However, in her past existence, Zhao Zihan fought valiantly for Luo Chenkong, just as he did for her. Their intertwined fates during countless life and death situations render any deceit in this matter implausible. With a resounding bang, a gunshot reverberated through the air. A bullet piercing through a zombie's skull, its frigid blood splattering onto Luo Chenkong, a gamble he had won. Another gunshot echoed, silencing the remaining zombie as its head was similarly penetrated. Discarding the lifeless body atop him, Luo Chenkong rose, his gaze falling upon a woman with striking violet locks. Impeccably stylish, appearing to be in her 30s. She held a firearm with both hands, poised in a position of unwavering aim. Behind her trailed approximately 7 or 8 formidable-looking tattooed men. Zhao Zihan before him bore an uncanny resemblance to his memories, unchanged in the slightest. This woman had once served aboard a vessel of the Great Shu-Free Republic for several years. Although her skills had waned over the years, she remained more than capable of dealing with ordinary adversaries. The tattooed men accompanying her were childhood companions, all of whom she had bested in their youth. Prior to the outbreak of the Jinnan Island incident, these individuals had all worked at her shooting range. Before the outbreak of the incident in Jinnan Island City, Luo Chenkong had contemplated seeking out Zhao Zihan. However, this notion was ultimately dismissed by him, for he realized that approaching her at that time might only invite suspicion. From his experiences in his previous life, Luo Chenkong understood that Zhao Zihan remained wary of anyone who dared to draw near her. "Hey, you, come here," called out a burly tattooed man standing behind Zhao Zihan. Luo Chenkong feigned a timid demeanor as he approached Zhao Zihan and her companions. His appearance further exaggerated by the trickle of blood from his nose, lending a touch of absurdity to the scene. As Luo Chenkong approached Zhao Zihan, two burly men surged forward from behind her, restraining him while simultaneously seizing his backpack and rummaging through its contents. "Sister, within it, apart from some food and a few blueprints, we have urgently needed antipyretics," one of the robust men exclaimed, discovering a bag of fever-reducing medication, his expression turning jubilant. For this meant they would not have to venture into the perilous pharmacy. Zhao Zihan remained silent, merely gesturing towards Luo Chenkong, prompting the man to commence a search of Luo Chenkong's person, during which the dagger he habitually carried was uncovered. Luo Chenkong had not made a concerted effort to conceal the dagger, as venturing out with a heavy load while unarmed might provoke Zhao Zihan's suspicions. Following the outbreak of the Jinnandao City incident, with no legal constraints in place, Zhao Zihan maintained a vigilant stance towards most individuals, even though Luo Chenkong appeared merely as a 16-year-old youth at that moment. I find it curious that when confronted with danger, one would utilize everything at hand as a weapon. You possess a dagger concealed within your clothing. Why did you not employ it just now? Zhao Zihan inquired, her question causing Luo Chenkong's heart to lurch, for it revealed a significant oversight on his part. Although Luo Chenkong did not outwardly exhibit any signs of distress, his mind was racing with thoughts. "You, young man, are indeed fortunate, being pursued by two afflicted individuals yet managing to endure until our arrival." Upon hearing the murmurs of the burly man beside him, a spark of inspiration ignited within Luo Chenkong's mind. Luo Chenkong feigned a glance at the two lifeless corpses of zombies on the ground, their heads pierced by bullets, a scene that did not go unnoticed by Zhao Zihan. Ugh! Luo Chenkong adeptly unleashed the survival skill of his previous life, acting, instantly transforming into a young man encountering the gruesome sight of a shattered skull. A mixture of red and white oozing forth, his visage contorted in discomfort as if on the verge of retching. In his past existence, when Luo Chenkong had personally dispatched his first zombie, he had indeed spent a long time heaving it. The intense visual and psychological repulsion rendering him unable to consume anything that day. Merely recalling that scene now induced waves of nausea. However, as he became more accustomed to the carnage, such feelings gradually dissipated. Observing Luo Qinkong's retching demeanor, Zhao Zihan's doubts about him diminished significantly. "Have you considered joining us?" she inquired, her demeanor exuding a bold and hearty charm. "Regardless of your answer, we must requisition the medicines in your backpack." Luo Qinkong nodded fervently. After all, his aim was to leverage the strength of Zhao Zihan and her companions to facilitate his escape from Jinnan Island City. The madness of those around him was astounding. He had never anticipated that, overnight, the majority of the populace would transform into such grotesque beings. "I witnessed those fiends devouring humans, even now. The thought sends shivers down my spine." Zhao Zihan's expression grew somber as she reflected on the harrowing events of that night, which had profoundly shaken her psyche. What of the Great Shu Free Republic's rescue efforts for Jinnan Island City? "I just saw a helicopter attack a survivor. Why would they do such a thing?" Luo Qinkong feigned ignorance, though he was more aware than anyone else. Nonetheless, he felt it necessary to maintain the facade. Currently, communication with the outside world from Jinnan Island City is severed, with mobile phones entirely devoid of signal. Most of the city's inhabitants, including the local security forces, have largely succumbed to madness. Though we remain unclear on the specifics of this calamity, the prolonged absence of rescue and the suppression of signals, coupled with your mention of the helicopter assaulting survivors, suggests that someone is intent on concealing the situation here from the outside. Zhao Zihan continued. "But you are still just a child. Your focus should be on surviving safely." As she spoke, she retrieved Luo Qinkong's backpack from a subordinate. Examining the weapon schematics he had drawn, she extracted the medicines and returned the backpack, now containing only a few provisions, to him. "It seems you have a particular interest in weaponry," she remarked. "Just some sketches I made out of boredom," Luo Qinkong replied with an awkward smile, attempting to deflect Zhao Zihan's suspicions. Thus, he had only sketched modified designs for cold weapons. "Let us proceed. I shall escort you to our stronghold. Otherwise, those little arms and legs of yours will surely make you a target for them," Zhao Zihan said, gently patting Luo Qinkong's head. A flood of memories from his past life surged forth, but he quickly regained his composure. "Big sister, the firearms you possess?" Luo Qinkong asked, feigning a hint of trepidation. "In the Free Republic of Daju, firearms are strictly regulated. The weapons extracted from my shooting range possess limited power, beyond 20 meters. They are unlikely to be lethal." Zhao Zihuan did not conceal the fact that these firearms are merely weakened versions. "What shall I call you, elder sister?" "I am Zhao Zihuan. You may simply address me as Zhao Jie. As for the others, the stoutest among them can be referred to as Zhao Shu. The shortest is Xiao Gao," Zhao Zihuan explained while escorting Luo Qinkong towards the building, introducing him to several of her subordinates. Although Luo Qinkong had lived a previous life and retained memories of many events and individuals, countless others had faded from his recollection over the span of more than 40 years. Time is indeed merciless. Though he appeared youthful, when considering his past experiences, he was well over 60 years of age. To guard against the undead, the stairwells of the survivors' living quarters within the building were entirely barricaded with debris. Entry to the edifice could only be gained through the underground parking garage, where one must take the elevator to ascend. Despite the power outage engulfing the entirety of Jinnan Island City, the building was equipped with its own generator, capable of sustaining basic daily needs as long as fuel was available. Upon reaching the tightly sealed garage door, Zhao Zihuan gestured towards the surveillance camera, prompting the automatic rolling door to slowly open. The garage was enveloped in darkness, but within moments, lights illuminated in rows, revealing numerous vehicles parked neatly inside, with dried blood staining both the cars and the walls and floors of the garage. There aren't many deranged individuals left in the garage, as we have dealt with most of them. However, you must exercise caution, for this building, being a commercial complex, witnessed many transformations into madness during the onset of the catastrophe. Fortunately, they do not utilize the elevators. Therefore, any floors we have yet to cleanse will bear a skull symbol on the elevator buttons. Please be vigilant and avoid pressing the wrong ones, Zhao Zihuan advised Luo Qinkong, the newcomer. In a moment of reflection, Luo Qinkong realized that he had succumbed to a high fever, sleeping for an entire day and night. By his calculations, Zhao Zihan and her companions must have occupied this place for 2 days already. Recalling his past life, he remembered enduring a week of hardship in Jinnan Island City, ultimately rescued by Zhao Zihan and her group. In this lifetime, however, he had arrived here much earlier. Zhao Zihan led Luo Qinkong to the elevator doors, and with a soft chime, they slid open, allowing the group to squeeze inside. Illuminated by the elevator's light, Luo Qinkong observed that many floors bore the ominous skull insignia, indicating danger. Only the top 2 levels and the rooftop terrace of the 20-story building remained untainted by the presence of zombies. As the elevator reached the 19th floor, the doors opened to reveal 2 individuals, clad in motorcycle helmets and fully armed with a hammer and a machete, standing before him. Luo Qinkong was aware that these 2 individuals were responsible for guarding the elevator. After all, it was not inconceivable that some zombies might inadvertently stumble upon the elevator. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, Luo Qinkong feigned surprise, his expression shifting as he collided with Zhao Zihan behind him. "Sister, how did you return so swiftly? Did you find the medicine?" The 2 individuals removed their helmets, revealing youthful faces, each appearing to be under 30. Luo Qinkong had a vague recollection of them from his previous life, yet their names eluded him, as they were merely transient figures. In his past, these 2 had met their demise in the explosion of a cargo ship while attempting to flee Jinan Island City. "This young man brought the medicine," Zhao Zihan remarked, patting Luo Qinkong on the shoulder, drawing the attention of all present. Although Luo Qinkong was a stranger, he had left a favorable impression on everyone from the outset. He was not surprised that Zhao Zihan attributed the credit to him. After all, she was indifferent to such accolades. Furthermore, based on his previous understanding of Zhao Zihan, he knew that once she was assured of his safety, she would undoubtedly look after him. This was in accordance with her final words in his past life, where she had expressed that he reminded her of her deceased brother. Luo Qinkong followed Zhao Zihan into the conference room on this floor, only to find it entirely vacant, with makeshift bedding spread across the floor, as those afflicted with fever had all been accommodated here. Although Luo Qinkong was aware of the situation, he feigned surprise as he glanced at Zhao Zihan beside him. It might be the flu, but as long as it did not escalate into the madness of those outside who preyed upon others, it would suffice. Luo Qinkong realized that at this moment, Zhao Zihan was still unaware of the deadly blood virus. Nor did she comprehend that a fever was essentially a manifestation of the body's antibodies battling the virus. While most individuals could endure it, those who succumbed would inevitably become zombies. Zhao Zihan and her companions could merely provide rudimentary care for these patients, gathering them all together. With caregivers armed with nothing but their resolve, one must admit, their courage was indeed remarkable. Perhaps ignorance breeds fearlessness. The medication you brought has proven invaluable, otherwise we would have had to risk venturing to the pharmacy. It's nothing, merely my spare supplies. If it can assist them, that would be quite commendable. Luo Qinkong feigned modesty, though in truth, these medications were prepared specifically for them. "I forgot to ask your name. What do you go by?" Zhao Zihan inquired, glancing at Luo Qinkong. "I am Luo Qinkong. Then I shall call you Xiaokong. But what of your family? Are you alone?" "Family?" Luo Qinkong's gaze dimmed considerably. This was not an act. His past experiences had left him utterly disenchanted with the concept of family. In this life, the last remnants of hope he had for family were extinguished the moment Luo Ming ended his own life with a bottle. Truly, the words he had once used to describe his father, Luo Ming, "One cannot change their inherent nature," ring true. Though Luo Ming in this life had not yet committed such an atrocity, Luo Qinkong still found it impossible to forgive him. "My apologies." Zhao Zihan noticed the shift in Luo Qinkong's expression, momentarily assuming that his family had met with misfortune. "It's nothing." Luo Qinkong shook his head and smiled. He had long since freed himself from the shackles of so-called familial, romantic, or platonic ties. His singular objective was to survive. Anyone who obstructed his path, regardless of who they were, would be eliminated at all costs. At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, igniting a flicker of hope among the crowd, who rushed frantically towards the rooftop. "Big sister, you must stop them," Luo Qinkong shouted to Zhao Zihan. "The people on that helicopter are not from a rescue team. Everyone, halt, stop," Zhao Zihan bellowed at those desperately heading for the rooftop. However, apart from a few who heeded her call, the majority continued to ignore her pleas. Once on the rooftop, those individuals stripped off their clothing, set it ablaze, and shouted wildly toward the helicopter in the distance, attempting to capture its attention. "Over here. Hey. Here. Help." Thanks to their efforts, the helicopter indeed noticed the survivors on the building's rooftop. "Head, we've spotted survivors again. Should we transport the supplies first? Or?" A security personnel from R&G Company, piloting the helicopter, inquired of a middle-aged man seated behind him. The man, with his shock of white hair and a perpetual smile, exuded an air of danger. Fascinating. Regardless, these individuals are nearing their demise. So let us indulge in a bit of amusement. However, this time, let us alter the rules. Instead of machine guns, we shall employ this. The man, with a sly smile, retrieved a box from beneath his seat. Upon opening it, he revealed a white phosphorus rocket launcher, the A1 model, manufactured by Hydra, a subsidiary of RNG Corporation. White phosphorus munitions are wholly prohibited internationally. Will this comply with company regulations? He mused. Rest assured, the dead do not lodge complaints. The man hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder as the helicopter drew near, locking onto the desperate pleas emanating from the rooftop. With a decisive squeeze of the trigger, the rocket soared forth, trailing a long plume of fire towards the individuals on the rooftop. Get down. Boom. Despite Zhao Zihan's urgent warning, the rocket had already been launched, leaving little time for the others to react. With a violent explosion, several individuals who failed to escape were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Yet, those obliterated into pieces were fortunate compared to those splattered by the white phosphorus, whose bodies ignited in an instant, transforming them into tormented figures rolling frantically on the rooftop, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing them. In their agony, some, driven by sheer panic, leaped from the rooftop in a futile attempt to escape the inferno consuming their flesh. Although Luo Qinkong appeared to be terrified while gazing at the fiery figures, his heart remained utterly unperturbed, even frigid. Humanity possesses a certain empathy towards the plight of its own kind, a trait that distinctly separates us from the animal kingdom. This empathy is often referred to as conscience. However, in the apocalypse, life has become the least valuable commodity, while conscience has become a rare treasure. Luo Qinkong had witnessed too much. After becoming numb to the horrors, he realized that he had unknowingly cast aside his own conscience. The merciless figures aboard the helicopter observed the individuals struggling in the flames as if they were mere insects writhing in agony, seemingly reveling in a macabre game. Their laughter echoing through the air. Luo Qinkong gazed at the helicopter soaring through the sky. Had it been his former self at this moment, he would have been engulfed in confusion and hatred, unable to comprehend why some would so casually snatch away the lives of others, loathing those who regard life as mere fodder. Yet, at this moment, Luo Qinkong felt none of those emotions. Instead, he found himself silently mocking the foolishness of the deceased. In a world on the brink of collapse, taking a life may require no justification at all. Those souls had awaited salvation from others, much like Luo Qinkong once did. Rather than ridiculing the dead, he was, in truth, deriding the past version of himself. Over there, a few survivors. Within the helicopter, a soldier gestured towards Luo Qinkong and Zhao Zihan. Let us move. Do not forget our mission. The man cast a faint smile in Luo Qinkong and Zhao Zihan's direction. To him, they were merely fortunate ants that had survived. As the whirring of the helicopter's rotors faded into the distance, Zhao Zihan cautiously emerged from her hiding place. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a scent unmistakably human. The wind carried it directly towards Luo Qinkong, infiltrating his nostrils. While Zhao Zihan recoiled in disgust at the smell of burnt meat, Luo Qinkong felt only a twinge of hunger. For those who have endured the apocalypse, the absence of food transforms such an aroma into a tantalizing prospect. In this desolate world, a peculiar delicacy known as human mutton exists, which is nothing but human flesh. In dire straits, some resort to consuming their own companions, a phenomenon all too common in the apocalypse. In his previous life, Luo Qinkong had partaken in this so-called human mutton when food was scarce. Once, he might have felt revulsion and condemned such acts from a moral high ground. However, he later came to realize that survival was paramount. The living consumed the dead. Morality is merely a consideration for those who are not faced with the specter of survival. Luo Qinkong gazed upon the charred remains of those who had perished. White phosphorus is indeed toxic, despite its seemingly pleasant aroma. Zhao Zihan swiftly led a few individuals downstairs, seizing a fire extinguisher to combat the flames. Fortunately, the adversary had only fired a single shot, resulting in a relatively minor conflagration. Once the dry powder had smothered the oxygen, the white phosphorus ceased to burn. However, this substance remains perilously dangerous and must be handled with utmost caution. After all, upon re-exposure to oxygen, the risk of reignition persists. Those fortunate enough to have escaped the flames were carried down by Zhao Zihan and her companions. Yet, Luo Qinkong knew their time was limited. Even if the white phosphorus was scraped clean from their bodies, they would ultimately succumb to the infections arising from their burns. At this moment, if they were to breathe their last, it would spare them the agony that lay ahead. The demise of a dozen individuals rendered this floor of the building significantly quieter, as sorrow and despair began to permeate the atmosphere. Since that helicopter had not arrived as a harbinger of salvation but rather as an instrument of attack, the survivors within the building had immediately recognized their abandonment. Only Luo Qinkong understood that the truth of Jinmen Island City had been suppressed by the RNG Corporation and local authorities. Even the Great Shu Free Republic remained oblivious. And by the time they discovered the reality, it would be too late. Whether before or after the apocalypse, the RNG Corporation loomed as a formidable force. A super-commercial empire. Their wealth was sufficient to compel many in the post-apocalyptic world to serve them. In a previous life, Luo Qinkong had served as the head of the security department at an RNG base for a year, only to be pursued for stealing company secrets. Although he ultimately attained the coveted pseudo-immortality serum, he had not anticipated falling victim to the clutches of the Skull Gang's petty thugs. However, for Luo Qinkong, the deaths of these individuals only served to deepen Zhao Zihan's trust in him. Damn it, you scoundrel. How much did you pilfer? Just as the group was engaged in patching the gaping hole on the rooftop, a hefty man was dragged out by two burly figures, accompanied by punches and kicks. Luo Qinkong recognized them as Zhao Zihan's underlings. Uncle Zhao, what is going on? Luo Qinkong approached to inquire, while onlookers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. This scoundrel was caught stealing food. The situation is dire. Each person's rations are limited daily, as we must endure until rescue arrives. As he spoke, one of the muscular men delivered another brutal kick to the hefty man, eliciting a cry of anguish. No one is coming to save us. After finally spotting a helicopter, they attacked us instead. Don't you understand? We have been abandoned. Even if we must die, I refuse to go without a full belly. The hefty man cried out, clutching his bleeding nose. Still shouting, are you? The burly man resumed his assault on the hefty man, yet the latter's words silenced the crowd. They had indeed lost hope. Persisting held no significance. This cannot continue. It seems we must devise our own means to escape this place. From this moment forth, we shall unite in our quest for a means of escape, imposing restrictions on all provisions. Should any further acts of theft occur, do not blame me for expelling the culprit. At this juncture, Zhao Zihan stepped forward, gazing intently at everyone, fully embodying the commanding presence of a leader. As night fell upon Jinmen Island City, even from the heights of skyscrapers, Luo Qinkong seemed to hear the wails and cries echoing through the city. While many might feel a sense of unease on such a night, Luo Qinkong had long since acclimatized to it. Those who had suffered burns during the day, whether from pain or infection, had succumbed to their fates before nightfall. Perhaps for them, this was a form of liberation. What lies beyond death remains a mystery even to one reborn like Luo Qinkong. Yet it is certain that the afterlife is not hell, for this world is hell itself. After a day filled with toil, Zhao Zihan collapsed due to a sudden high fever. However, this was to be expected, entirely within Luo Qinkong's foresight. If luck prevailed and one did not succumb to zombification, any survivor would inevitably experience a fever within 10 days. In the current circumstances of Jinmen Island City, Luo Qinkong's primary objective was to escape, yet the island is surrounded by the sea. Furthermore, the patrol boats, satellites, and drones of RNG Corporation constantly surveil this city. Otherwise, the vessels that had facilitated the escape of many in his previous life would not have been destroyed. Should Luo Qinkong choose to follow the same path as before, he could not guarantee survival amid such explosions. He was exceptionally cautious, aware that his actions could alter future events. In his plans, utilizing an RNG helicopter or transport aircraft to effectuate an escape appeared to be the most prudent choice, ideally before RNG Corporation could react. Zhao Zihan's fever-induced unconsciousness stirred some individuals to action, yet they were quelled by another, preventing widespread chaos. This individual was Zhao Weiping, Zhao Zihan's childhood friend and the owner of the building. According to his memories from a past life, Luo Qinkong recalled that Zhao Weiping had sheltered Zhao Zihan and the others during their evacuation, ultimately being consumed by the horde. In Luo Qinkong's recollection, he was a remarkably upright and dependable person. After Zhao Zihan fell ill, her followers promptly obeyed Zhao Weiping's commands. Because these subordinates wielded firearms, the survivors tended to heed Zhao Zihan and Zhao Weiping's directives. Compared to many survivor organizations from Luo Qinkong's memories, Zhao Zihan and Zhao Weiping had demonstrated a commendable sense of integrity, at least refraining from coercing survivors into grievous actions or demanding exorbitant sacrifices. Nonetheless, in the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, One must regard all others with the utmost suspicion, otherwise, survival becomes unattainable. Thus, Zhao Zihan and her allies consistently maintained control over their firearms. Luo Qinkong stood by the window, gazing at the pitch-black cityscape. The cold wind seemed to carry a faint scent of blood as it brushed against his somewhat youthful visage, a stark contrast to the profound and chilling gaze that belied his tender appearance. In this apocalyptic realm, where the streets teemed with the undead, survivors referred to it as the dead zone. For Luo Qinkong, the sensation of being ensnared in such a place had become commonplace. Devoid of the fear and panic that once plagued him in his youth, having faced death once, he was now afforded a second chance. In this lifetime, he was determined to traverse further, aspiring to reach the realms of immortality that no one had ever touched. As the biting wind stirred the thin fabric of his clothing, Luo Qinkong merely smiled with nonchalance in the face of the chilling gusts. Life, fraught with trials and tribulations, and death, as ephemeral as wisps of smoke. He treaded upon a path strewn with thorns, resolute and unregretful, embracing life even in the face of death. What did it matter to dwell in a dead zone? As long as one possessed a heart that yearns to live amidst despair, a way to survive would surely emerge. Even if, like in his previous life, he were to be shattered into fragments, Luo Qinkong would never harbor regrets. Life's journey is inherently a march towards death, and only immortality can shatter this inevitable cycle. Luo Qinkong had never regretted pulling the trigger on the bomb in his past life. Even in failure, he would accept it with grace. In days gone by, he may have lamented over failures and certain choices. Yet now, Luo Qinkong had shed the burden of regret, vowing never to look back with remorse. Thanks to the antipyretics he had provided, many feverish individuals, including Zhao Zihan, found their symptoms significantly alleviated by the following day. The kindness reflected in the gazes of those within the building towards Luo Qinkong was palpable. The apocalypse had not yet fully erupted, and the recent turmoil in Jin and Island City contributed to this benevolence. Although some remained vigilant, the prevailing values among the populace still echoed those from before the world crumbled. Most individuals were filled with gratitude. After all, in the aftermath of calamity, many had experienced a collapse of morals and distorted values. Merely refraining from vengeance was commendable, let alone showing gratitude. Conscience had become a rare commodity in the apocalypse. However, the goodwill and kindness directed towards Luo Qinkong were, in his eyes, instruments to be wielded. Zhao Weipeng was devising a broad plan to escape from Jinan Island City, assigning each individual their respective roles. Some were tasked with maintaining the generator, others with guarding supplies, while a few, fully armed, prepared to clear the building of the undead. Zhao Weipeng showed particular consideration for Luo Qinkong, assigning him a relatively easy task, observing the surroundings through binoculars to ascertain whether any survivors were approaching. As per Luo Qinkong's recollections, in his previous life, he too had been among those fleeing aboard a bus. However, one individual aboard concealed their zombie bite, and the sudden transformation triggered chaos, resulting in the bus careening out of control and overturning nearby. At that moment, I was dazed and disoriented, my face smeared with blood. After much effort, I managed to crawl out, nearly succumbing to the relentless pursuit of the undead. Calculating the time, it should be now. Luo Qinkong gazed coldly into the distance. This was the hour when the bus met its tragic fate, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Luo Qinkong stood at the observation point by the window, waiting for approximately 10 minutes. Soon, he spotted a white bus hurtling down the distant street, careening recklessly. It collided with both wandering zombies and abandoned vehicles, sending them flying. However, the chaos of the street proved too overwhelming. After crashing into several cars, the bus ultimately overturned, reminiscent of the memories from Luo Qinkong's past life. Brother Peng, I have spotted a bus, but it is flipped over. Should we go to their rescue? Luo Qinkong reported to Zhao Weipeng via the intercom. Although in his previous life, his classmates and teachers had morally coerced him, after enduring so much, Luo Qinkong had long since come to terms with many things. He felt no hatred towards them. In fact, those bugs did not merit his animosity, much like one would not harbor resentment towards an insect encountered on the road. If, after 40 years, one still fixated on trivial matters, it would reveal a lack of magnanimity and ambition, hindering significant accomplishments. Furthermore, even if Luo Qinkong chose not to report it, the commotion would inevitably catch Zhao Weipeng's attention. To withhold such information would be foolish and potentially detrimental to himself. Xiao Kong, you stay up there. We will handle things down here, came Zhao Weipeng's voice over the intercom. due to the goodwill Luo Qinkong had earned by providing them with fever-reducing medication. Zhao Weipeng was particularly considerate of him. It was worth noting that in his past life, Zhao Weipeng viewed Luo Qinkong as no different from his classmates, expecting him to partake in the arduous tasks without such ease. Understood, Luo Qinkong replied, switching off the intercom and observing the situation with binoculars. The noise generated by the bus had naturally attracted a considerable number of zombies. Some individuals, unable to escape the overturned bus in time, became victims to the ravenous undead, while a few managed to flee towards the building. Before long, several black SUVs emerged from the garage to assist the survivors. The scenario mirrored that of his previous life, with the sole distinction being the absence of Luo Qinkong, the insignificant character. Those who lagged behind became fodder for the zombies. However, their sacrifice afforded the remaining individuals a chance to escape. As the undead feasted on the unfortunate, the black SUVs swiftly evacuated the remaining survivors, retreating towards the underground parking lot of the building. In contrast, those who were caught and overwhelmed by the zombies, or who failed to escape the bus in time, were abandoned by Zhao Weipeng. From his vantage point high in the building, Luo Qinkong could still hear the anguished cries of those unfortunate souls, and the sensation of being devoured piece by the zombies was certainly excruciating, a particularly painful demise. Ding! With the sound of the elevator announcing its arrival, a group of adolescents clad in school uniforms appeared before the survivors in the building, their faces still reflecting shock and terror. After all, nearly half of the passengers on their bus had been left behind. Especially for those who flee, the anguished cries of the people behind them resonate incessantly. It is an immense torment for both the conscience and the spirit. Many find themselves unable to contain their emotions and burst into tears on the spot. After all, this reaction is quite natural. Not everyone can maintain the same indifference as Luo Qinkong, who has endured so much. Even in his past life, Luo Qinkong shed tears on numerous occasions, yet later, when he felt the urge to weep, he discovered that he could no longer do so. Luo Qinkong set down his telescope and departed from his observation post, making his way to the elevator entrance. Within the building, the survivors had already prepared some sustenance and water, tending to the injuries of several individuals. The arrival of these new members instantly swelled the number of survivors to approximately 50, indicating that they were about to confront a greater strain on their resources. Luo Qinkong. Teacher. It's Luo Qinkong. The surviving students immediately recognized him amidst the crowd, a reaction that did not surprise Luo Qinkong. After all, in his previous life, he had accompanied them on their escape to this very place. Thus he was well aware that those who had arrived included survivors from his own class and a few others. Luo Qinkong cast his gaze upon the middle-aged man among the surviving students, who happened to be his homeroom teacher. In this lifetime, it seemed he had slapped the man before departing. Consequently, Luo Qinkong noticed a flicker of displeasure in the teacher's eyes. However, he held no interest in the man. Should he obstruct Luo Qinkong's path, he would not hesitate to send him on his way. Xiao Kong, do you know them? At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman beside him inquired. Due to the fever medication Luo Qinkong had provided, this man also felt indebted to him and treated him with great courtesy. I do. Luo Qinkong replied, nodding without deception. Indeed, he was acquainted with them. They were classmates. At that moment, a male classmate quickly sought to establish a rapport with him. After all, they had witnessed Zhao Weipeng wielding a genuine weapon during their rescue. Hello, I am Luo Qinkong's teacher. However, dear Luo Qinkong, we have been starving for 2 days. This meager supply is utterly insufficient. Luo Qinkong, we are truly famished. Could you possibly arrange for a bit more food for us? The group gazed at him with hopeful eyes. The class beauty even resorted to a charming display before Luo Qinkong. In his previous life, he had been overly naive, easily manipulated by such tactics. However, after enduring numerous trials and experiencing rebirth, Luo Qinkong had developed a heart as resolute as iron. Everyone here is quite hungry. It is rather inappropriate to take from others. What has been provided is already generous. Luo Qinkong feigned a weak demeanor. After all, he could not afford to appear excessively cold-hearted before the crowd. His performance had to be convincing. Upon hearing Luo Qinkong's words, the survivors in the building nodded in agreement. In their eyes, he had become a remarkably kind and selfless individual. Hey, Luo Qinkong. A male classmate, seemingly a sycophant of the class beauty, suddenly exploded, raising his fist to strike Luo Qinkong, only to be intercepted by Zhao Weipeng. Behave yourself in my building, or I will throw you all out. Zhao Weipeng threatened, gripping the boy's arm, while several of Zhao Zihan's subordinates brandished their firearms. Understood, understood. Luo Qinkong, I realize that some actions may have been displeasing to you. Even if not for the sake of your teacher, could you consider it for the camaraderie we share as classmates? The middle-aged man regarded Luo Qinkong with a pitiful expression. Though the passage of time since their last encounter had caused Luo Qinkong to forget this jester's name, yet, to maintain his benevolent image, Luo Qinkong felt compelled to advocate for them. After all, exhibiting excessive ruthlessness could expose vulnerabilities, raising suspicions among some. Speaking of kindness, in his previous life, he had upheld this virtue for an extended period, only to ultimately abandon it in exchange for survival. Pengge, let it be. They are, after all, my teachers and classmates. Luo Qinkong gazed at Zhao Weiping, letting out a deep sigh and shaking his head. Kindness often invites exploitation. Little Kong, your benevolence is excessive. Zhao Weiping then turned his attention to Luo Qinkong's classmates and teachers, issuing a stern warning. In these extraordinary times, one must adhere to the rules established here. Each person's daily provisions are predetermined. Moreover, to acquire additional food, one must earn it through labor. Luo Qinkong discerned a trace of animosity in the gazes of his classmates and teachers. Perhaps they could not fathom that the usually timid and unresisting Luo Qinkong would dare to defy them. Luo Qinkong chose to disregard those individuals, for among them, only a scant few had successfully escaped from Jin and Island City in their previous lives. Old Huang, I would appreciate it if you could reinforce and modify those vehicles in the underground garage, Zhao Weiping instructed a burly man from the crowd. After all, relying on the supplies within the building would inevitably lead to depletion, and considering that vehicles would be essential for their escape from Jin and Island City, it was imperative to plan ahead. Luo Qinkong gazed at the muscular man before him. Although many details had faded from his memory, he still recalled the man's name, Huang Lingdong. Before the apocalypse, he had been the champion of the great shoe forging competition. In a previous life, he had met his demise in a car accident during the final evacuation. This individual was also the craftsman Luo Qinkong had been seeking. However, it was just recently that he had been suffering from a fever, and it was thanks to Luo Qinkong's antipyretic medicine that he recovered so swiftly. The primary motive behind Luo Qinkong's preparation of the medicine was Huang Lingdong. Luo Qinkong intended for him to forge a weapon based on the provided blueprint. In a previous life, it would have been exceedingly difficult to persuade that individual to take action, as he would only heed the words of Zhao Zihan and Zhao Weiping. However, this time, due to the antipyretic medicine, Luo Qinkong's favorability rating with him had significantly increased. Given Luo Qinkong's past knowledge of Huang Lingdong, he was certain that in order to repay this favor, Huang Lingdong would indeed craft a weapon for him. Although Luo Qinkong had acquired some skills during the apocalypse, they paled in comparison to those of a true artisan. After all, to him, those were merely amateur skills, whereas for Huang Lingdong, they were a means of livelihood. Moreover, Luo Qinkong had no inclination to invest time in that endeavor. Having Huang Lingdong take the lead was undoubtedly the preferable option. Luo Qinkong retrieved a meticulously crafted schematic for a concealed sword from his backpack, folding it neatly before tucking it into his pocket. This concealed sword was one of the weapons he had wielded in his previous life, measuring 30 centimeters in length, divided into 3 sections, and capable of extending much like an antenna. It was ingeniously designed with internal clasps and elastic bands, allowing for a swift release of the blade through a simple rotation, enabling him to launch a surprise attack on his adversaries. When not in use, it could be effortlessly concealed within his sleeve. While the creation of such an apparatus was not overly complex, it was indeed time-consuming and somewhat cumbersome. Nevertheless, in his former life, this weapon had proven extraordinarily effective during close-range ambushes and was well-suited for the present circumstances of Luo Qinkong. Huang Lingdong had been tasked with modifying vehicles in the underground garage, and Luo Qinkong seized the opportunity to accompany him under the pretense of assisting. "Ah, it's you. Little Kong, what brings you here?" Huang Lingdong greeted with a warm smile as Luo Qinkong emerged from the elevator. Despite the sudden turmoil in Jin and Island City, everyone seemed to maintain a friendly demeanor towards Luo Qinkong. However, he perceived their kindness as a remnant of humanity's morality, still intact before the onset of calamity. Were they to endure a prolonged period in a post-apocalyptic world, having witnessed numerous trials and learned hard lessons, their friendliness towards him would likely dissipate. Human nature is inherently selfish, and it is this selfishness that breeds distrust. In dire times, such selfishness often eclipses the boundaries of humanity. "I have come to lend you a hand," Luo Qinkong stated. "A hand? I don't require assistance here. I can manage on my own," Huang Lingdong replied, shaking his head. Given the relief provided by the antipyretics Luo Qinkong had supplied, Huang Linggong felt a sense of obligation to look after him. Uncle Huang, there's something I must ask of you. Luo Qinkong produced the schematic from his pocket and handed it to Huang Linggong, who furrowed his brow upon examining its contents. The design was indeed feasible, albeit somewhat hastily executed, suggesting it was not merely a whimsical sketch. Furthermore, the weapon's inherent stealth was striking. Are you contemplating assassination? Huang Linggong teased. To which Luo Qinkong responded with an innocent smile, albeit one that concealed a hint of coldness. How could that be? Possessing such a weapon not only provides a means of self-defense, but also instills a sense of security. Uncle Huang, you know that outside lurk those deranged individuals, and I have long desired a weapon of this nature to satisfy my whims. Luo Qinkong's rationale was reasonable, and he earnestly implored Huang Linggong for assistance. Very well. Children like you often indulge in such pursuits, and fortunately, I possess some skills. If this is truly your own design, you might just have a talent for this sort of thing, Huang Linggong conceded with a nod, viewing Luo Qinkong's request as a youthful fancy. However, he felt no reluctance to assist. Having benefited from Luo Qinkong's kindness, he saw this as an opportunity to repay a debt of gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Huang. However, I kindly request that Uncle Huang refrain from divulging this to others, as I wish to boast about it to them. Luo Qinkong smiled faintly. While Huang Linggong appeared to be completely deceived by Luo Qinkong's innocent demeanor, exhibiting no suspicion whatsoever. You rascal, fine. I shall agree. Upon hearing Huang Linggong's consent, Luo Qinkong felt relieved and departed, taking the elevator back to the floor where the survivors had gathered. Zhao Weiping was somewhat taken aback by Luo Qinkong's swift return. However, Luo Qinkong recounted to Zhao Weiping that Huang Linggong did not require assistance, conveniently omitting the matter of Huang Linggong crafting weapons for him. According to his memories from a previous life, it would not be long before the building faced shortages of supplies and the generator ran out of fuel. The survivors within the building would form teams to venture out in search of resources. Zhao Weiping instructed Huang Linggong to modify the vehicles, not only to prepare for escape but also to facilitate the search for supplies. Lu Qinkong intended to seize this opportunity to ascertain the situation of the RNG building. After all, prior to the outbreak of the Jinnan Island City incident, the RNG building was heavily fortified, leaving Lu Qinkong with no chance to infiltrate. Following the onset of the disaster in Jinnan Island City, those individuals were hastily evacuating. Perhaps there existed a chance to depart from this place. However, considering the presence of armed personnel within the RNG building, Lu Qinkong resolved to proceed with caution and conduct some reconnaissance. Lu Qinkong. At that moment, a girl called out to him. He turned around to see her clad in the uniform of his school, her appearance rather unremarkable, even plain. As Lu Qinkong sifted through his memories of his previous life, he struggled to recall the identity of the first person. What is it? He asked, wearing a disingenuous smile. Your father came to the school looking for you, but with the sudden turn of events, I thought it best to inform you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Lu Qinkong replied, yet his heart remained unmoved. His father, Luo Ming, had obliterated the last vestiges of Lu Qinkong's yearning for familial affection. To Lu Qinkong, his father always preferred to make amends after the fact. Yet, what had transpired could never be undone, no matter how much one might wish to rectify it. Although everything had begun anew, Lu Qinkong would never forgive him, even when his father had thrust him into the throng of corpses in his previous life. Lu Qinkong had never harbored resentment. However, in the end, he had stolen Lu Qinkong's only source of light. The emergence of a cold-hearted and ruthless Lu Qinkong was a consequence of his father's own actions. The survivors in Jinnan Island City, though outwardly composed, were enveloped in despair. The arrival of a new group of survivors brought a semblance of liveliness to the building, yet it also imposed immense pressure regarding food and resources. The entirety of Jinnan Island City had been plunged into a state of water and power deprivation, exacerbated by the chilling weather. Although the building housed a generator, the remaining fuel would scarcely last. For most, that day was filled with hopelessness and confusion. Yet for Lu Qinkong, it was merely an ordinary day. Upon awakening and witnessing the sunrise once more, he was reminded of his past, often reflecting on how fortunate he had been to see the sun of another day. As the new day unfolded, news circulated within the building, one good and one bad. The good news was that Zhao Zihan's fever had subsided. The bad news was that a death squad was to be formed to venture out in search of supplies. Given the peculiar circumstances in Jinnan Island City, not everyone was willing to embark on such a perilous mission. Aside from the self-nominated Zhao Zihan and a few loyal followers, the remaining participants were chosen by lottery, which, of course, was limited to the males. Luo Qinkong intended to use the pretext of searching for supplies to assess the situation at the RNG building, determining how much longer it would take for those individuals to completely vacate the premises and whether he could seize a helicopter during that interval to make his escape. Therefore, when Zhao Zihan suggested a lottery to make the decision, Luo Qinkong secretly hoped he would be selected. Luo Qinkong retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from the cardboard box and unfolded it, revealing the word "go," identical to the result he had drawn in his previous life. In that former existence, the moment he had received this outcome, he had nearly collapsed to the ground, feeling as if he were facing the guillotine. Yet, the present Luo Qinkong possessed a mindset starkly different from his former self. He now embraced a serene detachment. Even if the path ahead was one fraught with certain demise, perhaps he would no longer experience the dread he once felt. In his past, Luo Qinkong had harbored a fear of death, but now he had transcended such fears. If he were to admit to any lingering apprehension, it might be the unsettling notion that the immortality he had tirelessly sought may not exist after all. "I refuse to go. I absolutely refuse," exclaimed a classmate of Luo Qinkong, who had drawn the lot to venture forth in search of supplies. Rushing to the window in a display of despair, resorting to petulance, Luo Qinkong harbored no belief that the individual would leap, precisely because of a fear of death that compelled him to resort to deceitful tactics. In this world, however, there exist rules for times of peace and rules for apocalyptic eras. Within the confines of a peaceful educational institution, the absence of life's harsh realities has fostered a naive understanding of such norms. Yet, in this particular context, the established order prevails, and no one shall coddle him. "Stay back." With a thud, one of Zhao Zihan's subordinates seized the man, dragging him away from the window, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. In extraordinary circumstances, extraordinary measures must be employed. Zhao Zihan was acutely aware of this necessity, recognizing that maintaining control over certain individuals cannot solely rely on benevolence. After all, to some, kindness is merely a manifestation of weakness. "Ah, teacher, help. Please, stop hitting me." One individual attempted to disrupt the established order, and against such defiance, Zhao Zihan and her companions showed no mercy. Amidst the relentless barrage of blows, the man cried out in agony. Luo Qinkong gazed upon the crowd and noticed that his teacher's expression was far from pleasant, not due to the fact that his student was being assaulted, but rather because he had also drawn the short straw, tasked with the search for supplies. Everyone stood by, observing with detached indifference. Naturally, Luo Qinkong would not intervene in this matter. The brutal assault persisted for several minutes, perhaps until those few individuals grew weary, at which point they ceased their onslaught. Zhao Zihan approached the fallen figure, her gaze sweeping over the wretched creature on the ground like a lifeless dog. With an icy demeanor, she declared, "If you cannot adhere to the rules, I shall have no choice but to cast you out." No one present perceived her words as mere jest. After all, in the current reality of Jinan Island City, there existed no legal constraints to restrain Zhao Zihan. Following the beating of the bold troublemaker, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone swiftly became compliant, refraining from voicing any dissent. Zhao Zihan allotted merely 1 hour for everyone to prepare. After that, those chosen would have to venture out in search of supplies. Each individual who arrived in this world harbored their own aspirations. In his youthful innocence, Luo Qinkong had once dreamed of becoming a scientist who would benefit humanity, but the harshness of reality revealed to him that he lacked the requisite talent for such pursuits. He then aspired to be a towering hero, steadfast in his belief in goodness and justice. Yet, reality dealt him another crushing blow, leading him to a profound understanding. Ultimately, he relinquished those lofty dreams and accepted his own ordinariness. Sometimes, acknowledging one's mediocrity requires a certain kind of courage. Although Luo Qinkong is a reincarnator, he does not believe himself to possess any exceptional qualities, nor does he ever consider himself the protagonist. According to the conclusion of his previous life, Luo Qinkong, like the desolate bones by the roadside, is merely a failure. In this new life, what right does he have to live longer than others? Is it merely due to his identity as a reincarnator? Luo Qinkong does not let his status as a reincarnator lead him to arrogance. On the contrary, he is even more cautious than in his former life. He understands that, amidst the impending calamities of this world, some individuals, regardless of how many times they may be reborn, cannot ensure their survival until the end. Luo Qinkong dares not gamble on whether he will be able to rise again after death. Thus, in his pursuit of immortality, he treads with utmost caution and vigilance. Luo Qinkong was selected as one of the personnel to search for supplies, intending to take this opportunity to discreetly gather information about the RNG building. Throughout this process, he had to avoid raising the suspicions of the survivors, particularly Zhao Zihan, while ensuring his own safety. The selected individuals arrived at the garage beneath the building. Although the vehicle modification task had yet to be completed, with merely a few iron plates grafted onto the vehicles, the group had no choice but to make do. Considering the scarcity of resources within the building, the departing convoy consisted of 5 off-road vehicles, which had been stripped of all seats except for the driver and co-driver, allowing for the accommodation of more supplies. Luo Qinkong ascended into one of the off-road vehicles, accompanied by 3 individuals, one of whom was his esteemed mentor. Luo Qinkong gazed at the middle-aged man wearing glasses as he seated himself on the ground before him. Due to the removal of the seats, both were compelled to make do with this arrangement. The memories of this moment were so distant for Luo Qinkong, having transpired in a past life, that he had entirely forgotten the name of the teacher before him. He could only recall the image of this seemingly gentle, bespectacled man, who, in reality, was nothing more than a vile creature in refined attire, a hypocrite masquerading as a gentleman. Even in his previous life, when Luo Qinkong resorted to unscrupulous means, he held a profound disdain for the man in front of him. Kong 1, you are little Kong's teacher, so you shall remain in this vehicle, Zhao Zihan, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to address the middle-aged man. Upon hearing Zhao Zihan's words, Luo Qinkong was reminded of that name he despised. However, Zhao Zihan was unaware of the true relationship between Luo Qinkong and Kongwen, mistakenly believing Kongwen to be a revered teacher of Luo Qinkong. Nevertheless, Luo Qinkong merely gazed at Kongwen with a smile, which left Kongwen feeling inexplicably flustered. As the vehicle started, they formed a line and exited the garage. Before embarking on their quest for supplies, Zhao Zihan had equipped Luo Qinkong and the others with weapons, primarily consisting of various makeshift clubs, as she was reluctant to entrust firearms to anyone. Prior to their departure, roles were clearly delineated among the group, directing them to the nearest supermarket. Some were tasked with diverting the zombies, while others were charged with the search for resources. Luo Qinkong maintained a constant gaze, adorned with a smile, fixated on Kongwen, who, feeling increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny, kept his head bowed throughout the ordeal. The sound of the automobile attracted the wandering zombies lurking near the building, and upon hearing the engine's roar, they immediately surged forward in pursuit. To shake off the relentless horde, the lead vehicle pressed the accelerator, with the following cars hastily trailing behind, swiftly distancing themselves from the undead. The convoy advanced along the road. However, the sudden outbreak in Jin and Island City had caused utter chaos among the vehicles on the thoroughfare. After traveling a short distance, they reached a more prosperous area, only to find the path ahead completely obstructed by abandoned cars. Damn it! The convoy came to a halt, and Zhao Zihan, gazing at the blocked road ahead, could not suppress a curse. It was my oversight. I never anticipated this route would be impassable, admitted one of the subordinates in the driver's seat, his voice tinged with regret. Roar! Bang! At that moment, a zombie lunged forward, its head colliding forcefully against the car window, shattering the glass into 1,000 pieces. The gruesome, bloodied head thrust itself inside, snarling menacingly at the closest target, Kongwen. Ah! Kongwen screamed, darting toward Luo Qinkong. Although Luo Qinkong was tempted to kick him away, he restrained himself. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the snarling zombie was instantly dispatched, its head exploding. The shooter being Zhao Zihan from the passenger seat. Let us move. Roar! The convoy swiftly altered its course, as the surrounding zombies had already been drawn to the commotion. The undead raced forward heedlessly, some even being thrown aside upon impact. Yet, a few, despite their broken bodies, managed to claw their way back up from the ground. Although Luo Qinkong appeared to be in a state of panic on the surface, he had long since become accustomed to dealing with zombies. It is impossible for zombies to obstruct vehicles unless they form a considerable horde. After all, zombies are ultimately corporeal beings. Even if the potential of the human body is pushed to its limits, it remains mere flesh and blood. In the absence of a substantial zombie swarm, barring vehicle malfunctions, challenging terrain, or the emergence of unusually evolved zombies, a small group of a dozen zombies cannot impede a vehicle's passage. However, based on Luo Qinkong's understanding of the virus's mutation rate, evolved zombies would not make their first appearance in public view until a month later. The convoy swiftly turned around, altering its course, and the zombies attempting to obstruct the road were directly struck aside, leaving the windshield smeared with their blood. Even with the wipers engaged, the blood remained, rendering the glass a gruesome blur. Fortunately, although visibility was somewhat compromised, the path ahead could still be discerned with effort. "Big sister, this route is blocked. I suspect the other roads are even more congested," remarked one of the drivers, a hint of frustration in his voice. To acquire ample food and fuel, they needed to reach the nearest supermarket, which was a straight-line distance of 500 meters. However, due to winding paths, the drive would be approximately 1.5 kilometers, which typically might take only a few minutes. Yet now, the route leading to that supermarket, situated in a prosperous area, was completely obstructed by vehicles, while the building they occupied was also on the periphery of the prosperous zone. The blockage on their road was not as severe compared to those in the heart of the bustling area. Luo Qinkong had anticipated such circumstances regarding the convoy. In the apocalypse, when searching for resources in unfamiliar territories, it is customary for two individuals to ride motorcycles several hundred meters ahead to pave the way, simultaneously surveying the terrain and guarding against traps. The lead scout maintains constant communication with the convoy through radio equipment to prevent sudden halts or blockages that might lead to peril. Luo Qinkong did not caution Zhao Zihan about the potential situations that might arise. He understood that displaying excessive expertise would undoubtedly raise her wariness. "I have two proposals. We could either ride a motorcycle directly through, though that option is fraught with peril, or we could first search for sustenance in the nearby convenience stores and residential buildings. As for fuel, it could be siphoned from the vehicles parked along the roadside." Kong 1, who was beside Luo Qinkong, suggested this latter approach. Among the two options, the second indeed appeared to be the more prudent choice. "This fellow is quite a nuisance." A wave of resentment surged within Luo Qinkong towards Kong 1, for if they settled for the safer route, he would be unable to reach the RNG building. Given his current capabilities, venturing to the RNG building was exceedingly perilous, necessitating the assistance of Zhao Zihan and the others. Luo Qinkong harbored two intentions as he made his way to the RNG building. The first was to escape from Jinan Island City, seeking refuge aboard an RNG helicopter, which promised a greater degree of safety. After all, Luo Qinkong was unwilling to stake his life as he had in his previous existence, where departing by ship had proven to be a perilous gamble. That vessel had carried over 200 souls, yet fewer than 10 had emerged alive. His second objective lay within the RNG building itself, where he surmised there might be secrets pertaining to the dead nest, a matter deeply intertwined with Luo Qinkong's fervent desire for immortality. "Let us opt for the first method," Zhao Zihan proposed, her words catching Luo Qinkong off guard. In the recesses of his memories from a past life, Zhao Zihan had chosen the latter course of action. Had it not been for the impending nuclear catastrophe looming over the city, she would likely have remained complacent until the scant resources surrounding the building had been completely depleted. Now, with her decision to pursue the primary option, it became evident that history was indeed shifting. And the most probable agent of this alteration was none other than Luo Qinkong himself. Luo Qinkong pondered the differences between this life and his previous one. If one were to identify the most significant difference, it would undoubtedly be the location of the helicopter attack. In his past life, the helicopter incident did not transpire within the survivor's building, but rather took place at a school. In that previous existence, Luo Qinkong had mistakenly believed the helicopter was a rescue team. Thick smoke billowed from the rooftop of the school, drawing the helicopter's attention and consequently inviting an assault. In this life, however, due to Luo Qinkong's absence from the school, history may have altered slightly. The helicopter was not lured by the school. Instead, it followed its original course past the building, where it spotted the survivors and launched an attack. Zhao Zihan, having witnessed the helicopter's assault, was filled with distrust towards the Free Republic of Shu and simultaneously resolved to take measures for her own survival. It appeared her objective aligned with that of Luo Qinkong, the escape helicopter atop the RNG building. If this were indeed the case, it would make sense that she chose to search for supplies while observing the RNG building. Their greatest advantage lay in their possession of firearms, which perhaps offered them a glimmer of hope for success. Yet, the helicopter could only accommodate a select few for escape. Based on his past experiences with Zhao Zihan, Luo Qinkong knew her to be deeply loyal, but only towards those she was familiar with. The survivors within the building were merely united by their instinct for survival, and Zhao Zihan could easily abandon them. For Luo Qinkong, if Zhao Zihan were to impede his progress, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. "Boss, we need to prepare the motorcycles. There might be a way for us to escape from the RNG building. Our mission is not solely about gathering supplies, but also about leaving this place." Zhao Zihan boldly articulated her plan. At such a moment, Openly acknowledging their intentions seemed the wisest course of action. For everyone harbored the desire to flee, which in turn invigorated their spirits. Perhaps Zhao Zihan believed that everyone had a chance to escape the city. Yet, only Luo Chenkong, having experienced it once, understood that in Jinan Island City, only a fortunate few could truly escape. "Boss, there's a situation." Suddenly, one of the drivers pointed towards the rearview mirror and shouted. As the group turned to look behind, they beheld a grotesque humanoid creature, its entire body drenched in blood, covered in numerous repulsive and festering pustules, sprinting towards their vehicle with an agility surpassing that of an ordinary zombie. Upon encountering the monstrous entity, Luo Chenkong's mind was immediately flooded with information about the creature, the blood-poisoned corpse. In his previous life, the first encounter with this peculiar undead occurred during the Dead Nest incident, where he was tasked with logistical support at the front lines, delivering supplies. During one such delivery, he stumbled upon this horrific zombie, and due to his inexperience in dealing with such a foe, 5 individuals lost their lives before the creature was finally vanquished. Since the Dead Nest incident, these monstrosities had begun to appear with alarming frequency. Luo Chenkong had faced the blood-poisoned corpse on more than 20 occasions, though not quite 100. Later, during his middle years as the supervisor of the security team at an RNG base, he discovered that the blood-poisoned corpse was, in fact, a mass-produced variant of special zombie engineered by RNG Corporation. According to Luo Chenkong's understanding, these unique undead were manufactured en masse at the Dead Nest facility, but proved too uncontrollable to be deemed suitable biological weapons, leading to their confinement within the Dead Nest. After the catastrophe, these zombies escaped, resulting in a surge in the blood-poisoned corpse population. The blood-poisoned corpse was grotesquely covered in numerous pustules, its bones altered by the virus rendering it incapable of standing, forcing it to crawl on all fours. Like typical zombies, its weakness lay in the head. However, unlike ordinary undead, the blood-poisoned corpse was swifter, and the ruptured pustules expelled a highly corrosive fluid that could severely damage skin and lead to infection if not promptly addressed. An individual infected by the blood-poisoned corpse would initially exhibit symptoms akin to a regular zombie, but after approximately a month, their body would undergo significant changes, ultimately transforming into a blood-poisoned corpse. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the blood-poisoned corpse leaped onto the vehicle's roof. The creature's swift pursuit took everyone by surprise except Luo Chenkong, as they had not anticipated such explosive speed from the zombie. "Steady the vehicle." Thud. Another resounding impact followed as the blood-poisoned corpse landed on the hood of the car. Without hesitation, Zhao Zihan pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing through the glass and striking the creature in the head. However, that single shot was insufficient to eradicate the blood-poisoned corpse. Despite hitting the critical area, the limited power of the shooting range's handgun proved inadequate. The pustules on the creature burst, showering the front windshield with its crimson, putrid fluid. Fortunately, Zhao Zihan's shot only created a small hole in the glass. Had the corrosive liquid splattered inside, both she and her companion driving the vehicle would have faced certain death. With a sharp brake, the vehicle came to a halt, sending the blood-poisoned corpse flying off the hood. "Run it over." Zhao Zihan immediately commanded her companion, who complied without hesitation, even though the front windshield was nearly obscured. Boom! A massive explosion echoed, accompanied by the creature's agonizing shrieks. Had they succeeded in dispatching it? The younger brother was thoroughly frightened by the monstrous creature, his body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Zihan rolled down the car window and leaned out, discovering that the bloodied corpse was wedged between their vehicle and those parked along the roadside, lifeless and utterly beyond salvation. Damn it! Those scoundrels flee at the first sign of trouble. Frustrated, Zhao Zihan seized the walkie-talkie and attempted to contact the now elusive convoy. "Sister, it seems our vehicle has malfunctioned." The younger brother, who had been driving, admitted awkwardly. "That collision seems to have caused some issues. This is disastrous. Everyone, exit the vehicle. You too. Repair the car while I and Shakong keep watch." In response to Zhao Zihan's orders, Kongwen dared not voice any dissent and, together with the younger brother, began to retrieve tools for the repairs. Meanwhile, Zhao Zihan and Luo Chenkong remained vigilant, continuously monitoring their surroundings and attempting to reach out to the convoy, awaiting their rescue. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the group exited the vehicle to commence repairs, the chilling growls of the zombies resonated. Luo Chenkong and Zhao Zihan observed a horde of zombies, drawn by the commotion, accelerating towards them upon spotting the few remaining survivors. "Everyone, scatter." Before Zhao Zihan could utter a word, Luo Chenkong had already dashed towards a nearby building. In that moment, all thoughts of the vehicle were abandoned. Survival took precedence. In his previous life, Luo Qin possessed an abundance of experience in confronting zombies. He understood that racing against the relatively intact undead on level ground was a profoundly foolish endeavor. This is due to the fact that the muscles of the zombies had not decayed. Under the influence of the virus, the human body could unleash unimaginable potential. The current Luo Qin was not a superhuman. Having been reborn, his physical capabilities were far inferior to those of his past existence, rendering him unable to outpace those zombies. Luo Qin Kong fled towards the nearby buildings, intending to leverage the terrain of the vicinity to evade the relentless pursuit of the zombies. Luo Qin Kong swiftly vaulted over the railing, plunging into the narrow alleyway nestled between the buildings. The constricted terrain rendered it impossible for a multitude of zombies to surge forth simultaneously. He navigated through with ease, while the undead were largely bottlenecked at the entrance, with only a handful managing to squeeze through as they jostled against one another. The throng at the entrance swelled, and the foremost zombies were trampled underfoot by those behind, their roars coalescing into a veritable mountain of the undead. As Luo Qin Kong fled desperately, he remained oblivious to the spine-chilling scene unfolding behind him. The number of zombies in pursuit was a mere 4 or 5. For the Luo Qin Kong of his previous life, dispatching them would have posed little challenge. However, in this incarnation, he was armed only with a dagger, and his physical capabilities paled in comparison to his former self. Even confronting a single zombie proved to be an arduous task, let alone facing multiple foes simultaneously. After a spell of running, Luo Qin Kong began to gasp for breath, his stamina waning. Although he attempted to impede the relentless pursuit by toppling debris from the sides of the alley, the zombies' speed was simply too formidable, and he could feel the distance between them diminishing alarmingly. The fate of Luo Qin Kong rests solely in his own hands. Luo Qin Kong clenched his teeth tightly, and even as his legs grew increasingly heavy, he did not falter. Bang! Luo Qin Kong suddenly fell to the ground, his blood mingling with the black mud. Under the influence of adrenaline, he felt no pain at that moment. Roar! As Luo Qin Kong was about to rise, a zombie lunged at him, opening its gaping maw to bite down. Luo Qin Kong tightly grasped the creature's neck while thrusting a dagger directly into its eye socket, twisting it with force. Roar! The icy blood splattered across Luo Qin Kong's face, yet there was no trace of panic upon his features. Instead, he wore a frigid expression. The harrowing existence in this post-apocalyptic world had rendered him devoid of past emotions, leaving only an icy shell. With the destruction of its brain, the zombie fell motionless. Luo Qin Kong swiftly pushed the lifeless body aside, only to be immediately confronted by another zombie charging toward him. Luo Qin Kong seized a bag of refuse from the ground beside him and hurled it directly at the face of the zombie, lacking any semblance of intelligence. The creature reacted instinctively, sinking its teeth into the refuse bag. The zombie then knocked Luo Qin Kong to the ground, but he quickly regained his footing, brandishing a dagger with determination, plunging it into the zombie's temple to destroy its brain. After dispatching 2 zombies in quick succession, fueled by adrenaline, Luo Qin Kong felt the toll it took on him. As he struggled to rise, he noticed 2 more zombies charging towards him. Before him appeared an elderly man clad in a tattered green military coat, adorned with a green beret and a black eye patch. One-eyed and one-armed, he appeared filthy yet solitary, traversing the dilapidated streets where humanity gathered. Despite his silver hair, his gaze remained cold and filled with the weight of experience. At his waist hung the head of a peculiar zombie, causing passers-by, be they beggars on the street or local thugs collecting protection money, to part ways in fear of obstructing his path. It was he, the bounty hunter, Old Fox, the harbinger of doom. The head at his side appeared to belong to the matriarch night zombie. He had truly defeated that monster, suggesting he single-handedly eradicated an entire nest. An entire nest? How could one person achieve such a feat? Unfazed by the murmurs of those around him, the old man continued down the street, encountering a burly man with a face marred by scars. Flanked by a group of armed subordinates, guards of this sanctuary, and the very individuals who had posted the bounty for the night zombie king. Here's what you wanted. The old man tossed the head at the feet of the scar-faced man, who nodded at the sight of it. I never expected you to truly accomplish this, Luo Qin Kong. Have you considered staying here as an instructor? After all, you are getting old. There will come a time when you can no longer fight. Here, you could live peacefully, free from the threat of zombies. The scar-faced man urged, hoping this renowned figure would choose to remain. The moniker Old Fox reflected both the man's cunning and the respect accorded to his vast experience. In this world, there exists a species of fish that relentlessly swims upstream. Despite being swept down repeatedly or preyed upon, they remain fixated on one singular destination. Upon reaching it, they lay their eggs, leaving behind a glimmer of hope before peacefully succumbing. That is the essence of their existence. My purpose is yet to be fulfilled. Even if I were to perish on this path one day, I would harbor no regrets. But what you seek does not exist. Hearing the scar-faced man's words, Luo Qinkong erupted into laughter, a hint of madness in his expression that sent chills down spines. What are you laughing at? I laugh because that is precisely why you are ordinary. Just as before I returned without the Night Zombie King's head, none of you believed I could survive. It is precisely because no one has ventured that far that I, Luo Qinkong, pursue that goal. That is who I am. Luo Qinkong regained his composure. Withdrawing the dagger from the skull of the zombie, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his entire being drenched in blood. However, this crimson liquid was not his own, but rather that of the undead. Ultimately, he managed to overcome the last two zombies that had pursued him with great difficulty. Despite vanquishing his relentless pursuers, Luo Qinkong was acutely aware that his respite here would be brief, as more zombies would soon emerge in droves. Luo Qinkong once again felt a profound sense of gratitude for his survival. For him, every second of life was a treasure, even when confronted with seemingly insurmountable peril. He would muster all his strength to fight. Should death come, he would accept it with equanimity, for there was nothing he could not endure. In the past, Luo Qinkong had knelt before the harsh realities of life, gradually succumbing to madness amidst relentless despair. However, in this lifetime, regardless of how thorny the future may be, he vowed never to yield again. Once, he had single-handedly defeated a creature as formidable as the Night Corpse King, yet now he found himself struggling against mere ordinary zombies. It would indeed be a pity if he did not progress further in this life than in the last. A low growl echoed from above, freezing Luo Qinkong in place, rendering him unable to breathe. With a sudden thud, a zombie, its body covered in festering sores and its limbs dragging along the ground, descended along the wall. Its gaping maw dripped with putrid slime, while its grotesque, compound eyes nestled among the dense clusters of pustules, fixated intently on him. Before Luo Qinkong stood the blood-poisoned zombie, the peculiar undead that had previously pursued him and Zhao Zihan. Although he could not fathom why such zombies had become so prevalent in Jinan Island City, he was acutely aware of their characteristics and dared not act recklessly. The blood-poisoned zombie possessed exceptional dynamic vision and exhibited an intense predatory instinct towards moving, uninfected targets. The slightest movement on Luo Qinkong's part would undoubtedly provoke an attack. Currently, traces of zombie blood stained his body, which could confuse some of the undead. However, this ruse was ineffective against certain zombies, and even ordinary ones could detect him if he drew too close. Thus, his only recourse was to remain perfectly still, avoiding the blood-poisoned zombie's gaze. Yet, like most zombies, the blood-poisoned zombie shared a survival instinct. In the absence of food, it would resort to devouring its own kind. Luo Qinkong's greatest fear was that the blood-poisoned zombie might mistake him for a fallen comrade and carry him away. Fortunately, the creature chose instead to feast upon a nearby corpse, biting into its neck before departing with its prize. Even after the blood-poisoned zombie had left, Luo Qinkong did not exhale in relief. He remained still for an entire minute before daring to rise and depart. Luo Qinkong smashed through the glass of a window and, with a weary body, crawled into a small room. Fortunately, there were no zombies inside. He quickly drew the curtains and leaned back against the corner of the room, fearful of making a sound. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the window from which he had just entered, a cacophony of zombie growls erupted. Accompanied by the chaotic sound of shuffling feet, the undead were in pursuit. Only when the noise began to recede did Luo Qinkong feel a slight sense of relief. In the enveloping darkness of the room's corner, he closed his eyes, seeking to regain his strength. In Luo Qinkong's mind, the tale of the quest for immortality inevitably resurfaced. While many narratives advocate for virtuous conduct, this particular story diverges from the norm. It encapsulates the experiences of humanity in a world on the brink of collapse, chronicling the harsh realities of survival in a post-apocalyptic setting through the enchanting guise of a fairy tale. When Luo Qinkong first heard that tale, he was on the brink of death, teetering precariously on the edge of oblivion. It was through the valiant efforts of another that his ailing self was rescued from the clutches of mortality. In the inaugural chapter of the Apocalyptic saga, it is said that the realm where humanity resides is enveloped by a desolate wasteland. In a desperate bid for survival, humanity dispatched its most youthful and astute warrior, Shang, to traverse this land of demise. On the very first day of his journey, 3 city guards stood resolutely at the city gates, obstructing Sheng's path. Sheng. Oh, Sheng. Beyond lies the wasteland, where all the deceased shall rise against you. There, you shall meet your end in the most dreadful manner. Stay here, it is safe, one guard, clad in yellow armor, implored. This guard, known as Timid, had always been inseparable from Sheng. Upon hearing Timid's words, Sheng hesitated, prompting another guard, Status, to interject. Everything in the city is splendid at present. Behold how sweet this blissful wine is. Status extended a goblet of the so-called blissful wine towards Sheng. Upon tasting but a mere sip, Sheng felt himself sway, as if he had ascended to paradise. Yet, just as he prepared to indulge in a second sip, the third guard delivered a sharp slap across Sheng's face, causing the wine to spill from his grasp. Why did you strike me? Sheng inquired, indignation evident in his voice. I am responsibility, the guard replied. I have merely awakened you from complacency. Now, I shall bestow upon you the burden. Responsibility removed a pack from his back and handed it to Sheng. Though not excessively cumbersome, its weight surpassed Sheng's expectations, leaving him gasping for breath. This burden is too heavy. I can scarcely breathe, Sheng gasped, contemplating the possibility of discarding it. However, responsibility intervened. Within this burden lies the hope of every soul in this city. You must bear it. With that, responsibility secured the pack to Sheng's back with a length of rope. Having completed this task, Sheng was expelled from the city he had known since childhood, trudging forth into the wasteland with the weight of the collective hopes of its inhabitants upon his shoulders. He journeyed for what felt like an eternity under the oppressive load of responsibility, sweating profusely and panting heavily, yet he never considered relinquishing the burden. Suddenly, a series of primal roars erupted from behind him, halting Sheng in his tracks. Turning to face the source of the sound, he beheld a group of ragged figures pursuing him. Sheng. Oh, Sheng. Death is closing in. If you do not cast off the burden of responsibility, it will catch up with you. A voice cried out. As Sheng fled while bearing the burden, he scanned his surroundings, yet saw no one. Who are you? Sheng called into the void. I am your will to survive. You may call me the desire for life. However, Sheng, you must discard the burden, or you shall perish. Once dead, all hope is lost. Absolutely not. This represents the hope of all within the city. Life shook its head in rejection of that voice. Yet, those were the hopes of others, not its own aspirations. They were merely constraints imposed by others. As the desire to survive witnessed death drawing ever nearer, it urged with increasing urgency, no, this is my responsibility. Although life hesitated, it still shook its head. However, the burdens of responsibility it bore could not save it. They would only lead to its demise. You must live for yourself. To live for oneself? Confusion filled life's eyes, and as death approached, it beheld the visage of mortality, the bodies of those who had fallen, decayed with the passage of time, having lost their essence, becoming mere shadows of their former selves. This marked life's first intimate encounter with death. Run, run fast. Do not look back. As death loomed closer, the voice within grew louder and more frantic, until at last, life untied the bonds, discarding its burdens, racing forward without a backward glance. When true death approached, it ceased to resist. The discarded burdens fell to the ground, revealing letters and photographs belonging to the people of the city, the hopes they entrusted life to carry forth, which also constituted life's responsibilities. Yet, these tokens of hope lay in the grave like refuse, devoid of value, merely a hindrance. Why should the hopes of others rest upon its shoulders? Under the weight of impending death, life relinquished the burden, choosing to live solely for itself, as a voice echoed persistently in its heart. Charge forth. Charge forth. Advance towards the abyss. To survive in the face of death, one must possess the resolve to embrace mortality. Do not stop. Do not stop. The swiftest growth occurs amidst death, whether witnessing the demise of loved ones or confronting one's own mortality. Traversing the brink of life and death often leads to profound realizations. Once bound by familial ties, love, and friendship, life, after encountering numerous deaths, found itself unshackled, living solely for its own sake, akin to the protagonist in an apocalyptic tale, discarding the hopes and responsibilities of others, running freely without looking back. Luo Chikong rose to his feet, allowing his eyes to acclimate to the surrounding darkness. Once his vision had fully adjusted, he grasped a dagger and made his way towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, Luo Chikong found himself confronted by an elongated corridor, flanked on both sides by a series of tightly shut doors. The sound of repeated thuds emanated from one of the rooms, suggesting the presence of an infected individual within, instinctively engaging in a futile attempt to breach the door. After losing their prey, zombies often exhibit behaviors reminiscent of their former lives, such as aimlessly wandering to familiar places or clinging to past obsessions. The zombie behind that door must have harbored a desperate desire to escape its confines in life. These actions may stem from remnants of memory still lingering within its decaying form, though one should not entertain the notion of restoring zombies to humanity, as their primary instinct is to prey upon the living. In times of scarcity, they may even resort to hunting other animals, eventually leading to cannibalism among their own kind. Luo Qinkong passed through that door, and now the immediate priority was to safely return to the survivors' building. He had initially intended to rely on Zhao Zihan and the others for protection, as in his previous life, he had survived by their side. However, this time, unlike before, there had been a slight deviation, leading Luo Qinkong to confront a situation starkly different from his past. In his former life, he had learned an invaluable lesson: never place one's hopes in others. Thus, he had always relied solely on himself. Even when faced with solitude, Luo Qinkong was mentally prepared. Recalling the sudden appearance of the blood-poisoned corpses, and noting that there was not just one, he began to reflect on the events that transpired on Jinan Island in his previous existence. It was crucial to understand that in his former life, the blood-poisoned corpses had not manifested at all on Jinan Island. They were supposed to emerge 5 years later at the Death Nest base. Could it be that I have inadvertently altered something? Luo Qinkong pondered over his encounters in this life that might have intersected with RNG Corporation, which seemed limited to that singular occasion before the outbreak of the Jinan Island incident when he visited the RNG headquarters, as well as that moment atop the survivors' building facing the RNG helicopter. Luo Qinkong momentarily found himself at a loss, unable to discern the actions he had taken that altered the history he once knew so well. However, he could now ascertain one undeniable fact: the so-called evolved zombies may have already emerged. Perhaps the RNG Corporation had long been conducting research on them. Since the events of the past had already transpired, Luo Qinkong did not entertain thoughts of altering them. Instead, he turned his contemplation towards the future, relying on his previous knowledge of Jinan Island City to seek a glimmer of hope. In a previous life, Luo Chun served as the head of the security forces at a certain RNG subbase for a year. Thus, he possesses a deeper understanding of certain internal matters than most. Luo Chun had previously utilized his authority to investigate the incident in Jinan Island City. However, due to the limitations of his access at that time, he could only glean superficial information regarding the events in Jinan Island City, uncovering merely 2 cryptic terms: spray agent and death calamity. The intricate web of relationships surrounding the RNG company is indeed perplexing. After RNG unleashed the virulent blood plague upon the world, not only did they evade any repercussions, but they also emerged as the most formidable force in the apocalyptic landscape, unparalleled in strength. With bases scattered across various regions, a colossal space station in the heavens, and control over 20% of the world's nuclear arsenal, the surviving infected on the surface cling to life, relying on the suppressants distributed by RNG. The extraordinary ascent of a single corporation to such heights is nothing short of astonishing, even surpassing the might of many nations. Yet, this very reality underscores the complexity of the relationships lurking in the shadows. Spray agent, death calamity. Luo Qinkong murmured 2 words, and suddenly he recalled an incident from his previous life, the Green Mist event. The reason it resurfaced in his mind at this moment was twofold. The passage of time had rendered it somewhat obscure, and the repercussions of the Green Mist event had been minimal. With no casualties reported, it had merely been perceived as a chemical leak, not warranting much attention. After all, to those living through that era, the outbreak of a zombie crisis overshadowed any concerns about the Green Mist, which seemed a trivial issue in comparison. Luo Qinkong vividly remembers that day when the entire Jinan Island City was shrouded in a verdant mist. It coincided with the complete withdrawal of all personnel from RNG, and less than a week later, the catastrophic nuclear strike ensued. At that time, Zhao Zihan and others learned of this dire news from an abandoned RNG security soldier, Ren Xiaoxiang, who later became one of Luo Qinkong's most trusted friends in his past life, only to meet an untimely demise during the calamity of Death Nest. Roar, roar, roar. Paul, kindly silence that individual. Just as Luo Qinkong was lost in thought, the anguished cries of zombies echoed from outside, accompanied by frantic shouts. Cautiously, He peered out of the window and beheld a group of heavily armed individuals surrounding a blood-poisoned corpse, which was rendered immobile. RNG. Luo Qinkong immediately recognized the security forces of RNG Company, yet due to the distance, he could not clearly hear their conversation. The escape test subject has been successfully captured, announced a man at the forefront into his walkie-talkie, a smile perpetually gracing his face. This man was none other than the one who had attacked the survivors building from the helicopter. Zoya, you and your subordinates have unlawfully assaulted the survivors, breaching company agreements. Not only that, but you also missed the handover time, allowing the test subject bound for the death nest base to escape. If you fail to recapture the remaining subjects, you might as well prepare to remain here with the survivors. Came the disgruntled response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. It was merely a 5-minute delay. It's undoubtedly a testament to your subordinates' incompetence. How could you misjudge the test subject's unconsciousness duration? And were the restraints on the subjects merely for show? The soldier named Zoya retorted, dismissing the threats from the other side with palpable disdain. Zoya, you must understand that transporting a considerable number of test subjects is not without its challenges, the voice continued. I understand. I will report this to the company. We both share the responsibility. However, before that, we must retrieve all the test subjects, Zoya declared, before promptly shutting off the walkie-talkie. As a soldier who had obstructed Luo Qinkong's line of sight moved away, Luo Qinkong finally discerned Zoya's face, causing him to recoil in astonishment. Fearful of being detected by this perilous individual, Luo Qinkong swiftly regained his composure, memories from his past life flooding his mind. 2 cages, each containing someone he must rescue. One was a comrade who had weathered countless storms and faced life and death. The other an elderly gentleman who had offered Luo Qinkong warmth and shelter, treating him as if he were his own son. Once, Luo Qinkong had confronted a dilemma akin to a trolley problem, forced to choose only one to save. Let us play a game, young Luo Qinkong, said Zoya, as he pushed the wheelchair-bound Luo Qinkong onto a high platform, beneath which lay a pit 5 meters deep, filled with howling zombies. A crane hoisted the 2 iron cages, and Luo Qinkong, wearied and weakened, gazed at the 2 individuals bound within, their mouths gagged. One was a middle-aged man with a stubbled face, and the other, an elderly man with snow-white hair. Luo Qinkong's body was already a canvas of scars, his fingers grotesquely twisted at a 90-degree angle towards the back of his hands, the nails having been cruelly extracted. It was evident that Luo Qinkong had endured immense suffering. Luo Qinkong gazed at the 2 individuals before him, and suddenly, he was overcome with sobs. Even amid his torment, he had wept countless times, believing that he had exhausted his tears and would weep no more. Come, let us make a choice. You have merely 3 seconds. If you fail to choose, they shall all perish. The cries of Luo Qinkong echoed, reduced to mere anguished wails, his voice rendered hoarse by the relentless suffering he had endured. 3. Zoya extended a finger, reveling in the moment of despair and choice that Luo Qinkong faced. To him, this was merely a game. 2. As another second slipped away, Luo Qinkong experienced a pain that transcended the physical, a torment of conscience. Regardless of the choice he made, he could not absolve himself. 1. In that final moment, Luo Qinkong did not call out a name. Instead, he raised his hand toward the cage containing the elderly man. At that instant, he met the old man's gaze, filled with resignation, bitterness, and disappointment. Boom. The iron cage was thrust into a pit teeming with zombies. In an instant, the entire horde erupted, the sounds of flesh being devoured reverberating through Luo Qinkong's mind. Luo Qinkong tumbled from his wheelchair to the ground, bursting into tears that resonated with profound anguish. In this apocalyptic world, vulnerability is indeed a grievous sin. Luo Qinkong leaned against the wall, seated on the ground, emerging from the reverie of his past life, still exuding an aura of icy detachment. Whenever he recalled those times, his conscience would be beset by remorse. Yet, the present Luo Qinkong felt no such sentiments. He no longer wept in sorrow as he once did, nor did he experience the pangs of regret. Even the hatred he once harbored towards Zoya had long since dissipated, for Luo Qinkong had long since relinquished his conscience. Undoubtedly, prior to the cataclysmic incident, Zoya had been vanquished by Luo Qinkong and his former comrade, Ren Shaoxing. However, it is undeniable that Zoya was a formidable adversary. Sending that individual to a psychiatric facility would likely necessitate placement in the most fortified intensive care unit. In a previous life, Luo Qinkong had crossed paths with Zoya and his subordinates, each of whom bore the marks of psychological distortion or mental illness. They exhibited extreme cruelty towards both their foes and innocent bystanders. Zoya, regardless of the moment, maintained a smile, presenting himself as a congenial and affable middle-aged man radiating sunshine. Yet, in truth, he was a man who regarded murder as a mere game. At present, Luo Qinkong possesses merely a dagger. Despite having the experience from his previous life, his physical capabilities are insufficient, rendering him no match for Zoya. Even in his past incarnation, fully armed, had he not managed to eliminate Zoya upon their initial encounter, he would likely have faced the peril of being countered fatally by his opponent. Moreover, the presence of Zoya's squad in the vicinity further complicates matters. Even if Luo Qinkong were fully equipped in this setting, he would refrain from engaging in combat. Luo Qinkong leaned against the wall, remaining utterly still. Any inadvertent sound or accidental disturbance of the wandering zombies could easily draw Zoya's attention, which would spell disaster. Given Zoya's current intent to eliminate Luo Qinkong, it would be a task of utmost ease. Life is but a singular journey, and thus, Luo Qinkong relinquished any thoughts of closing the distance to eavesdrop on Zoya and the others' conversation. Luo Qinkong did not depart. Instead, he leaned against the wall, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Soon, the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades filled the air, prompting him to cautiously peer out once more. The helicopter descended gently onto the street where Zoya was located, and Zoya, accompanied by several of his subordinates, boarded the aircraft, escorting a blood-poisoned corpse that had been rendered completely numb and devoid of any capacity for resistance. As the helicopter ascended slowly, its whirring blades gradually receding into the distance, Luo Qinkong finally rose from the ground, casting his gaze toward the direction in which the helicopter had vanished. Zoya must be eliminated. Luo Qinkong harbored intentions of murder towards Zoya, not out of hatred, but rather from the understanding that Zoya, by nature, would undoubtedly obstruct his path. Furthermore, Zoya's temperament destined him to become an unstable factor in Luo Qinkong's life. If not eliminated, there existed the potential that one day he might cost Luo Qinkong his very life. Luo Qinkong did not linger in the vicinity of Zoya. After all, the sound of the helicopter would attract nearby zombies. This location was merely 2 kilometers in a straight line from the survivor building, and Luo Qinkong could even see the edifice if he looked up. However, on his way to the survivor building, he had to confront a number of zombies. Luo Qinkong collected a few stones and placed them in his pocket, then proceeded towards the direction of the survivor building. With only a few hours remaining before dusk, the city of Jinan Island had already begun to witness the emergence of blood-poisoned corpses. Luo Qinkong was uncertain whether creatures akin to the night corpses still roamed the streets. Therefore, it was imperative for him to reach the survivor building before nightfall. Should he encounter a night corpse after dark, his chances of survival would dwindle to less than 1%. Even the most ordinary of night corpses could easily dispatch a third genetic chain awakened twice, akin to slaughtering a mere dog, unless one possessed a particularly unique awakened ability or had honed their powers to an extraordinary level. There might be a glimmer of hope for a counterattack. As for ordinary individuals attempting to confront a night corpse, a single one would already surpass the capabilities of standard infantry weaponry. Specialized anti-material weapons would be required to deal with such a threat. Luo Qinkong did not tread upon the main thoroughfare, for the abundance of zombies there rendered it perilous. The expansive visibility and lack of obstacles meant that any encounter with the undead could incite a horde, often leading to a dead end. It was only in the intricate alleys between the cities that he could maneuver, offering a semblance of hope to evade the relentless zombies. Yet, this choice bore its own drawbacks. The risk of becoming lost or inadvertently walking into a trap was ever present, and the journey could easily extend to several times the intended distance. A guttural roar erupted from the alley ahead, and Luo Qinkong beheld 2 zombies emerging from around the corner. Swiftly, he concealed himself behind a nearby garbage bin, grateful for his cautious approach that had allowed him to navigate this treacherous path. Had he not been vigilant, he would have surely collided with the creatures. From his pocket, he retrieved a stone he had prepared earlier and hurled it forcefully ahead. The stone shattered the window of a nearby house, the sound of breaking glass instantly rousing the attention of the 2 zombies, who charged towards the source of the disturbance. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Qinkong deftly maneuvered past the distracted undead. Help! Help! As Luo Qinkong swiftly maneuvered past the 2 zombies, he suddenly heard a voice calling out nearby. The voice belonged to a survivor from the area, and the moment the individual shouted, the zombies immediately turned around, their attention drawn to Luo Qinkong behind them. Luo Chunkong cast a cold glance at the young girl bathed in sunlight. Despite her youth, he showed her no semblance of kindness. Though her actions were driven by a desperate hope for salvation in a dire situation, she had unwittingly entangled Luo Chunkong in peril. As the zombie lunged towards him, he fled, swiftly shedding his outer garment to wrap around his arm, while wielding a dagger in his other hand. Roar! The zombie lunged, teeth bared. But Luo Chunkong promptly turned, extending his wrapped arm forward. Consequently, the creature sank its teeth into the fabric encircling his arm, rendering it a mere barrier against its ravenous bite. Luo Chunkong wielded a dagger, piercing it into the eye of the zombie. Instantly, blood splattered across his face. And with a vigorous twist, he obliterated the creature's brain. Roar! Another zombie lunged forward, knocking Luo Chunkong to the ground, causing the dagger to slip from his grasp. Without hesitation, he raised his arm, ensnared by his coat, and wedged it into the zombie's mouth. Subsequently, Luo Chunkong sharpened his fingers and thrust them into the creature's eyes. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie frantically gnawed at his arm, enveloped in the thick fabric of his coat. Even through the layers, Luo Chunkong could feel the force of its bite. He intensified the pressure of his fingers, stirring violently within. And soon the zombie ceased its struggles as its brain succumbed to destruction. Luo Chunkong pushed aside the lifeless body that lay upon him, extracting his fingers and retrieving the dagger that had fallen to the ground. He cast his gaze toward the survivor girl, who had just called for help from the balcony, her countenance reflecting the terror instilled by Luo Chunkong's desperate demeanor. For those who had not endured the apocalypse, his ruthless combat style, which struck directly at the vital points, was indeed strikingly brutal. Luo Chunkong scaled the wall and, with a single leap, grasped the railing of the balcony on the second floor, effortlessly flipping himself inside. The young girl, witnessing Luo Chunkong's bloodied visage as he tumbled in, was instantly struck with terror, recoiling in fright. "Please, don't kill me," she implored, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was acutely aware that her earlier cries had nearly cost Luo Chunkong his life, yet her desperation for salvation had overwhelmed her. Blood streamed down Luo Chunkong's face, creating a rather grotesque visage. Coupled with his recent ferocious battle against the zombies, it was no wonder the young girl was so terrified by him. "Crouch and remain still, or I shall end your life," Luo Chunkong stated coldly, striding directly toward the refrigerator in the room. "Wait." As Luo Chunkong stepped into the room from the balcony, the girl suddenly rose to her feet. Luo Chunkong swiftly turned around, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and with a swift motion, he slashed the dagger across the girl's throat. She clutched her bleeding neck in agony, but Luo Chunkong felt no compassion. He callously kicked her off the balcony. Thud. The girl fell headfirst to the ground, landing heavily, and soon fell silent, her blood staining the earth below. "I offered you a chance," Luo Chunkong remarked coldly, gazing at the lifeless girl, his heart unperturbed. In his previous life, Luo Chunkong had made the mistake of distinguishing between men and women, falling prey to the gentle traps set by women, and paying a bloody price for it. In a world ravaged by disaster, no one is a protagonist, nor do they have the fortune of attracting numerous beautiful women as in the tales of fiction. Having survived in such a harsh environment for years, Luo Chunkong had developed a habit of treating both men and women with equal caution, remaining vigilant at all times. He had drawn a line for others. Should they disregard his warnings, he would act without hesitation. For life is singular, and whether one's intentions are benevolent or malevolent, Luo Chunkong would never gamble his existence on such absurd and meaningless matters. Some may perceive Luo Chunkong as heartless, yet to survive in a world like this, one must indeed be devoid of sentiment, for compassion can cost one their life. It is essential to recognize that the girl nearly brought ruin upon him. Even without eliminating her, she would merely have been a burden in this desolate world, utterly valueless. Luo Chunkong approached the refrigerator, opened its door, and discovered it to be completely barren within. It seemed that the young girl had also run out of provisions. Luo Chunkong entered the bedroom only to discover a frail woman lying on the bed. Perhaps sensing his presence, she slowly opened her eyes. "Chiener, is that you?" The curtains were drawn tightly, casting a dim light across the room. Luo Chunkong moved around the bedside and pulled back the curtains, allowing a gentle illumination to fill the space. "Auntie, is it possible that you can no longer see?" he inquired, noticing the milky film clouding her eyes. "You are." "I am a friend of Chiener," Luo Chunkong replied, opting to fabricate the truth, aware that the girl he had just eliminated was indeed named Chiener. "A friend of Chiener? Oh dear, my eyesight and legs are quite impaired, so I am unable to properly host you. I've heard that the city has been rather turbulent of late, with cries of distress echoing throughout. "It must be quite perilous for you to come here." "Not dangerous at all." Luo Qinkong seated himself beside the woman's bed, and upon the bedside table, he noticed an apple accompanied by a fruit knife. It appeared that this was the last sustenance in this place. Luo Qinkong picked up an apple and a fruit knife, beginning to peel the apple. Just then, "I thought I heard a sound. Where is Chiener?" the woman asked anxiously, deeply concerned for her daughter's safety. "It seems she has gone down to receive the supplies from the rescue team," Luo Qinkong pondered before responding, as the woman undoubtedly heard the young girl's earlier call. So he could not simply mislead her. "Oh, the rescue team has arrived? It appears that this place will soon return to its former state. And we need not live in fear any longer," the woman said, a faint smile crossing her face, her restless heart momentarily calmed. "Auntie, have an apple." Luo Qinkong offered the peeled apple to the woman, then rose to his feet. "Are you leaving? Why not wait for Chiener to return?" "No need," he replied. Luo Qinkong turned and departed from the bedroom, making his way directly to the kitchen. He ignited the gas stove and subsequently closed the doors and windows. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Qinkong leaped from the balcony. Luo Qinkong harbored no regrets for having eliminated that young girl. Even though she posed no immediate threat to him, the reality remained that if someone had indeed sought to ambush him, a mere moment of hesitation could have cost him his life. As for the girl's mother, her fate was already sealed. Rather than allowing her to perish slowly from starvation or thirst, suffering in despair and solitude, Luo Qinkong chose to grant her release. In his former self, he might have been burdened with guilt for mistakenly taking a life, but the present Luo Qinkong was unencumbered by such sentiments. The dichotomy of good and evil held no significance for him. In the world before the apocalypse, one might have needed to consider social dynamics, donning the facade of a virtuous individual. However, in this post-apocalyptic reality, he had long ceased to ponder such matters. His sole focus was to achieve his own objectives. Luo Qinkong glanced at the electronic watch on his wrist. There were still a few hours until dusk. Luo Qinkong chose to traverse the narrow alleys between the city streets, coating his entire body with the blood of the zombies he had previously vanquished. This strategy would, to a certain extent, confound the undead, leading them to mistakenly perceive him as one of their own. After all, it is the dead blood virus within their bodies that governs the zombies, and the means by which the virus identifies its kindred is through its own essence. By enveloping himself in blood teeming with the dead blood virus, Luo Qinkong would be regarded by the zombies as yet another infected being. As Luo Qinkong gazed at the abrasion on his palm, he recalled the fierce struggle against the zombies, during which the blood of those wretched creatures had inevitably seeped into his wound. In the heat of the moment, consumed by the instinct to survive and fend off the undead, he had scarcely noticed the injury, likely inflicted when he was knocked down by a zombie. It was only while peeling an apple for that young girl that he became aware of it. The virus-laden blood could manifest symptoms within a time frame of 5 to 10 hours. However, if an inhibitor were administered prior to the onset of symptoms, there remained a chance of thwarting the infection. The earlier the injection, the greater the likelihood of success. Unfortunately, a considerable amount of time had already elapsed since the blood had penetrated his skin. Even severing his hands would be of no avail. His sole hope lay in that elusive inhibitor. Manufactured by RNG Corporation, the inhibitor was scarce in the apocalyptic landscape. Yet it held the potential to assist recently infected individuals in halting the virus's progression. Although failure was a possibility, its value could not be overstated. For those already exhibiting symptoms, administering the inhibitor within the initial 5 hours could still prove effective in stopping the infection, as long as one had not succumbed to the transformation into a zombie. Even if the window for halting the virus had passed, the inhibitor could still prolong life. A single injection could suppress the virus for a month. In this desolate world, a vial of the inhibitor could be exchanged for at least half a truckload of food and supplies, if not more, underscoring its rarity and worth, often existing only as a commodity without a market. Otherwise, how could Luo Qinkong have ended up with just one arm in his previous life? Faced with his current predicament, most would likely be overwhelmed with panic, yet Luo Qinkong remained remarkably composed. In the RNG North Base's underground division, an elderly man in an RNG security uniform, bearing a single eye and one arm, walked alongside a middle-aged gentleman clad in a black suit, flanked by 4 heavily armed guards. "Mr. Luo Qinkong, as a recent addition to our RNG, you may be unaware that each soldier carries 3 vials of the inhibitor. In this treacherous world outside, it is a lifeline more precious than gold, readily accessible to us," the man in the suit stated, producing a small vial containing a blue liquid from his pocket. Alas, had I obtained this sooner, perhaps I would not have lost my arm, Luo Qinkong remarked, glancing at the emptiness of his left sleeve. A loss he had endured for many years. Do you regret it, Mr. Luo Qinkong? Regret not joining us sooner? What has transpired is in the past. What is there to regret? I, Luo Qinkong, have never lamented my actions, for regret serves no purpose. Indeed, I cannot relate to your experiences of the world before the apocalypse, having grown up in this reality where many lessons and truths have been imparted by RNG. Individuals like you, who have traversed the perils of the outside world, are a rarity among us. Fewer than 100 have joined our ranks. Here, Mr. Luo Qinkong. You can rest assured and live in peace, free from the treachery of the vile survivors and zombies beyond our walls. Mr. Luo Qinkong. Your role here is to serve as the chief of the security forces, imparting your wealth of experience to the next generation of RNG. After all, in this apocalyptic world, few possess as profound an understanding as you, who has survived until now. It is worth mentioning that you are one of the few survivors from the once great Jin Nen Island city. Indeed, Mr. Luo nodded, his weathered visage revealing no extraneous emotion. It suddenly occurred to me that Mr. Luo had once narrowly missed a batch of suppressants. It is said that during the outbreak in Jin Nen Island city, a shipment of suppressants was dropped in the Lihua district. Based on my understanding of the company, they would not engage in unnecessary actions. The deployment of such a shipment must have been purposeful. Mr. Luo contemplated this, as RNG's operations are always deliberate. Mr. Luo, why not take a guess? The middle-aged man in a suit suddenly burst into laughter, playfully inquiring of Mr. Luo. If you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. I have no desire to partake in a guessing game, Mr. Luo replied, his expression slightly displeased as he regarded the suited man. All right, Mr. Luo. You ought to smile a bit. Do not maintain such a cold demeanor. In truth, that batch was the first set of suppressants, prioritized for the soldiers tasked with dealing with the zombies in the RNG building. The helicopter, while transporting supplies, mistakenly dropped them due to the pilot's unfamiliarity with Jin Nen Island City, although the distance from the RNG building was merely a few kilometers. Such a blunder is intolerable for the company. The pilot was subsequently dismissed and may now lie dead in some forsaken corner. At times, I ponder whether Mr. Luo had found that batch of suppressants. Perhaps the outcome would have been vastly different. Yet, the conclusion may not have deviated significantly. I would still be myself. A shadow vaulted over the wall, swiftly navigating the city streets, perhaps due to the blood of the zombies that clung to his body. As long as he maintained a safe distance from the undead and refrained from making excessive noise, he would likely avoid attracting their attention. Luo Qinkong, on one hand, concealed himself with his own blood, while on the other, he incessantly hurled stones from his pockets, shattering the glass windows along his path, creating a cacophony to divert the attention of the zombies. Luo Qinkong never anticipated that he would inadvertently be rescued by number 6 from his previous life. However, he remains uncertain whether that batch of medication has been administered. If it has not, then Luo Qinkong would truly be beyond salvation. Within a span of 5 to 10 hours, he would begin to exhibit symptoms of infection. Should these symptoms manifest? And if an injection is not administered within 2 to 5 hours thereafter, the suppressant's effect would shift from blocking to merely inhibiting. A single vial could potentially suppress the condition for a month. Due to the presence of antibodies within his system, he might endure a bit longer. Yet, within 24 hours of symptom onset, without the suppressant, Luo Qinkong would inevitably transform into a zombie. Lihua Community is an upscale residential area in Jin Nen Island City, inhabited by individuals of considerable wealth. This community is quite expansive, and if Luo Qinkong were to conduct a search, even in the absence of zombie interference, it is likely that he would not conclude his search until nightfall. Luo Qinkong slowed his pace and retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. Although it displayed no signal or network connectivity, he had long since saved the map within. Luo Qinkong continuously magnified the map and discovered that both Lihua Community and the RNG building featured a remarkably similar expansive circular landscape. Even from the air, it appeared strikingly prominent, and given its proximity to the RNG building, it was likely that this immense circular landscape misled the helicopter pilot. With the location now ascertained, Luo Qinkong tucked away his phone, having established the search area as that particular section. Luo Qinkong stepped onto a garbage bin and climbed over the adjacent wall, cautiously traversing its narrow ledge. The wall stood at approximately 2.5 meters in height, providing a barrier against the majority of ordinary zombies. As time passed, the blood smeared upon him began to lose its efficacy. The surrounding zombies, upon noticing Luo Chenkong atop the wall, roared and charged towards him. With a resounding thud, a zombie collided forcefully against the wall, leaving a grotesque blood imprint in its wake. One by one, the zombies continued to hurl themselves against the barrier, howling menacingly at Luo Chenkong perched above. The initial strain of the blood virus had yet to mutate, and these zombies had not evolved. Thus, they lacked the semblance of intelligence that Luo Chenkong had encountered in his previous life among the dead. The zombies in Jinan Island City were mere mindless husks, relying solely on their instinctual actions. With the walls slightly elevated, they persisted in their futile attempts to batter against it, or to unleash their ferocious roars at Luo Chenkong, hoping to topple the wall and devour him whole. Luo Chenkong maintained his bodily equilibrium, disregarding the roaring, menacing zombies beneath his feet. Advancing step by step along the perimeter wall, the relentless horde of the undead, seemingly intent on not letting him escape, trailed closely behind. This was a thoroughfare of the city, an essential route leading to the Lihua community. In a mere few minutes, the surroundings transformed into an ominous sea of darkness, with the number of zombies swelling to over 1,000. Most individuals would likely find themselves paralyzed with fear in such a predicament. However, having endured countless trials and tribulations in his previous life, Luo Chenkong had long since acclimated to such horrors. For 40 years in his former existence, he had danced with death, gradually shedding the trepidation that once accompanied him. Regrettably, he lacked a Molotov cocktail, gazing at the surging mass of zombies below. He could not help but utter a lament. Luo Chenkong advanced along the perimeter wall and soon reached its terminus. Before him lay a broad avenue, 50 meters wide. Only by crossing this thoroughfare and surmounting the wall of the Lihua community could one truly enter the neighborhood. However, given the current circumstances, traversing even a mere 50 meters seemed implausible. Should Luo Chenkong leap from the wall, he would undoubtedly be torn apart by those ravenous zombies. Do you yearn to consume me? In my previous life, I evaded your grasp, and in this life, how could I possibly succumb? Luo Chenkong removed the backpack from his back and retrieved a small vial of perfume, which he had specifically procured from the survivors' building for this journey. Subsequently, he drew forth a dagger and made a shallow incision on his wrist, allowing crimson blood to flow freely. At the scent of his blood, the horde of corpses descended into a frenzy. The zombies, driven by insatiable greed, gaped their cavernous mouths, yearning to catch the droplets of blood as they fell. Upon witnessing the reaction of the zombie, Luo Chenkong retracted his hand, allowing the crimson blood to drip onto the backpack he had removed, staining it a vivid red. In this apocalyptic world, who would not succumb to madness in their quest for survival? Then let me embrace madness once more. Luo Chenkong smiled faintly, shedding his outer garment to envelop his bleeding hand. He then sprayed himself with perfume, subsequently discarding the blood-stained backpack. While the fragrance could not deter the undead from their assault, it significantly masked the scent of blood that clung to Luo Chenkong, as the zombies would select their primary target based on the intensity of the sanguine aroma. As the bloodied backpack thudded to the ground, the zombies roared and charged towards it. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chenkong leaped down from the wall, landing on the ground and rolling to dissipate the impact. He swiftly rose to his feet and dashed towards the Lihua community across the way, a distance of 50 meters, which under normal circumstances would take him merely half a minute to traverse, now felt like a chasm between heaven and hell. Roar, 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 roar. Not all the zombies had been lured away by the bloodied backpack. One of the creatures lunged with its gaping maw and sank its teeth into Luo Chenkong's shoulder. Luo Chenkong gritted his teeth, yet his visage bore no trace of agony. Instead, it was adorned with a peculiar and somewhat audacious smile. Having already succumbed to infection, a mere bite from a zombie held no significance for him. In Luo Chenkong's perspective, every life, from the moment of its inception, is inevitably on a trajectory toward death. If his utmost efforts still lead to that inexorable end, then he would embrace it with open arms. However, he resolved that when death finally approached, he would seize the moment with wild abandon. Luo Chenkong did not halt his advance. The dagger in his hand plunged directly into the eye socket of the zombie, compelling it to release its grip and collapse to the ground. The blood streaming from his shoulder immediately attracted the horde of zombies vying for the bloodied backpack. A dark mass of undead surged towards Luo Chenkong, while some of the slower zombies were trampled into pulp by those behind them. Luo Chenkong, disregarding the pain in his shoulder, swiftly ascended the imposing iron gate at the entrance of the community. Fueled by the surge of adrenaline, his movements were remarkably agile. Thud! Luo Chunkong plummeted from the iron gate, landing heavily upon the unforgiving cement floor as the horde of the undead surged towards the entrance. The sheer number of zombies caused the iron gate to tremble perilously, evidently on the verge of collapse. Roar. Two zombies clad in security uniforms lunged at Luo Chunkong. Ignoring the pain radiating from his rear, he scrambled to his feet and dashed to the roadside. Seizing a lid from a nearby trash bin and forcefully slamming it onto one of the zombies' heads, disorienting it. The other zombie, also dressed in a security uniform, seized the opportunity and sank its teeth into Luo Chunkong's arm, bringing him crashing to the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain, he clamped his legs around the creature's body, flipping it over so that its back was now above him. With his unbitten arm, he grasped the zombie's head tightly. Crack! With all his strength. Luo Chunkong twisted with a decisive crack, causing the zombie to lose all its vigor and perish completely. Roar! Another zombie, ensnared within a trash bin, followed the sound and located Luo Chunkong's position. Swiftly, Luo Chunkong rose to evade the zombie's lunge. The creature missed its target, causing the trash bin to fall away. In this moment, Luo Chunkong seized a hefty stone from a nearby flower bed. As the zombie charged at him, he brought the stone crashing down upon its face, shattering several of its teeth. The zombie collapsed to the ground, and seizing the opportunity, Luo Chunkong relentlessly struck the creature's head until it was reduced to a pulpy mess. Upon witnessing the zombie's complete demise, he discarded the stone and began to smear the creature's blood upon himself once more. However, this time, the effect was not as profound as before. This was partly due to his own injuries and blood loss. The zombies could distinctly differentiate between their blood and that of a human. Additionally, the proximity to the zombies outside the iron gate, a mere few meters, rendered his disguise nearly ineffective. The iron gate had begun to tremble ominously. And though Luo Chunkong was fatigued, he dared not linger, hastily departing the scene. Prior to the paralysis of Jinmen Island City, most affluent individuals had sought to escape via expedited routes, utilizing the cross-sea bridge. Consequently, the zombie presence in the affluent Lihua community was relatively sparse. However, in accordance with the modus operandi of RNG Corporation and their associates, it was likely that the fleeing wealthy had surrendered their wealth and rewards entirely to RNG. Those who were not fed to the fish in the sea had likely succumbed to zombification. After all, the RNG Corporation could not bear the immense public pressure and repercussions of an entire city's annihilation, and would go to great lengths to conceal the truth. Should their efforts at concealment fail, the hundreds of bases that RNG operates worldwide would drag this world into chaos. In his previous life, Luo Chen had experienced the madness of RNG Corporation, which feared no nation. The meteoric rise of RNG into such a colossal entity was intricately linked to those very countries. Now, as a bloodied figure, Luo Chen dragged his faltering body to the vast landscaped flower bed in the center of the community, where not a single vial of suppressants could be found. Luo Chunkong smiled, a smile that confronted the specter of death. It was uncertain whether it was the deception of number 6 from a previous life or a miscalculation in his wager on the timely arrival of supplies. The sky gradually succumbed to darkness as the sun began to vanish behind the towering edifices of the city. Perhaps when the sun rises anew tomorrow, this city will bear witness to the emergence of yet another nameless zombie. Luo Chunkong initially believed he would traverse further than in his previous life. However, having chosen a path distinct from that of his former existence, he ultimately met with death. Does he feel regret? Luo Chunkong does not harbor any regrets. If given the chance to relive it, he would undoubtedly opt for a different path. After all, he is already aware of the ultimate outcome of that original future. Why then should he continue to adhere to the prescribed course? Luo Chunkong, utterly exhausted, collapsed amidst the blossoms, closing his eyes as he perished in the pursuit of immortality. There is no cause for lamentation or regret, for as long as immortality remains elusive, all must succumb to death. Even though Luo Chunkong had experienced reincarnation, he never regarded himself as the protagonist. His experiences in the apocalypse had imparted the harsh truth that there exists no savior or hero. Luo Chunkong faintly heard the sound of helicopter blades whirring. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a parachute emerging against the backdrop of the setting sun, from which dangled a dark, ominous box. Yet, Luo Chunkong gazed at the descending crate, which gradually approached as the sound of the helicopter's rotors faded into the distance. The dark box landed less than 5 meters away from him. However, at that moment, Luo Chunkong was rendered utterly speechless, his vision obscured by a veil of white. His condition had become exceedingly dire. With great difficulty, Luo Qinkong extended his hand towards the box, seemingly so close yet feeling as distant as the ends of the earth. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade, succumbing to the enveloping darkness. The cold night wind swept across his scarred yet resolute visage as a man raced across the desolate wilderness on a rusted motorcycle, leaving the zombies trailing far behind. Clinging to the waist of the middle-aged man was a barely conscious youth, who bore the marks of recent inhumane torment upon his blood-stained garments. "Stay awake, you little rascal. We are almost there. I fought tooth and nail to escape Zoya with you. Your life is mine to safeguard. You shall not succumb to slumber." The middle-aged man bellowed into the biting night wind, driving the motorcycle with reckless fervor. "Uncle Ren, am I truly so useless? I caused Sister Zhao's demise and also led to Uncle Fu's end." The youth, who was none other than Luo Qinkong, lamented through tears, his voice feeble. "They all wish for your survival. You must endure. Your life is not solely yours. You must continue to live on. Luo Qinkong, you are a man. Do not dishonor their memory. Pull yourself together. Do not let me, Ren Shaoxing, look down upon you." Ren Shaoxing roared, his voice tinged with a subtle quaver despite his hardened demeanor. "Uncle Ren, I once confided in you my dream of becoming a towering hero, yet alas, I lack your prowess to realize such aspirations. I can teach you. I can teach you everything. Once you recover, you shall surpass me in strength, stronger than ever." Ren Shaoxing gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, only to be swiftly dried by the frigid wind that met him head-on. "Uncle Ren, do you know? The moment I first laid eyes on you in Jin Nandao City, I regarded you as my idol. Your skills are remarkable, and you possess a kind heart. You and Sister Zhao were the only ones who believed in me there, not repulsed by my presence. I was truly elated." Luo Qinkong's tears dampened the thin fabric of Ren Shaoxing's back. In this apocalyptic world, he had lost count of how many times he had wept. "Luo Qinkong, you mean a great deal to me. Though you may be weak, tearful, and timid, I hold deep admiration for you in this grim reality. I respect your kindness, your determination, and your aspiration to be a grand hero, even when many mock and doubt you. I have always believed in you. Uncle Ren, thank you for fighting desperately to save me, but I am so weary. Before you choose to give up, allow me to share a tale." Chapter 2 of the Apocalypse Chronicle. It is said that one cast aside the burdens of responsibility, successfully eluding the clutches of death. Shortly after entering the perilous domain, a fierce sandstorm began to stir ahead. Not good. That is a sandstorm that only arises when venturing deep into the dead zone. How unfortunate. The storm would render one unrecognizable, filled with tormenting insects akin to grains of sand. The will to survive cried out within, urging, while the impulse for survival left its counterpart somewhat at a loss. "Survive. Survive. If I were to fall to my demise, you too would vanish. Quickly. Tell me what I should do." The desire for survival implores, for to life, the will to live is the flicker of hope for its continuation. "O life, life, I yearn to endure even more than you, thus I shall surely impart to you the means. Now, wrap yourself in all the fabric you possess and confront the harrowing tempest of suffering that approaches. When hardship arrives, there is no escape. One must face it head-on." Upon hearing this, life hesitated, for the tormenting storm seemed endless. "What if I falter and collapse? I have cast aside my burdens and possess nothing now. Then you shall perish. No one knows when suffering will cease or what lies at the end of it. Those stripped of everything must confront their trials with naught but perseverance, for that alone is their weapon. Moreover, suffering will not wait for your readiness." As the desire for survival concluded, the storm of despair surged forward. In the onslaught, life stumbled and fell to the ground. "Rise, rise. You cannot succumb here. Forge ahead against the tempest of suffering." The desire for survival called out from within, and life gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. Yet, the swirling sands obscured his vision. "I cannot open my eyes. I cannot see the path ahead." Life cried out, as the torrent of anguish blurred the road before him. "The path does not require sight. It lies beneath your feet. Persist, persist. Confront the challenge." The desire for survival roared, unwilling to fade or allow life to succumb to despair. For those with nothing, the only possession is a minuscule tenacity, and it is that very persistence that offers the slightest chance to endure suffering. Life pressed onward into the storm of affliction, as the relentless tormentors, like grains of sand, knotted his once resplendent garments. "Hasten forward, hasten forward." The desire for survival urged anxiously. The tormentors swiftly devoured life's splendid attire, turning to gnaw at his exposed skin and visage, leaving him ravaged and bloodied. Time and again, he longed to collapse, to surrender, to weep in despair. Yet, through the relentless roars of the desire for survival, he persevered, even as his consciousness faded and his visage altered beyond recognition. Life continued to brave the tempest of suffering, unable to discern the path ahead, as if the torment would never end. Persist, persist. All that remained was the will to endure. Gradually, life became numb to the physical agony, yet his heart ached with a pain that transcended the corporeal, leading him to shed tears for the first time. Alas, the suffering has penetrated your soul. Without remedy, you shall not escape this place. I too shall perish with your demise. The desire for survival sensed impending disaster. What then must I do? Life, with tears streaming down his face, implored the desire for survival within. You must relinquish a part of your conscience to survive. O life, life, I have been your unwavering conscience since your youth, shaping your actions. Should you abandon me, you would become a mere shell of your former self. Can you bear such a fate? Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that prompted the conscience to intervene. Indeed, my conscience has accompanied me throughout my life. How could I casually forsake it? Moreover, I have no desire to become a soulless entity. As I shook my head, contemplating the renunciation of my conscience, a deeper sorrow enveloped my heart. Do not fall prey to the deceit of your conscience. This is a form of abduction. Countless souls have perished due to its influence. Your conscience will only lead to your ruin. Only I can ensure your survival. Life. To persist in this manner is to achieve your goals. Death yields nothing. Life. You are a person of noble character. It is only with a conscience that you can truly live as a human being. Even in death, one should depart with dignity, maintaining one's humanity. With little time for hesitation, faced with dire circumstances, I confronted suffering and adversity. To avoid succumbing to despair, after a brief struggle, I made my choice. I fear death, yet I have unfinished aspirations. Therefore, even if I become a mere husk, I must endure. Forgive me, O conscience. I extended my bloodied hand, emerging from the depths of torment, retrieving my still beating warm heart, and cast it into the tempest of anguish. Freed from the anguish of the heart, accustomed to the torment of the flesh, I felt no pain as I pressed onward against the fierce winds, enduring the onslaught of suffering. In that torment, I lost the garments of dignity. In that torment, I was left bloodied and unrecognizable. In that torment, I cast away my original conscience. Yet I persisted. Even as the loss of my conscience rendered my eyes devoid of light, and the cruelty of suffering left me numb, confronted with what seemed an endless barrage of suffering, I could only advance, step by step. Amidst the howling sandstorm, I struggled to discern a glimmer of light ahead. A minuscule point that seemed ever on the verge of being engulfed by the tempest. Life. That is hope. Perseverance is your legs. Hope is your direction. Only by embracing both hope and perseverance can one weather the storm. Hurry, seize it. Grasp hope. The instinct for survival urged fervently. As I beheld that flicker of light, my vacant gaze gradually regained clarity. Braving the storm's fury, I pursued the hope ahead, extending my battered hand, determined to clutch at hope. It lay just within reach, so tantalizingly close. With a pallid complexion, Luo Qinkong crawled toward the inky black box, extending a trembling hand. Luo Qinkong has lost everything. He has been stripped of friends, family, love, and even his conscience, not to mention his humanity. Now, all he possesses are perseverance and hope. Perseverance, the indomitable legs that carry him forward, and hope, the clear direction that dispels his confusion. He must seize that hope, for it is an indispensable element on his path to immortality. Crack. The dark box swung open, revealing a neat array of green potions before Luo Qinkong. Luo Qinkong extended his bloodied and trembling hand, seizing one of the vials of elixir. He grasped onto hope. However, at that moment, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, causing the vial to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground. Captain, there is an infected. The ominous barrel of a gun was aimed squarely at the back of Luo Qinkong's head. With great difficulty, he pried his eyes open, only to find himself encircled by a group of mercenaries. An infected? There might still be a chance. The leader of the soldiers picked up the fallen suppressant. Though the adversary wore a gas mask, obscuring their features, that voice was all too familiar to Luo Qinkong. Captain, this is against protocol. Lives are at stake. The commanding soldier hesitated no longer and injected the suppressant into Luo Qinkong's body. Unexpectedly, we meet again, Luo Qinkong mused internally, before plunging into unconsciousness. That day marked the closest I ever came to death. In the hazy darkness of my fading consciousness, I faintly heard the cries of a man named Ren Xiaoxing. But surely, that must be an illusion. How could that man possibly weep? My brief existence flashed before me like a film, as if I could hear voices calling out, urging me to survive. Survive. How much longer will you sleep? A familiar voice pierced through the darkness, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the gloom. Luochen opened his eyes. He had been saved. Captain, administering the suppressant to civilians is not in accordance with regulations. Xiao Tian, you must understand one fundamental truth. Although we are mercenaries working for RNG Corporation, we cannot forsake our moral compass. It is merely a vial of suppressant. It should not pose a significant challenge. Luo Qinkong opened his eyes to behold 6 soldiers clad in complete black combat uniforms, their faces obscured by gas masks, standing before him. He gazed at the one closest to him, the leader, listening to that familiar and nostalgic voice. In his previous life, after the death of Zhao Zihan, Luo Qinkong found himself bereft of support. It was during his most vulnerable and helpless moments that he encountered that individual. They had escaped together from Jinan Island City, but their escape vessel was attacked, leading to an explosion that scattered them apart. Later, they reunited in the central gathering place of Zhongjiang, where the other had cared for and guided the weaker version of himself. Their bond was one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Having fought side by side through life and death, yet ultimately, he fell in the tragedy of the Death Nest incident. Luo Qinkong had initially believed that the farewell before the Deathly Nest would be their final parting. To his astonishment, fate granted them another encounter, and in this lifetime. It was still he who saved her life. It truly has been a long time since we last met, Old Rin. Luo Qinkong gazed at the soldier before him, whose face remained obscured. In his heart, he extended a silent greeting, yearning to utter the words he had longed to express since their last parting. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Rin Shaoxing standing before him was not the same Rin Shaoxing from his previous life, at least in this moment. He did not recognize Luo Qinkong. Luo Qinkong surveyed his surroundings, realizing he seemed to be in a room, with daylight already breaking outside. It appeared they had kept vigil over him throughout the night, ensuring his safety. However, past lives were past lives. Luo Qinkong understood distinctly that in this incarnation, he was not a comrade fighting alongside Rin Shaoxing, but merely a chance acquaintance. Thus, should Rin Shaoxing obstruct his path, Luo Qinkong would show no mercy. The Luo Qinkong of his former life had long since perished. This was a new existence. Child, do you have any food? Rin Shaoxing inquired, turning to Luo Qinkong, who shook his head in response. What about shelter? Faced with Rin Shaoxing's question, Luo Qinkong again shook his head, observing the young man before him. Rin Shaoxing fell into a momentary hesitation, though it was fleeting, lasting merely a few seconds. We cannot protect you indefinitely. If you lack food and shelter, you may stay here for now. Rescue will arrive shortly. Luo Qinkong remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, fully aware that Rin Shaoxing was attempting to deceive him. This city had long been forsaken, and the Soul Cross Sea Bridge had been obliterated. Rin Shaoxing sighed helplessly, gesturing for his soldiers to exit the room. 2 of the soldiers carried a large black box, which contained a trove of suppressants. The objective of Rin Shaoxing and his team was precisely this substantial cache of suppressants, and in discovering them, they inadvertently rescued Luo Qinkong. Captain, when we found the child, he had already opened the box and was preparing to inject himself with the suppressant. How did he know what was inside? Moreover, how fortuitous that he was nearby. Should we bring him back for questioning? After leaving the room, one soldier approached Rin Shaoxing with this inquiry. Although Luo Qinkong appeared to be merely a 16-year-old boy, his demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. He exhibited an unsettling calmness in the presence of their fully armed unit. However, it was evident that Rin Shaoxing had developed a sense of compassion for Luo Qinkong, not considering him to be a significant figure despite his youth. He is just a child. Let us not overthink it. There is little more we can do to assist him. His fate now rests in his own hands. Let us proceed with our mission. Rin Shaoxing shook his head, thinking that Luo Qinkong's calmness might be a result of trauma. After Rin Shaoxing departed, Luo Qinkong rose and began to inspect his wounds. He noticed that some of the injuries had begun to scab over. To mitigate the risk of reinfection, he scavenged for fabric within the room, meticulously wrapping his wounds layer by layer to prevent any contaminated blood from entering. Who would have thought that a moment of negligence could have nearly cost me my life? Even if I were to live again, I may not venture further than my past existence. I remain but an ordinary individual. Luo Qinkong approached the window, welcoming the dawn's light as the morning breeze carried with it the scent of blood. The wind is picking up. The blood on his clothing had dried, leaving a pungent odor as he stepped alone out of the Lihua community. Outside the complex, only a few scattered zombies lingered, suggesting that Rin Shaoxing had deliberately lured them away for Luo Qinkong's sake as he departed. drawing upon his prior knowledge of Ren Xiaoxing's compassionate nature. Luo Qinkong realized that such an act aligned perfectly with his character. After all, in his previous life, Ren Xiaoxing had taken him in despite his apparent uselessness. As Luo Qinkong lowered his body, he endeavored to suppress any sound. Upon nearing a zombie, he raised the stone in his hand and struck fiercely at the creature's head. With all his strength, he did not kill the zombie, but managed to knock it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qinkong continued to rain blows upon the creature, blood splattering across his body. The zombie's head was reduced to a grotesque pulp, lifeless beyond recovery. Ignoring the repulsive blood and flesh, he smeared it over himself to mask his scent. Having completed this grim task, he turned and sprinted towards the direction of the survivors' building. "Help me! Help me!" a voice cried out. Inside the survivors' building, a man lay gasping on the sofa, casting a pleading glance around the room, beneath which lay a pair of shattered glasses. This man was Kong Wen, who, in the midst of a crisis, had separated from the others during their escape, with only Zhao Zihan and Kong Wen managing to return safely to the survivors' building. However, Kong Wen had concealed the fact that he had been bitten, and after a night had passed, he was now on the brink of death. "I remember that if bitten by those creatures, one would inevitably transform into one of them." Zhao Zihan raised her handgun, aiming it at Kong Wen's head. "No, no." Kong Wen gazed at the dark muzzle of the gun, sensing his impending demise. He wished to plead for mercy, but found himself utterly devoid of strength. "Teacher, please don't kill the teacher." Some students attempted to rush forward, but were blocked by Zhao Zihan's subordinates. When the gun was pointed at them, the once fervent students immediately fell silent. "If anyone is bitten and confirmed infected, eliminate them on the spot, including me." Bang! A gunshot echoed, the bullet piercing through Kong Wen's skull, blood splattering onto Zhao Zihan's face. Some timid female students, upon hearing the gunfire, crouched down, closing their eyes in terror. Kong Wen's pale face bore an expression of unwillingness and disbelief. He, too, had been infected. Yet while Luo Qinkong had survived, he had met his end. "Dispose of the body. Little Kong is back. He is still alive." Suddenly, a guard monitoring the surroundings shouted. And the news of Luo Qinkong's survival momentarily stunned Zhao Zihan and her companions. "Yet there are still some zombies prowling outside. What are you waiting for? Hurry and assist him," Zhao Zihan commanded, prompting immediate action from those around her. As Luo Qinkong dragged his bloodied body and gazed at the approaching convoy, he finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. However, this momentary relaxation brought forth an array of aches and pains throughout his body. Roar! At that moment, a zombie suddenly burst forth from the shadows, and Luo Qinkong noted its menacing advance. He deliberately adopted a look of sheer terror, collapsing onto the ground. After all, at times, feigning weakness can serve as a form of self-preservation. With a swift press of the accelerator, Zhao Zihan drove the rugged vehicle forward, sending the zombie flying with a powerful collision. "Get in, kid." The off-road vehicle came to a halt near Luo Qinkong, who hastily ran over and was pulled aboard by a burly man. "Kid, I never expected you to survive," Zhao Zihan remarked as she steered the vehicle, glancing back at Luo Qinkong in the rear seat. She was somewhat astonished that he had managed to endure amidst the relentless pursuit of the zombies. "Kid." "Yes? Sister Zhao." "I." Luo Qinkong deliberately feigned a look of being utterly terrified. After all, a normal person would undoubtedly carry the weight of fear after spending an entire night pursued by zombies. If Luo Qinkong were to appear calm, it would indeed be unusual. "You two were quite frightened. You should return and rest well," Zhao Zihan sighed. Luo Qinkong was escorted to the survivor building. Upon passing through the underground parking garage and arriving at the floor where everyone was gathered, he discovered a group of individuals who had been waiting at the elevator doors for quite some time. Upon seeing Luo Qinkong's arrival, they all stepped forward to extend their warm greetings and inquiries about his well-being. In the depths of his heart, Luo Qinkong could not suppress a cold laugh. The treatment he received was indeed worlds apart from his previous life. In that former existence, he was merely regarded as a fraud and a thief in their eyes. Even Zhao Weipeng did not believe his words. At that time, the only ones who had faith in him in the entire Jinan Island city were Ren Xiaoxing and Zhao Zihan. "Sister Zhao, what about our teacher?" Luo Qinkong inquired about Kong Wen's safety. In truth, he was indifferent to whether Kong Wen was alive or dead. However, as a student, it was only natural to ask, lest he appear too cold-hearted and unfeeling. He was moved by Zhao Zihan's demeanor, who said little but gestured towards the sofa nearby. Luo Qinkong navigated through the throng, hastening towards the direction indicated by Zhao Zihan, only to be met with the sight of Kong Wen's lifeless body. The realization that this man was dead did not particularly concern Luo Qinkong. Nevertheless, he exerted himself to feign a semblance of sorrow. Under Zhao Zihan's orders, Kong Wen's corpse was unceremoniously discarded outside, alongside the meticulously cleared remains of the zombies, and set ablaze until nothing but ashes remained, even from the height of the building. Luo Qinkong could detect the acrid scent of charred flesh. He is drenched in blood. How can you ensure he is not infected? Just as Luo Qinkong settled down to catch his breath, a boy of similar age suddenly leapt forth, exclaiming. This boy was a classmate of Luo Qinkong's. Yet due to his unremarkable status and the passage of time since their last encounter, Luo Qinkong could not recall his name. Indeed, what if this fellow was deliberately concealing something? A thorough examination was imperative. As the boy stepped forward, a few others followed suit. Though the majority of students opted to remain spectators, Luo Qinkong was drenched in the blood of those he had vanquished, coupled with the pervasive vigilance towards the unknown virus. All eyes turned towards him. Indeed, I have been bitten, but it was by a survivor. I cannot ascertain whether he was infected. In any case, he is now deceased. Luo Qinkong was acutely aware that once he shed his garments, the wounds adorning his body could no longer be concealed. Fortunately, he chose to unveil his injuries before the assembled crowd. Everyone bore witness to the gruesome sight of a chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder. Although the bleeding had ceased, the distinct marks of teeth were still visible upon the wound. This injury had been inflicted upon him when he encountered Li Hua. At that time, he had already succumbed to infection. For Luo Qinkong, it was merely an addition to his collection of wounds. His classmates collectively swallowed hard, beginning to doubt whether the figure before them was indeed the Luo Qinkong they had once known. A piece of his flesh had been bitten away, yet he remained silent. He was bitten. He was bitten. Someone must take him down, a male student shouted, pointing at Luo Qinkong. While this reaction caused some individuals within the survivor building to furrow their brows. After all, their impression of Luo Qinkong had been rather favorable. Luo Qinkong calmly gazed at the male student who was shouting vehemently. The name of that individual had slipped his mind. Yet he remembered him to be the sycophant of the school beauty. In a previous life, due to the closeness he shared with the school beauty, this fellow had maliciously slandered him, resulting in half of the injustices Luo Qinkong suffered on Jinan Island being attributed to him, the other half being the fault of Kongwen. Perhaps it was the desensitization from enduring numerous tribulations in his past life. Or perhaps the individual simply held no significance in Luo Qinkong's eyes. Presently, he could not recall the name of the male student before him. If you do not believe me, you may confine me, Luo Qinkong stated, for Kongwen had exhibited various symptoms after being bitten. As long as he remained asymptomatic, it would eliminate the possibility of infection. I will arrange for someone to monitor you. Should symptoms arise, we will have no choice but to eliminate you. Zhao Zihan remarked as she turned her gaze toward Luo Qinkong, who responded with a bright, sunny smile. I understand. After all, it is for everyone's safety. Zhao Zihan nodded and gestured, prompting two of her subordinates to assist Luo Qinkong down. Why? Why was the teacher bitten, and you immediately eliminate him? Why is that useless individual treated differently after being bitten? The leading male student, witnessing the stark contrast in treatment between Luo Qinkong and Kongwen, erupted in indignation. Why? Because we cannot mistakenly harm an innocent person. No one witnessed him being bitten, and he has shown no symptoms. However, you would do well to remain compliant. Zhao Weiping stepped forward from the crowd, casting a cold stare at the agitated student. The moment the shouting student caught sight of the firearms at Zhao Zihan and Zhao Weiping's waists, his fervor quickly subsided. Luo Qinkong was taken to a temporary storage room for supervision, attended by two personnel, one of whom was armed with a handgun. Perhaps due to his status as an injured individual, the oversight appeared more lenient. In reality, it was intended to facilitate his recovery. The food provided to him was notably more plentiful than that of the others. However, Luo Qinkong was required to remain in this storage room for a full 24 hours. If no issues or symptoms arose, he would be permitted to leave. Luo Qinkong promptly found a suitable spot and lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. For him, 24 hours was not an excessively long duration. Throughout this period, he exhibited no symptoms, which was indeed favorable news, indicating that the virus had been successfully contained. In truth, upon entering the storage room, Luo Qinkong had already mentally prepared himself for the worst. Should he have manifested even slight symptoms, it would have signified a failure of the inhibitor, which could only grant him a month's reprieve at best. In such a scenario, Luo Qinkong would have been compelled to incessantly seek the inhibitor to sustain his life. Fortunately, the current situation was one of success in halting the virus. As Luo Qingkong emerged from the storage room, he found Zhao Zihan patiently waiting for him outside. It appeared that you exhibited no symptoms, which brings me solace. After all, I have no desire to blast your head off. Upon seeing Luo Qingkong's rosy complexion, Zhao Zihan also breathed a sigh of relief after some rest. Luo Qingkong's spirit had certainly been rejuvenated. Hiki, Luo Qingkong merely chuckled foolishly, remaining silent. Boss. Boss. At that moment, a call crackled through Zhao Zihan's walkie-talkie, prompting her to promptly answer. What is it? During our search for supplies in the vicinity, we discovered a surviving girl. Our food supply is rather limited. What do you suggest? Bring her back. Understood. Within the confines of this survivor building, armed and accompanied by others, Zhao Zihan undoubtedly stood as the unequivocal leader. Her commands were absolute, and fortunately, she possessed a benevolent nature. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zihan, Luo Qingkong sought out the artisan Huang Lingdong, who had crafted a hidden blade for him according to the blueprints. I employed a dagger for welding and integrated a spring mechanism, allowing it to extend and retract seamlessly for concealment. The wristband was fashioned from lightweight materials. Huang Lingdong handed the concealed blade to Luo Qingkong, which resembled a mere wristband, albeit with a sheath for the lethal blade extending 20 centimeters at the back. Luo Qingkong fastened the bracelet around his wrist, then extended his hand forward and gave it a forceful flick, triggering the spring mechanism that propelled the sharp blade out of its sheath in an instant. Observing the glinting edge on the back of his hand, Luo Qingkong nodded in satisfaction. To retract the blade, one merely needed to rotate the central ring of the bracelet. Turning it in the opposite direction would launch the blade once more. The design was provided by you. Thus you should possess a deeper understanding than I do. Truth be told, the ingenuity of this blueprint is truly remarkable. Perhaps I possess a certain aptitude for this craft. With a smile, Luo Qingkong gently rotated the central ring, retracting the blade before donning his coat to conceal the hidden sword. At that moment, the sound of the garage shutter echoed, allowing sunlight to stream in, heralding the return of the convoy that had been scouring the vicinity of the building for supplies. The provisions they carried would sustain the occupants of the building for a considerable duration. As the entire convoy entered, the shutter gradually descended, and the personnel from the off-road vehicles leapt out to commence the unloading of supplies. This mission focused on resource gathering around the building, coupled with fortifications made to the vehicles, which resulted in no casualties and the fortunate return of a survivor. Luo Qingkong observed a young girl, approximately 16 years of age, adorned in a crimson dress, as she descended from an off-road vehicle, supported by several others. In her delicate hands, she cradled an urn containing ashes. Upon seeing the girl, Luo Qingkong furrowed his brow in concern. He had no recollection of a girl bearing an urn among the survivors in the previous life. She was undeniably striking, a beauty that could not be overlooked. It was inconceivable that his former self would have disregarded her presence. Luo Qingkong speculated in his heart that history must have altered, resulting in someone who should not be present in this realm appearing here. The young girl also noticed Luo Qingkong's unwavering gaze upon her and nodded in acknowledgement. In order to exercise caution, Luo Qingkong approached. Greetings. I am Luo Qingkong. Luo Qingkong displayed a radiant smile, extending his hand towards the girl who was cradling an urn, her other hand hesitantly reaching out. Upon their hands clasping, an instinctual wariness surged within Luo Qingkong as he observed the young woman before him. Her palm bore calluses, but not from the grip of a writing instrument. Rather, their positioning suggested a familiarity with firearms and close combat weaponry. Yet, the girl exhibited no signs of suspicion towards Luo Qingkong, for his hands were devoid of such marks. Allow me to assist you with that, Luo Qingkong offered, intending to take hold of the urn, only to be halted by the girl. This is my mother's ashes. I shall handle it myself, she replied, clutching the urn tightly. What is your name? He inquired. I am Lu Yuan, she replied softly, her delicate demeanor evoking a natural instinct to protect. However, Luo Qingkong had long since become immune to such sentiments. Luo Qingkong searched through the memories in his mind and realized that he had never encountered this individual in his past life, nor had he ever heard of her. You, young lady, have it tough on your own. Since you have lost your parents like her, why not take her with you? One of the younger members remarked to Luo Qingkong and Lu Yuan. However, he was met with a resounding slap from Zhao Zihan, landing firmly on the young man's head. What are you doing, big sister? Why does that sound like an insult? He protested. Just focus on your work and speak less. Zhao Zihan scolded, giving the young man a kick that sent him scurrying away in embarrassment. Don't mind them. That's just how they are. Although Zhao Jie can be a bit fierce, She has a good heart, Luo Qinkong said as he led Lu Yuyuan to the elevator, smiling gently. By the way, what about your parents? Lu Yuyuan suddenly inquired as they stepped into the elevator. My parents? My father is a scoundrel. I grew up under the shadow of that scoundrel, enduring numerous beatings. As for my mother, she was indifferent to it all. When I was very young, she abandoned me and ran away with my sister. Thus, I began a life of survival. Perhaps they are already dead, Luo Qinkong sighed, a wave of unpleasant memories flooding his mind. In his previous life, he had found his mother and sister, but both his father and mother, as well as his sister, had betrayed him. His father, Luo Ming, had once pushed him into a horde of corpses on the island of Jinan to save himself, later deceiving Luo Qinkong into giving up the suppressants that allowed him to watch helplessly as the girl he cared for most perished. In the apocalyptic chaos of his past life, Luo Qinkong sought out his mother and sister, hoping to protect them and ensure they had food and warmth. Even as he danced on the brink of death daily, he bore all the dangers himself. Yet, ultimately, his mother chose his sister, regarding him as a mere stranger. In a desperate moment, his sister even chose to strike him down to secure her own survival. The hope and tenderness that Luo Qinkong had extended to them in the bleakness of the apocalypse were cast aside like refuse in the face of reality. Had they offered him even a modicum of warmth or hope, he likely would not have become the person he is today. In this life, Luo Qinkong cared only for himself. The fates of his family, including Luo Ming, no longer held any significance for him. He would not stumble in the same place a second time. It seems we are of the same kind, Lu Yuan remarked with a faint smile, observing Luo Qinkong beside her. Of the same kind? Indeed, those who are unworthy of love. Lu Yuan gazed intently at Luo Qinkong. Though both exchanged smiles, he sensed the underlying danger that she represented. As for whether Lu Yuan discerned anything from Luo Qinkong, he was uncertain. At least he believed he had not revealed any vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, I must caution you that certain areas within this building have not been thoroughly cleared of zombies. If you choose to take the elevator, avoid the floors marked with a skull symbol. Luo Qinkong advised Lu Yuan, to which she nodded slightly. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Luo Qinkong escorted Lu Yuan to the floor where survivors were gathered. Xiao Kong, the person beside you must be the one recently rescued. She is truly charming. As Luo Qinkong exited the elevator, he encountered a woman accompanied by a 6-year-old child. This woman, prior to the calamity in Jindao City, had served as the janitor of this building. At the moment of the disaster, she fortuitously passed by while picking up her child from school and sought refuge within the edifice. In a previous life, when the catastrophe first struck, the building housed only Zhao Weipeng, a few employees, and other survivors. Subsequently, Zhao Zihan arrived with a group to search for Zhao Weipeng, assisting him in clearing the surrounding zombies, establishing the location as a stronghold. Eventually, it was Luo Qinkong and his companions who arrived. Tragically, in that former existence, the janitor and her child perished in the final explosion of a cargo ship. Indeed, her name was Lu Yuan. Luo Qinkong introduced Lu Yuan to the woman before him. Ah, little Kong, could this unfamiliar face be your girlfriend? A jovial uncle approached, his demeanor radiating a kindly familiarity as he jested. Not at all, Luo Qinkong quickly clarified, feigning a flustered expression. In truth, his mind had long matured into that of a seasoned veteran. Haha, it seems I was right. Keep it up. The uncle laughed heartily, turning to depart. Don't mind them. That's just how they are. Luo Qinkong apologized to Lu Yuan, his years in the apocalypse having honed his acting skills to an impressive degree. Although Lu Yuan, too, was concealing her true self, Luo Qinkong perceived numerous inconsistencies in her facade. I truly don't mind, Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, already regarding Luo Qinkong as a naive youth to be exploited and manipulated. Little Kong, could you assist me in delivering something? Apologies, Uncle Zhang. I still need to help her settle in. Luo Qinkong gestured towards Lu Yuan, prompting the elder to take the hint and walk away. As they made their way, the survivors whom Luo Qinkong had aided previously greeted him warmly. This was not only due to the medicine he had brought during his initial visit, but also because he frequently lent them a hand with small tasks. To everyone, Luo Qinkong was a bright and optimistic young man, embodying a beacon of hope in this desolate world. You are quite popular here, Lu Yuan remarked, taken aback by his acclaim. Not really, Luo Qinkong replied modestly. Lu Yuan followed his gaze and noticed a group of boys in school uniforms glaring menacingly at him. Why do they despise you so? She inquired, observing their hungry glares as if they wished to devour him. Because someone they could easily bully now stands above them. Luo Qinkong answered with a smile. If not for Zhao Zihan's weapon, they would likely have acted on their impulses long ago. Do they often bully you? I, too, have been bullied in the past, but those who tormented me ultimately face their own reckoning. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. The space here is limited. With the women's living quarters ahead, I will bring you a blanket shortly. You can find a place to spread it out. All right, Lu Yuan nodded. After Luo Qinkong finished his instructions, he turned and left to fetch the blanket for Lu Yuan. Within the building, there exists a temporary bathhouse, where the water for bathing is directly supplied through pipes connected to the faucets. Although the water may be somewhat chilly, one must simply make do with it. Initially, there might have been complaints, but once reality set in, they had no choice but to accept it. The bathing times for men and women are completely staggered. To prevent any inappropriate behavior during bathing, Zhao Zihan has stationed individuals at the door. After all, during these extraordinary times, one cannot guarantee that someone might not act out of line. Luo Qinkong, enveloped in a blanket, observed Lu Yuan as she entered the temporary bathhouse. Realizing that his opportunity had arrived, Shao Kong, ahead lies the women's residential area, and men are forbidden to enter indiscriminately. Just as Luo Qinkong approached that vicinity, two subordinates of Zhao Zihan intercepted him. You see, I am here to prepare bedding for the newcomer today. Initially, this task was assigned to Aunt Zhang. However, she went downstairs to attend to the child and has no time. One of the burly men remarked, You lad, do you harbor feelings for the girl who arrived today? Otherwise, why such enthusiasm? With a chuckle, Luo Qinkong candidly admitted, Well, you've seen right through me. All right then, Brother Liang will grant you this opportunity to shine. Thank you, Brother Liang. Luo Qinkong smiled lightly, cradling a blanket as he made his way toward the women's quarters. Due to considerations regarding female privacy, surveillance cameras had been dismantled in this area, with fewer than 10 women residing in the building, and all of them currently occupied with bathing. The space was utterly devoid of presence. Luo Qinkong soon discovered the urn that Lu Yuan had been holding tightly in the corner. However, he did not hasten to open it. Instead, he meticulously observed it. With a disdainful smile, he noted the trivial craftsmanship. As a strand of hair was wedged between the crevices of the urn, this was likely placed there by Lu Yuan prior to her bath. For once someone were to open the urn, that hair would inevitably fall to the ground. The more cautious Lu Yuan appeared, the greater Luo Qinkong's suspicions grew. Luo Qinkong unlocked the clasps on either side of the urn and then retrieved a chopstick from his pocket. He began to poke at the white ashes within, yet found nothing of significance. Strange, he murmured, lifting the urn. Despite its wooden exterior, it bore an unexpectedly heavy weight. Luo Qinkong retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket and carefully poured the ashes into it. Soon, he discovered a hidden compartment within, revealing a concealed world within. Luo Qinkong opened the compartment, revealing a sleek, ebony-silenced handgun nestled within. This was the M11 assassin pistol, manufactured by RNG Overseas Islands Industrial Company. Chambered for 11mm ammunition with a capacity of 10 rounds, boasting reliable and stable performance. Coupled with the suppressor and a full magazine, its weight likely exceeded 1 kilogram. As Luo Qinkong examined the M11 assassin, he had surmised its contents, yet possessing a firearm at this moment proved to be immensely beneficial for him. Luo Qinkong holstered his pistol and retrieved several iron weights from his pocket, placing them into the compartment. To prevent any clattering sounds, he meticulously filled the gaps with the ashes. Following this, he closed the compartment lid and poured the ashes inside. Once this task was completed, he returned the lock of hair to its original position and sealed the urn, then exhaled softly to erase any remaining traces. After ensuring that there were no issues, Luo Qinkong neatly arranged the bedding before departing. Upon leaving the female living quarters, he gained a rough understanding of Lu Yuan's identity. Given her youth and her association with RNG, it could only suggest a singular origin, the infamous Death Island, a place shrouded in malevolence and slaughter, known to very few. His first encounter with the knowledge of this place came through Zoya, who was one of the instructors at Death Island. It was only later, during his tenure at the RNG North Base as the head of security forces, that he became fully acquainted with the realities of Death Island. If the White Knight represents RNG's specialized security unit, tasked with protection, escort duties, and emergency response, then the individuals from Death Island serve as RNG's lethal blades. Engaged in assassination and intelligence operations, RNG, under the guise of charitable intentions, annually gathers numerous orphans. Those impressionable children are concentrated on an uninhabited island for training. Luo Qinkong had the fortune of witnessing the brutal nature of this training, which yielded a fixed survival rate of merely 1% from every 100 orphans. Only one would emerge alive. This survival rate could only be lower, never higher, and the path to achieving that singular survival often involved considerable self-inflicted violence. Once the selection process concluded, RNG systematically trained the surviving orphans, molding them into the most loyal and formidable soldiers, employing various methods of control. Those who emerged from Death Island, while appearing normal on the surface, often bore the hallmarks of madness within. Yet, the apocalyptic era resembles a vast Death Island. Who could remain sane? Lo Chin Kong himself had been driven to madness by the cataclysm of his previous life. However, the madness of Luo Chin Kong is fundamentally different from theirs. Upon emerging from her bath, Lu Yuan immediately went to inspect her urn. Noticing that her hair remained undisturbed atop the urn and glancing at the neatly prepared bed beside it, she fell into contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Yuan untied her towel, donned her clothing, and, cradling the urn, departed from the women's quarters. Just as she stepped outside, she beheld Luo Chin Kong seated by the window, surrounded by 3 children who were raptly listening to his storytelling. Lu Yuan refrained from interrupting him and quietly approached, absorbing the tale he narrated. This story recounted Luo Chin Kong's experiences following the calamity of the Death Nest, a time when he had lost his support and, in his confusion, found his sister and mother, only to be met with yet another tragedy. Reflecting on his past life, he realized it had been one continuous tragedy, simply because he was an inconsequential figure. And in the apocalypse, such figures are inherently tragic. Luo Chin Kong referred to the protagonist of the story as Old Fox, a moniker he had acquired during his wandering in a past life. What happened to Old Fox later, Brother Luo? A child, wiping away tears, gazed up at Luo Chin Kong. For the mere recounting of the tale evoked discomfort, as stories are not always filled with beauty. Well, Luo Chin Kong lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. The hardships made him stronger. But Brother Luo, please tell me what happened next. A little girl pleaded, tugging at Luo Chin Kong's clothing. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair. It's time for you to sleep, and your big sister and I have matters to attend to. He cast a brief smile toward Lu Yuan, standing not far away. The children, glancing at Luo Chin Kong and Lu Yuan, reluctantly departed to obey the call of slumber. Is it truly appropriate to share such tales with children? Lu Yuan stood nearby, having listened to Luo Chin Kong narrate the entire story, a tragic tale of betrayal by kin. Yet it imparted an extraordinarily authentic sensation to her, as the intricate details seemed to echo Luo Chin Kong's own lived experiences. What is your opinion of my story? Luo Chin Kong inquired with a smile. The protagonist was exceedingly foolish. Once betrayal occurs, it is bound to happen again. Ultimately, believing in his sister led him to grievous injury, casting him into the icy depths of a ravine, leaving his life in peril. In the end, it was merely self-indulgent sentiment. Lu Yuan delivered her critique without reservation, unaware that she was disparaging Luo Chin Kong from a previous life. Haha. Indeed. Indeed. I too find the protagonist rather foolish. Luo Chin Kong laughed heartily, unreservedly mocking his own past naivety and folly. However, there were aspects of his former self that he refrained from deriding, particularly the perseverance, sacrifice, and dreams he once held dear. By the way, you are quite the storyteller. They say those who have experienced much are adept at narrating tales. Surely, those experiences are not yours? Perhaps Luo Chin Kong did not directly respond to Lu Yuan's inquiry, knowing she would never fathom that he was a reincarnate. Putting that aside, did you prepare my bed? Lu Yuan asked, fixing her gaze on Luo Chin Kong. Despite his smiling demeanor, he was ever vigilant. The hidden sword beneath his sleeve poised for action. Yes, seeing you were absent, I took the liberty of making it. He then added, by the way, are you still holding on to your mother's ashes? Luo Chin Kong observed the urn cradled in Lu Yuan's arms, contemplating that should the RNG assassin strike, he could not remain idle. My mother is of great significance to me. Nonetheless, thank you. Lu Yuan expressed her gratitude to Luo Chin Kong, yet he remained on high alert, refusing to lower his guard. Luo Chin Kong understood that the truth regarding the weapon he had taken from the urn could not be concealed for long. However, it appeared that Lu Yuan was still unaware of it. Otherwise, she would not have remained so composed as to listen to him finish his tale. He could discern the anxiety of certain individuals through their subtle bodily movements. Since Lu Yuan was oblivious to the situation, Luo Chin Kong resolved to take the initiative, intending to ensure her complete disappearance from this world. After all, in the current climate of Jindao City, the vanishing of 1 or 2 individuals was hardly unusual. No need for thanks. Do take care and rest well. Luo Chenkong smiled faintly, while Lu Yuan remained completely oblivious to the murderous intent that had begun to brew within him. For Luo Chenkong, the span of a single night was not particularly lengthy. As the sun rose anew, Zhao Zihan assigned tasks to everyone. The more robust men were tasked with clearing the remnants of zombies from each floor. Due to the limited supply of ammunition, their method of extermination relied solely on a selection of melee weapons. As for physical protection, it consisted merely of rudimentary safeguards. Luo Chenkong and Lu Yuan were assigned the task of cleaning the floors that had already been cleared of zombies. This undertaking posed little danger and was specifically arranged by Zhao Zihan. Accompanying them were merely a few of Luo Chenkong's classmates. Luo Chenkong and Lu Yuan, along with their companions, arrived at their designated floor via the elevator. This time, Lu Yuan did not carry the urn, as doing so during work would undoubtedly raise suspicions. As the elevator door slid open, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses, accompanied by the incessant buzzing of flies. The floor was illuminated, revealing numerous mangled corpses, each infested with swarms of flies. Despite the fact that autumn had already set in and temperatures had dropped, the presence of so many flies was astonishing. Luo Chenkong donned his gloves and proceeded with the task at hand. They needed to gather the bodies together and transport them via the elevator for cremation. After all, leaving the corpses within the building was hardly conducive to the survival and functioning of the remaining occupants. Ugh! The classmates trailing behind Luo Chenkong, confronted by the gruesome sight and the overwhelming stench of blood, could not contain themselves and retched violently. In stark contrast, both Luo Chenkong and Lu Yuan maintained an air of calmness. "Why are you not reacting like them?" Lu Yuan inquired, her expression a blend of amusement and curiosity. During her previous outing with Sister Zhao, she had already been exposed to such horrors. Though repulsive, her response had not been as pronounced as theirs. Yet, how is it that you remain so composed, unlike them? She continued, acknowledging that he too had faced similar circumstances before. With a faint smile, Luo Chenkong said little, aware that the crowd around them was too dense for him to act against Lu Yuan. "Luo Chenkong, look how filthy it is here. May I?" At that moment, a girl clad in a JK uniform tugged at his sleeve, her tone imbued with a playful charm. This gesture ignited a simmering jealousy in the three boys behind her. The girl, named Imo Mumu, was familiar to Luo Chenkong. She was the belle of their school, possessing a certain beauty that had once captivated him to the point of obsession in his past life, where he had even risked everything for her. Yet, he understood that no matter how exquisite a woman may be, she ultimately becomes nothing more than a mere morsel to the undead, a distinction devoid of significance. The allure of power, wealth, and beauty had long since faded from his concerns. "Of course, leave it to us boys," he replied, feigning the demeanor of an infatuated admirer, mindful of Lu Yuan's presence. As expected, upon hearing his words, Lu Yuan let out a soft scoff, her disdain for Luo Chenkong evident in her thoughts. "You could also take a break. We can handle these tasks," she retorted coldly, donning gloves as she began to clear the corpses. The floor was expansive, brimming with numerous rooms. Once Luo Chenkong delineated the work areas, he promptly commenced the arduous task of tidying up the level and disposing of the undead remains. Throughout this process, he felt the urge to eliminate Lu Yuan several times but ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that even if he succeeded, it would undoubtedly lead to his own exposure. Luo Chenkong reluctantly set aside his intention to eliminate Lu Yuan and diligently began the task of cleaning, meticulously clearing away the corpses. After a day filled with labor, the entire floor had been tidied up to a considerable extent, with all the zombie remains transported away for incineration. Exhausted and sore from the exertion, Luo Chenkong indulged in a hearty dinner, followed by a refreshing bath, before collapsing into sleep. Given that everyone was resting in the communal area, he felt no apprehension about the possibility of an ambush while he slumbered. As another day dawned, he was stirred from his slumber by the whirring of helicopter rotors. Peering out, he observed a fleet of transport helicopters emerging from the direction of the RNG tower, soaring towards the outskirts of the city, their flight path gracefully traversing above the survivors' building. Luo Chenkong understood that the flying convoy belonged to RNG Corporation, tasked with the transportation of significant assets. Nearly all personnel and confidential information from RNG Corporation had already evacuated Jinnan Island City. The survivors gazed at the convoy of transport helicopters soaring overhead, and unlike their initial encounter with these aircraft, this time a profound silence enveloped them. No words were exchanged. They merely stared vacantly as the helicopters vanished into the distance. They comprehended that these helicopters were not there to rescue them. Despair and pessimism hung heavy in the air. Yet Luo Qinkong remained remarkably composed. He was certain that there would be a final flight. Otherwise, Lu Yuan would have fled long ago. Luo Qinkong ascended to the rooftop. And indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, he spotted Lu Yuan. As they approached, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Lu Yuan turned to see none other than Luo Qinkong. What of it? Lu Yuan smiled, showing no concern for RNG's departure. Have you been holding on to this all along? Luo Qinkong observed Lu Yuan clutching a small urn. It seemed she was unaware that its contents had been switched. Otherwise, she would not have held it so tightly. The building was heavily monitored, bustling with people. And to ensure the mission's success, Lu Yuan would not easily open the urn. It can protect me, she said, saying little more. After the helicopter disappeared into the sky, she descended with the urn in her arms. Once the RNG transport convoy had departed, Zhao Zihan promptly gathered the survivors, preparing to search the RNG building for an opportunity to escape. Luo Qinkong was originally slated to remain in the building, but he swapped his drawing with an unfortunate soul, securing his chance to leave. Learning from past experiences, this time the route to the RNG building was meticulously planned, with motorcycles ready within the convoy. Should the convoy encounter obstacles, they would utilize the motorcycles. Considering the threat of the undead, the convoy was equipped with a loudspeaker to continuously broadcast sounds, luring the zombies away to facilitate the motorcycle's passage. As for Lu Yuan, she suddenly vanished when the convoy set off, yet Luo Qinkong remained vigilant. After all, there was a significant chance she could discover that the weapon within the urn had been removed. Such a convoy heading towards the RNG building would undoubtedly draw her attention. Otherwise, she would not have managed to infiltrate their ranks. In his previous life, Lu Yuan had not existed, and Luo Qinkong was still uncertain of her intentions. The convoy departed as planned, led once more by Zhao Zihan. However, this time, Luo Qinkong was not in the same vehicle as her. He was accompanied only by two burly men and a classmate. The name of that classmate was of no concern to Luo Qinkong. "Gentlemen, I hope you will look after me," he said. As the convoy set off, his male classmate began to pull out some clandestine cigarettes from his pocket, offering them to those around him, even going so far as to light them personally, attempting to curry favor for their journey ahead. One could not help but admire the boy's cunning. His efforts indeed pleased the two burly men, who nodded in satisfaction. The boy then turned to offer a cigarette to Luo Qinkong, but was met with a direct refusal. This was a habit Luo Qinkong had developed during the apocalypse, maintaining a constant wariness of those around him. The scent of smoke wafted from the driver's seat, prompting Luo Qinkong to cover his mouth and nose and open the window to let the smoke escape. The boy noticed Luo Qinkong's reaction, though he had his reservations. He chose to endure. After all, Luo Qin standing within this survivor community is still superior to his. The off-road vehicle occupied by Luo Qinkong was situated at the rear of the convoy, likely due to Zhao Zihan's intention to attend to him and to prevent a perilous situation similar to the first encounter, where vehicles ahead would turn back and inadvertently leave them vulnerable. Thus, Zhao Zihan had strategically positioned Luo Qinkong in this location. Along the route, numerous zombies were drawn to the convoy, yet these off-road vehicles had been modified with blades and spikes welded to the sides of their tires. As zombies approached, they would be mercilessly shredded by the whirling blades and spikes. Blood splattered against the windows, and the gruesome sight startled the young lad beside Luo Qinkong. The convoy soon found itself unable to advance. According to the plan, Zhao Zihan instructed someone to retrieve a loudspeaker, maximizing the volume and playing music continuously. The sound would attract all the zombies in the vicinity. Zhao Zihan, accompanied by half of the group on motorcycles, proceeded ahead, while the remaining members drove away from the area to another location, prepared to provide assistance to Zhao Zihan and her team. Luo Qinkong and the young lad, due to their youth, were selected to remain with the convoy. "Take care, boys," boomed a burly man as he dismounted a motorcycle and followed Zhao Zihan toward the RNG building, leaving only another robust man responsible for driving the vehicle. Once the motorcycle convoy departed, the remaining convoy did not linger and promptly evacuated the area. Not far from the loudspeaker's placement, hundreds of zombies had already amassed. They surrounded the loudspeaker perched upon the utility pole, incessantly roaring and shrieking. The sight of so many heads thronging together was enough to instill dread in anyone who found themselves encircled by such a horde. The convoy proceeded to another rendezvous point as per their plan. If Zhao Zihan had not arrived at the rendezvous before dusk, the convoy was permitted to depart independently. However, as the convoy traversed the route, an unforeseen incident occurred. "What kind of cigarette did you give me?" This kick is something else. The man driving the vehicle remarked just before he slumped over the steering wheel, falling silent. Luo Chenkong immediately sensed something amiss and turned to the young lad beside him, only to discover he was sleeping soundly. Boom. Luo Chenkong barely had time to seize the steering wheel before the off-road vehicle crashed directly into a roadside shop. Qinyang, what is the situation on your end? Damn it, the zombies are here. The voices of others in the convoy crackled through the intercom, clearly aware of the calamity that had unfolded. Just as Luo Chenkong was about to call for their assistance, a cold dagger was pressed against his neck. Inform them that assistance is unnecessary. You are preparing to abandon the vehicle and flee, came a familiar voice, that of Lu Yuan. You all should evacuate. The zombies are approaching. We are getting ready to abandon the vehicle, Luo Chenkong replied into the intercom. Very well, take care of yourselves. Luo Chenkong cast a fleeting glance at the young man beside him, only to discover that the lad had suffered a deep gash to his throat, blood oozing forth. This sight prompted Luo Chenkong to silently marvel at Lu Yuan's swiftness and decisiveness. It was evident that she intended to use the blood to attract the zombies, thereby averting the danger of being pursued. Lu Yuan opened the car door, swiftly ushering Luo Chenkong away, while the zombies, drawn by the commotion, quickly converged upon the scene. Consequently, the two occupants within the vehicle became mere prey for the ravenous undead. What of my belongings? Lu Yuan inquired coldly, after securing Luo Chenkong within the confines of a safe residence. After all, if there was anyone likely to meddle with her possessions, it could only be Luo Chenkong himself. Luo Chenkong was acutely aware that if he feigned ignorance, he would likely meet with dire consequences in the next breath. However, with a venomous serpent lurking nearby, how could he possibly be unprepared? Even with a blade poised at his throat, he had contemplated such an outcome. You must be one of Zoya's subordinates, am I correct? Who are you? Upon hearing Luo Chenkong utter Zoya's name, Liu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. I am from the Special Response Unit of the Northern Base. Luo Chenkong stated coldly. In his previous life, he had spent a considerable period at that location, where the Special Response Unit was merely a minor division he belonged to. Do you possess any evidence? Liu Yuan hesitated upon realizing Luo Chenkong hailed from the RNG Northern Base. Though the various regional bases of RNG engaged in covert rivalries for their respective research objectives, the situation had not escalated to the point of overt hostility. Should she eliminate Luo Chenkong, a member of the Northern Base, here and now, the repercussions would lead to her being abandoned as a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Of course, I have evidence. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Luo Chenkong seized Lu Yuan's hand, which clutched a dagger, and executed a swift shoulder throw, bringing her crashing to the ground. However, Lu Yuan, well-trained, was not rendered dazed by the fall. Instead, she swiftly wrapped her legs around Luo Chenkong's neck, ready to exert force and employ her lethal techniques to snap his neck. But Luo Chenkong was quicker. Dare to exert even the slightest pressure, and I shall shatter your skull. With one hand firmly gripping Lu Yuan's wrist, he brandished a handgun with the other, aimed directly at her head, prepared to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of her resistance. At that moment, Luo Chenkong struggled to regulate his breathing, unwilling to betray any signs of exhaustion. Though his combat skills from his previous life were far more extensive than Lu Yuan's, his physical prowess fell short. He had succeeded in subduing her solely due to her youth and relative lack of strength. Had he faced a man, the outcome might have been considerably different. Drop your weapon. Luo Chenkong's gaze bore into Lu Yuan, icy and unyielding. Lu Yuan, acutely aware of his demeanor, found it incredulous that a student, a seemingly naive and cheerful boy, could exhibit such intensity. It was clear to her that from the very start, Luo Chenkong had been feigning ignorance. Reluctantly, she relinquished her dagger, fully aware that Luo Chenkong's skills matched, if not surpassed, her own. His piercing gaze conveyed a stark message. Should she refuse or resist, he would not hesitate to end her life. Click. Ugh. Lu Yuan gritted her teeth. Yet saliva dribbled uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth. Bound to a chair, 3 of her fingers lay broken, while Luo Chenkong remained composed, his expression as frigid as ever. Do not think of deceiving me. I am privy to far more than you realize regarding the matters within RNG. He regarded Lu Yuan with an icy demeanor, fully anticipating her response. Originating from Death Island, she had undoubtedly undergone interrogation resistance training, and her current demeanor was precisely what he expected. In the realm of RNG, leaking vital company secrets could lead to relentless pursuit across the globe. Lu Yuan, unaware of Luo Chenkong's potential connections to the North Base, understood that revealing any information was tantamount to signing her own death warrant. I am aware of RNG's regulations. Let us make a deal. Tell me the code name for your Death Island operations. That should not be classified information, correct? Luo Qinkong inquired, his smile resembling that of a demon. Crimson Kite. Upon hearing this code name, Luo Qinkong was suddenly reminded of a list he had seen during his time at the North Base. That list contained the names of those whom RNG had relentlessly pursued for defection, with Crimson Kite listed at the very top, reportedly hunted for a decade. However, this matter was not handled by Luo Qinkong at that time, but rather by another department within RNG. In the previous life, Liu Yuan had already defected from RNG, indicating that this individual possessed a rebellious spirit. Such a person is far more adept at extracting intelligence than other so-called insane individuals from Death Island. The survivor number 1712 from the 17th session of the Red Kite Death Island, correct? Luo Qinkong recalled having seen information regarding the Red Kite in his previous life, where the number 17 represented the session and 12 denoted the order of survivors who emerged from the island. Are you truly from the Beijia base? Liu Yuan asked Luo Qinkong again, suppressing her agony. After all, if Luo Qinkong could accurately state her number, he must undoubtedly be an insider within RNG. Luo Qinkong drew the dagger in his hand and thrust it towards Liu Yuan, piercing it directly into her right eye. In an instant, a torrent of blood splattered across Luo Qinkong's face. Liu Yuan could no longer contain herself, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. She had never anticipated that Luo Qinkong would suddenly resort to such an act. This demon was indeed a true fiend, more terrifying than that fellow Zoya. Listening to Liu Yuan's anguished cries, Luo Qinkong found a certain twisted pleasure in the sound. Perhaps those who had traversed the desolate world for years inevitably developed some form of psychological affliction. As for Luo Qinkong, he had long ceased to consider himself a rational being. He had lost his sanity many years ago. Liu Yuan was exceptionally beautiful, ranking among the finest individuals he had encountered in his previous life. If he were still the naive youth from his past, he might have been utterly captivated by her charm, willing to devote himself to her. Yet, after years of enduring life's trials and tribulations, Luo Qinkong had come to understand a fundamental truth. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, or how noble her status in death, they all devolve into mere decaying flesh and brittle bones. Some may feel compassion upon seeing such a lovely girl, but Luo Qinkong was unmoved. In his eyes, there existed only two types of people, those of use and those of no use. Let it be clear, I am the one posing the questions now. You should realize that your interrogation resistance training holds no value for me, because in 10 seconds, I will decisively end your life. Strive to divulge something of interest to me within this 10-second interval. Luo Qinkong pressed the gun against Liu Yuan's temple and began to count down. 10. Luo Qinkong did not directly articulate his inquiries, for such transparency would allow Liu Yuan to discern his intentions, thus easily leading him astray. Instead, it was preferable to permit Liu Yuan the freedom to express herself. There were numerous matters concerning RNG that Luo Qinkong yearned to uncover in Jinan Dao City. To him, Liu Yuan had already become a mere specter. Luo Qinkong coldly uttered this number, while Liu Yuan gazed at him with her remaining left eye. In this moment, confronted with the imminent approach of death, it seemed that the pain in her right eye had lessened considerably. 8. Luo Qinkong spoke again, as blood from Liu Yuan's right eye mingled with her sweat, dripping onto the ground. Liu Yuan bit down hard on her teeth. Her concealed weapons and equipment having been thoroughly searched by Luo Qinkong, her hands bound to the armrests of the chair, rendering her utterly powerless at that moment. In that instant, Liu Yuan reflected upon her past. Although she possessed the standard features and lineage of the people of the Great Shu Kingdom, with black hair and dark eyes, her nationality was that of the Lantern Nation. Her grandfather had been an immigrant to the Lantern Nation, and her father had established a prosperous trading company overseas. According to her original life trajectory, she would have been a pampered young lady, free from worries. However, tragedy struck when, at the tender age of 6, her parents perished in a car accident, the company was dismantled, and she lost all her relatives. She was transferred to an orphanage in the Lantern Nation, later taken in by RNG for training, ultimately leading her to Death Island. Listening to Luo Qinkong's cold countdown, gazing into his dark, soulless eyes, she felt as if he regarded her as nothing more than a meaningless corpse. Memories of Death Island, memories of her entire life, flickered past her like fleeting lanterns. If she had wanted to die, she would have perished on that island, leaving it drenched in blood. By the time she walked out, she had ceased to cry and had long abandoned any semblance of a smile. She was determined to survive at any cost. Damn RNG. I am an agent of Zoya, infiltrating your ranks because you eliminated a test subject. blood poison corpse, during Zoya's mission. In the midst of the countdown, Luo Qinkong remained steadfast. Despite the fact that the emergence of the blood toxin corpse deviated from the events of his previous life. However, Zoya would not go so far as to send someone to infiltrate their group of survivors merely to exact revenge on a single blood toxin corpse. I am aware that the RNG South Island base and the Death Nest base are developing a world-altering elixir, an elixir of immortality that promises eternal life for humanity. Zoya has dispatched me to infiltrate your ranks in search of the key figure behind this elixir's development. You cannot kill me, Lu Yuan shouted, revealing the most significant secret she possessed. Upon witnessing Luo Qinkong's finger freeze on the trigger, she realized she might yet survive. Elixir of immortality, Luo Qinkong murmured, contemplating the name of the potion. It was the very goal he had pursued until his demise in his former life, the substance that could grant humanity true immortality. Yet, in his previous existence, he had only obtained an incomplete version, a mere imitation of eternal life. Continue, Luo Qinkong beckoned, offering Lu Yuan a radiant smile. To her, however, that smile bore a chilling resemblance to the grin of a devil. Due to Zoya's delay in receiving test subjects, the blood toxin corpses had escaped, allowing the chief scientist of the South Island base, Lei Hongtian, to make his own escape. The command from RNG headquarters was clear. He must be brought back alive. Moreover, you cannot kill me. If I perish, Zoya and his deranged subordinates will undoubtedly strike. None within that building will survive, Lu Yuan threatened, acutely aware of the peril posed by Luo Qinkong's potential betrayal. Surely, you do not believe I truly care for the lives of those within that building? If I were to let you go, I would merely be inviting another enemy into my midst, Luo Qinkong replied with a cruel smile. As long as he could achieve his objectives, he cared not for the lives lost within that edifice. Not only those individuals, but even an entire city, or indeed, the world, could perish without eliciting his concern. I possess extensive information regarding Lei Hongtian, and you will require my assistance to leave this city once you locate him. At that moment, Lu Yuan cast aside any trepidation regarding her betrayal of RNG and the consequences of defying Zoya, for Luo Qinkong truly appeared intent on eliminating her. The sound of drone propellers filled the air. Although faint, it was perceptible to Luo Qinkong. He regarded Lu Yuan, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Did you summon them? He inquired, to which Lu Yuan hastily shook her head. All my equipment has been taken by you. How could I possibly contact them? Lu Yuan felt unjustly accused, praying that it was merely some rogue survivor playing with a drone, lest Luo Qinkong truly seek her life. Luo Qinkong picked up a mirror from the nearby table, then bent low and approached the window, gradually drawing back the curtains while observing the outside situation through the glass. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the glass shattered, along with the mirror in Luo Qinkong's hand. The rapid sound of bullets ricocheted through the air as they streamed in from outside. Luo Qinkong dropped to the ground, allowing the shards of glass to rain down above him. At the moment the drone struck, he clearly saw through the broken mirror that it was indeed the drone that had launched the attack. However, given the drone's compact size, its payload was likely limited. The primary concern lay with the assailants nearby. Luo Qinkong removed his outer garment and drew back the tattered curtains, swiftly casting the coat outside. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted as bullets struck the discarded fabric. In the apocalyptic remnants of his past life, marksmanship was merely a fundamental skill for Luo Qinkong. The possession of firearms significantly compensated for his physical shortcomings. Sparks flew as he successfully brought down the drone. As he turned, he caught sight of Lu Yuan collapsing to the ground, using shards of glass to sever the ropes binding her. "Let us go," he commanded, aiming his pistol at Lu Yuan, who dared not defy him and promptly exited the room, Luo Qinkong closely trailing behind. Lu Yuan understood that Luo Qinkong's decision not to eliminate her on the spot was a promising sign, indicating that she still held some value. My watch possesses a tracking function that continuously monitors my vital signs, as well as a recording system. You removed it in your search for concealed weapons, which led to their detection of us. They presumed I was dead and dispatched a drone for reconnaissance, she stated as she ran, her tone surprisingly candid. So, it was indeed your doing? Luo Qinkong retorted. You are mistaken. It was you who removed the watch, thus attracting them. I've revealed so many secrets that the watch has already transmitted everything. I have no way out. Aren't you from the northern base? Perhaps following you offers me a chance of survival. Lu Yuan pressed against her right eye, which Luo Qinkong had rendered useless, blood oozing from the wound. Yet, She bore the pain and her resentment towards him, for survival was paramount, more vital than anything else. The drone's decisive attack indicated that Zoya's forces were keenly observing the situation. She had become a failure. Even if she surrendered to Zoya now, escape from death would likely remain elusive. Luo Chenkong gazed at Lu Yuyuan ahead of him, recognizing that they were fundamentally of the same ilk, both yearning for survival. Yet, they diverged in their resolve. Lu Yuyuan sought merely to continue living, still clutching onto hope, while Luo Chenkong harbored the distant aspiration of immortality, possessing the fortitude to relinquish everything, including his own life. To live was merely a prerequisite for attaining eternal life. The ones sent to deal with us could hardly be mere drones, he mused. If my intuition serves me correctly, the individuals tasked with our capture are likely the perverse drone enthusiast under Zoya's command, accompanied by approximately 8 armed personnel. Zoya is currently preoccupied with more pressing matters and cannot intervene. Lu Yuan contemplated for a moment before speaking, and upon hearing her words, Luo Chenkong recalled a figure from his past life, a man who fiddled with drones. Albeit he had not made a lasting impression since he was eliminated by a sniper's bullet from Ren Shaoxing. How can you be so certain there are at least 8 armed personnel? Luo Chenkong inquired, unable to restrain himself. Lu Yuan merely smiled and produced the watch that Luo Chenkong had previously confiscated. At that moment, Luo Chenkong realized that during the earlier chaos, when he had discarded his jacket to divert the drone's fire, the watch must have fallen to the ground and been retrieved by Lu Yuan. It was an RNG-issued watch from the Nandao base, capable of mutual location tracking, thus enabling Lu Yuan to ascertain the number of their pursuers. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan tucked the watch into her pocket, simultaneously fleeing while realigning her previously broken fingers, the sound of bones cracking sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, she remained silent, gritting her teeth against the pain. The assailants were none other than Zoya's trusted aide, codenamed Headhunter, primarily engaged in reconnaissance. However, his marksmanship was remarkably precise, occasionally serving as the squad sniper. He was a fellow survivor from Death Island, harboring a peculiar obsession with collecting the eyes of the deceased, particularly those filled with terror, which he preserved in glass jars. Lu Yuan shared this information about Headhunter with Luo Chenkong, albeit her knowledge was limited. After all, each member of their team was a psychological outlier forged from the crucible of Death Island. Aside from collaborative missions, their interactions were few and far between. Although the psychological scars from the island were undeniable, it was equally true that they were all elite assassins cultivated by RNG. And what of the individuals accompanying Headhunter? Luo Chenkong inquired. They are members of a mercenary organization under RNG. While they did not emerge from Death Island, they are nonetheless veterans from various nations. They are well equipped, bearing body armor and machine guns. Are you truly confident that your handgun can vanquish them? Lu Yuan regarded Luo Chenkong with a hint of mockery on her face, eager to witness how he would navigate this predicament. Escape was futile. The surveillance drones outside rendered any route of escape non-existent. In the midst of battle, how could Luo Chenkong possibly defeat them armed only with a pistol? Their bulletproof vests were impervious to his firepower. Lu Yuan acknowledged Luo Chenkong's remarkable skills. Yet even the most adept cannot defy the speed of a bullet. Hand me your watch. Luo Chenkong extended his hand towards Lu Yuan, who hesitated momentarily before relinquishing the timepiece. How will you escape? The area is under drone surveillance. Then we shall eliminate them all. Luo Chenkong's gaze turned icy. In his previous life, wandering through the apocalypse, he had mastered the art of evasion and had learned how to instill fear in others. Are you insane? They are well equipped. And you possess only a pistol? Indeed. I am mad. To live on the brink of death is my very essence. Luo Chenkong uttered no further words. In his past life, his survival skills were honed in utilizing every available resource to confront his adversaries. Lu Yuan noted the madness in Luo Chenkong's eyes, and she refrained from speaking further. His fervor sent chills down her spine, even as one who had emerged from the Isle of Death. A few drones ventured ahead, while a fully armed Special Forces team trailed closely behind, tracking their target for a lethal strike. The headhunter controlling the drones opted not to enter the building, choosing instead to maintain surveillance from outside, leaving only 8 mercenaries from RNG Company to infiltrate the premises. Roar. A stray zombie spotted the mercenaries and charged at them, prompting one of the team members to prepare to fire. However, he was halted by the mercenary leading the charge. With a swift motion, the mercenary slammed his shield against the zombie, knocking it to the ground. He quickly drew his dagger and delivered a precise strike to the creature's skull. dispatching it with efficiency. After neutralizing the zombie, the mercenary signaled for the team to advance. Soon, they halted at the threshold of a room, while the drones began to encircle the windows and other potential entry points. Bang! With a resounding crash, the wooden door was kicked open, and the mercenary wielding the blast shield was the first to enter. Yet, he was met with a sudden sound of collision. At the moment the door was breached, a rudimentary trap set by Luo Qinkong was triggered. The taut connecting wires snapped into place, igniting the gas stove in the kitchen, releasing a surge of flames. In that fully sealed room, the concentration of gas had already reached a volatile level. Boom! Flames erupted, and the shockwave of the explosion engulfed the mercenaries, leaving them no chance to react. The fire raged fiercely, and the shrapnel from the blast scattered like bullets, pummeling the surrounding walls into a pockmarked ruin. As for the walls of the room, they have been blasted open, revealing the steel reinforcements within. Could this be the work of Qi Yuan? It does not appear to align with her style. At this moment, on a nearby building, a young boy is deftly maneuvering a drone to monitor the explosion site. Report your situation, he commands. It is a gas explosion. This is a trap, comes the voice of a survivor through the intercom. Upon hearing this report, the boy furrows his brow. The concentration of natural gas must be between 5 and 15% for an explosion to occur. Otherwise, it merely burns without such violent detonations. It seems the adversary is quite skilled. The boy promptly dismisses the notion that this is a tactic employed by Lu Yuan. After all, such a trap could not be devised in such a short time frame without substantial practical experience and research. Lu Yuan had only recently departed from Death Island and thus lacked such expertise. The boy lifts his binoculars, gazing toward the exploded building. All the glass of that structure has been shattered, and the force of the explosion has even caused the floor of the affected room to collapse. It is uncertain whether this was calculated or if the building itself was particularly robust, but other areas have sustained minimal damage. Team 2, move out with me. The boy commands, turning to the fully armed mercenaries beside him. Yes, they respond in unison. Flames rage, and the surroundings are littered with the mangled corpses of comrades, while Hans finds himself pinned beneath a collapsed floorboard. Being positioned at the rear of the team during the explosion has granted him a stroke of luck, allowing him to survive. He has just reported the situation via the intercom, confident that a team will arrive shortly to extract him. In these fleeting moments, he must remain vigilant against zombies, as the sound of the explosion will undoubtedly attract them, along with any hidden assailants. Gripping his silenced submachine gun tightly, Hans remains alert. Though he feels a rising panic within him, he must stay composed. Once a soldier in his country's forces, Hans had transitioned to a taxi driver for a year after his service. Following his mother's severe illness, which necessitated a substantial sum for overseas treatment, he sought the help of a comrade who introduced him to an RNG branch for selection, where he succeeded. He has been with RNG for 5 years now, and the comrade who had recommended him is now a lifeless body on the ground. Thoughts of his mother awaiting his return after recovery fill his mind, and he grips his weapon even tighter, resolute in his need to survive. Stop! Hans shouts as he sees a shadow emerge from the front. Just as he prepares to fire, a sudden pain strikes his head, and he loses consciousness. To his astonishment, it seems there are still others alive. Luo Qinkong gazed at the mercenary whose head he had shattered with a single shot. Such individuals were scarcely worthy of remembrance. He doubted he would even recall their names. After all, they were merely expendable pawns recruited by RNG. Neither the ruthless killing machines forged in the crucible of Death Island nor the meticulously trained elite of the White Knight Brigade. Luo Qinkong strode forward, seizing the submachine gun from the hands of the mercenary. He then proceeded to deliver a final shot to each corpse on the ground, ensuring that none feigned death to launch a surprise attack. Lu Yuan followed closely behind him, observing his adept maneuvers, which suggested he had frequently engaged in such combat. Even though the age of his adversaries appeared to be quite similar to her own, Luo Qinkong stripped one of the mercenaries of his bulletproof vest and donned it himself. Understanding that such an item could be a lifesaver in critical moments, he naturally would not let this opportunity slip away. At the same time, Luo Qinkong thoughtfully tossed another bulletproof vest and a handgun to Lu Yuan, which left her momentarily stunned. You trust me so readily? Lu Yuan inquired cautiously, to which Luo Qinkong merely smiled in response. We are both targets to be eliminated by those outside. Eliminating me would serve you no advantage. Luo Qinkong continued to scour the corpse for supplies, while Lu Yuan fixed her gaze upon his back, considering it an opportune moment for a stealthy strike. However, the memory of Luo Qinkong's cunning demeanor previously instilled a powerful intuition within her, compelling her to refrain from any action against him. Instead, she dutifully donned her bulletproof vest. After Luo Qinkong finished searching the soldier for bullets and grenades, he stood up and turned to look at Lu Yuyuan, revealing a peculiar smile. "Congratulations. You have passed the test," Luo Qinkong suddenly said, which left Lu Yuyuan momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Luo Qinkong said little more, merely tossing her a magazine. Upon catching it, Lu Yuyuan quickly realized the implication. She swiftly examined the pistol that Luo Qinkong had thrown her way, only to find it devoid of bullets. At that moment, Lu Yuyuan discerned that Luo Qinkong had been testing her. "You were testing me," she exclaimed. "Of course, had you intended to fire, you would have already met your demise. After all, I refuse to collaborate with someone who consistently seeks my downfall." Luo Qinkong could now ascertain that Lu Yuyuan was not the type to harbor grudges to the extent of jeopardizing the greater good. Otherwise, he would have preemptively eliminated her. Nonetheless, Lu Yuyuan had already found her way onto Luo Qinkong's list of potential threats. Her current utility was merely a temporary reprieve. "What if I had just checked the bullets?" Lu Yuyuan inquired, as this was a standard procedure. "That would not pose a problem for me. As you stated, checking the bullets is quite normal. However, for my own safety, I would have no choice but to incapacitate you. You would only need to be able to speak." Upon hearing Luo Qinkong's words, Lu Yuyuan felt a chill run down her spine. Had her recent choice been erroneous, she would likely not be standing here intact. However, your restraint indicates that there remains a possibility for collaboration. I am aware that you would eventually seek to eliminate me, but for now, you choose not to. Even if I were to take one of your eyes, you would not lose your composure. For you understand that only through our cooperation do you possess any hope of survival. Ultimately, we are of the same ilk. Of the same ilk? Lu Yuyuan echoed. Indeed. Those who will employ any means necessary to survive. Those who would forsake anything for the sake of life. Just as you once articulated during our encounter in the building's elevator. Luo Qinkong smiled faintly, recognizing Lu Yuyuan's fervent desire to survive. "I must assert that I am not of your kind. You are far too perilous," Lu Yuyuan retorted. Her gaze fixed on Luo Qinkong. She found it challenging to discern his emotional landscape. Uncertain whether what she perceived was a facade he deliberately chose to display. A misstep could easily lead to her demise at his hands. "Changing your tune now, are we? Very well, take it." Luo Qinkong presented Lu Yuyuan with a pair of night vision goggles, and one cannot help but admire the impressive armament of these individuals. After thoroughly scavenging the soldier's gear, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuyuan made a swift exit. Mere minutes after their departure, a fully armed contingent arrived at the scene. "We're too late." A mercenary stepped forward to inspect the area, only to discover that all had already been executed. Even those who may have miraculously survived the explosion were now irrevocably deceased, their equipment stripped away. "Locate their position," commanded a youthful mercenary among them, glancing at the military dog by his side. Upon receiving the order, the dog bolted forward with remarkable speed. "Follow it." The mercenaries pursued the dog, employing it to scout ahead, learning from the fate of the previous team. If there were any traps, the dog would trigger them. The mercenaries followed the dog to the underground parking lot of the building, where it merely barked furiously at the entrance, refusing to venture into the pitch-black expanse. Upon arrival, they discovered the remains of 7 or 8 zombies, each executed with a single shot to the head, swift and precise. "It appears to be that fellow, Qi Yuan," the young mercenary deduced as he examined the corpses, noting the absence of additional wounds apart from the fatal headshots. He promptly concluded that it was Lu Yuyuan, the one who had emerged from the Death Island alongside him. Such decisive marksmanship was beyond the capabilities of his comrades, who, despite being seasoned veterans from various nations, could not compare to those who had survived the rigorous training of Death Island. "Zack, control that dog. Otherwise, its barking will attract all the infected." As one mercenary approached the dog and attempted to secure its leash, 2 flashes of light illuminated the dark garage. "Arg, Zack." One bullet pierced through the mercenary's skull, while another struck the dog, causing it to collapse and whimper in agony. Thanks to the suppressor on the firearm, the shots produced little sound. "Don't stand at the entrance. They can see us." It became painfully evident how foolish it was to remain at the garage's entrance, although the interior was shrouded in darkness. Their position was bathed in sunlight, rendering them conspicuous even from within the dimly lit garage. The mercenaries opened fire while activating their night vision goggles, seeking refuge behind the vehicles within the garage. The young boy without a helmet was the headhunter, renowned for his remarkable accuracy and a combat sniper record of 2 for 155 meters. Lu Yuan quietly introduced Luo Qinkong, and upon hearing her remarks, Luo Qinkong furrowed his brow slightly. The record of 2,455 meters for a sniper shot is indeed impressive, with only a handful of individuals capable of achieving such a feat in real combat, however. Targets are often in motion, and factors such as terrain, obstacles, visibility, and wind direction must be taken into account. The head eagle had fallen too early in his previous life, directly sniped by Ren Shaoxing, which led Luo Qinkong to temporarily overlook his true combat prowess. It was only upon hearing Lu Yuyuan mention the head eagle's record that he reassessed the level of threat posed by him. I recall that the highest record stands at 3,500 meters. In comparison to the world record of 3,500 meters for practical sniper distance. This is still quite commendable, isn't it? Luo Qinkong casually remarked, prompting Lu Yuyuan to voice her skepticism. Do you comprehend the significance of a practical sniper kill distance of 2,455 meters? This is not merely shooting at stationary targets. Of course, I am aware, he replied. Typically, the effective range of a sniper rifle spans from 800 meters to approximately 2 kilometers. Beyond this effective range, both the anticipated power and accuracy are severely compromised. Bullets that exceed this distance tend to follow an absurd parabolic trajectory as they gradually lose their momentum during flight, resulting in a significant decrease in both power and precision. Moreover, in real combat scenarios, various environmental factors further complicate the task of eliminating a target. Apart from skill, luck and surroundings must also be in your favor. Luo Qinkong smiled faintly, recalling that in his previous life, his farthest recorded kill was at 3,100 meters, though luck played a considerable role in that achievement. Shattered glass littered the ground, and bullets riddled the surrounding vehicles. Even with night vision goggles, the mercenaries were unable to pinpoint the hiding spots of Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuyuan within the garage. At that moment, Lu Yuyuan threw a flashbang into the air. The blinding white light compelled the mercenaries to shut their eyes, and seizing this opportunity, Luo Qinkong hurled a grenade towards their location. Boom! The grenade exploded. And two mercenaries had no time to react, being violently thrown aside, their fates unknown. Although their protective gear prevented them from being gruesomely mangled, their internal organs had undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Given that the mercenaries were already operating in a dispersed manner, Luo Qinkong's single grenade achieving the elimination of two was considered a commendable outcome. Qi Yuan, do you understand the consequences of betraying the company? Betraying Zoya? The head hunter shouted into the enveloping darkness, yet received no reply. Qi Yuan, there is still time to turn back. The head hunter crouched behind a vehicle, donning a gas mask from his backpack. After completing this task, he retrieved several gas grenades and hurled them into the garage. Luo Qinkong observed the scene from the shadows, fully prepared for the opponent's maneuver. The gas mask he had previously stripped from the mercenary was now of great utility. As the toxic gas began to permeate the garage, he found himself temporarily shielded from its threats due to the mask. However, the encroaching fumes severely impaired his vision, even with night vision goggles. The oppressive darkness and the noxious vapors within the garage rendered them largely ineffective. The headhunter and the remaining mercenaries stood guard at the entrance, opting not to venture further, but rather waiting for Luo Qinkong and his companions to make their move. Luo Qinkong naturally understood their intent. Although the parking lot was shrouded in darkness, it was eerily silent at that moment. Any movement on his part, even the slightest sound, could potentially reveal his location to his adversaries. Once they pinpointed his position, he would be subjected to a barrage of overwhelming firepower. The reason Luo Qinkong had previously managed to eliminate the three of them was that they had aimed to capture him and Lu Yuyuan alive, which had caught him off guard. However, they had now relinquished that notion of capture. Headhunter, I am willing to surrender, came a voice from the other side of the garage. Lu Yuyuan, who was lying in ambush, as the attention of the assailants was drawn entirely to Lu Yuyuan. Luo Qinkong removed his shoes to muffle his footsteps and, taking advantage of the vehicles and the cover of toxic smoke, cautiously made his way towards the location of the headhunter. The headhunter gestured for the mercenaries to fall silent, fully aware that Lu Yuyuan was not the sole presence in the garage. Her surrender was merely a diversion. The garage was enveloped in darkness and thick with poisonous fumes. Even with night vision goggles, visibility was severely compromised, leaving sound as the only means to accurately locate them. It was a trap. The headhunter quickly realized this and retrieved a grenade from his waist, pulling the pin. However, he hesitated for 2 seconds before hurling it. Boom. The grenade detonated, flipping the vehicle where Lu Yuyuan was hiding and pinning one of her legs beneath it. Luo Qinkong, who had been inching closer through the toxic smoke, halted in his tracks. The explosion had struck Lu Yuyuan's position, and he feared for her safety. What surprised him, however, was that the mercenaries had yet to make a sound to betray their locations, and their dispersed formation indeed posed a challenge. Yet, Luo Qinkong had anticipated this. At that moment, a cell phone rang unexpectedly from the opposite side of the garage. Found it. There. The headhunter immediately commanded the mercenaries to unleash their fire towards the source of the ringtone. However, as soon as he issued the order, his face paled. He suddenly recalled that the entire Jinan Island City's signal had been jammed. How could a phone call possibly come through? It must have been a preset alarm. At this point, it was too late to stop it. Flames erupted from the gun muzzles, glaringly evident even in the smoke-filled darkness of the garage. As Luo Qinkong swiftly zeroed in on the mercenaries' hiding spots and raised his rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. As Luo Qinkong gazed at the flames erupting from the gun's muzzle, he fired several shots with precision. His 4 decades of struggle in the apocalyptic world had rendered marksmanship merely a fundamental skill he hardly ever missed. Although the headhunter reacted swiftly, a bullet nonetheless struck his arm, sending a surge of excruciating pain through him and causing his rifle to clatter to the ground. The mercenaries under the headhunter fell one by one, their heads exploding upon impact. A master. It dawned on the headhunter that he was up against a formidable opponent, one whose shooting prowess might even surpass his own. Within less than 2 seconds, the adversary had managed to obliterate the mercenaries' heads, relying solely on the glow of the gunfire to pinpoint their positions. They had been relatively dispersed, and executing such precision without any chance for them to react indicated that the assailant could not miss, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Each mercenary was clad in ballistic vests, yet all the bullets struck their heads. The headhunter could only speculate that the attacker had mentally envisioned their silhouettes in the darkness, using the height of the gunfire to gauge the shooter's stature. After all, individuals of different heights would shoot from varying angles. Though this seemed implausible, it stood as the only explanation. Moreover, these mercenaries had been retired soldiers from various nations, typically having undergone systematic training, resulting in a uniformity in their shooting stance. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he had not fired a shot, and thus had not revealed his position. How, then, had that bullet found its mark on his arm? The flames. Those fools. The headhunter suddenly recalled that he had been positioned relatively close to one of the mercenaries, and the gunfire's illumination might have inadvertently outlined his figure. Yet, the clarity was insufficient, allowing the bullet to strike only his arm. This also implied that the assailant had stealthily approached a position very near to them, with Lu Yuyuan serving as the distraction. The headhunter retrieved his communicator from his pocket and pressed the button, seeking support from RNG. After completing this task, he drew his handgun and sprinted desperately towards the garage exit. In the face of imminent death, he momentarily forgot that beyond the garage lay the sunlight. And as he emerged into the light, Luo Qinkong locked onto him with unerring accuracy. Luo Qinkong pulled the trigger, and at that very moment, the headhunter fell at the garage door, collapsing into a pool of blood. Luo Qinkong meticulously reloaded his rifle, choosing not to rush to Yuan Lu's aid immediately. Instead, he approached the lifeless bodies of the mercenaries, methodically ensuring each was rendered truly deceased with a precise shot. Although a bullet to the head typically guaranteed death, Luo Qinkong's past experiences instilled in him a profound caution. Every lesson learned was paid for in blood and lives. He had witnessed, in his previous life, the grim fate of those fortunate enough to survive with bullets lodged in their skulls. Therefore, even if there existed but a minuscule chance of survival, Luo Qinkong was resolute in eliminating every potential threat. Luo Qinkong, what are you doing? Hurry and save me. Yuan Lu cried out, trapped beneath a vehicle, unable to move. Upon hearing her desperate plea, Luo Qinkong raised his rifle and fired several shots at the corpse of the headhunter near the garage entrance. Once assured that the threat was neutralized, he returned to retrieve his mobile phone before proceeding to find Yuan Lu. Please help me move these obstacles, she implored. Through the beam of his mobile phone's flashlight, Luo Qinkong beheld Lu Yuan's right leg trapped beneath the overturned vehicle. Given his current physical condition, he did not entertain the notion of being capable of lifting the car. Wait for me, he said, fumbling in his pocket for a car key he had retrieved during his encounter with the zombies in the garage. A precautionary measure should the confrontation with the headhunter go awry. Should he fail, Luo Qinkong had intended to sell Lu Yuan and make his escape alone. Luo Qinkong swiftly located the car using the key and soon found a nearby fire hydrant. He severed the water pipe within, repurposing it as a makeshift rope. and then secured it between the overturned vehicle and the one he was driving. Luo Qinkong swiftly shifted gears and accelerated. As he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle that had been pressing down on Lu Yuan was finally pulled away. With the car moved aside, Lu Yuan struggled to rise from the ground, limping slightly. "Do not become my burden." Luo Qinkong approached Lu Yuan and tossed her a wooden stick, seemingly scavenged from the surroundings, to serve as a makeshift cane. "You wretch. Can't you support me?" she exclaimed. "No, for that would only render you a burden," Luo Qinkong replied with a stoic expression, inciting further ire from Lu Yuan. "Do you have any idea that I've suffered a fracture?" she retorted. "I am aware. Yet the training on Death Island should have equipped you with the knowledge to manage your injuries, including fractures. If you were at a loss, I would not hesitate to assist you in amputation." Lu Yuan contemplated cursing Luo Qinkong, but was deterred by the thought that he might indeed take her words to heart. How would she survive if she were to lose a leg? "We must depart swiftly. But before we do, I wish to prepare a little gift for them." "A gift?" Luo Qinkong did not utter much, but instead made his way towards the entrance of the garage where the Hunter Eagle was located. Lu Yuan hastily propped up her wooden stick and limped quickly to follow Luo Qinkong. However, just as they approached within 5 meters of the Hunter Eagle, the creature, which should have been lifeless, suddenly turned its bloodied face towards them, brandishing a handgun. At this moment, Luo Qinkong realized that his earlier shot had not struck the Hunter Eagle's head as intended, but had instead hit its jaw, which now hung limply, exposing the teeth and bone within. Only a thin strip of flesh connected the remnants, rendering the Hunter Eagle far more grotesque than a zombie, exuding an aura of sheer horror. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Qinkong swiftly seized Lu Yuan, placing her protectively before him. Lu Yuan, momentarily bewildered, was about to resist when a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through her chest. Bang! Both Luo Qinkong and the headhunter fired their weapons. Luo Qinkong's bullet pierced through the headhunter's skull, while the headhunter's shot struck Lu Yuan in the chest. The impact sent Lu Yuan crashing to the ground, her body curling up in agony as she glared at Luo Qinkong with a predatory gaze. "You bastard, Luo Qinkong!" Lu Yuan cursed through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. "Thank you for the compliment." Luo Qinkong was aware that Lu Yuan was clad in a bulletproof vest. Therefore, there was no cause for concern, at worst. She might sustain a few fractured ribs, although Luo Qinkong himself was also wearing protective armor. There was no need for him to absorb the impact of a bullet when someone else could take the shot. Luo Qinkong paid no heed to the injuries sustained by Lu Yuan. Instead, he approached the lifeless body of the falconer. It was only then that he observed the bullets he had fired earlier had all struck the adversary's bulletproof vest. No wonder they had the audacity to open fire on them, even contemplating taking one down before meeting their demise. This was indeed a consequence of their own making. Had it not been for their insistence, he would not have casually discharged those few shots. Luo Qinkong smiled faintly, reflecting on the habit of delivering the final blow that he had cultivated since his past life. Little did he expect that this oversight would nearly plunge him into peril. The proximity of danger was mitigated by 2 factors: Luo Qinkong's swift reflexes and the fact that the grievously injured headhunter could not maintain composure to take aim. After all, enduring excruciating pain without uttering a sound was a remarkable feat under the influence of these 2 circumstances. The likelihood of the headhunter successfully shooting Luo Qinkong in the head was exceedingly slim. To err on the side of caution, Luo Qinkong had pulled Lu Yuan to shield him from potential gunfire. Lu Yuan, clutching her chest, rose from the ground, inwardly cursing Luo Qinkong for his actions. After all, she had emerged alive from Death Island as an assassin, only to be used as a human shield by this young man. "You have slain Zoya's capable subordinate. Zoya will not let you off lightly." "I am aware, and I have no intention of seeking his mercy," he replied. "However, I must say, your cohort from this iteration of Death Island is rather inept." As he grasped a leg of the headhunter's corpse and made his way towards the garage, he continued to mock. "Inept?" Lu Yuan clenched her teeth, wanting to retort, yet the reality that she had already been bested by Luo Qinkong, alongside the headhunter, weighed heavily on her. "Indeed, your sole talent lies in slaughter. Otherwise, in my eyes, you are woefully lacking in all other aspects, particularly your acting skills, which are abysmally poor." I find it difficult to accept. In his previous life, Luo Qinkong served as the security chief of the northern base, where he also oversaw the training of personnel on Death Island, assuming the role of chief instructor. The rigor of his training surpassed that of Zoya's by a considerable margin. Given the current capabilities of Lu Yuan and the headhunter, it is likely they would not survive. Consequently, out of the 1,000 individuals under Luo Chenkong's charge, only 3 emerged alive. What are you doing? Lu Yuan inquired, observing Luo Chenkong as he scribbled on the wall, her confusion evident. At that moment, she had merely bandaged her right eye and planned to address it further upon reaching the RNG Southern Island base. Nonetheless, the impairment of her vision rendered her quite uncomfortable. Leave behind my identity, Luo Chenkong replied with a faint smile. The identity he wished to preserve was that of the northern base, a fabricated persona. However, for Zoya to believe it, the information retained must be accurate, a task not daunting for Luo Chenkong, given his previous experience there. Are you not afraid that Zoya might retrieve information from the northern base, thereby uncovering your true identity or causing trouble for the base? Not at all. Within the Great Shu, there exist 5 colossal RNG bases. Their establishment was the result of an extensive economic agreement between RNG and the Great Shu. The Southern Island base and the Central Nest base ostensibly focus on pharmaceutical development and medical research, yet their clandestine activities can be discerned upon closer inspection. The Western Sand Sea base claims to assist in seed development and combat desertification, but it is notorious for producing bizarre creatures. The Eastern Abyss base, located 1,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface, purports to study marine life and resource extraction, while in reality, it engages in activities best kept hidden. Lastly, the Northern Base, situated on the border between the Winter Kingdom and the Great Shu, is a collaborative effort involving both nations and RNG, dedicated to the joint development of specialized weaponry. Luo Chenkong took a deep breath and continued, although all the bases belong to RNG, they are not on amicable terms with one another, and information does not flow freely between them. If Zoya wishes to investigate me, he must request authorization from the headquarters. To the headquarters. Zoya is merely a minor player at the South Island base, lacking the qualifications to access such data. Even if I were to eliminate the headhunter, I would still be regarded as an inconsequential figure in their eyes. They would not go out of their way to investigate whether someone has infiltrated the northern base. After all, while you may have emerged from Death Island, you are still considered expendable. So, what do you intend to do? I plan to openly disclose my identity as a member of the northern base to him, Luo Chenkong stated calmly. You've lost your mind. Are you not afraid that Zoya, that maniac, will come to eliminate you directly? Lu Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. In her memory, Zoya was a profoundly unstable individual. Revealing his identity to him seemed tantamount to inviting his wrath. You do not yet understand him. He is indeed a madman, but not a fool. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to countless victories. I comprehend him, which is why I dare to act in this manner. In this world, the weak have their own way of survival, just as the strong possess their own strategies. Do you know what happens when a feeble creature encounters a ferocious beast? Luo Chenkong asked with a faint smile, to which Lu Yuan pondered before responding. They flee in panic. Indeed, fleeing in terror is one correct response. However, what if there is no escape? Often, when those weak animals find themselves cornered, they display a show of defiance, attempting to intimidate their predator. Yet, predators are usually well aware of their prey's capabilities and remain unperturbed by such displays. Our greatest advantage lies in the fact that Zoya is unaware of all my intricacies. In a previous life, Luo Chenkong had considerable dealings with Zoya and thus possessed a profound understanding of his character. Simultaneously, he had grasped a fundamental truth. Often, the weak brandish their claws, while the strong conceal their true selves. The weak, perpetually on the brink of demise, resort to intimidation to buy themselves precious moments of escape from peril. In contrast, the strong shroud themselves to avoid exposing vulnerabilities, biding their time for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Both the weak and the strong have their respective survival strategies. Viewed from a broader perspective, Luo Chenkong was undoubtedly a weakling. Very well, Luo Chenkong remarked, clapping his hands as he gazed upon the corpse of the headhunting eagle pinned to the wall. Behind the lifeless body loomed a colossal emblem of the northern base, rendered in blood. Having completed this task, Luo Chenkong and Lu Yuan promptly departed, and shortly thereafter, a helicopter descended nearby. Fully armed individuals aboard the aircraft soon located the site using their tracking information. Mr. Zoya, it appears that the headhunting eagle's team has been entirely annihilated, reported an armored mercenary who emerged from the garage, addressing Zoya, who was absorbed in a mobile game at the garage entrance. This nonchalant demeanor was something the mercenaries had grown accustomed to, and none harbored any grievances towards such a perilous figure. Please hold for a moment, Zoya uttered, and the reporting mercenary stood silently by, refraining from disturbing him. Roar! Suddenly, from the adjacent wall, a grotesque, blood-soaked mutant zombie, adorned with bony protrusions, lunged forth. Its limbs, elongated beyond the norm, possessed the uncanny ability to scale walls like a gecko, enabling it to circumvent the mercenaries' defenses undetected. The zombie pounced towards Zoya, yet the surrounding mercenaries, despite their awareness of the threat, were too late to react. "Ah, dead," Zoya sighed, drawing the pistol from his waist without even glancing back. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head erupted like a watermelon. The silver handgun in Zoya's grasp was a high-caliber weapon designed to combat evolved zombies, boasting significantly greater power than standard firearms. Zoya wielded the R2 Judgment pistol, developed by RNG, which fired 11 43mm rounds. This weapon was an enhancement of the original Magnum, offering superior power and handling. However, its drawbacks were apparent. It bore substantial recoil and weight, yet among the top 3 in terms of recoil and heft. Zoya handled it with effortless ease. At that moment, both the RNG mercenaries and elite assassins emerging from Death Island swallowed hard. Let us proceed. I am eager to discern what trickery that fellow is up to. As Zoya strode towards the garage, the mercenaries dutifully followed in his wake, regardless of the circumstances. Humanity has an unwavering admiration for the strong. Within the sewers of Jinan Island City, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuyuan advanced towards the RNG building, guided by the meticulously plotted sewer route displayed on Luo Qinkong's mobile device. Due to Lu Yuyuan's leg injury, the multitude of zombies lurking above posed a dire threat. Should calamity strike, she would inevitably become a burden. However, the sewers were a different realm, the most unsightly part of the city. The filth and grime repelled the masses, rendering it one of the safest havens in the event of a zombie outbreak, for no undead roamed these depths. With a makeshift iron rod for support, Lu Yuan limped behind Luo Qinkong, wading through the knee-deep, refuse-laden waters that exuded a foul stench. The experience was excruciating, a torture of both body and mind. Yet, she dared not entertain any thoughts of surrendering or slowing her pace. Lu Yuan remained resolutely in step with Luo Qinkong, acutely aware that should she become a liability, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Her survival in Luo Qinkong's presence was predicated on her perceived value, a value she suspected might not hold significant weight in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan, Luo Qinkong was adept at concealing his true intentions. For the more fervently one displays their aspirations, the more susceptible they become to scrutiny. In his perspective, those deemed worthless were swiftly eliminated, not retained as companions. He deliberately fostered a sense of insignificance in Lu Yuan, instilling in her an urgency to showcase her worth, thus enabling her to assist him in various endeavors. Until the fade of her role as a member of the false northern base was compromised, Lu Yuan would dutifully obey, having betrayed Zoya in the southern base. She now awaited the northern base's protection. With a sidelong glance, Luo Qinkong observed Lu Yuan, who had approached him. Although Lu Yuan harbored a profound fear of death, one could not help but acknowledge the remarkable strength of her will. Despite her leg injury and the grim, filthy environment surrounding them, she managed to stay by his side without uttering a single cry of pain, a testament to the dual torment of body and spirit she endured. Had he encountered such a person in his previous life, he would have been utterly unprepared. Paralyzed by an intense fear of pain and characterized by a profound weakness of spirit, naive as a fool, merely surviving this ordeal would have seemed nothing short of miraculous. Yet, growth is an intrinsic aspect of human existence. With an abundance of suffering comes a natural desensitization. Through relentless pressure, the potential for eruption inevitably arises. Though her will may be fragile, there remains a stubborn resolve, a willingness to fight for survival against all odds. As Luo Qinkong silently admired Lu Yuan's formidable willpower and psychological resilience, Lu Yuan simultaneously marveled at Luo Qinkong's composure and tranquility, as if he had everything under control, with no emotional fluctuations betraying his calm demeanor. At this moment, Lu Yuan experienced a peculiar illusion, perceiving Luo Qinkong not as a mere youth of 16 or 17, akin to her own age, but rather as an old and cunning veteran, one who had traversed countless hardships. You left the mark of the northern base. Are you not afraid that Zoya will take revenge and annihilate everyone in the building? Lu Yuan tentatively inquired, glancing at the figure of Luo Qinkong ahead of her. He won't, Luo Qinkong replied, as if the reasoning was self-evident. You can understand that, so he certainly can too. Lu Yuan furrowed her brow. Indeed. Betraying RNG would lead to a dead end. However, possessing the identity of the northern base meant that she merely shifted her allegiance from the southern island base to the northern base, still retaining her affiliation with RNG, thus not qualifying as a defector. Consequently, the headquarters would not take action against her. At most, the Southern Island base would seek to eliminate her. The internal competition among the various bases under RNG was fierce. From the headquarters' perspective, these were merely minor frictions. On the contrary, such a competitive mechanism would instill a sense of crisis in those bases lacking ambition, which was precisely the goal of RNG's headquarters. Zoya belonged to the Southern Island base. Yet he himself was oblivious to the possibility of being discarded by them when no longer useful. Thus, fostering a good relationship with another base and proving his worth could provide him with an additional path in the future, especially amidst the recent crisis of leaks in Jean Nandao City, prompting the headquarters to seek a scapegoat. This scapegoat needed to be of just the right stature. And given Zoya's history of defying orders, he had already aroused the discontent of the Southern Island base. Hence, Zoya was perfectly suited for that scapegoat role. Does this mean Zoya will not take action against us? Upon hearing Luo Chenkong's explanation, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Not necessarily, Luo Chenkong smiled faintly, continuing his descent into the depths of the sewer. What do you mean? Not necessarily. Wait for me. In the garage, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, Zoya observed the lifeless body of the headhunter lying in the corner. The grotesque visage of the corpse, marred by the gunshot that had shattered its jaw, was a grim sight. On the wall behind the body, a holy spear emblem was depicted, a long spear flanked by a pair of angelic wings. What does this symbol signify? I should ask those fellows outside. Zoya mused, realizing that whoever managed to take down his team was likely no ordinary individual. Although he was unfamiliar with the emblem, he captured an image of it and sent it to his colleagues at the Southern Island base. Despite his personal disdain for that individual, after a few minutes of waiting, Zoya received a message in response. The Valkyrie Research Department of the RNG Northern Base recognized the emblem's associated department, causing Zoya to frown slightly. As merely the armed security chief of the Southern Island base, it was evident that this department was beyond his reach, at least not at his current rank. Otherwise, he would not be oblivious to such an emblem. As for the Northern base, Zoya had merely heard whispers of it. The exact location remained a closely guarded secret, aside from certain high-ranking members of RNG. Perhaps only a select few in the Daxa Kingdom were privy to this information. However, what could be the intent behind the insignia left behind? Was it a deliberate revelation of identity, a caution against hasty actions? It was inconceivable for the Northern base to intervene in this matter. And it should be noted that all RNG departmental bases, aside from the Death Nest base and headquarters, were under strict confidentiality. What do you intend to do? Inquired a rather brooding youth behind Zoya, who, like the others, Headhunter and Lu Yuan, had survived all the training on Death Island. Since outsiders have infiltrated, we must eliminate them without hesitation, Zoya replied with a smile. What? Eliminate without hesitation? Lu Yuan's astonished voice echoed through the silent sewer. Indeed, eliminate without hesitation, Zoya affirmed. Weren't you the one who said Zoya wouldn't seek our complete destruction? Lu Yuan retorted, well aware of Zoya's methods, which haunted her deeply due to her experiences on Death Island. During those years on Death Island, were you solely focused on eliminating your opponents without a shred of strategy? Luo Chenkong scorned Lu Yuan mercilessly, causing her to grit her teeth, suppressing the urge to retaliate against him. Then enlighten me with your reasoning. The RNG Southern base will undoubtedly pursue our annihilation. Although the Northern base primarily focuses on the development of individual weaponry, the virus that has erupted in this city is, in essence, a weapon. The Southern base fears that their research achievements may be stolen by other bases, while most of the documentation has been relocated. What if they were to locate the Dr. Lei Hongtian you mentioned? The Southern base likely would not report this to headquarters. They wish to utilize Zoya to dispose of us, and if the Northern base seeks accountability later, they could claim we met our demise by accident. That is the Southern base's line of thinking. Moreover, Zoya is likely under surveillance from the Southern base, compelled to execute the orders to hunt us down, even exhibiting a pronounced intent to kill us. Thus, while Zoya might pursue us, his actions will not be overtly lethal. Should we inadvertently perish, it would be no one's fault but our own. If we survive and Zoya still finds me intriguing, believing I hold value, then perhaps I could secure a ticket to leave this place. But what if I am deemed worthless, or if I appear timid before Zoya? Lu Yuan countered, sticking out her tongue. Having once served under Zoya, she knew he wore a perpetual smile, yet one could never predict when he might take a life, making his intentions inscrutable. If deemed worthless, that would lead to a dead end, devoid of meaning. In this regard, he and I are akin. As for facing that individual, Any display of fear or revealing a hint of weakness could prove fatal. Even a mere glance could lead to a dead end. For someone who becomes flustered in his presence, he is hardly a figure of significance at the northern base. In a previous life, Luo Qinkong had considerable dealings with Zoya, even narrowly escaping death at his hands on several occasions. Had it not been for Zoya's penchant for tormenting the weak, he would have perished long ago. Ultimately, 6 months before the outbreak of the Death Nest incident, Luo Qinkong, alongside Ren Shaoxing, managed to eliminate that troublesome adversary. Although they were enemies in the past, and he had harbored a visceral hatred for Zoya, one must concede that Zoya was indeed an opponent capable of compelling him to seriousness, a contender who instigated his transformation. However, his singular flaw lay in his reckless nature and his enjoyment of tormenting the feeble. Little did he realize that the desperate resistance of the weak, who have resigned themselves to death, could still inflict harm upon the strong. Had Luo Qinkong been in Zoya's shoes at that time, he would not have chosen to torment the then weakling known as Luo Qinkong, but rather would have ended him with a single shot, ensuring he would never rise again. The weak are not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is when the weak lose their fear of death. If Zoya truly wishes to eliminate us, do you have a strategy to confront her? Lu Yuan inquired, for Zoya was undoubtedly the person Lu feared the most. No, even with our combined efforts, we would not stand a chance against that individual in a direct confrontation. Luo Qinkong shook his head and continued, in close-quarters combat, Zoya predominantly employs the formidable techniques of Sambo and Makarov, characterized by their fierce and aggressive maneuvers. In terms of physique and physical strength, the disparity between us is insurmountable. As for marksmanship, Zoya is a former elite special forces soldier from the Lantern Nation, having participated in numerous foreign conflicts. His accuracy within 100 meters is virtually flawless. If that individual fixates on us at the first opportunity, we must draw our weapons with swifter resolve. Although Luo Qinkong possesses his own combat techniques, these skills necessitate a robust physical constitution for effective execution. Should he confront Zoya directly, if Luo Qinkong fails to deliver a fatal blow in close quarters, Zoya may only require a single punch to end his life. After all, Luo Qinkong's current frail physique renders him exceedingly vulnerable. His previous ability to contend with Lu Yuan was merely due to his possession of a firearm and Lu Yuan's relatively modest strength. Otherwise, no matter how adept Luo Qinkong might be in martial arts, he would find it impossible to subdue Lu Yuan. Ultimately, during the struggle to overpower her, Luo Qinkong was already on the brink of exhaustion. As for Zoya's marksmanship, it is paramount for special forces across nations, with shooting skills being the fundamental proficiency of every soldier. Even though battlefield conditions are ever-changing and cannot replicate the flawless outcomes achieved in training, Luo Qinkong firmly believes that Zoya could effortlessly detonate his head from 100 meters away. Although Luo Qinkong is a reincarnator, he does not possess invincibility merely due to the combat skills and battle experiences of his past life. Rather, he approaches life with greater caution and prudence than before. He understands that certain matters cannot be altered simply by prior knowledge or experiences from his former existence. Many aspects of this world cannot be achieved through persistence and effort alone, such as immortality. Therefore, Luo Qinkong aspires to seize more opportunities than he did in his past life and to journey further. Upon hearing that Luo Qinkong had no means to deal with Zoya, Lu Yuan furrowed her brow slightly. She could not believe that he lacked strategies against Zoya. After all, from Luo Qinkong's words, Lu Yuan could discern that he possessed a profound understanding of Zoya, perhaps even more than she, who had once been by Zoya's side. What style of combat do you practice? Lu Yuan recalled their earlier confrontation, eager to ascertain Luo Qinkong's martial arts style for future encounters. I am familiar with Judo, Mega, and Sambo, though my approach is largely unorthodox. For me, I will employ whichever method proves effective in vanquishing my foes. Lu Yuan's intentions were clear to Luo Qinkong. In truth, in his previous life during the apocalypse, he had predominantly learned various unconventional combat techniques, resorting to every trick imaginable, including strikes to sensitive areas. While he possessed some knowledge of formal martial arts, it was taught to him by Ren Shaoxing and was said to be a closely guarded special combat style from the Great Shu Kingdom. He did not even know its name. Nonetheless, for Luo Qinkong, every form of martial art represented a collection of experiences forged in the crucible of combat. Whether formal or unorthodox, as long as it enabled him to swiftly subdue and eliminate his adversaries, it sufficed. Lu Yuan intended to say more, but Luo Qinkong suddenly gestured for her to silence herself. As Luo Qinkong furrowed his brow, within the profound silence of the desolate sewer, certain sounds emerged with startling clarity. A familiar voice echoed from behind him, causing Luo Qinkong's expression to darken, and cold sweat began to bead on his back. How? Luo Qinkong's demeanor naturally caught Lu Yoyuan's attention. However, before she could inquire further, she was silenced by a piercing glance from Luo Qinkong, prompting her to cover her mouth. Luo Qinkong remained silent, extinguishing the beam of his flashlight as he pressed onward, quickening his pace slightly. At that moment, Lu Yuan began to hear peculiar sounds drawing nearer, resembling the skittering of mice. Could it be that he harbored a fear of rodents? She regarded Luo Qinkong with a strange expression, even when confronted by the hunters. He had never displayed such seriousness. Were these creatures truly so fearsome? Perhaps sensing the encroaching noise, Luo Qinkong ceased to lower his voice and began to sprint through the murky water up to his knees, struggling against the resistance of the liquid. In contrast, Lu Yuan found herself in a more dire predicament. With one leg already injured, Luo Qinkong's sudden acceleration left her startled and disoriented. "What on earth are you afraid of?" she shouted at Luo Qinkong, momentarily forgetting the need for silence. However, he offered no reply, intent only on his escape. After all, Luo Qinkong would not risk his life for an injured companion. While Lu Yuan possessed some utility, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Upon receiving no response, Lu Yuan switched on her flashlight, casting its light into the darkness of the sewer behind her. What she beheld was a swarm of rodents. But these were not ordinary mice. Their fur had fallen away, revealing festering sores and decay. Suddenly, one of the creatures lunged at her, and in a panic, she seized it, crushing it in her grip. The pus-filled sores burst, splattering her hands with foul, putrid blood. These mice consumed flesh. Lu Yuan's countenance turned ashen as she comprehended why Luo Qinkong had fled with such urgency, unwilling to explain himself. Faced with the ravenous horde of cannibalistic rodents surging toward her, an overwhelming instinct for survival ignited within her. She discarded her cane, ignoring the excruciating pain in her leg, and began to sprint in the direction Luo Qinkong had taken, pulling a grenade from her pocket to hurl behind her. The sewers of Jinan Island City were relatively well ventilated, preventing the accumulation of refuse and methane gas, which gave Lu Yuan the audacity to throw the grenade without fear of catastrophe. Boom! The grenade detonated, scattering the cannibal mice into fragments. Yet, the remaining rodents surged forward, voraciously consuming their dismembered kin. Lu Yuan dared not look back. She pressed on, throwing her remaining grenades to delay the relentless swarm. Luo Qinkong, one day, I shall have my revenge. That fellow must have met his demise. What a pity. I had hoped to seek his assistance in locating Dr. Lei Hongtian, yet it seems I must reconsider. Apart from her, I can also glean information from Zoya. Luo Qinkong ascended the ladder towards the sewer's surface, and according to the meticulously charted route on his phone, he should emerge onto the street outside the RNG building. In comparison to the zombies outside, the ravenous rat hordes within the sewers pose a far greater peril, as these rodents have mutated due to the blood virus. Even a single bite can lead to infection and transformation into a zombie. In a previous life, while scavenging for resources, Luo Qinkong had accompanied a search team into the sewers to evade zombies, where they encountered those voracious rat swarms and witnessed a living person being devoured to the bone. Even the bones themselves became the gnawing material for those rats. The rat swarms, mutated piranhas, carrion ants, and the tormenting worms of the western desert all exhibit the trait of collective predation. Encountering them often results in utter annihilation, making them the most dreaded adversaries for survivors in this post-apocalyptic world, aside from the massive hordes of the undead. Luo Qinkong lifted the manhole cover above him and emerged from the depths of the sewer, thoughtfully replacing the cover afterward. At that moment, he found himself standing on the broad avenue before the RNG building, initially expecting to encounter a multitude of zombies. However, to his astonishment, the scene before him was utterly desolate, devoid of any undead presence. Luo Qinkong surveyed his surroundings and discovered several tanks along with a number of infantry fighting vehicles. Beyond these armored machines lay a makeshift defensive line composed of civilian vehicles and barbed wire. However, beyond this barricade, the area was choked with an array of vehicles, some of which had been reduced to mere skeletal frames by fire. An unsettling question arose. Where were the zombies? Furrowing his brow, Luo Qinkong had anticipated encountering a massive horde in this desolate place, yet he found not a single undead creature in sight. It was implausible that all the zombies had been eradicated, as the ground was stained with dried blood and scattered remains. Nevertheless, when compared to the populous zones surrounding the RNG building, the numbers here were negligible. Following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, a significant portion of the population had succumbed to the affliction, and logically, Luo Qinkong should have been met with an overwhelming darkness. Luo Qinkong contemplated a possibility. Not long ago, RNG had been hastily relocating something from this very place. The incessant arrival and departure of helicopters suggested that the zombies might have been lured away by some means employed by RNG. A potent scent of blood and overwhelming noise could indeed have the potential to divert these creatures. Xiao Kong, a voice called out from behind. Luo Qinkong turned to see Zhao Zihan and her companions hastening toward him. It appeared that Zhao Zihan and her group had already reached this location, and a lookout had spotted him, promptly reporting to her. Otherwise, how could she have arrived here so swiftly with her entourage? Upon seeing Zhao Zihan, Luo Qinkong quickly altered his expression, transforming his previously placid demeanor into one of profound sorrow. "Sister Zhao," he exclaimed, feigning relief at the sight of a trusted ally as he rushed toward her. To enhance the authenticity of his act, he purposefully stumbled and fell. "Where is everyone else?" Zhao Zihan inquired anxiously, helping him to his feet. Noticing his disheveled and dirty appearance, she braced herself for the worst regarding the fate of those who had accompanied him. "We encountered zombies and managed to escape, but then we ran into a fully armed group of people. To divert their attention, they were all captured. Fearing another encounter with either the armed group or the zombies, Xiao Yuan and I fled through the sewers, but we were beset by a horde of man-eating rats. Xiao Yuan was injured. She sacrificed herself to ensure my safety," Luo Qinkong recounted, adopting a tearful visage. Zhao Zihan's heart softened at his display, and she enveloped him in a comforting embrace, for in her eyes, he remained merely a child. The most believable lies are those interwoven with strands of truth. Indeed, those events had transpired, albeit with minor embellishments from Luo Qinkong. His past experiences with Zhao Zihan had imparted to him an understanding of her deep concern for him, stemming from the resemblance he bore to her deceased brother, a revelation she had shared with him in a previous life. "It's all right now. It's all in the past. You are safe," Zhao Zihan gently caressed Luo Qinkong's head in reassurance. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a cold indifference lurked within his gaze. Luo Qinkong is precisely who he is, neither a substitute for anyone nor a mere plaything to be trifled with. Zhao Zihan's expression of longing and guilt towards her brother through her actions concerning Luo Qinkong will only evoke disdain from him, for he is a person who lives for himself. Alas, this child possesses both affection and loyalty. Regrettably, this incident will haunt him with guilt for a lifetime. "It is unfortunate. I perceive that young man has an interest in Xiao Yuan. This will certainly lead to a lifetime of regret for him." Just as the crowd behind Zhao Zihan lamented for Luo Qinkong, an ill-timed voice suddenly pierced the air. "Luo Qinkong, you scoundrel, this is far from over." Upon hearing this voice, Luo Qinkong was momentarily taken aback. Everyone began to glance around, searching for the source of the sound. At that moment, the manhole cover behind Luo Qinkong was pushed open, and a shadowy figure emerged, a muddy silhouette that, despite the conditions, he could still discern as Lu Yuan. Remarkably, she had survived the onslaught of the carnivorous rats even while injured. Luo Qinkong was unaware that Lu Yuan could not possibly outrun those rodents. However, at a critical moment, she stumbled upon a substantial accumulation of sludge in the sewer, likely cast aside by workers during maintenance. Without a second thought, Lu Yuan plunged herself into the foul muck. The thick layer of sludge not only concealed her, but also completely masked her scent, thus sparing her from peril. To avoid revealing her true identity, Luo Qinkong disregarded the repulsive stench emanating from Lu Yuan and swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. This sudden action rendered Lu Yuan momentarily speechless, erasing all the scathing remarks she had intended to hurl at him. "If you wish to survive, cooperate with me," Luo Qinkong whispered softly in her ear, causing her to involuntarily shudder. This insufferable man was indeed performing. Although a surge of the urge to eliminate Luo Qinkong coursed through her, she had no choice but to play along. "Be gentle. Do you want me to die? My ribs feel like they're breaking," she retorted through gritted teeth, glaring at him with a fierce intensity. Sensing the murderous intent in her eyes, Luo Qinkong decided against further tormenting her. After all, pushing her any further would surely provoke her wrath. "I truly thought you had perished. It is a relief to see you unharmed." Luo Qinkong feigned wiping away his tears, revealing a radiant smile that prompted Lu Yuan, who was closely observing his performance, to silently curse under her breath. Those oblivious individuals were undoubtedly deceived by Luo Qinkong's acting, mistakenly believing that he genuinely cared for them. In truth, at the first sign of danger, he would vanish without a trace. showing no mercy when it came to selling out others. I suspect my ribs are fractured. Although I am unsure of the extent of my injuries, the pain is excruciating. Additionally, my foot is injured, and my right eye. Lu Yuan plopped down onto the ground, playing the victim at this moment. Then I shall carry you, Luo Qinkong remarked, fully aware of Lu Yuan's intentions to take advantage of the situation to irritate him. Nevertheless, he was indifferent. As long as she did not interfere with his plans. I've already said my ribs are broken. Do you really think I need you to carry me? So, what do you propose? Although Luo Qinkong maintained a smile, his mind was racing with thoughts. If her demands became too excessive, he might just concoct an accident to eliminate her. Why not find a stretcher? Where would I find a stretcher here? How about this? I will assist you. That should suffice. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yuan reluctantly agreed. Prior to Zhao Zihan and the others' arrival, the RNG building was devoid of any zombies. A fact Luo Qinkong learned from Zhao Zihan. Apart from the lookout personnel, Zhao Zihan had dispersed her subordinates into small teams to scavenge for useful supplies within the RNG building, but for them, the paramount objective was finding a means to escape. Although the entirety of Jinan Island City had lost power, the RNG building had a constant and ample supply of electricity. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan cleansed the mud from their bodies in the restroom of the RNG building and donned the uniforms of ordinary RNG employees. Since Luo Qinkong had recounted his experiences to Zhao Zihan, neither Lu Yuan nor he were assigned search tasks, nor did they need to scour the area like the others. Despite not being injured, Luo Qinkong was still regarded as a patient, just like Lu Yuan. Because Zhao Zihan and her team believed that Luo Qinkong had been affected by the deaths of those around him. Little did they know, Luo Qinkong had long since grown numb to such losses in his previous life. Are you truly unharmed by those rats? Luo Qinkong inquired, observing Lu Yuan. Now clad in a clean RNG uniform, for those man-eating rats carried the deadly blood virus. No, Lu Yuan replied coldly. If bitten, timely amputation of the affected area could still save someone. Luo Qinkong, I am far more familiar with the horrors of that virus than you. So I do not require your instructions. You are merely afraid that I may be infected and are concealing it from me. If an outbreak were to suddenly occur, it would only jeopardize your plans. Lu Yuan's gaze was rife with hostility towards Luo Qinkong. Had she not been branded a traitor by the Southern Island base, she would have seized the opportunity to shoot him long ago. After all her injuries were due to Luo Qinkong, especially his right eye, which could be considered utterly ruined. Lu Yuan initially believed that Luo Qinkong was cunning and sly. However, at least in a collaborative relationship, one would expect that in times of trouble, he would not hesitate to offer assistance, if not risking his life to save her. Even a mere reminder would suffice. Yet Luo Qinkong chose to abandon her without a word. Most individuals, when faced with the beautiful Lu Yuan, would undoubtedly rush to her aid. After all, the chance to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is not one to be missed. Yet, this fellow Luo Qinkong, in times of peril, opted to flee, coldly abandoning his companions. To him, the notion of heroically rescuing a beauty and subsequently nurturing feelings for her is merely a trope reserved for protagonists. He does not fit that mold. Even in his reincarnation, who can assure him that he is the sole one to have been reborn? The adage that a general's success is built upon the bones of the fallen serves as a testament to his past demise, indicating that he was merely one among countless casualties. Until he attains immortality, his own life will always take precedence. In his previous life, Luo Qinkong had indeed acted as a hero rescuing a beauty, yet in a post-apocalyptic world, such acts are far from romantic tales. They are rife with schemes and treachery. In this harsh reality, the more beautiful the woman, the greater the danger. Countless heroes have not perished in battles against the undead, but rather succumbed to the treachery of women wielding soft daggers. Luo Qinkong harbored no feelings for Lu Yuan, regardless of her beauty, perhaps since the demise of his wife, Jiang Mingya. At the hands of his own father in a past life, Luo Qinkong had become indifferent to all forms of affection, be it familial, platonic, or romantic. He was left with only a steadfast resolve to pursue immortality. If kindness was met with ingratitude, then so be it. With a resigned gesture, Luo Qinkong shrugged. Lu Yuan began to open a nearby medical kit to tend to her injured leg. Within the RNG building, some medical supplies were available, and she was fortunate enough to find a medical kit and splint to stabilize her leg. In that moment, she noticed the considerable swelling around her injury. The pain she endured, coupled with the sight of Luo Qinkong's leisurely, almost gleeful expression, made her wish to bite him in frustration. It appears your chest injury is not severe. It might merely be a bone fracture, Luo Qinkong remarked, shaking his head with a deep sigh. What do you mean, unfortunately? Lu Yuan furrowed her brow. Unfortunately, your chest is flatter than my back. Perhaps a bit more flesh could have absorbed the impact better, he retorted. Get lost. I mean it. Go away. Luo Yuan's expression darkened as Luo Qinkong's words struck a nerve. It was merely a jest. May I inquire how one accesses the underground base of RNG? Luo Qinkong was aware that the RNG building was merely a facade, concealing various covert bases around the globe, some disguised as factories, others as desolate mountains. The legitimate factories and laboratories were openly revealed, while those hidden were shrouded in secrecy. I don't know, Lu Yuan replied coldly. No, you certainly do. Just as Luo Qinkong pressed her about the entrance to the RNG South Island base. 3 boys in school uniforms, wielding clubs, approached him with unfriendly expressions. Do you have business with us? Luo Qinkong asked, recognizing they were not there to confront Lu Yuan, but rather to seek him out. Yet, the memories of these 3 were too distant. He had forgotten their names. Luo Qinkong, are you pretending to be innocent? Teacher Kong and Old Su were killed because of you, and you still have the audacity to return. The leader of the trio pointed his club at Luo Qinkong. Who is Old Su? The one who was in the car with you. Oh, him. At that moment, Luo Qinkong recalled the unfortunate soul who had shared his ride, now either a meal for zombies or one of them himself. Damn it. Enough with the chatter. I've been waiting to settle the score with you. The leader advanced menacingly. You think you're so tough? Let us see who protects you now. Wait. Luo Qinkong suddenly called out. Are you preparing to deliver your last words? Lu Yuan observed the unfolding scene with a cold gaze, harboring no intention to intervene. After all, Luo Qinkong was the one who had brought such misfortune upon himself, and witnessing him receive a beating was a satisfying reprisal. Lu Yuan promptly looked up and noticed a camera in the corner. It was the surveillance camera of the RNG building, still functioning normally. Without a doubt, someone from Zhao Zihan's team was monitoring the situation. It wouldn't be long before Zhao Zihan's people arrived, ensuring that no serious harm would come to anyone. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps, to avoid suspicion, she should play along and feign support for Luo Qinkong. Stop this at once. Lu Yuan interposed herself in front of Luo Qinkong, intending merely to create a facade of intervention. However, as she stood before him, Luo Qinkong turned and fled without hesitation. You stop them. I'll go call Sister Zhao. Ah! Lu Yuan screamed in agony as Luo Qinkong made his escape. The 3 assailants wasted no time in shoving her to the ground, aggravating her injuries and causing her considerable pain. Do not let him get away. Lu Yuan, undeniably beautiful, only incited their jealousy further by protecting Luo Qinkong, a jealousy that clouded their rationality. They paid no heed to her injuries. Thanks. Luo Qinkong glanced back at Lu Yuan. A smirk on his face as he fled, even managing to utter a word of gratitude, which nearly made her spit blood in rage. Luo Qinkong, you scoundrel. Lu Yuan couldn't suppress her indignation. Seeing her in such a state seemed to bring Luo Qinkong a sense of relief. In his past life, Lu Yuan had betrayed RNG, and Luo Qinkong harbored distrust towards everyone, especially a traitor. Lu Yuan, after all, possessed a rebellious spirit. In her injured state, perhaps her vulnerability was not entirely disadvantageous. In his previous existence, Luo Qinkong had faced numerous betrayals, particularly from his sister, Luo Shiyao, whose treachery had nearly cost him his life and left him with lasting scars. After Zhao Zihan and Ren Shaoxing's deaths, he had sought out his sister and mother in the Northern Territories, only to endure 5 grueling years among the dead to provide for them, ultimately sacrificing himself. In the face of survival, humanity often reveals its basest instincts, including that of his foolish sister, who had always looked down on him, considering him a worthless failure. However, Luo Qinkong had come to terms with his past. Those memories no longer held the weight they once did. As for his sister, Luo Shiyao, he regarded her betrayal as a necessary trial for his youthful naivety. The current version of himself was indeed a product of their own making. If fate allowed, he would someday visit the Northern Territories again to confront that girl. Yet, she was no innocent. After all, she had coldly betrayed her own brother. Should she obstruct his path, he would have no choice but to eliminate her. Stop this at once. As Luo Qinkong pondered over the past, he had not managed to escape far when Zhao Zihan and her companions arrived. If any of you dare to make a move again, I shall not hold back. The ominous barrel of Zhao Zihan's gun instantly quelled the 3 men, who had not anticipated her swift arrival. Little did they know that Zhao and her team were in communication via walkie-talkies, with someone monitoring the situation from the control room. As the trio brandished their clubs to trouble Luo Qinkong, Zhao Zihan had already been alerted. Two of Zhao's subordinates promptly approached and seized the clubs from the three men, delivering swift kicks that sent them sprawling to the ground. Sister Zhao, thank goodness you came. If it weren't for Xiao Yuan holding back Luo Qinkong, I would have been in quite a predicament, Luo Qinkong said, feigning a pitiful expression, which provoked the ire of the three men, including the limping Lu Yuan. Xiao Zhang, break a leg for each of those scoundrels. Zhao Zihan was clearly irked. After all, Lu Yuan was injured, and this altercation had only worsened her condition. Moreover, given the current extraordinary circumstances, these ruffians disregarded her authority and engaged in petty antics. Witnessing Zhao Zihan's furious demeanor, the three men sensed the gravity of their predicament. For in present-day Jinan Island, the law offered little protection. With a thud, they knelt before her, pleading for mercy, fully aware of Zhao Zihan's formidable reputation. You three, should you dare to act this way again, I shall feed you to the beasts outside. Pushing even an injured girl, are you even human? Zhao Zihan's thunderous voice sent shivers down their spines. It was evident that these young men had never contemplated the consequences of their actions, and in a moment of recklessness, they now regretted their choices. The situation could escalate or defuse, depending on Zhao Zihan's decision. However, since no significant harm had been done, she did not intend to pursue the matter further. Xiao Kong, are you injured? Zhao Zihan inquired with concern, to which Luo Qinkong shook his head. I'm fine. Xiao Yuan. I'm fine too. Lu Yuan interjected coldly, unable to tolerate Luo Qinkong's feigned sincerity. Xiao Kong, we have more pressing matters at hand. Take care of Xiao Yuan, and call for help if needed, Zhao Zihan stated, unwilling to waste too much time on one individual. She then handed the walkie-talkie to Luo Qinkong. Sister Zhao, he reassured. Before darkness falls, we will return. Perhaps by then, Xiao Yuan can receive treatment. We are already searching for medical supplies. I will inquire about doctors upon our return. Zhao Zihan could only offer such reassurances, for in the current situation, the living struggled to ensure their own survival, let alone an injured person. Nevertheless, she did not wish to extinguish Luo Qinkong's glimmer of hope. You three, follow me. Zhao Zihan kicked each of the men as they obediently trailed behind her. After all, Zhao Zihan and her companions had more pressing matters to attend to, such as searching for information and uncovering the reasons behind the Jinan Island virus disaster, as well as plotting an escape route. Naturally, they would not squander too much time on Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. Once Zhao Zihan and the others departed, Luo Qinkong turned to Lu Yuan and offered a faint smile. Did you already anticipate their arrival? Indeed, most areas here are under surveillance. Zhao Zihan assigned tasks to everyone, except for the two of us. The moment those three sneaked away from their duties, they were already being monitored by the personnel in the surveillance room. To be frank, if not for the surveillance, those three would have met with an untimely demise long ago. It was the cameras that saved them. Luo Qinkong remarked nonchalantly, regarding those three as insignificant as ants. Without the surveillance, I would have already orchestrated their end. You truly are insufferable. Thank you for the compliment. However, Miss Lu Yuan, shouldn't you demonstrate your worth? Otherwise, I shall escort you to the South Island base. Luo Qinkong followed Lu Yuan into the restroom. It was not until Lu Yuan reached a secluded stall in the corner and opened the toilet cistern that he noticed a peculiar device within. Access granted. Lu Yuan placed her identity card upon it, and the device displayed these 4 crimson characters. Why was the entrance concealed here? Only in this location could personnel come and go without raising suspicion. Subsequently, Luo Qinkong observed as a section of the wall abruptly opened, revealing a small door sufficient for one person to pass through. As he gazed through the doorway, he saw a flight of stairs leading downward. Is the entrance to the South Island base so unremarkable? This was merely one of the employee entrances. There were numerous others, including a large entrance located 30 kilometers away in a warehouse. Upon entering that, one would need to take an underground train for some time to reach the South Island base, Lu Yuan elucidated to Luo Qinkong. Then let us descend. I shall assist you. Noticing Luo Qinkong's sudden display of kindness, Lu Yuan could not help but roll her eyes. On the surface, he appeared concerned and supportive. In reality, he was likely afraid she might employ some trickery once they descended. Damn it, this fellow, Luo Qinkong, is nothing but a paranoid. Even Lu Yuan could not refrain from cursing inwardly. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan descended the staircase as the wall behind them closed, and the lights on either side illuminated at that moment. The staircase was not particularly long, and soon they reached the end, revealing an elevator door ahead, marked with floor indicators. Which floor shall we go to? To D2. I need to administer treatment first. Lu Yuan pressed the floor button, and at that instant, the elevator door opened. D2 is situated 300 meters underground within the RNG building. Even with the elevator, it would take a few minutes to descend. According to Lu Yuan, the personnel at RNG's South Island base had already destroyed all documents and evacuated. Otherwise, Luo Qingkong and Lu Yuan would not have dared to come down so openly. The South Island base beneath the RNG building was designed as a P4 biolaboratory, classified as a facility of the highest security level, housing the eradicated smallpox virus, anthrax, Ebola, and other perilous pathogens. One of Luo Qingkong's objectives was indeed that laboratory, for the key to immortality lay hidden within those viruses. As the elevator descended, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. On the adjacent display screen, Luo Qingkong could clearly observe the continuously increasing depth of descent, 100 meters, 150 meters, 200 meters. The elevator continued until it reached a depth of 300 meters before coming to a halt, accompanied by a soft ding as the doors gradually opened. Welcome to the RNG South Island Pharmaceutical Research and Development Base, D2 area. Please strictly adhere to the base's safety regulations. A mechanical voice resonated in the ears of Luo Qingkong and Lu Yuan. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves in a circular reception hall furnished with genuine leather sofas and several coffee tables. The overhead lighting system illuminated the area as bright as day, indicating that the facility was well supplied with electricity, likely independent from the power grid of Jinan Island City. Quite the indulgent setup, Luo Qingkong murmured, reflecting on his past at the northern base, where resources and funding were woefully inadequate compared to the South Island bases. Which way do we go? He inquired, glancing at Lu Yuan, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale. She, however, was disinclined to engage in conversation and simply gestured in a direction. Luo Qingkong supported Lu Yuan as they made their way towards the passage she indicated. Upon the ground of that passage lay an array of scattered papers and documents. Yet they were merely trivial matters. The crucial items had either been swiftly relocated by RNG or had been obliterated entirely. Luo Qingkong assisted Lu Yuan to a certain room in the corridor. Lu Yuan leaned in closely to the scanning port, and soon, the sound of verification echoed. Employee number 08963 has been verified. Entering the medical room now, Luo Qingkong and Lu Yuan entered the medical room, where they discovered an abundance of pharmaceuticals. In the center stood an operating table, equipped with a series of robotic arms. Having spent some time at the northern base in a previous life, Luo Qingkong recognized the apparatus. RNG's most publicized enterprise was healthcare, epitomized by the AI-controlled, unmanned surgical table. Following the scanning of a patient, the artificial intelligence would determine the surgical plan, which would then be executed by the robotic arms. However, such medical devices were exceedingly costly and demanded high standards of artificial intelligence. Thus, Luo Qingkong had only encountered a few in the RNG base. And for particularly intricate surgeries or unforeseen complications during procedures, specialized physicians were required to intervene. Lu Yuan drew the privacy curtain and disrobed completely, reclining upon the operating table. The mechanical voice announced the scan results. Left chest fracture and minor leg fracture detected. Treatment plan in progress. Luo Qingkong understood that Lu Yuan had commenced her treatment, which would likely take some time. Luo Qingkong retrieved an identity card from his pocket, and it was none other than Lu Yuan's. As he assisted her inside, Luo Qingkong had already taken the opportunity to acquire it. Although this technique was far from honorable, it served as a means of survival for many marginalized individuals in the apocalyptic world. In his previous life, Luo Qingkong harbored a deep disdain for theft. Nevertheless, he ultimately bowed to the harsh realities of existence. The strong have their own ways of living, while the weak must adhere to theirs. This world does not guarantee survival simply through strength, but rather through the principle of survival of the fittest. Luo Qingkong opened the adjacent computer and began to research the regional distribution of the RNG South Island base. For the internal staff of the South Island base, this information was hardly classified. Consequently, no special permissions were required, allowing Luo Qingkong to access the data with ease. He swiftly noted the details and mapped out his route. After completing these preparations, he discovered a gas mask within a cabinet, donned it, and departed from the medical room. He chose to navigate the RNG base alone, as certain defensive systems were known to emit toxic gas. Thus, wearing the mask served as a precautionary measure. The primary objective of Luo Chenkong is to serve as a containment area for hazardous viruses. On one hand, the Deathblood origin virus is essential for his immortality project. On the other hand, the laboratory may harbor remnants of data that have not been entirely obliterated. Although Lu Yoyuan's identity card grants her the freedom to navigate within the confines of Region 80 of the South Island base, it does not extend to the experimental area. Even Zoya lacks the necessary permissions to access this restricted zone. Nevertheless, Luo Chenkong wishes to tempt fate. For it is a rare opportunity to be present in such a location, and finding an individual with higher clearance in a short span of time seems decidedly impractical. Should all else fail, Luo Chenkong contemplates attempting to reach the weapons depot of the base, hoping to detonate the experimental area directly. Despite the South Island base resembling a labyrinth, the walls of the corridors are thoughtfully adorned with layout maps. Following the guidance of these maps, Luo Chenkong successfully locates a certain weapons storage facility within the South Island base. These are armored vehicles. Luo Chenkong beheld before him a space reminiscent of an underground garage, wherein an array of armored vehicles lay parked, alongside several tanks of indeterminate model, presumably prototypes newly developed by RNG. After all, armaments constitute one of RNG's principal sources of revenue. Within this garage, Luo Chenkong also discerned numerous bloodstains, as well as bullet marks upon the walls and spent cartridges scattered across the floor. It appeared that a fierce battle had erupted here prior to RNG's withdrawal, the bloodstains now long dried and discolored. Judging by this evidence, it could be inferred that the conflict had transpired following the outbreak of the viral disaster. Had it occurred before, this place would have been thoroughly cleansed. Luo Chenkong meticulously searched his surroundings and discovered that some areas had even yielded firearms. This indicated that RNG had retreated in haste, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they had fled in panic. Contemplating this, Luo Chenkong gripped his pistol tightly, remaining vigilant as he observed everything around him. A chilling sound reminiscent of a dying struggle pierced the air, akin to the gurgling of a throat in its final throes. Upon hearing this, Luo Chenkong's complexion turned pale, and the hairs on his body stood on end. In the desolate nights of the apocalypse, such a sound is the nightmare that those trapped in peril dread to confront. Even the most formidable beings of the 5th or 6th gene chain must steer clear of its ominous presence. As Luo Chenkong held his breath, he turned and fled without a moment's hesitation, harboring no thoughts of resistance. It was only after the calamity of the Death Nest that humanity was granted the chance for awakening. Prior to such an awakening, even a squad of 10 well-trained and well-equipped Special Forces soldiers would struggle to subdue such a monster. That scoundrel, Lu Yuan exclaimed, trembling as she sat up from the surgical table. When she emerged, leaning on her cane, she discovered that Luo Chenkong had already absconded with her card. The surgical table at the RNG medical department was managed by artificial intelligence, allowing for the swift completion of relatively uncomplicated procedures. Lu Yuan had merely sustained a fracture, which required little time. Her leg had only just been encased in plaster, and yet Luo Chenkong had vanished without a trace. However, realizing that her only chance of surviving and escaping from Jinan Island City lay in relying on Luo Chenkong's identity as a member of the northern base, she steeled herself and set off to find him. Having already betrayed the RNG southern branch in Zoya, she had no choice but to proceed down the path of no return. As the automatic doors of the medical room slid open, Lu Yuan emerged to see a figure in a gas mask rushing toward her, and she instantly recognized him as Luo Chenkong. "Run," he urged, and without further ado, Lu Yuan grasped the gravity of the situation. Miraculously, she summoned her strength and hopped after him on her injured leg, though the exertion was considerable. Unlike the previous encounter in the sewers, where they could mask their scent with refuse and mud, this time Lu Yuan had no semblance of luck on her side. Hot on their heels was a tattered and grotesquely decayed zombie, its stench overwhelming, closing in on them at a speed that surpassed Luo Chenkong's. Though the creature appeared emaciated and severely decomposed, its hands were alarmingly large, with bones protruding and sharp claws formed from the grotesque growths, glistening with a nauseating greenish viscous fluid. Its spine grotesquely jutted out through the skin, causing an array of bone spikes to break free. Most disturbing was the zombie's head, which had split open, revealing a gaping maw reminiscent of a carnivorous plant, ready to consume. In his previous life, Luo Chen had survived for 40 years in a post-apocalyptic world, thus he was well acquainted with the nature of such creatures. Among them was the night corpse, a variant of the zombie that emerged during the relentless process of consumption. This peculiar type of zombie possessed formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, as well as remarkable speed. Moreover, night corpses exhibited a propensity for collective action, their distinctive roars capable of summoning their brethren. In stark contrast to the mindless zombies, night corpses represented a significant evolution. In his former existence, Luo Chun had vanquished a night corpse king, which typically governed a nest of night corpses and possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans, along with the ability to fly. However, the night corpse currently confronting Luo Chun, despite appearing somewhat malnourished, was still a formidable adversary that could not be eradicated without heavy firepower. For survivors who had not yet reached the third gene chain, encountering a night corpse meant that their chances of survival were less than 1 in 10. Luo Chinkong retrieved a grenade, pulling the pin and holding it in his hand for 2 seconds before hurling it at the night corpse. Boom! As the grenade soared towards the night corpse, it detonated mid-air, sending shrapnel piercing into the creature's body and propelling it backward. Bang! 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 Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan drew her pistol and fired 3 shots at the airborne night corpse, 2 bullets striking its chest and 1 finding its mark in its head. Yet, despite the impact, the night corpse remained undeterred. Roar! The creature could scale walls. With a ferocious roar, it leapt, climbing the wall like a gecko, and charged towards Lu Yuan, momentarily paralyzing her with fear. Though she was an employee at the RNG South Island base and was aware of the existence of zombies, she had never encountered one as formidable as this. Were there any grenades left? She had exhausted her supply while fleeing. The one she had just used was her last. Luo Chinkong felt a sense of helplessness. He had only 3 grenades, and during their escape from the night corpse, he had used 2. The creature's speed was astonishing, and those 2 grenades had merely delayed it briefly. The final grenade had indeed struck the night corpse, but the damage inflicted was negligible. As Luo Chinkong could only flee while simultaneously turning to fire back, he sought to slow the relentless pursuit of the night corpse. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson, for the exertion of hopping on one leg had nearly exhausted her strength, and her injured limb throbbed with excruciating pain. At that moment, Lu Yuan realized she had become a burden, and the likelihood of Luo Chinkong abandoning her loomed large. Yet, her desire to survive remained fervent, and the only conceivable means of doing so hinged upon Luo Chinkong's demise, using his lifeless body to divert the creature's attention. As the saying goes, if a fellow traveler perishes, let the monk remain unharmed. However, just as this thought crossed Lu Yuan's mind, Luo Chinkong, as if sharing a silent understanding, harbored a similar notion. Lu Yuan was poised to fire at Luo Chinkong. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but Luo Chinkong was swifter and more resolute. As Lu Yuan felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, the weapon slipped from her grasp, along with her hope of survival. Luo Chinkong, you cannot abandon me. Lu Yuan attempted to assert her worth, but another gunshot pierced the air, striking her squarely in the head. The bullet traversed her skull, leaving behind a visage contorted in despair. Lu Yuan's body fell backward, and the pursuing night corpse, with its head splitting open to reveal a gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, devoured her head in one swift motion, warm blood gushing forth like a fountain. Even a breathtakingly beautiful girl like Lu Yuan met her end in this apocalyptic world just as an ordinary person would. No matter how enchanting a woman may be, death renders all the same. Even the most exquisite flower, once wilted, ultimately returns to the soil as mere sludge. In the heart of Luo Chinkong, there lingered no sense of lamentation. To him, the demise of all individuals bore an identical weight. The sole regret he felt pertained to the untold intelligence and secrets that Lu Yuan had yet to share. Ultimately, when faced with the specter of his own existence, Luo Chinkong resolutely prioritized his life. The night corpse feasted upon Lu Yuan's remains, momentarily relinquishing its pursuit of Luo Chinkong. Fortuitously, he discerned that only one night corpse resided below. Had there been several, vanquishing Lu Yuan would have proven insufficient. With Lu Yuan's life extinguished, Luo Chinkong harbored no intent to return to the surface. Instead, he opted to navigate to the armory via an alternate route. Given the presence of merely one night corpse, he resolved to eradicate it with overwhelming firepower. The night corpse first emerged in the aftermath of the disaster known as the Death Nest. However, Luo Chinkong had not anticipated the existence of a night corpse in this vicinity. Nevertheless, eliminating such an evolved zombie might yield fortunate results. Perhaps within its corporeal form lay components that could assist him in transcending to the second gene chain. Humanity has identified 3 methods to surpass the limitations of the gene chain. The first involves the utilization of a particular concoction that enables individuals to break through their inherent constraints. akin to the evolutionary agent derived from the elixir of immortality in Luo Qinkong's previous life with RNG. This agent permits humans to ascend from the first to the second and third gene chains, with the resultant abilities varying among individuals. Yet, this potion's efficacy is limited to the third gene chain, and only RNG possesses such resources, typically allocated to armed personnel and subordinate departments. The second method entails an individual encountering immense stimuli that activate the brain's protective mechanisms. Such stimuli must be so profound that they breach the brain's safeguards against pain, leading to states of unconsciousness and amnesia, thereby creating a slim possibility of transcending the gene chain. Some have fortuitously survived lightning strikes and experienced breakthroughs for this very reason, though the odds are nearly infinitesimal. Beyond corporeal anguish, profound psychological torment may also yield rare breakthroughs. Most perish in this agonizing process, rendering it merely a low-probability method of transcendence. As for how Luo Qinkong comprehends that extreme psychological suffering can facilitate such a breakthrough, it is because he himself is a testament to this phenomenon, being the singular individual to ascend from the fourth to the fifth gene chain through this harrowing ordeal. The price he paid was the complete obliteration of all emotions, whether love or hatred. The third method, frequently employed amidst the apocalypse, involves certain evolved zombies and formidable mutated beings harboring a crystalline essence within their bodies. This crystal is formed from the essence of the virus, exhibiting relative stability while amalgamating with the genes of the infected organisms. Moreover, due to the presence of antibodies in the bodies of survivors from the initial wave of infection, direct absorption of this essence does not result in infection, provided one is not bitten or scratched by a zombie, nor does the virus enter through a wound. As for those who bore no antibodies, they had long succumbed to zombification during the early stages of the apocalypse, becoming part of the 90% of humanity that was infected globally. From the moment the apocalypse erupted, the process of elimination commenced. To return to the main subject, the existence of a primary gene chain necessitates the crystalline essence found within the bodies of secondary gene chain organisms to achieve a breakthrough. And there exists a probability of failure. Depending on the genetics of the crystalline organism, the breakthrough may awaken abilities inclined towards the nature of the crystallized entity. For instance, utilizing the crystalline essence within the body of a night corpse for a breakthrough significantly increases the likelihood of awakening skeletal transformation abilities. However, due to certain individuals' genetic makeups repelling the genes of some crystalline entities, it is also possible to awaken other abilities during this process. Take, for example, the previous life of Luo Qinkong. When his primary gene chain broke through to the secondary gene chain, it merged with a crystalline fragment from a secondary gene chain night corpse, resulting in the acquisition of the Fate ability, a crystal he had procured at great expense. Given the likelihood of failure in crystalline breakthroughs, coupled with the fact that only one crystalline fragment exists in approximately every 100 evolved zombies and mutated creatures, even a second-tier crystal is often exorbitantly priced. According to Luo Qinkong's memories from his past life, night corpses emerge only after the dead nest incident. Similarly, 80 of evolved zombies surfaced post-dead nest event, akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain. It was also after this event that an unnamed individual obtained the first crystalline fragment, thus heralding the dawn of the evolutionary era. Before the dead nest incident, ordinary people found it exceedingly difficult to eliminate evolved zombies, and crystalline fragments had never been dropped. Hence, a saying circulated in the apocalyptic world of his former life: no evolved beings before the dead nest. Now, within the RNG South Island base, witnessing the night corpses that should not appear until 5 years after the dead nest event has inspired Luo Qinkong with the ambition to vanquish the night corpses, acquire their crystals, and awaken his secondary gene chain. Opportunities must be seized. Should Luo Qinkong reach the secondary gene chain, he would stand a fighting chance against Zoya. Luo Qinkong returned to the garage. Although this garage housed RNG's armored vehicles and tank prototypes, engaging a solitary night corpse felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The night corpse moved with astonishing speed, rendering it nearly impossible to hit. Moreover, these vehicles were utterly incapable of traversing the corridors leading to the base. In the dim corner of the garage, Luo Qinkong discovered the entrance to the armory. At this moment, he felt no apprehension regarding the presence of the night corpses. These creatures typically operated in unison and would summon their companions. Since only one had previously pursued him, he concluded that there was but a solitary foe. However, he remained cautious of the zombies. The ground was strewn with bloodstains and discarded firearms, yet devoid of corpses. leaving him in uncertainty as to whether the bodies had transformed into zombies and departed or had been consumed by the night corpses. The presence of the scattered weaponry suggested that this was not the work of RNG's cleanup. Otherwise, there would not be a plethora of shell casings and arms left behind. The mysterious absence of what might have been corpses in this area stirred an unsettling feeling within Luo Qinkong. Utilizing Lu Yuan's access card, he successfully unlocked the armory, replenishing his ammunition and acquiring several grenades. Simultaneously, he noticed a rocket launcher positioned in the corner. Luo Qinkong, bearing a rocket launcher, set forth in search of the night corpse. At this moment, it was highly likely that the night corpse was indulging in a sumptuous meal, providing him the perfect opportunity for a stealthy ambush. However, the rocket launcher possessed a considerable weight. His current physical condition was not comparable to that of his past life. Strength and stamina were his significant shortcomings. For this reason, Luo Qinkong opted to equip himself with a lighter handgun, accompanied by 2 magazines and 3 grenades. This way, even if he missed a shot, he could make a swift escape. What woof! Roar! Just as Luo Qinkong was following his intended path to eliminate the night corpse, he was suddenly startled by the sound of barking, accompanied by the anguished roar of the night corpse. Luo Qinkong quickened his pace, and upon turning a corner, he was met with a sight that left him momentarily stunned. Even someone as worldly and experienced as Luo Qinkong found himself at a loss for a full second, his mind blank, as Luo Qinkong beheld the night corpse being devoured. The devourer appeared as a massive amalgamation of flesh and blood. If one were to liken it to a creature, it resembled a skinless canine, roughly the size of a small truck. However, this creature was grotesquely assembled with numerous human limbs, with hundreds of arms and legs flailing about, and a multitude of heads emitting zombie-like growls. The barking Luo Qinkong had previously heard emanated from one of the black dog's heads among those grotesque visages. Merely casting a glance at this monstrosity was enough to induce a sense of dread, including for Luo Qinkong, who was witnessing such a creature for the first time. Before long, the last head of the night corpse was consumed, and in that instant, each head on the creature turned in unison to fix their gaze upon Luo Qinkong. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed the trigger of the rocket launcher in his grasp. The recoil reverberated through his shoulder as the rocket, trailing flames and white smoke, soared towards the fleshly abomination. With a resounding explosion, the rocket, capable of obliterating a heavy tank, detonated, shattering the grotesque mass into fragments. Despite the creature's bizarre nature, it was ultimately composed of flesh and blood, rendering it utterly incapable of withstanding the might of such steel weaponry. Luo Qinkong wandered amidst the scattered remnants of flesh and limbs, yet he could not locate the crystal that would catalyze his evolution and awakening. However, he harbored no excessive hopes. If it were to drop naturally, it would be a fortuitous outcome. It is worth mentioning that his misfortune seemed to have reached an apex. Within these brief days, he had encountered an array of tribulations, from blood-poisoned corpses to the relentless pursuit of the RNG hunting squad. From swarms of man-eating rats to the nightmarish undead and grotesque flesh monsters. Indeed, the richness of these experiences in merely a few days surpassed even the trials he faced during the last years of his previous life in the apocalypse. Had it been the same time in his former existence, any one of these crises would have been sufficient to claim his life a dozen times over. Amidst the remnants of shattered flesh and severed limbs, Luo Qinkong did not uncover any crystals. However, he chanced upon numerous undigested items, including a crimson identification card. This card bore an S-rank authority, significantly surpassing the B-rank card possessed by Lu Yuan. It seemed evident that a figure of regional leadership had succumbed to the monstrous entity that feasted upon flesh. Given the current circumstances, the absence of corpses could likely be attributed to their complete consumption by this creature. What kind of monstrosity could it be? That even the formidable nightmarish undead were merely sustenance? With the acquisition of this higher-tier identification card, Luo Qinkong would gain access to privileged informations, unveiling clues regarding the elixir of immortality and further secrets concerning RNG. Luo Qinkong promptly departed from the scene. However, shortly after his departure, the dismembered remnants upon the ground began to writhe. Identity verification successful. Welcome back, Dr. Kai Jianquan. Luo Qinkong lightly swiped his identity card, and the door to the room before him swung open. Upon acquiring the identity card, he did not immediately proceed to the so-called information room or laboratory. After all, RNG had undoubtedly erased all traces before their departure. The only remnants that might remain would likely be found in some employee quarters. As for the laboratory, Luo Qinkong intended to first ascertain what had transpired within the base before formulating a plan. The identity card indicated a residential area, leading him to discover the room belonging to the cardholder on this very floor. According to the card, the individual was a young man with a center-parted hairstyle. Attaining a position with S-level authority signified that he was no ordinary person, and he was undoubtedly a prodigy within his field of expertise. Unfortunately, the room's occupant had been devoured by the grotesque creature before he could escape, perhaps leaving behind remnants of information that he had not yet had the chance to erase. The identity card belonging to Luo Qinkong pertains to an individual named Kai Jinquan, for reasons unknown. This name inexplicably evokes memories of an old acquaintance renowned for their prowess in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. The employee's room is remarkably tidy, adorned with posters of basketball stars, clearly reflecting the former occupant's deep affection for the sport. Luo Qinkong arrived at the other party's computer, a device specifically designed for internal employees of RNG. This computer, produced by RNG, differs from the civilian models available to the public, as it typically houses invaluable information that requires an identity card for access. Such measures are implemented to prevent information leakage and thwart hacking attempts. In the event of forced entry, all data contained within would be irrevocably erased. Luo Qinkong inserted his identity card at an angle and proceeded to power on the computer. Wishing you a pleasant workday, Dr. Kai Jinquan. As the computer booted up, Luo Qinkong promptly accessed the files, one of which was titled Data Files. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. A video? Luo Qinkong furrowed his brow slightly, for within the file lay an array of videos, each marked with a specific number. Could these be experimental identifiers? Driven by curiosity, he clicked on one of the videos, only to be met with a blush-inducing sound emanating from the computer, accompanied by indescribable visuals that left Luo Qinkong momentarily stunned. So this is what the data file contained. With a grim expression, he closed the window, realizing that this entire folder was filled with such content. Even a terabyte of storage was insufficient. Luo Qinkong noticed a folder with a capacity of less than 200 megabytes and opened it, discovering that it contained the information he sought. The individual's collection of indescribable videos was nearly 1 terabyte, while the actual work-related content amounted to less than 200 megabytes. Luo Qinkong began to suspect whether this individual had leveraged connections to attain S-level access. Putting aside his distractions, he commenced reviewing the materials. Work log 102. We successfully engineered a number of highly aggressive organisms using the death blood virus, and as per the directives of the base, commenced the militarization of these beings. Personnel from the Death Nest base have also engaged in collaboration with us. Work log 222. The majority of infected organisms failed to meet the militarization criteria. However, we discovered that modifying human subjects post-infection might present a viable alternative. Consequently, we successfully developed the biological weapon Guardian. Work log 263. The headquarters expressed immense satisfaction with our research and clandestinely provided us with copious experimental materials, which were secretly transported from various corners of the globe, including both humans and numerous animals. Concurrently, Dr. Lei Hongtian, one of the creators of the death blood virus, was appointed to oversee the catastrophe project. Work log 1021. We created a creature designated as catastrophe, which possessed the ability to devour any organism, assimilating both genetic material and memories from its victims. After consuming a human, the creature not only exhibited intelligence comparable to that of a human, but also learned the human language, capable of mimicking the voices of all beings it had devoured. This monster lured a guard, escaping from the depths of Area A, its formidable vitality rendering it nearly indestructible. Although it was under RNG control, it resulted in a localized outbreak of the virus. Work log 1022. At my workplace, an individual had transformed into a zombie, and another managed to flee the base prior to mutation. The base's special response unit located him on the rooftop, subsequently killing him and publicly declaring it a suicide. Work log 1024. Everyone at the South Island base received an urgent command to evacuate and to destroy all documents whenever possible. Ultimately, we failed to contain the virus leak. The remaining work logs concluded here, yet Luo Qinkong was left with an unsettling sensation, an entity that devours all, mimicking the voices of its victims, and possessing intelligence on par with human beings. Luo Qinkong was instantly reminded of the flesh monstrosity that he had obliterated with a rocket launcher not long ago. If that creature were indeed the death calamity, then where could Luo Qinkong be? A hoarse voice echoed from the corridor outside, unmistakably that of the deceased Lu Yuan. Luo Qinkong swiftly drew his pistol from his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance as the automatic door began to creak open. A severely shattered head emerged, resembling something that had been run over by a car, with one eyeball grotesquely dangling. Its appearance was horrifying and ghastly. Strangely enough, despite its condition, the head was capable of speech, not merely the head itself, but the creature known as Death Calamity was articulating, mimicking the human voice as if it were learning from humanity. Though the head was so mangled that its features were indiscernible, Luo Qinkong could still recognize it. It was the head of Lu Yuan, the one devoured to pieces by the night corpse. As that head protruded, it resembled a malevolent villain from a horror film confronting the souls of those it had wronged. Others might have succumbed to terror or been rendered immobile. Bang! Bang! Luo Qinkong fired 3 shots in quick succession, utterly obliterating the already battered head, revealing the grotesque mass of flesh and limbs that lurked behind it. The mound of flesh writhed with countless hands and feet, each contorted face merging into the grotesque form, completely blocking the soul exit. The work logs indicated that the creature of death could absorb the memories of the beings it consumed, possessing intelligence that rivaled that of humans. Thus, when the abomination was laid bare before Luo Qinkong, it harbored no intention of granting him an escape. Roar! A gaping maw split open amidst the flesh mound, revealing an array of teeth from various creatures, some human, others canine, creating a disconcerting sight. Yet, the monster offered Luo Qinkong little time for contemplation. It lunged into the room with its cavernous mouth agape, seeking to devour him, and should it succeed in sinking its teeth into him, he would surely be left with nothing but half of his body. Luo Qinkong deftly pulled the hand grenade's pin and hurled it into the cavernous maw of the creature, before swiftly rolling beneath the bed. Just as he took refuge, the bed above was shattered to splinters by the monstrous jaws. There was no time for hesitation. Observing the creature's massive form blocking the doorway, Luo Qinkong sprang forward with determination, as the beast prepared to launch a second assault. The hand grenade he had tossed into its gaping mouth detonated with a resounding explosion. Boom! The deafening sound echoed, and half of the creature's mandible was obliterated. However, such an injury was mere trifling for the beast. The torn flesh began to regenerate at a visibly rapid pace, while the remaining half of its mandible lunged toward Luo Qinkong with ferocity. In the grip of his hand, the grenade had long been activated. As he observed the approaching maw, Luo Qin threw the grenade into the air, which detonated precisely as he had calculated. Boom! With another resounding blast, flesh and blood were scattered, granting Luo Qin a moment of opportunity. Before him lay a grotesque mass of blood and flesh at the entrance, intermingled with a series of contorted and shattered faces. Seizing another grenade, Luo Qin clenched it tightly and unleashed a powerful punch directly into the mouth of one of those faces. The impact sent a jolt of pain through his fist. Fueled by adrenaline, the force of this strike surpassed the limits of his usual strength. Even several teeth were dislodged by his blow. With his fist still clutching the grenade, he thrust deep into the maw of the fleshly monstrosity. The creature's numerous limbs clawed at his hair, while the arm he had forcibly inserted felt the increasing pressure of its biting force. "I apologize for stretching your mouth," Luo Qin remarked with a faint smile. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not resort to such desperation. However, when cornered, Luo Qin had never feared anyone. Boom! The grenade erupted within the creature's body, obliterating his entire left arm into a spray of flesh. Yet, the explosion also created a breach in the mass of flesh blocking the doorway. Though not substantial, it was sufficient for Luo Qin to slip through. Bang! Bang! Luo Qinkong fired several shots, striking the arms of those who sought to ensnare him, swiftly escaping through the gap before the flesh could heal. After breaking through the encirclement of the grotesque creature, Luo Qinkong hesitated not for a moment. Under the surge of adrenaline, he unleashed the utmost speed of his body. Blood gushed from the severed arm, revealing glimpses of bone and shattered fragments, while his complexion turned pale from the agony of his injury and the loss of blood. Fortunately, the monstrous being was large and unwieldy, and the confines of the passage were limited, rendering its speed inadequate. After a brief sprint, Luo Qinkong found himself free from the creature's looming presence. Luo Qinkong gazed at his severed arm, from which blood gushed forth incessantly. If he did not staunch the flow, he would soon succumb to unconsciousness and ultimately death. With this grim realization, he hesitated no longer. He sat cross-legged and swiftly shed his garments, igniting them with a lighter. The flames rapidly engulfed the fabric, and as he observed the blazing fire, Luo Qinkong pressed his severed arm directly into the inferno. Luo Qinkong gritted his teeth, his pallor growing increasingly pronounced, as veins bulged upon his forehead. Beads of sweat trickled down like pearls, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. This method of staunching the bleeding was excruciating and fraught with the peril of burns and infections. Yet, the alternative was grim. If he did not halt the flow of blood, it would not be long before he met his demise. In that moment, he cast aside all other concerns. His garments were drenched with perspiration, and he gasped for breath, as though on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, Luo Qinkong summoned all his strength to rise to his feet. The monstrous voice echoed once more, unmistakably indicating that the creature had regained its vigor and was relentlessly pursuing him along the trail of blood. At that moment, Luo Qinkong's legs felt weak and his body trembled. Yet, he gritted his teeth and fled, knowing that to stop was to invite death. Luo Qinkong fled towards the elevator. Unaware that within this space, which had been entirely evacuated by RNG, there existed entities far more terrifying than the night corpses. The creature known as the Calamity of Death had likely reached its third tier. The third tier of apocalyptic beings differs slightly from the third genetic chain of humanity. For instance, third-tier apocalyptic beings are generally impervious to bullets, while humans of the third genetic chain can indeed be felled by them. The designation of the third tier for apocalyptic beings implies that, without external assistance, only humans of the third genetic chain stand a chance of opposing them. Whether they can be vanquished remains a separate matter, as there exists a spectrum of strength even within the same tier. Typically, when humans of the same tier confront third-tier apocalyptic beings, victories are rare and defeats are plentiful. Luo Qin's physical condition is currently far inferior to that of an average adult, let alone capable of contending with a third-tier being. Merely surviving is already a remarkable feat. Luo Qinkong leaned against the wall, arriving at the very spot where he had first descended in the elevator. However, he soon discovered that the elevator had been utterly destroyed, leaving nothing but a pitch-black shaft before him. In this moment, Luo Qinkong recalled the entries in the work log, which spoke of entities possessing the memories of devoured beings and intelligence comparable to that of humans. Had they severed all my avenues of escape even before seeking me out? Gazing into the abyss of the dark elevator shaft, where only a few steel cables extended into the unfathomable depths, Luo Qinkong felt no despair. For he had encountered despair countless times in his past life. The pursuit of immortality invariably required traversing through the shadows of hopelessness time and again. Luo Qinkong gazed at the charred remnants of his severed arm, where the flesh was scorched and the scent of burnt meat lingered, accompanied by an excruciating, searing pain. Now, he had lost an arm, and the thought of climbing upwards was nothing short of a delusion. Even with both arms intact, ascending to the surface would be utterly impossible. For he was situated 300 meters underground. A height of 300 meters equates to that of a towering skyscraper at ground level, making Luo Qinkong's aspiration to reach the surface akin to scaling an immense edifice. The haunting call of the flesh and blood monstrosity grew ever closer. Luo Qinkong recalled that this creature had previously devoured canines, implying that it possessed a canine-like sense of smell, capable of tracking him down. Moreover, it had undoubtedly assimilated the memories of Lu Yuan, granting it insight into Luo Qinkong's mannerisms and actions. Thus, there was no time for hesitation. At this moment, Luo Qinkong faced not merely a single flesh and blood monstrosity, but the collective memories of all those, including Lu Yuan, who had been consumed by these creatures. Wielding their recollections as weapons against him, Luo Qinkong removed his final article of clothing, wrapping it around his right hand. Subsequently, he grasped the steel cable of the elevator and began to descend. However, at this moment, Luo Qinkong had already reached the limits of his physical endurance, and his body commenced a rapid descent. As Luo Qinkong's body continued to descend along the steel cable, he tightly clamped his legs around it, striving to reduce his speed. Though his palms were protected by clothing, they were still worn down to the point of emitting wisps of smoke. Without this garment to shield him, he likely would have completely ground the flesh from his hands. Observing that his descent had not significantly slowed, Luo Qinkong realized that even with only a 15-meter drop to the next level, the impact could fracture his legs. A miscalculated landing could very well cost him his life. However, he was more apprehensive about the possibility of the elevator plummeting directly to the bottom floor, a perilous 500 meters below, where survival would be utterly impossible. With this thought in mind, Luo Qinkong forced himself to cling even more tightly to the steel cable, using his teeth to bite down on it. Determined to mitigate his fall, the searing pain radiated from his mouth as his teeth shattered, while his chest, abdomen, and palms throbbed, along with the insides of his thighs that gripped the cable. His protective clothing had been worn away, leaving his skin a bloody mess. Yet, just before the acceleration of his descent spiraled beyond control, he managed to halt his fall. Blood stained the steel cable, and the flickering light filtering through the elevator's door crack illuminated his gasping breaths. He understood that in his current state, he could not pry open the elevator doors. And with only one functioning arm, reaching the doors was a daunting challenge. If only he had a grenade. Perhaps Luo Qinkong could attempt to blast the doors open while entwined around the steel cable with his legs, but now he was left with merely a few bullets. Luo Qinkong. A startled cry echoed from above, and he saw a grotesque mass of limbs and heads descending rapidly down the cable like a swarm of spiders, targeting him. Within mere seconds, the monstrosity loomed before him, leaving Luo Qinkong no time to react. In this dire situation, he could only watch as the gaping maw of the flesh mountain clamped down on half his body. Blood gushed from his mouth, and the sound of cracking bones filled the air as the pale hands of the creature clutched him tightly, preventing any escape. In that moment, Luo Qinkong disregarded everything else, drawing his pistol and firing at the monstrous entity that was devouring him. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierced its flesh, and putrid blood splattered across his face. Yet, such attacks barely registered as harm to the creature. When his ammunition ran out, Luo Qinkong resorted to using the hidden blade installed in his arm to continue his assault. Even as blood gushed forth, staining every inch of Luo Qinkong's body, the monster remained unyielding. In that moment, Luo Qinkong resembled a hapless insect ensnared within a spider's web, firmly grasped by its predator with no hope of escape. In his previous life, prior to the catastrophe of the Dead Nest, the emergence of third-tier apocalyptic creatures had been unprecedented. Even after the catastrophe, third-tier beings were exceedingly rare. Luo Qinkong's downfall stemmed from his misguided belief in the existence of third-tier creatures. He had thought that beings of that caliber, or even higher, would only manifest 5 years after the catastrophe concluded. He never anticipated the existence of a third-tier monster within RNG, faced with even a second-tier night corpse. He would not have suffered such a complete defeat, for this creature, despite being third-tier, did not possess human-like cognition or memories. Luo Qinkong understood that his failure was not unjust. It had already been miraculous for an ordinary person to escape from that third-tier creature in that room. Hiss! Blood sprayed as the monster tore away half of Luo Qinkong's body, leaving a gruesome scene of blood and entrails scattered everywhere. Luo Qinkong has perished. Fate resembles a vast spider's web, ensnaring insects that struggle relentlessly, only to become increasingly entangled until they are utterly exhausted. Countless creatures writhe within the confines of this grand web. Most remain numb, surrendering to despair, while only one diminutive insect continues to fervently flap its wings. Persevering through 40 cycles of spring and autumn, enduring the tempests and the relentless downpour, bearing countless wounds. At long last, the web has torn. Puff! Luo Qinkong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of weakness and palpitations. His memories lingered on the moment when he lost half of his body to the death calamity. Have I truly returned to life? Could this be the pseudo-immortality serum? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he immediately recalled the pseudo-immortality serum he had injected in his previous life, which had enabled him to return to the world before the apocalypse. The effects of the pseudo-immortality serum remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew what would happen post-administration, as Luo Qinkong had been the first to acquire such a serum. His defection from RNG in pursuit of this serum had made him a target for numerous factions. Although the outcomes of its use were uncertain, it was not beyond possibility that the pseudo-immortality could catalyze evolution or even awaken extraordinary abilities. Luo Qinkong never anticipated that the serum would grant him the ability to reverse death. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Why had all the extraordinary powers he had awakened through his genetic chain in his previous life vanished, while those awakened by the pseudo-immortality serum persisted? Furthermore, was the ability awakened by the serum fixed or random? Nevertheless, the power of death reversal was astonishingly extraordinary, and the secrets surrounding it were likely beyond Luo Qinkong's current understanding. Luo Qinkong surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was situated in a pristine white medical room. Upon careful reflection, he recalled that beyond the isolation curtain ahead, Lu Yuan was undergoing surgery. Luo Qinkong gazed into the mirror not far away, and was struck by the pallor of his complexion, a stark reminder of the blood he had just coughed up. He appeared exceedingly feeble, as if he had endured countless tribulations. A single strand of white hair had sprouted from his forehead, a seemingly trivial detail, yet it heightened his sense of vigilance. This phenomenon of death's retrospection inflicted damage upon his physique, rendering him temporarily devoid of strength. However, this was not the gravest concern. The most alarming aspect was that each instance of death's return could come at the cost of his lifespan, leading to an inevitable decline with every encounter. It was akin to trading his own time for that of the world. Luo Chenkong pondered that after several deaths, he might find himself transformed into an old man. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled the moment he perished and returned to the world before the apocalypse, a significant temporal leap. He questioned whether the price paid then was even greater, and why he had felt no signs of abnormality in that moment. Had he already sacrificed something, unbeknownst to him? If death's retrospection was a power awakened through the use of a pseudo-immortality serum in his past life, then why had all his abilities, from the first to the fifth gene chain, vanished, leaving only this peculiar power? Luo Chenkong realized that the secrets behind the immortality serum had likely surpassed his understanding. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening abilities related to time. Since he was the first to possess such a gift, he decided to name it Temporal Reversal, a force capable of altering fate and reversing time. In his heart, Luo Chenkong bestowed a name upon his newfound ability. This power would become his most significant trump card in secret, surpassing even the memories and experiences from his previous world. Having previously ventured out with Lu Yoyuan's identity card and encountered the Night Corpse, Luo Chenkong chose not to repeat that mistake. One reason was his desire to avoid the Night Corpse and the fleshly monstrosity known as the Calamity of Death. Another reason stemmed from the lingering aftereffects of his death, which had caused time to rewind. Luo Chenkong now felt so weak that he was reluctant to move, and it would likely take him half a day to recover. Luo Chenkong took a moment to rest, simultaneously awaiting Lu Yuyuan. After all, having Lu Yuyuan with him was of some utility, particularly in diverting the attention of the zombies. However, Luo Chenkong considered himself no monster. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would not sacrifice Lu Yuyuan, who still held some value. As the isolation curtain was drawn back, Lu Yuyuan emerged, revealing her right eye, which had been rendered useless by Luo Chenkong, now removed and bandaged. It appeared that Lu Yuyuan would henceforth live as a one-eyed individual. Upon seeing Luo Chenkong, she momentarily froze, her gaze falling upon his pallid visage, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a corpse. It seemed as though he had punished himself severely during this time. What has happened to you? You look as though you're on the brink of death. Have you overindulged? When did that streak of white hair appear on your forehead? Lu Yuyuan bombarded him with a flurry of questions, to which Luo Chenkong merely cast her a sidelong glance, unwilling to divulge the truth. How could he explain that he had perished once, only to return from the future, or disclose that the calamity had consumed her body, amalgamated her memories, and relentlessly pursued him to the very end? Miss Lu Yuyuan, I recommend you acquire a wheelchair, preferably one with acceleration capabilities, Luo Chenkong suggested, recalling their previous harrowing encounter with the nightmarish zombies. This advice served a dual purpose: to assist the injured Lu Yuyuan, and to enable a hasty escape should the need arise. Such a wheelchair, known to be a prototype from the RNG medical department, did indeed exist, though it had failed safety tests and was not mass-produced due to its excessive speed rendering it hazardous. Lu Yuyuan pondered this and acknowledged that a wheelchair of such nature would indeed facilitate her mobility and improve her chances of fleeing, thus preventing Luo Chenkong from betraying her. As they exchanged knowing glances, it was as if they had intuitively grasped each other's thoughts. A subtle smile graced their lips, yet neither spoke a word. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuyuan emerged from the medical room in a wheelchair, leaving Luo Chenkong astonished to discover that it was equipped with a safety belt. To his further surprise, the wheelchair had been conveniently stored in the medical supplies warehouse just behind the medical room. Let us proceed directly to the experimental area. In the previous work log left by Kai Jiankuan, Luo Chenkong discovered several other useful pieces of information. At the very least, the uncontrollable death disaster had rendered the depths of the basin an immediate danger zone, resulting in the inability to transfer many critical items, such as the original strain of the death virus, in time. As for whether another death disaster would occur, this time, Luo Chenkong was well aware of many characteristics of the calamity and would certainly not be caught off guard again. Aren't you going to take a look at this level? However, I lack a higher level access card, so I probably cannot proceed. Lu Yuyuan shook her head. Her access card was simply not permitted in the experimental area below. Luo Chenkong pondered for a moment. He was aware of the existence of a high-privilege identity card concealed within the body of that dreadful creature. However, he genuinely wished to avoid an early encounter with the monster. Yet, Considering the deadly virus's original agent lurking deeper within, he felt compelled to proceed. The original agent of the deadly virus promised to unleash irreparable calamities upon the world. Nonetheless, it was also one of the essential materials required for the elixir of immortality. As for the method of crafting this elixir, Luo Qinkong possessed some knowledge, though the precise formula remained elusive even to the RNG of his previous life. When he perished in that existence, RNG's utmost achievement had merely been a pseudo-elixir of immortality. Thus, it became inevitable that he must vanquish that creature. Luo Qinkong mused silently. Regardless of how formidable the adversary may be, anyone who obstructed his path to immortality must meet their demise. However, to confront the deadly threat, he first needed to acquire weapons located in the armory of the garage on this level, where a night corpse resided. The night corpse was swift in its movements, ferocious in its attacks, and conventional light weaponry proved ineffective against it. For Luo Qinkong, this indeed posed a significant challenge. "How proficient are you in driving?" he inquired, casting a glance at Lu Yuan beside him. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down her spine. "What are you planning to do?" The garage housed numerous armored vehicles and tanks, prototypes manufactured by RNG, none equipped with ammunition. These armored vehicles and tanks continued to be produced incessantly at RNG's overseas factories, sold to various smaller nations. Pharmaceuticals, weaponry, and high-tech products formed the triumvirate pillars of RNG, serving as its primary economic lifeblood. The presence of RNG could be discerned in nearly every nation and industry, underscoring the vastness of this commercial empire. The South Island base was merely an inconspicuous facility of RNG. It had collaborated with the Central Nest base to secure funding from headquarters, developing a unique virus aimed at combating human aging and promoting cellular regeneration. Throughout this process, many byproducts of the virus piqued their interest. While they endeavored to refine the virus, they simultaneously sought to harness it to create biological weapons for military applications. Currently, due to a recent loss of control, the South Island base suffered significant casualties. The garage, filled with various armored vehicles, bore the scars of violence, its floors strewn with firearms and shell casings. As if a fierce battle had erupted but left no bodies behind, seemingly consumed by some unknown force. A gaunt night corpse lay sprawled atop an armored vehicle, a product of RNG's oversight during their evacuation, having recently escaped from a shattered canister. It appeared somewhat malnourished, its emaciated form a testament to its recent ordeal. The night corpse's head split open, emitting a sound reminiscent of a dying person's last gasp, a manifestation of its sensory ability akin to the echolocation of a bat. Devoid of eyes, it possessed no visual perception. However, it compensated with an extraordinary sense of hearing and this unique echolocation. This is the result of RNG's deliberate fusion with bat genes. However, this unique type of zombie possesses a fatal flaw. While it is immensely powerful, the virus within its body is remarkably fragile, susceptible to annihilation by ultraviolet rays. Consequently, these zombies only emerge in hordes under the cover of night. Hence they are dubbed night zombies. As if sensing something, a night zombie steadily descended from the armored vehicle. Whoop woof. A sound reminiscent of a canine echoed, as the ravenous night zombie locked onto the hiding place of its prey, erupting into a sprint towards the side of another armored car. Yet, just as the night zombie drew near, a gaping maw suddenly clamped down on its head. The creature struggled fiercely, but was firmly ensnared by a powerful grip. Unable to break free, this fellow, Lu Yuan, seated in her wheelchair, maneuvered it forward, while Luo Qinkong had long since vanished from sight. According to Luo Qinkong's plan, Lu Yuan was tasked with diverting the zombie, as her wheelchair could accelerate. According to Luo Qinkong, there was only one zombie present, albeit slightly stronger than the average. Yet, how could Lu Yuan possibly trust Luo Qinkong's words? Though uncertain about how Luo Qinkong was so certain of the zombie's presence, she was convinced that the term slightly stronger was an understatement. In response to Luo Qinkong's arrangement, Lu Yuan expressed her dissent. However, the moment Luo Qinkong suggested handing her over to Zoya, she swiftly acquiesced. It was no wonder Luo Qinkong had instructed her to prepare the wheelchair. The plan had evidently been set in motion long ago. Lu Yuan mentally dissected Luo Qinkong. Contemplating the betrayal she would have inflicted had her survival not hinged on Luo Qinkong's identity as a member of the northern base. Nonetheless, aware of Luo Qinkong's cunning, she also worried about the possibility of being deceived. While she feigned cooperation, she simultaneously prepared a contingency plan for herself. Gazing at the dried bloodstains and bullet holes on the garage floor and walls, Lu Yuan realized it had been several days since her last visit. Not only had the place been deserted, but she was also oblivious to the events that had transpired here. Judging by the evidence of battle, what small zombie could have withstood such firepower? Moreover, not a single corpse was in sight. Observing the desolation of the garage, Lu Yuan let out a deep sigh. Just as she drew her pistol, intending to attract attention with a gunshot, a cry for help pierced the air. "Chi Yuan, help." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yuan was taken aback, for not only did the individual know her code name, but the voice also bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. "Stupid dog, is that you?" Lu Yuan suddenly recalled that the voice belonged to Hound, one of Zoya's subordinates. Their relationship was not particularly close. They were merely colleagues who had emerged from Death Island as assassins. As Lu Yuan embarked on her mission to locate Dr. Lei Hongtian among the surviving infiltrators, the Hound remained stationed at the South Island base. Listening to the sounds emanating from behind the armored vehicle, Lu Yuan pondered her betrayal of Zoya. Given that the Hound was one of Zoya's subordinates, it was plausible that he might pose a threat to her. "Show yourself." Lu Yuan's vigilance was heightened. She raised her tightly gripped pistol, prepared to fire at the slightest provocation. "I can't move. I'm too injured." The voice sounded exceedingly feeble, as if it were on the brink of death. Lu Yuan contemplated her relationship with the Hound, which was far from amicable. There was no compelling reason for her to rescue him, especially considering he was affiliated with Zoya. To her, he was an adversary. And even if she were to save him, Luo Chenkong would likely eliminate the Hound, as she was aware that he had no intention of burdening himself with a worthless liability. "Apologies, you wretched dog. Your demise might be the best outcome." Just as Lu Yuan prepared to depart, the armored vehicle before her was suddenly hurled into the air, crashing onto a nearby tank with a resounding bang. At that moment, Lu Yuan beheld a grotesque creature composed of countless human limbs and heads. Among those heads, she not only recognized the Houndess, but also several familiar faces. Without a trace of hesitation, Lu Yuan, already secured in her wheelchair, accelerated to its maximum speed, transforming into a shadow as she dashed toward the garage exit, hurling curses into the howling wind directed at Luo Chenkong. "Luo Chenkong, you dare to refer to this as a minor zombie? You scoundrel. Why don't you come out and face it?" The creature, known as Death Calamity, opened its gaping mouth. Its lower body comprised of hundreds of human legs running in conjunction with four primary legs, resembling a centipede. However, the human legs were disproportionately short, barely grazing the ground, while the primary legs bore the brunt of the movement. The amalgamation of human limbs seemed somewhat redundant. Fortunately, perhaps due to the massive consumption of various creatures, the movements of Death Calamity appeared disjointed, and its colossal size rendered it slower than even an adult sprint. At this moment, Luo Chenkong was concealed in a corner, peering out to witness the grim calamity relentlessly pursuing Lu Yuan. He was momentarily taken aback. He had merely instructed Lu Yuan to lure a night corpse. How had she managed to draw forth such a troublesome entity? As Luo Chenkong reflected, he realized he had not ventured out alone as he had previously, thus avoiding attracting the attention of the night corpses. Instead, he remained in the medical room alongside Lu Yuan. During this time, the deadly disaster had reached the garage, and it was highly probable that the night corpses present had already fallen victim to it. Observing the disaster pursuing Lu Yuan, he surmised that as long as she maintained control, she would likely remain unharmed. He needed to act swiftly and head to the armory to prepare his weapons and eliminate the disaster. With this thought in mind, Luo Chenkong no longer hesitated. He dashed into the garage, adeptly locating the armory, and used Lu Yuan's identity card to unlock the door. He then equipped himself with 3 grenades and slung a rocket launcher over his shoulder, mirroring his previous armament configuration. However, this time, he intended to reduce that accursed monster to ashes. Turning his gaze towards the flamethrower in the corner, a plan began to form in his mind. Before proceeding, Luo Chenkong needed to meticulously plan his route, as certain special areas within the base were equipped with smoke detectors that could inadvertently activate sprinklers. He recalled a previous instance where he had used fire to cauterize a severed limb. That location should be free from smoke detectors. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the disaster wielded a twisted automatic door, hurling it violently towards Lu Yuan, who was perched upon her wheelchair. However, with Lu Yuan's exceptional wheelchair maneuvering skills, the deformed door barely grazed her body. Though it did not strike her, it elicited a cold sweat of fright. Lu Yuan realized that this creature was not only grotesquely formed but also capable of wielding its surroundings as weapons. Unlike zombies, this indicated that the monster possessed a degree of intelligence. The mere thought of a creature capable of lifting an armored vehicle while also exhibiting such intelligence sent chills down her spine. The truly terrifying aspect was not the monster itself, but rather one that could think like a human. Was that creature truly prepared? Lu Yuan pondered the plan she had arranged with Luo Chenkong. Once he was fully equipped, he would await her at a designated location. Meanwhile, she had been skillfully leading the creature in circles along the outermost corridor of this level, deliberately avoiding the inner areas to prevent the monster from losing track of her and seeking out Luo Chenkong. She had even moderated her speed for this purpose. Once Luo Chenkong was ready, he would arrive at this outer corridor, and she would only need to circle around once to reunite with him. While Lu Yuan contemplated this, she spotted a familiar figure ahead, Luo Chenkong. Elated, she accelerated her wheelchair, distancing herself from the disaster, and skidded to a halt before him. "Where are your weapons?" she exclaimed, taken aback to see that he was armed only with a handgun. Hadn't they agreed to utilize heavy weaponry to eliminate this peculiar little zombie? There was no time for explanations. "Just drive. I will guide you." Luo Chenkong, unabashed, unceremoniously seated himself upon Lu Yuan's lap, provoking a desire within her to unleash a stream of invectives. However, she suppressed her ire, and as instructed by Luo Chenkong, the wheelchair began to accelerate. Hey, don't grip my head, you scoundrel. Apologies, but this handle is rather secure, it won't give way." The two were crammed together in a single wheelchair, an arrangement that appeared rather peculiar. Luo Chenkong, still recovering from the weakness that accompanied his earlier temporal reversal, had opted for this unconventional mode of transport. The wheelchair's speed had now reached that of an ordinary adult sprinting at full capacity. While this pace might not be deemed particularly swift, it was more than sufficient when juxtaposed with the cumbersome nature of the looming threat. "Where on earth are you heading?" "Just ahead." Luo Chenkong yearned to carry those weapons with him, yet considering the regeneration capability of the plague, the rocket launcher and flamethrower had to be utilized in synchrony within the briefest span of time. However, the combined weight of the rocket launcher and flamethrower was far too burdensome for his slender arms and legs to bear. Thus, he could only relocate these armaments to a smoke detector-free zone, luring the plague towards him, before he would seize the rocket launcher and reduce the foe to fragments, subsequently incinerating it with the flamethrower before its regeneration could take effect. The garage area was equipped with smoke alarms due to the presence of munitions and armored vehicles, rendering it unsuitable for the use of a flamethrower. Consequently, Luo Chenkong deliberately selected the adjacent smoking area next to the residential quarter on this level. After drifting past a corner, Lu Yuan spotted a rocket launcher and a flamethrower positioned in the middle of the road, along with a fuel tank resembling a pesticide sprayer. "Stop!" Lu Yuan abruptly hit the brakes, causing Luo Chenkong to be propelled forward by inertia, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. However, he was not in the mood to curse. He quickly scrambled to his feet, rushed to the rocket launcher, and swiftly hoisted it onto his shoulder. "Get out of the way." Upon seeing Luo Chenkong aim the rocket launcher at her, Lu Yuan unbuckled her seatbelt with utmost urgency and leapt into a corner. At that moment, Luo Chenkong pulled the trigger. The rocket soared past the wheelchair, just as the plague barreled around the corner, its massive and unwieldy form unable to evade the oncoming projectile. Boom! An inferno erupted, followed by a shower of blood and dismembered flesh. The plague was annihilated, much like the previous encounter. Yet Luo Chenkong was acutely aware that this victory was but fleeting. Luo Chenkong, with an expression of calmness, discarded the rocket launcher in his hand, and then stepped amidst the remnants of flesh and blood, retrieving the identity card with S-level clearance. How did he know that there was an identity card within that monster's body? A question surged within Lu Yuan as she observed Luo Chenkong. He seemed to possess prior knowledge of the entire situation, displaying not a trace of astonishment on his face. "A little zombie? You dare call it a little zombie?" "Luo Chenkong, have you ever encountered a small zombie that could effortlessly overturn an armored vehicle?" Luo Chenkong, after the crisis had been averted, Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, laboriously rising from the ground, and continually offered her concerns to Luo Chenkong, extending warm greetings from himself to his family members. Luo Chenkong disregarded Lu Yuan, as if he had not heard her at all. His gaze was fixed upon the scattered remnants of flesh on the ground. In such dire circumstances, it seemed that the death calamity should have perished beyond recovery. Yet, how could this monstrous entity have resurrected once more? were it not for the records in the work log indicating that there was only one death calamity. Coupled with the previous incident where it had devoured and fused with Lu Yuan while pursuing him, Luo Qinkong might have doubted that there was but a single creature, rather than the one he had previously vanquished with a rocket launcher. However, this nearly indestructible beast aligned with Luo Qinkong's fantasies of immortality. While most people perceive immortality merely as an eternal lifespan, Luo Qinkong's pursuit of it transcended that notion. It encompassed not only the endlessness of life, but also an unyielding existence that could not be extinguished by any means. No adversary could rival him, enduring through eternity. That, to him, was the true essence of immortality. Luo Qinkong turned and approached the flamethrower, hefting the heavy fuel tank onto his back. It must be said that this weight felt quite burdensome for him at this moment. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing Luo Qinkong carrying the fuel tank and wielding the flamethrower, Lu Yuan's words of inquiry were momentarily silenced. "Just sit quietly in your wheelchair and stay out of the way." Luo Qinkong speculated that this monstrous creature either relied on devouring to restore itself or on the amalgamation of flesh to be reborn. Perhaps it possessed both abilities. Nevertheless, Luo Qinkong resolved not to grant the creature any opportunity. The evolution of the virus necessitates adaptation, and now, by unleashing a torrent of searing flames, even the most fearsome virus would surely perish. Luo Qinkong pulled the trigger, and a fiery dragon erupted from the firearm, illuminating the entire corridor with its brilliance. A scorching wave surged towards him, causing his clothes to flutter in the heated gusts, while the air was thick with the scent of charred flesh. Strangely, amidst the flames, a sound akin to a baby's wail emerged. "What is that?" Lu Yuan inquired. Her initial impression of Luo Qinkong's cautiousness in wielding the flamethrower now transformed into a sense of urgency. It dawned on her that the creature had not perished. Indeed, this monster had a tendency to rise again. She recalled the scene in that garage where Luo Qinkong methodically executed each corpse with precision. In that moment, she felt grateful for his meticulousness. Had he not possessed such a habit, the creature could have posed a significant threat if it revived. The corridor ahead was scorched black, a consequence of being designated a smoking area, thus no alarms were triggered. Luo Qinkong halted only when the oppressive heat left him drenched in sweat, feeling parched and dry. As the flames subsided, Lu Yuan observed the remnants scattered across the ground, now mere charred remains, some glowing red and emitting steam. Having been slain by this malevolent entity once before, Luo Qinkong understood that to confront this third-tier monstrosity, he needed the assistance of external forces such as rocket launchers and flamethrowers. The creature possessed an intellect comparable to that of an ordinary human, compelling Luo Qinkong to tread with caution. Without the opportunity for rebirth, he would have succumbed to this terrifying, unknown creature. Yet, even as he witnessed the transformation of the monster's flesh into ash, a sense of unease lingered. The ease with which he dispatched the creature felt disconcerting. After all, this beast had devoured over 100 members of RNG, including numerous armed personnel. The vanished corpses were likely consumed by it. How could a creature that had overwhelmed even the specialized response teams be so effortlessly vanquished? It was known that these elite units, well-trained and undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the creature, had fallen in totality. The blackened remains on the ground seemingly confirmed to Luo Qinkong that the creature had indeed been eradicated, utterly and irrevocably. With no chance of survival remaining, he could only suppress the lingering anxiety within him. Luo Qinkong removed the fuel tank from his back, casting one last glance at the charred remnants before turning to depart. "Wait for me," Lu Yuan exclaimed upon witnessing Luo Qinkong's departure, hastily maneuvering her wheelchair to follow closely beside him. After Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan had left, a pile of charred debris in the corner began to writhe. A pitch-black hand emerged from within the ashes. As the hand pushed aside the charred remnants, it revealed a head, partially formed and connected to an arm, with 5/10 of its development complete. Within the mouth of this head, one could faintly discern something wriggling, resembling a nematode. After equipping themselves in the armory, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan took the elevator deep into the A1 experimental zone, following the work logs Luo had previously encountered. The escape from the cataclysm had led to the complete downfall of both A1 and A2 zones, with numerous viruses and experimental subjects left hastily abandoned. The desolate RNG building clearly indicated that RNG had relinquished any hope regarding the cataclysm and the viruses lurking below, or perhaps they had already acquired what they truly sought, rendering the remaining elements insignificant. To date, RNG had not conducted a thorough cleansing of Jinan Island City, a significant reason being Dr. Lei Hongtian, who was not only one of the creators of the Cataclysm, but also a vital contributor to the elixir of immortality. Even Lu Yuan had been dispatched among the survivors in pursuit of this pivotal figure. It was now confirmed that Dr. Lei Hongtian was indeed within Jin and Island City. Yet his fate, whether alive or deceased, remained uncertain. As the elevator continued its descent, a lengthy vertical passage revealed an expansive underground realm before Luo Qinkong's eyes through the bulletproof glass. The entire A-zone was structured in a descending spiral, with the space narrowing as one descended. Luo counted a total of 18 levels within this spiraling expanse, the uppermost outer ring being the largest and the lowest level the smallest. Within each circular corridor, numerous automatic doors were visible, suggesting the presence of many rooms. Remarkably, the underground space was not devoid of power. On the contrary, it was abundantly illuminated, with lights on every level casting a brightness akin to daylight, allowing the vast subterranean structure to be vividly discerned. Where is the A1 zone? Luo Qinkong inquired of Lu Yuan, who gestured towards the lowest level of the spiral space. The most compact area, which housed the world's most perilous viruses. As Luo Qinkong reflected on his narrow escape from the calamity, he decided to designate the two lower levels as a forbidden zone. However, two lingering questions occupied his mind. The first pertained to the notion that while the disaster might have been capable of dealing with a small-scale, fully armed contingent, it would not be insurmountable for RNG to respond swiftly, eradicate the threat, or even capture the nest of the disaster. After all, upon witnessing the vast expanse of the underground structures, Luo Qinkong recognized the formidable nature of the South Island base, capable of accommodating thousands of individuals with ease. It seemed implausible that the entire base would initiate an emergency evacuation solely due to a single disaster, leaving behind their belongings in disarray. The second question revolved around the intelligence exhibited by the disaster, which appeared to possess cognitive abilities akin to those of humans. The creature had even vacated the spiral underground space of Area A, implying that it possessed the capacity to leave the South Island base and venture outside. Yet, why did it refrain from doing so? Having consumed the memories of those it had devoured, it should have been aware that there existed more abundant sustenance beyond the confines of the base. These perplexities swirled in Luo Qinkong's mind, leading him to suspect that the calamity in Jin and Island City might not merely be a result of the disaster's escape, inadvertently triggering a virus leak. Surely, RNG must comprehend the nature of the terrifying entity they were researching. It seemed unlikely they would handle it carelessly. Furthermore, transmitting a virus from such depths to the surface was no trivial task. As the elevator descended rapidly, Luo Qinkong felt as though he were spiraling downwards into a vortex. Welcome to the South Island base, Area A. For safety reasons, please don your protective suits and refrain from removing them. In the event of any damage, promptly report to the safety department. Thank you for your cooperation, the mechanical voice announced as the elevator reached its destination. Upon arrival, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan retrieved 2 sets of protective suits from a small bag behind them. The two donned the pre-prepared gear and masks before exiting the elevator. Given the potential existence of viral leaks and other hazardous pathogens in this area, it was prudent for them to be adequately protected. The lowest level was dedicated to crucial research projects. The significance of the research increased as one descended deeper, while the confidentiality diminished as one ascended. Lu Yuan, seated in her wheelchair, provided Luo Qinkong with insights about their surroundings. Upon leaving the elevator, they entered a circular hall where 4 automatic doors were positioned at the eastern, southern, western, and northern directions, each requiring a high-level access card for entry. Luo Qinkong held his identity card and approached the automatic door ahead. After swiping it, the indicator light above illuminated, and the door gradually opened. Let us proceed. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan entered the automatic doors, revealing before them a colossal screen, with a grand steel round table positioned in front. Were it not for the absence of seats, Luo Qinkong might have suspected that this was a venue for a conference. At the center of the round table, a projection of a familiar planet hovered, adorned with numerous red dots. These seemed to indicate the locations of various major bases. As Luo Qinkong approached for a closer inspection, he discerned several familiar places among the red dots, including the Central Death Nest base, the Northern Frontier base to the north, the Sandy Sea base to the west, and the southern Jinnan Island City. As Luo Qinkong observed the multitude of red dots, he estimated their number to exceed 300, scattered across nearly every corner of the planet, including the desolate expanses of the uninhabited desert. Has RNG truly established dominion over the world? Luo Chenkong couldn't help but marvel at the thought that in his previous life, he had managed to seize the pseudo-immortality serum from such a colossal entity, a feat that seemed almost unfathomable. This place appeared to be the hub for monitoring and controlling the entire base. Although we possessed the authorization to enter, we lacked the capability to exert control here. Liu Yuan, experiencing this for the first time, surveyed the surroundings and arrived at this conclusion. You should not be here. Suddenly, a frigid voice emanated from behind Liu Yuan, startling both her and Luo Chenkong into drawing their weapons. Yet, what they beheld was merely a translucent projection of a young girl. This is the base's artificial intelligence, Liu Yuan elucidated to Luo Chenkong. As for the artificial intelligence, Luo Chenkong felt no astonishment. While ordinary civilians might be taken aback, it was due to the technologies presented to them being outdated. Regardless of the superpowers or RNG, the clandestine advanced technologies they concealed remained unknown. However, it was conservative to assume they surpassed civilian technology by 2 decades. In his previous life at the northern base, Luo Chenkong had encountered an artificial intelligence that manifested as a middle-aged man. Yet, these artificial intelligences were not akin to those portrayed in science fiction films, incapable of contemplating numerous issues like a human. Compared to the AI depicted in such stories, they appeared rather simplistic, or rather, many commands were beyond their comprehension. Much like a base version of a smartphone assistant. Do not mind her. She has likely detected a discrepancy between our facial appearances and our identity cards, triggering the security forces alarm as per her program protocol. However, there is no one present in the entire base, Liu Yuan explained to Luo Chenkong. Noting that the artificial intelligence would not recognize the absence of personnel, it would rigidly execute the command. If this artificial intelligence truly possessed human-like cognitive abilities as in science fiction, it could spell trouble. Yet, Liu Yuan deemed this scenario improbable. Otherwise, RNG would have already upgraded it. You are unauthorized intruders. Please vacate the premises. Before the projection of the artificial intelligence could finish its statement, it abruptly vanished, as if it had encountered a severe disruption. Has it malfunctioned? Luo Chenkong and Liu Yuan did not linger, as there was nothing of interest to Luo Chenkong. After a brief inspection, they departed without hesitation. As the automatic doors closed behind them, the large screen suddenly illuminated, revealing that the invasion progress bar had reached 93. Luo Chenkong and Liu Yuan returned to the circular hall and discovered another automatic door, which they opened using their identity cards. As the door swung open, they were greeted by a passageway several meters in length, with a large door at its end firmly shut. Upon stepping inside, the automatic door behind them closed, and a white mist began to emanate from within the passage, enveloping the two in a sanitizing fog. Once the disinfection process was complete, the previously closed door at the end of the corridor slowly opened. It was then that Luo Chenkong noticed an array of bottles and jars carefully preserved behind the door. However, a portion of these containers was safeguarded within glass cabinets, some of which emitted white mist, suggesting they were being kept at low temperatures. The glass cabinets were equipped with mechanical arms, presumably intended for handling these hazardous viral agents, allowing operators to control them from outside. Luo Chenkong approached each cabinet, examining them closely. Labels adorned the surfaces, inscribed in several of the world's principal languages. The cabinet before Luo Chenkong bore the ominous inscription Ebola virus. This entity is notoriously infamous. Were it not for the existence of the deadly blood virus, it might well be regarded as the sovereign of all viruses. However, Luo Chenkong's objective did not lie with this Ebola virus, for he had no desire to meet a gruesome fate, his body disintegrating and his innards dissolving into blood. The lethality of this virus is alarmingly high, often claiming the host's life before it can even infect another, rendering it exceedingly fearsome. Liu Yuan leaned closer to Luo Chenkong to take a look, and upon glimpsing the virus's name, her wheelchair slid back a meter in shock. Luo Chenkong meticulously inspected each cabinet, discovering a myriad of viruses that instilled fear, from the likes of the avian flu to HIV. The potential release of these pathogens would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. However, this facility is a biolab at the highest security standard of the South Island base, making the likelihood of a leak exceedingly low. The viral samples here are preserved in impeccable condition, without a trace of damage. From Dr. Kai Jinkuan's work log, Luo Chenkong gleaned information about a viral outbreak triggered by an escape from a catastrophic event. Yet, this secure storage has shown no signs of intrusion or destruction. This suggests that the virus was deliberately taken out, likely by a significant figure within the South Island base. Luo Qinkong approached a circular glass enclosure, within which lay a vial of crimson elixir. Adjacent to it were 3 depressions for potions, from which the concoctions had long since vanished. The label affixed to the glass dome bore the inscription Deathblood, clearly indicating that this was the nefarious virus responsible for the calamity that befell Jinnan Island City. Once 4 vials of the viral agent existed, now only 1 remained. I have found it. Luo Qinkong pressed the adjacent button, causing the glass cover to open. Without further hesitation, he grasped the vial of the lethal blood virus and examined it closely. The substance within the vial was a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of blood. Just this small vial of the virus had the potential to plunge the entire world into chaos. Lu Yuan observed as Luo Qinkong placed the vial into his pocket but refrained from commenting. After all, she believed Luo Qinkong to be affiliated with the northern base. And it was only natural for other bases, particularly RNG, to covet the pinnacle of research achieved by the southern island base. Let us proceed, she urged. Luo Qinkong cast a glance at the surrounding viruses, which held no significance for him, having obtained the original strain of the lethal blood virus. It was time to depart from this place. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan entered the disinfection passage for sterilization, after which the automatic doors leading to the outside slowly opened. However, just as they stepped out of this viral containment area, the entire base was suddenly illuminated by red alarm lights. Alert! Alert! The mainframe has detected unauthorized personnel attempting to remove Level 4 biohazard materials. Emergency safety protocols activated. Release the sentinels immediately. Sentinels? Luo Qinkong furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling mentions of these so-called sentinels in the work logs. This is bad. We have triggered the base's artificial intelligence security defense mechanism. Lu Yuan exclaimed in horror. This signified that the base's AI had unequivocally classified them as intruders, and the entire facility would now treat them as adversaries. Even their identification cards would be rendered useless. We must leave this place at once. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan swiftly ascended the elevator, only to discover that the floor buttons had all begun to emit smoke, rendering the elevator completely immobile. The artificial intelligence had taken control of it. Lu Yuan's countenance changed dramatically. Was there no alternative route to ascend? None. The only pathways to this crucial area were through these few elevators, all of which were under the dominion of the artificial intelligence. Lu Yuan shook her head, her pallor concealed beneath the gas mask she wore. It was all elevators, devoid of any emergency escape routes. This clearly violated fire safety regulations. Luo Qinkong felt a heavy sense of despair. They were now utterly trapped in this place. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the ears of Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan, as if a giant were incessantly drawing nearer to them. We must leave this place at once. The unease within Luo Chun grew increasingly intense. He no longer hesitated and propelled Lu Yuan's wheelchair away from the elevator. In that very moment, as they exited the elevator, a torrential storm of bullets descended upon them. Even the elevator's glass, capable of withstanding ordinary gunfire, shattered into countless fragments in an instant. The air was filled with a resonant buzzing sound, emanating from the rapidly spinning gun barrel, while a multitude of spent cartridges littered the ground. Towering at 2 meters, a man clad in a black trench coat loomed above, his imposing figure strikingly robust. His skin bore a peculiar bluish hue, and his eyes were shrouded in a milky haze. One arm wielded a 6-barrel machine gun, while a massive and burdensome ammunition box was strapped to his back. The other arm resembled a colossal claw more than a mere limb, with a single strike. It could cleave an adult in 2. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan concealed themselves behind the pillars of the circular hall, their eyes inevitably drawn to the monstrous figure before them. A sense of dread enveloped Luo Qinkong's heart, for it was unmistakably a biological weapon employed by RNG for military purposes. Should such a creature be encountered in urban combat, it would undoubtedly spell slaughter for the soldiers on the battlefield. In Luo Qinkong's estimation, that abomination was conservatively a being of the 3rd tier, if not stronger, as it possessed the ability to wield human weaponry, far surpassing the capabilities of its tier counterparts. This must be the elite guard referenced in the work logs. However, Luo Qinkong had not anticipated that after vanquishing one calamity, another elite guard would emerge. The confines of this space were limited, with scant cover available. The elevators lay inoperative, rendering any escape futile. Certainly, this was a deadlock. With a thunderous crash, the elite guard descended from the upper level, causing the ground of the hall to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qinkong hurled a grenade towards the feet of the elite guard. The explosion ensued, yet apart from shredding the guard's trench coat, it inflicted little in the way of significant damage. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuyuan swiftly separated, simultaneously drawing their firearms to fire upon the royal guards. Every bullet, without exception, struck true, finding its mark on the guards' heads. However, to their astonishment, a cascade of sparks erupted upon impact. The heads of these creatures were forged from iron, their exteriors merely a faade of synthetic skin. In that moment, Li Yuan turned to Luo Qinkong, realizing the formidable nature of the adversary they had provoked. In an attempt to strike the vital areas of the Imperial Guard, Luo Qinkong found his bullets utterly ineffective, unable to penetrate the skin and muscle. Upon impact, the bullets merely fell to the ground, soft and lifeless, akin to a blade striking the hardened body of a master of martial arts. Incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury, the creature's muscular strength had reached an extraordinary level, rendering it impervious to conventional small-caliber weaponry. The Imperial Guard's primary focus honed in on Luo Qinkong, who clutched the deadly blood virus serum, while Lu Yuyuan was disregarded entirely. Even as she unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the Imperial Guard seemed oblivious to her presence. Buzzing incessantly, the gun in his hand began to whirl, with a staggering firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute. Even if Luo Qinkong were composed of steel and iron, he would be reduced to mere pulp. The storm of bullets erupted forth, pummeling the column that sheltered him, leaving it marred and distorted. Were it a typical concrete pillar, it would have been obliterated in an instant. Yet, even with the column constructed from some resilient metal, it began to falter under the relentless assault. Observing Luo Qinkong, who was completely suppressed by the overwhelming firepower, Lu Yuan realized that if he were to perish, her fate would be sealed as well. At that moment, all the attention of the Imperial Guard was fixated solely on Luo Qinkong, making her the most opportune candidate for action. Bullets whizzed past Luo Qinkong. The only sound remaining was the frenzied shriek of the projectiles. Cowering behind the column, he dared not expose himself. Although Luo Qinkong possessed the ability to rewind time, he was unwilling to forfeit the hard-won blood virus serum, fearing the uncertainty of each death as potential to be successfully rewound. Furthermore, he recognized that with each demise, he risked playing his own hand, for the cost of rewinding was steep. Suddenly, as Luo Qinkong pondered his strategy, an explosion erupted from the ammunition box behind the Imperial Guard, the cause being none other than the previously overlooked Lu Yuyuan. The violent blast staggered the Imperial Guard. Yet upon regaining his footing, he refrained from retaliating against Lu Yuyuan. Instead, he discarded his multi-barrel machine gun, tearing away the remnants of the obliterated ammunition box and tattered trench coat, revealing his explosive musculature. The surface of the Imperial Guard's body bore numerous stitches, reminiscent of the legendary scientific monstrosity, Frankenstein, as if he were a formidable creation stitched together from corpses. With heavy footsteps, the Imperial Guard advanced, each step reverberating through the ground with a thundering sound, akin to a heavily armored tank charging at full speed toward the column where Luo Qinkong sought refuge. Luo Qinkong, move! Li Yuan shouted desperately, but the deafening buzz in his ears drowned out her voice. The previous barrage of firepower had not turned him into mere flesh and blood, yet it had severely compromised his hearing. Boom! Under the relentless barrage of heavy artillery, the metallic column was mercilessly contorted into a C shape by a single fist. Luo Qinkong, who had been hiding in the shadows, was utterly unprepared for the onslaught. He was struck as if by a charging bull, propelled through the air until he collided forcefully with the wall. A coppery taste surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Qinkong did not lose consciousness, he was acutely aware that had it not been for the pillar absorbing the brunt of the force, he would have been utterly obliterated by that punch, much like a watermelon shattering upon impact. Luo Qinkong's legs and arms trembled as he witnessed the monstrous creature charging towards him once more. In a moment of inspiration, he retrieved the vial of blood death virus and tossed it to Lu Yuan. Catch! Lu Yuan instinctively understood the contents of the vial but dared not let it shatter. Although it was not easily breakable, she was not willing to take any chances and swiftly extended her hand to catch it. The instant the vial landed in Lu Yuan's grasp, the guards redirected their attention towards her on the wheelchair. Thud! Thud! Luo Qinkong, I am helping you so much. You scoundrel, you've put me in danger again. As the guards approached with heavy footsteps, Lu Yuan felt her soul nearly escape in fright. In a fit of anger towards Luo Qinkong, she hurled the vial of blood death virus back to him. As Luo Qinkong unsteadily rose from the ground, he suddenly noticed an object hurtling toward him. He instinctively reached out and grasped it, realizing it was the vial of the deadly blood virus he had just discarded. The moment he secured the vial, He felt a piercing gaze fixate upon him, as the guards tasked with attacking Lu Yuan charged toward him once more. Lu Yuan. Catch this. Luo Chenkong hurled the vial toward the wheelchair-bound Lu Yuan, fully aware of the terrifying contents it held. He had no doubt she would catch it. Luo Chenkong. You scoundrel. Lu Yuan grit her teeth, retaliating by tossing something back at him as the guards continued their relentless advance. Are you out of your mind? Throwing it back so soon. What if it slips? I'm an injured woman. Can't you show a little consideration? Your smooth, unblemished chest is rather excessive. And you dare to call yourself a woman? Luo Chenkong, you rascal. The two exchanged the vial back and forth, each time accompanied by a flurry of affectionate banter. Meanwhile, the guards, evidently lacking in intelligence, fixated on the deadly blood virus vial as their objective. As the vial changed hands repeatedly, they began to sway violently, creating a rather bizarre spectacle. Bang! At that moment, a series of sparks erupted from the guard's nape, followed by a wisp of white smoke, causing its movements to freeze momentarily. Both Luo Chenkong and Lu Yuan were suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Roar! The guard emitted a deafening roar. Amidst the flashing red warning lights, a certain restraint within its body was lifted, causing its skin to flush crimson, while white steam began to rise from its form. The actions of Luo Chenkong and Lu Yuan directly caused the restraining devices on the Imperial Guards to be incinerated, signifying the imminent unleashing of their full combat potential, leading to indiscriminate slaughter. Boom! The alloyed ground was instantly dented as the Imperial Guard leapt high into the air, lunging towards Luo Chenkong with a swiftness akin to that of an agile shadow. Faced with the descending red-skinned giant, Luo Chenkong's pupils constricted, and time around him seemed to slow as he instinctively maneuvered his body to evade. Yet, within that suspended moment, his own movements felt equally sluggish. Crash! The giant's claw struck the metallic pillar, instantly bending it into a C shape and leaving behind 4 grotesque claw marks, along with fragments of protective gear. Luo Chenkong gazed at his torn protective suit, gasping for breath, his expression betraying a lingering sense of dread. He had narrowly escaped becoming a mere mass of flesh affixed to that pillar. Without affording him a moment's respite, the elite guards sprinted towards him, their movements now imbued with the agility of a powerful athlete, shedding any semblance of clumsiness. Bang! Bang! Lu Yuan fired her weapon, yet the bullets ricocheted harmlessly away. They found themselves ensnared in a dire stalemate, trapped within the confines of a grand hall that offered little room for escape against their formidable adversaries. This had undeniably transformed into a deadlock. With gritted teeth, Lu Yuan relentlessly squeezed the trigger, her frustration boiling over. She was unwilling to accept her fate. She yearned to survive. There remained so much unfinished business. A deep-seated vendetta awaited resolution. She had yet to fully embrace the life of an ordinary girl, filled with joy and simple pleasures. Why? Why must she accompany this scoundrel to face death? As spent cartridges clattered to the ground, Lu Yuan, after exhausting her ammunition, slumped in her wheelchair. The elite guards had caught up to Luo Chenkong, their claws poised menacingly aloft. It appeared he would have to start anew. In this moment, Luo Chenkong felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He attributed the impending death to his limited knowledge and the insufficient time to investigate thoroughly. After all, Zhao Zihan and the others were still outside waiting. He had never anticipated that RNG would establish such a safeguard here. He had assumed that aside from the death calamity, no other formidable entities would remain. With the majority of biological weapons transported away, he had believed the remnants would be devoured by the death calamity. Yet RNG had cunningly left a contingency plan. It was a grave miscalculation, just as Luo Chenkong faced his imminent demise with resignation. A grotesque mound of fleshy limbs descended from above, enveloping the elite guards with the weight of a mountain. Instantly, Luo Chenkong recognized it as the death calamity. That monstrosity, having endured a relentless barrage from flamethrowers, had not only survived but had also regained its strength, now boasting a size increased by a third. This indicated that the death calamity had not only persisted but had feasted upon a plethora of biological entities. The limbs protruding from the grotesque mass suggested that most of these beings were evolved zombies and various biological weapons. Suddenly, Luo Chenkong conceived a startling possibility. Could it be that this monstrous creature did not immediately devour all the life forms within the base? Instead, it might have emulated humanity, preserving the dormant evolved zombies and biological weapons as a reserve supply. The elevator is operational. At that moment, Lu Yuan exclaimed, and as Luo Chenkong turned to look, he indeed witnessed the elevator indicator light, which had previously been in a state of dysfunction, transformed from a menacing red to a reassuring green. Luo Qinkong hurriedly rushed over and entered an elevator with Lu Yuan. After pressing the button for their desired floor, the elevator began its ascent. Remarkably, during this process, the disaster entity did not attack Luo Qinkong, perhaps because the guards were still struggling within the creature's grotesque form. Did that monstrous mass of flesh assist us merely to protect its territory? Lu Yuan inquired, casting a glance at the massive heap of flesh below. Her heart still racing from their narrow escape. I do not know. But why did the elevator suddenly activate? Has the artificial intelligence truly spared us? I do not know. But we are safe for now. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Wait, not yet. As Luo Qinkong's words faded, he beheld a crimson figure, emanating white steam, emerge from a gaping wound in the body of the death disaster. Simultaneously, a profound transformation was taking place within the Guardianess form, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. With a thunderous leap, the Guardian ascended to the A2 level, then to A3 and A4, resembling an agile monkey in pursuit of Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan in the elevator. Why did the creature relentlessly pursue them? She was coming. Lu Yuan's soul seemed to vanish as she witnessed the scarlet figure leap directly onto the ascending elevator. The Guardian, akin to a cannonball, soared closer. Now within 3 meters of the elevator, and Luo Qinkong could distinctly see the pallid, lifeless eyes of the Guardian, which had reached a formidable 4th tier. The massive claws capable of shattering the entire elevator were raised in preparation. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade struck the Guardian, erupting in a blaze of flames. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, the Guardian's body plummeted. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan gazed downward towards the source of the rocket, only to witness an astonishing sight. The rocket launcher had been retrieved from the amalgamation of countless biological forms within the death disaster. And it was the death disaster itself that had squeezed the trigger with its own arm to unleash the projectile upon the Guardian. What left Luo Qinkong in disbelief was not merely the fact that the death disaster had wielded human weaponry. After all, it had assimilated human memories and possessed intelligence on par with that of humankind, but rather that the death disaster had chosen to save them. Why? This question echoed in the minds of both Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. Luo Qinkong was acutely aware that after he had employed a flamethrower to incinerate the death disaster and then departed, something extraordinary had transpired, prompting this creature, capable of human-like thought, to spare its nemesis and even extend a hand of salvation. The elevator's abrupt restoration and the timely intervention of the death disaster left Luo Qinkong unconvinced that these events were mere coincidences. There must be an entity lurking in the shadows, orchestrating these occurrences, one that did not wish for his demise. No, it was not merely a desire to keep him alive. Otherwise, he would not have been vanquished by the death disaster during his initial foray into the base. The distinction between his past and present demise lay in the nuances of fate. Luo Qinkong gently touched the vial of the death blood virus nestled in his pocket. And in that fleeting moment, he comprehended the gravity of his situation. He was to command a death calamity, orchestrated by an unseen hand that hoped for the safe transport of the virus. Yet, the identity of this puppeteer remained shrouded in mystery. Was it RNG, agents of the Great Shu Kingdom, or perhaps another faction entirely? As the elevator ascended into the narrow shaft above the spiral space, darkness enveloped them entirely. However, both Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan were deprived of witnessing the climactic battle between the death calamity and the elite guards, left in suspense regarding which monstrous entity would emerge victorious. Are there any bullets left? Luo Qinkong inquired as he removed his protective suit and took off his gas mask, glancing at Lu Yuan, who sat in a wheelchair beside him. None, she replied. Proceed, he urged, tossing her 2 magazines. He could not deny that Lu Yuan still held some value. Without her assistance, he would have been unable to endure for so long against the elite guards. Luo Qinkong gently massaged his still aching chest, reflecting on the fact that he was the first ordinary person capable of enduring a blow from a 3rd-tier biological weapon without perishing. Although much of the force had been mitigated by the metal pillar, it could be said that he had been struck from afar. In the context of the apocalyptic era of his previous life, such an achievement could be regarded as legendary. This time around, Luo Qinkong's actions had diverged significantly from those of his past, revealing to him the profound depths of Jin and Island City. In his previous life, he had merely been a marginalized figure with limited exposure to the broader world, thus remaining oblivious to many matters. Yet, upon stepping into this life, he quickly realized the perilous nature of his surroundings. The closer one approached the truth, the more dangerous it became. The crises Luo Qinkong faced in Jinan Island this time were far greater than the cumulative threats he encountered during the first 5 years of the apocalyptic era in his last life. Third-tier and even fourth-tier apocalyptic creatures, prior to the catastrophe event, symbolized death, as conventional infantry firepower was utterly inadequate to eliminate them. Nevertheless, he had encountered such monsters 5 years ahead of the catastrophe. After acquiring what he sought, Luo Qinkong did not linger. Heading straight to the surface while observing the constantly shifting floors, he continued to ponder the enigmatic presence that had assisted him from the shadows. What entity possessed the capability to effortlessly manipulate the entire base under the control of the South Island's artificial intelligence and orchestrate the assistance of the catastrophe? Was it a high-ranking member of RNG? That seemed implausible. If it were, they could have simply retrieved the virus themselves, rendering the assistance redundant. Could it be the Great Shu Nation? That too seemed unlikely, as how could they have known of the catastrophe's capacity for communication? Moreover, their intimate knowledge of the catastrophe, to the extent of easily usurping control of the entire base, was perplexing. The other party evidently possessed considerable understanding of RNG, yet for some reason, this presence was unable to act personally and could only influence events from behind the scenes. Connecting the dots, Luo Qinkong noted that the catastrophe could easily seize control of the lower levels of the base, while the heavily armed RNG personnel were rendered helpless, merely directing an evacuation. The fact that the virus had leaked so effortlessly indicated a malfunction in the filtration system connecting the underground to the surface. The work logs indicated that while infected individuals had escaped to the surface, they were swiftly neutralized and disinfected by RNG. Given their awareness of the peril posed by the death virus, it was inconceivable that they would allow infected individuals to flee so easily. Additionally, why had the catastrophe not vacated the base and descended to the surface? Fragments of information gradually coalesced in Luo Qinkong's mind. From these pieces, he discerned that the individual behind the scenes was a high-ranking defector from RNG, likely the missing Dr. Lei Hongtian, who had vanished in Jinan Island City. Under the conditions of RNG's search for him, it was improbable that Dr. Lei would reveal himself directly. However, he was undoubtedly well acquainted with both the South Island base and the catastrophe. The catastrophe's ability to evade capture might have been facilitated by Dr. Lei, including the intentional release of the virus. Furthermore, he required Luo Qinkong to bring the original strain of the death virus to the surface. As for why the catastrophe was not permitted to act, it was because once it reached the surface, RNG would surely respond. The calamity of death is well understood. It is only within the confines of the base that Lei Hongtian can exert control over the entire establishment, providing advantageous aid against the disaster. As for why Luo Qinkong did away with the calamity while Lei Hongtian remained passive, it is twofold. On one hand, the incursion into the base was incomplete, as evidenced by Luo Qinkong's encounter with the artificial intelligence below, indicating that Lei Hongtian's infiltration was far from total. On the other hand, it is possible that Lei Hongtian communicated with the calamity only after Luo Qinkong presumed to have eradicated it. The rapid recovery of the calamity may also be attributed to Lei Hongtian releasing biological weapons for it to consume. From the current circumstances, it appears that the Sentinels were originally released by the base's artificial intelligence to mitigate the risk of viral leakage, while the calamity was dispatched by Lei Hongtian to facilitate the virus's dissemination. All signs point to Lei Hongtian being the principal orchestrator. However, a significant question looms. Aside from being a titan in the realms of virology and medicine, could he also be a hacking savant? After all, seizing control of an entire base remotely from an artificial intelligence and assisting in the reactivation of elevators is no small feat, achievable by only the most skilled hackers. What are you pondering? Lu Yuan inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity about the contemplative Luo Qinkong, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind. I'm contemplating whether the Dr. Lei Hongtian that RNG's Southern Island base tasked you to find is indeed a hacking genius. How could that be? Each profession requires a singular focus. Dr. Lei Hongtian's records indicate he has dedicated over 20 years to his field, reaching a level of obsession. How could he possibly find time to delve into other domains? Do you think he is the protagonist of a novel, suddenly a master of all trades? Lu Yuan shook her head. Mastery in any field necessitates prolonged dedication. A thick layer of ice does not form in a single day. Whether in the realms studied by Lei Hongtian or in hacking, the principle remains unchanged. People often aspire to leap to greatness, yet such individuals constitute the vast minority. Unbeknownst to them, the exhilarating narratives of life are reserved for but a select few. The majority dwell in mediocrity or even despair. Lu Yuan experienced the thrill of fantasy in her youth, only to face devastation and find herself on Death Island. It was in that inferno that she realized the profound value of the ordinary and the freedom that everyone possesses. What you take for granted is often the very thing others yearn for. That is true, Luo Qinkong nodded. However, regardless of who is behind this, as long as they do not obstruct my path, I can choose to ignore them. Yet should they hinder my progress, I shall certainly not allow them to remain. Ding. The elevator reached the summit, revealing an ascending staircase stretching above Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. This was the very path they had descended. Luo Qinkong supported Lu Yuan as they ascended the stairs step by step. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan emerged from the concealed door, stepping into the familiar restroom. They had been away for several hours, and it was likely that Zhao Zihan was searching for them. However, Luo Qinkong had kept the intercom turned off, thereby receiving no messages from Zhao Zihan or the others. As he felt the vial of the deadly blood virus in his pocket, a wave of bewilderment washed over him. He never anticipated that, in this lifetime, he, a mere pawn, would acquire the original strain of the deadly blood virus so swiftly. Despite enduring numerous battles, and even facing death itself, Luo Qinkong deemed every hardship he had faced to be worthwhile. As Luo Qinkong pushed open the door to the restroom stall, he was met with the astonished gazes of 3 burly men who simultaneously turned their heads. Upon seeing Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan inside the stall, the trio stood frozen in disbelief, oblivious even to the fact that they had nearly wet themselves. Both Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan instantly comprehended that no explanation could sufficiently justify the situation. Despite it elucidating their unexplained absence for several hours and the silencing of their intercoms, after all, nothing could be more reasonable than this. Have you heard? That lad, Xiaokong, and that girl were alone together in the restroom stall for several hours. Several hours? Is that truly the case? Then why did I not hear a single sound? The news of Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan being alone together in a restroom stall spread rapidly, to the extent that as they passed by those individuals, they could hear the murmurs and perceive the peculiar glances directed at them. Luo Qinkong remained unfazed. After all, considering his true age alongside his past life, he was no mere youth. Such rumors barely stirred a ripple within his heart. In contrast, Lu Yuan was on the defensive, glaring fiercely at each person they encountered, her gaze seemingly capable of devouring anyone who dared to propagate such slander. Sister Zhao. Upon spotting Zhao Zihan, Luo Qinkong promptly waved to greet her. Ah, I thought something might have happened to you, young man. Exercise a bit of restraint, Zhao Zihan remarked, covering her forehead with a hint of exasperation. Her words left Luo Qinkong momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. You and Xiao Yuan may head down first. We are also preparing to depart. Understood. Luo Qinkong nodded slightly and, alongside Lu Yuan, turned to prepare for their descent in the elevator. After their departure, Zhao Zihan made her way to an office on this floor, where Zhao Weiping stood by the window, gazing at the blood-red sunset outside. We must leave immediately. The convoy is awaiting our arrival. We are to rendezvous with them before nightfall and return to the sanctuary. Furthermore, we have scoured the entire RNG building, but have found no entrance to the South Island base. We are currently unable to contact the Daju officials and remain oblivious to the identity of our infiltrator within the RNG South Island branch. Zhao Zihan observed Zhao Weiping's silhouette with a sense of helplessness, letting out a deep sigh. Did you find anything useful in the building? We discovered some fragmented information. RNG is searching for an individual named Lei Hongtian, who holds significant importance to them. Perhaps he possesses critical knowledge regarding the South Island base and could be the key to our escape from this place. Once we leave Jinnan Island City, we can swiftly contact our superiors and upload the incriminating evidence. At that point, our mission will be accomplished. Let us hope so, Zhao Weiping remarked, casting his gaze towards the sunset, where he noticed several dark figures steadily enlarging in the distance. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, the descending elevator came to an abrupt halt, accompanied by the sound of gunfire from outside. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan exchanged grave expressions, instinctively aware of who their assailants were. It could only be the people from RNG. Give me a hand. Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan forcefully pried open the elevator doors and swiftly climbed out. Realizing that the elevator was inoperable and that their only option was to traverse the emergency exit, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan shared a singular thought: to let Zhao Zihan's people engage in a fierce confrontation with RNG while they themselves would vacate the building. opting for a distance to observe the unfolding spectacle. Though no words were exchanged, their decisive descent down the stairs signified a unanimous agreement. Luo Chenkong, wait for me. Lu Yuan struggled to keep pace behind him, leaning heavily on her cane. Yet Luo Chenkong showed no inclination to slow his pace. Luo Chenkong, we have fought side by side before. Can't you lend me a hand? She exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she noticed his relentless acceleration. In the face of adversity, comradeship is forged through shared trials and tribulations, a willingness to face danger together. Yet, for Luo Chenkong, it seemed to embody the philosophy of a dead ally does not hinder the living, as he prioritized his own escape above all else. Dismissing her cries with an unyielding resolve. I can't stop. Can't you see I'm fleeing for my life? This isn't some romantic display, he retorted brusquely, unwilling to jeopardize his survival for the sake of sentimentality. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets shattered the tempered glass, piercing through from the outside. The helicopter's machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, obliterating office desks and sending a flurry of documents spiraling into the air. As Luo Chun and Lu Yuan hastily took cover, they narrowly escaped disaster. Glancing out the window, they witnessed a figure plummeting from the upper floors, screaming in despair, seemingly destined for death. They crouched low, but at that moment, a heavily armed helicopter outside unleashed a rocket, which detonated nearby with a resounding explosion. Boom. On the 39th floor of the RNG building, Zhao Zihan and Zhao Weiping lay low, taking refuge behind a desk in their office, which was already in disarray. Riddled with bullet holes. RNG. How could they have circled back? Zhao Zihan gripped her pistol tightly, astonished that the armed helicopter had returned so suddenly, without hesitation, to bombard the building. There were only 2 helicopters. They must belong to a small armed squad from RNG, possibly returning for something and encountering us. Or perhaps their target was indeed us. Zhao Weiping shared her concern, fearing that a mole within RNG had exposed their presence, prompting RNG to eliminate witnesses. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed illogical. If they were certain of our location within the building, they could have simply bombed it outright instead of sending a squad. Then we should remain vigilant. Zhao Weiping suggested. The sudden assault had inflicted significant losses upon them. They needed to check the intercom to see if they could contact others. If this was indeed an execution mission, they would have to fight back fiercely. They were merely civilians on the surface. Dying here would be utterly meaningless. And no one would seek justice for civilians. Thus, survival was imperative. They must bring down RNG. Boom. Just as Zhao Weiping finished speaking, an explosion erupted nearby. The shockwave from the blast hurled them away, with Zhao Weiping crashing heavily against the wall. However, Zhao Zihan was less fortunate. The tempered glass shattered, and she was propelled away from Zhao Weiping. Zhao Weiping, disregarding his injuries, reached out to grab her, but the force of inertia dragged him down as well. As they neared the brink of the 39th floor, Zhao Weiping clung desperately to the edge of the building, one hand gripping it while the other held onto Zhao Zihan. Let go. Otherwise, we will both perish. I refuse to let go. I will not abandon you. Zhao Weiping's forehead pulsed with veins, and his face flushed with determination. Release me. As your superior, I command you to let go. Zhao Zihan knew that if this continued, they would both fall. She resolved to sacrifice herself. Having prepared for this moment since arriving in Jinan Island City. Let me go? I cannot. I cannot. If we are to die, let us die together. Zhao Weiping bellowed in response, his eyes reddened with emotion, fully aware that letting go would haunt him for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, on the 26th floor of the RNG building, the urgency intensified. Let go. For heaven's sake, let go. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Lo Chun Kong gripped the edge of the building with all his might, while Lu Yuan clung desperately to his calf, intensifying the pressure he felt. Much like Zhao Zihan and the others, they too fell victim to the shockwave from a missile launched by another helicopter, which violently hurled them away. However, thanks to Lo Chen Kong's timely grasp of the building's edge, he avoided a perilous free fall. Do you take me for a fool? Let go, and we shall surely perish, he exclaimed. Release me. Let go. In a moment of frustration, he placed his foot upon Lu Yuan's exquisite face, leaving a distinct imprint of his shoe. Lo Chen Kong, how dare you? She protested angrily, yet he pressed down again, this time with such force that it drew blood from her nose. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan showed no intention of relinquishing her grip. Instead, she tightened her hold and bit down on Lo Chen Kong's leg, unleashing a torrent of pent-up grievances in an instant. Lu Yuan, are you a dog? Release your hold at once. Luo Qinkong began to thrash his legs in a desperate attempt to dislodge Lu Yuan. However, This very action only caused Lu Yuan to bite down even harder. As she clung to him, Lu Yuan emitted a series of indistinct sounds from her throat. What? If we are to perish, let us perish together. If you hadn't suddenly seized my leg, I would have already ascended. If you wish to meet your end, do not drag me down with you. Let go. Let go. Miraculously, despite the muffled sounds emanating from Lu Yuan's throat, Luo Qinkong comprehended her words with clarity. Ah! As the veins on Luo Qinkong's forehead throbbed with intensity. The thought of losing a precious opportunity to reverse fate due to Lu Yuan filled him with profound discomfort that resonated through every cell of his being. It seemed that you two had developed quite a camaraderie. Would you like a helping hand? Upon hearing the familiar yet magnetic voice, Luo Qinkong looked up to see a middle-aged man with a head of white hair and a green beret approaching him, a gentle smile gracing his features, making him appear like the amiable neighbor next door. Zuya. In an instant, Luo Qinkong felt a heavy weight in his heart as the man standing before him was none other than Zuya. The very sound of his voice made Lu Yuan seize her grip on Luo Qinkong's leg. I must first attend to matters concerning my dear subordinate. Then we shall engage in a thorough discussion, Zuya declared, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Lu Yuan, who clung tightly to Luo Qinkong's calf. Luo Qinkong. Lu Yuan's face paled dramatically. Her immediate thought was to implore Luo Qinkong to save her life, for he alone possessed the capability to do so. I strongly advise against such actions, Mr. Zuya. Our northern base requires her. At this moment, Luo Qinkong understood the necessity of maintaining his composure and feigning allegiance to the northern base. Otherwise, not only would Lu Yuan perish, but he would also meet his demise. The information he had previously left in the garage had likely cast Zuya into a state of uncertainty. In my estimation, you should be found in a classroom, Mr. Zuya. Does the northern base truly dispatch such youngsters? Zuya expressed his skepticism, for Luo Qinkong appeared to be merely 16 years of age, too youthful for such circumstances. However, I have eliminated that individual known as the head hunter, along with his entire squad. Bring them forth, Zuya commanded his subordinates, and two fully armed soldiers promptly approached, seizing both Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. What is the true purpose of your northern base's presence here? Otherwise, the southern island base harbors no qualms about allowing you to perish like those wretched souls, Zuya remarked with a smile, ever so congenial. Luo Qinkong was well aware of Zuya's demeanor. His perpetual smile was a mask of danger. When that smile faded, it signified he was serious. Naturally, I possess a keen interest in certain research conducted by the Southern Island base. I intend to depart this city. I wonder if Mr. Zuya would be willing to assist me? Luo Qinkong inquired with a nonchalant smile. That is contrary to company policy. Moreover, you may not be aware that we are specifically here to eliminate you, as per the orders of the Southern Island base, Zuya replied, pressing the pistol against Luo Qinkong's temple, yet Luo Qinkong displayed no signs of panic. I am fully aware of that. Nonetheless, Mr. Zuya, I doubt you truly wish to kill me. Otherwise, you would have executed the orders of the Southern Island base from the outset. Your lengthy discourse with me is merely an attempt to gauge my identity within the Northern base. However, the Northern base maintains strict confidentiality regarding such matters. Should you wish to uncover this information, Mr. Zuya, you might consider investigating at the headquarters. Yet, if you fail to locate Dr. Lei Hongtian, coupled with repeated violations of company policy, I fear the management of the Southern Island base may designate you as a scapegoat. After all, with disasters ravaging the base, the outbreak of the virus, and the disappearance of Dr. Lei Hongtian, should an accounting take place, Mr. Zuya, you may find it exceedingly difficult to absolve yourself. Luo Qinkong maintained a serene expression, for he understood that the more information he possessed, the more advantageous it became for him. Are you threatening me? No. I am merely reminding Mr. Zuya, came the calm reply. You are likely aware of this yourself. Very well, Zuya declared as he holstered his pistol. Lu Yuan, witnessing this scene, exhaled in relief. However, in the next instant, Zuya executed a spinning kick aimed squarely at Luo Qinkong's head. In a previous life, Luo Qin had engaged in numerous encounters with Zuya, thus he was well prepared for the sudden ambush. With a swift motion, Luo Qin reclined backward, evading Zuya's sweeping attack, while simultaneously propelling his leg upward to deliver a forceful kick towards Zuya's younger brother. However, Zuya, endowed with superior physical attributes and extensive combat experience, reacted swiftly. He seized Luo Qin's kicking leg, lifting the diminutive figure of Luo Qin off the ground, and delivered a knee strike directly to Luo Qin's head. Luo Qinkong was acutely aware of the consequences that would follow that strike. Even if he were to survive, he would undoubtedly lose consciousness. In that critical moment, he swiftly drew his pistol from his waist and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed perilously close to Zoya's cheek. Although Luo Qinkong harbored a desire to eliminate this individual, Zoya still served a purpose. He could not afford to dispose of him. Otherwise, escaping Jinnan Island City would prove exceedingly challenging. Mr. Zoya, there is no need for further tests, Luo Qinkong declared. Had I wished to eliminate you, you would have already met your demise. He understood that Zoya's earlier attack was a mere trial, aimed at gauging whether Luo Qinkong possessed the capability to vanquish the headhunting eagle. However, in that fleeting moment, Luo Qinkong's skill, decisiveness, and composure were laid bare. Zoya was pleased with Luo Qinkong. At the very least, Luo Qinkong's audacious bluff made him briefly believe that he was some enigmatic figure from the northern region. After all, most would likely have been stunned by Zoya's previous sneak attack, yet Luo Qinkong had managed to respond, a testament to his extraordinary abilities at such a tender age. However, after just one exchange, Zoya quickly discerned a critical flaw. Luo Qinkong was not particularly strong and lacked any visible muscle tone. His adept skills were not matched by corresponding physical prowess, which piqued Zoya's curiosity about how Luo Qinkong had honed his abilities. You are impressive. However, if you wish to leave here, you must locate Dr. Lei Hongtian. This search is also a directive from the headquarters, and it constitutes our collaboration. I am indifferent to what you have acquired here. I only require Dr. Lei Hongtian and the protection of the northern base. Zoya presented his demands to Luo Qinkong, emphasizing that finding Dr. Lei Hongtian was essential to comply with the headquarters' orders and avoid incurring their wrath. Furthermore, the protection of the northern base would ensure that, upon departing from the southern base, they would not face trouble or be held accountable for the recent virus leak. Very well, I agree. Luo Qinkong replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed imperative to find Dr. Lei Hongtian in order to depart from this place. Yet, given the importance these individuals placed on Dr. Lei, perhaps this scientist would serve as a valuable bargaining chip once his own identity was revealed. Before locating Dr. Lei Hongtian, RNG would strive to conceal the events that had transpired here, refraining from a complete cleanup. However, once Dr. Lei Hongtian was found, a thorough cleansing of the site would occur. In addition to drones and helicopters routinely scanning Jinnan Island City, the southern base had personally dispatched a small team to infiltrate a group of survivors within the city. It would be prudent for them to locate the doctor before the team did, lest they miss the last opportunity. Understood. Zoya gestured to a subordinate nearby, who instantly grasped Zoya's intent and handed over the sniper rifle. Consider this a token of my sincerity. Bang! Zoya aimed at the helicopter outside the building and pulled the trigger. The sniper bullet penetrated the side of the helicopter, obliterating the head of a man seated within. You have long desired to kill him, haven't you? Luo Qinkong remarked with a cold smile. Sent by the southern island base to monitor me, he must die. For one of us has to perish. Given the nature of our operations in this city, it is hardly unusual for a life to be extinguished. Zoya tossed the sniper rifle to a subordinate beside him, shrugging in resignation. Individuals like you are indeed perilous. Luo Qinkong acknowledged the extent of Zoya's menace. After all, one moment he might appear amiable, only to have your head burst like a watermelon the next. Should he encounter someone of interest, Zoya might even indulge in a bit of torment. This fellow had been eliminated by Luo Qinkong and Ren Xiaoying a year prior to the dead nest incident. No, I believe it is individuals like you who are truly dangerous, Zoya stated, his smile vanishing, his gaze turning frigid. For you nearly succeeded in taking my life. Luo Qinkong merely smiled calmly, opting for silence. Little dove, let's land on the helipad on the 25th floor. We hurried over, prepared to depart, however. The wretched elevator was out of order, forcing us to ascend the stairs to the 25th floor. Zoya seized the walkie-talkie and called out to the helicopter that had just fired upon us. As for the member of the southern island base that Zoya had just eliminated, everyone pretended not to notice. Zoya and a few subordinates departed, as though meeting Luo Qinkong was akin to visiting a friend. Yet, once they were completely out of Luo Qinkong's sight, Zoya's smile vanished instantly. Did you manage to record his appearance? Zoya inquired of one of his subordinates. It's all been documented. Excellent. Investigate his identity immediately, Zoya declared, and they moved on. I truly thought I was doomed, Liu once sighed, gazing at the departing helicopter. Relieved. Do you think we are fated to clash? Or is it simply my misfortune? Luo Qinkong suddenly asked Liu Yuan, uncertain whether his bad luck stemmed from their incompatibility or his own unfortunate fate. since meeting Lu Yuan. It had only been a day since they left the survivors' building, yet within this single day, Lo Chin Kong had encountered the RNG squad, a horde of man-eating rats. Night corpses, death disasters, the elite guards, and Zoya. Under ordinary circumstances, even with 1,000 lives, one would not survive such a day. What? Lu Yuan was taken aback. Never mind, today has been exhausting enough, and the sun is setting. Sitting on the ground. Lo Chin Kong reflected on a day spent either fleeing or fighting. All he desired now was a moment of respite. Do you think Zoya will come after us? Lu Yuan expressed her lingering concern, burdened by a significant psychological shadow regarding Zoya. You, my friend, living your life in perpetual fear. We have already faced terrifying monsters in that underground base. Why fear Zoya? In terms of combat prowess, those two creatures below could easily take down Zoya. He is mortal. And what is there to fear from a mortal? Lo Chin Kong said, his eyes half closed. If a person can die, then they are not truly frightening. It is the existence of one who is truly immortal that instills terror, and my ambition is to become such an entity. You do not understand Zoya. Lu Yuan began. Enough. I know Zoya better than you do. How else would I manipulate him with such ease? A person's growth necessitates overcoming their past fears. Otherwise, those fears will forever remain their weakness. I can assure you that when Zoya returns, no matter what we say, it will lead to our demise. Lo Chin Kong was acutely aware that Zoya was no fool, especially when it came to the significant matter of betraying the Southern Island base. His previous encounters with Lo Chin Kong had revealed the latter's fa-aude of strength, while he could handle a girl like Lu Yuan. In a true confrontation with a skilled opponent, Lo Chin Kong's vulnerabilities would be laid bare. At that moment, drawing the gun was but a desperate measure for Luo Chin Kong, whose physical condition was far from adequate, and engaging in combat would undoubtedly expose him further. Upon returning, Zoya would inevitably investigate his identity, not through the records of the northern base or the headquarters, but rather among the registered populace of Jin and Island City, for Zoya possessed such authority. Luo Chin Kong had already made his presence known in this city prior to the outbreak, and whether a local or an outsider, traces would remain. Should Zoya discover that Luo Chin Kong was merely a civilian and not affiliated with the northern base, he would undoubtedly ensure a most gruesome demise for him. Luo Chin Kong understood that the sole means of escape lay in locating Dr. Lei Hongtian. It was only by threatening Dr. Lei's life that he could hope to leave Jinnan Island City. Why? Are you not from the northern base? Lu Yuan inquired, still perplexed. Yet she harbored no doubts regarding Luo Chin Kong's assertions, especially since he had accurately predicted Zoya's every move within that sewer. The identity from the northern base was not an infallible shield. Could one truly prevent a madman intent on murder? Had they not witnessed even the observer from the southern base being eliminated without hesitation? Luo Chin Kong explained that he had refrained from disclosing his current non-affiliation with the northern base, believing that the later such information was revealed, the better. Ideally, he aimed to lead Lu Yuan into a situation from which there would be no turning back. Otherwise, this inherently rebellious individual might betray him. What shall we do? We must find Dr. Lei Hongtian as quickly as possible. And then? Lu Yuan pressed further, but Luo Chin Kong, eyes closed in rest, showed no inclination to respond. Shortly after Zoya's departure, Zhao Zihan and the others convened the remaining survivors via intercom. However, amidst Zoya's barrage of gunfire and chaos, 9 unfortunate souls had perished, and Zhao Zihan and Zhao Weipeng had narrowly escaped a free fall, saved just in time by others. Despite having secured a significant amount of supplies, the loss of 9 lives cast a considerable shadow over morale, giving rise to a pervasive sense of despondency among the group. Before nightfall, everyone had loaded the supplies onto motorcycles and made their way to the designated rendezvous point for the convoy. Due to traffic congestion in the city center, and to avoid being surrounded by zombies, the supply search teams utilized motorcycles for transport, which naturally limited the quantity they could carry. Nonetheless, it was a necessary compromise. Zhao Weipeng led Luo Chin Kong, while Zhao Zihan accompanied Lu Yuan, weaving through the city alongside the motorcycle convoy, having meticulously scouted the route in advance. The journey was relatively smooth, with zombies drawn away by the sound of the motorcycle, trailing far behind. Before the sun vanished completely, the motorcycle brigade successfully reached the rendezvous point of the support convoy, which had already gathered a considerable amount of supplies in their vehicle. Under Zhao Zihan's leadership, the convoy set off with great momentum towards the survivors' tower. The night devoid of the undead was a tranquil one, as those terrifying creatures emerged only after the demise of their nest. Even the towering walls of the sanctuary could not provide complete protection. becoming the source of nightmares for many survivors. The sorrow of the 9 lost souls was swiftly washed away during the celebratory feast within the survivor tower. After all, the deceased were merely the deceased, and the living persisted. The acquisition of abundant resources instilled hope in everyone. In the depths of darkness, even the faintest glimmer of light could ignite an unimaginable will to survive, and the slightest flicker of hope could expand infinitely amidst despair. Yet, should that hope shatter, it would plunge one into an even deeper abyss of hopelessness. Luo Qinkong was acutely aware that most of the individuals here were unlikely to survive. At least those who harbored hope at this moment were fortunate. Following the celebratory banquet, Luo Qinkong retired to rest, utterly exhausted after a day filled with unimaginable crises and battles. He fell into a deep slumber, his fatigue overwhelming. As the night swiftly passed, it came as no surprise that upon awakening early the next morning, he felt an all-encompassing soreness throughout his body, with muscles taut and stiff. Clearly a result of the previous day's exertions. After all, his physical constitution was inherently lacking, compounded by the numerous skirmishes he had endured. Notably, the bite inflicted by Lu Yuan on his calf was distinctly visible. Due to the search operations conducted the previous day, today was designated as a day of rest. Zhao Zihan had arranged for banners to be hung from the building, believing it would attract wandering survivors. Additionally, several drones retrieved from the RNG building were employed by Zhao Zihan to seek out other survivors. Ever since their return from the RNG building, Zhao Zihan had exhibited remarkable enthusiasm for locating additional survivors, which took Luo Qinkong by surprise. However, with the rare opportunity for leisure and his body aching, Zhao Zihan did not assign any tasks to Luo Qinkong. Thus, he opted to engage in a game of chess with Lu Yuan to alleviate their boredom. I have already scrutinized every individual within the building. There is no sign of Dr. Lei Hongtian. RNG searched extensively but found nothing. What do you intend to do? If Zoya comes knocking and we have not located Dr. Lei Hongtian, we will surely meet our demise. Although Lu Yuan was engrossed in the game, her demeanor betrayed a distracted mind, as the terror instilled by Zoya weighed heavily upon her. Luo Qinkong reminisced about the memories of his past life, where the survivor tower continually attracted survivors, transforming the entire building into the most populated refuge in Jinan Island City. However, in this life, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Zoya would not allow even a slight gathering of survivors to seek out the opportunity to locate Dr. Lei Hongtian among them. Upon leaving, Zoya had mentioned that another team had infiltrated a survivor group. If Luo Qinkong's intuition served him correctly, that group comprised those individuals from the harbor. In his previous life, Zhao Zihan had collaborated with those from the harbor, ultimately attempting to escape Jinan Island City via smuggled cargo ships, only to meet with bombings, resulting in a mere handful of survivors. The harbor dwellers typically sought refuge in warehouses and sewers to evade zombies, and due to power outages, their living conditions were far more dire than those within the tower. Are you serious about this move? Lu Yuan inquired as she glanced at the chessboard. Noticing Luo Qinkong had made an opening move at the center. Your move, Luo Qinkong replied with a smile. Placing his piece at the center, a move that only someone with absolute confidence would dare initiate. Yet, he already harbored a plan in his mind. The message spread rapidly throughout the building. They had lost water supply. While the generators could mitigate the loss of electricity, the cessation of water posed significant challenges to their daily lives, rendering bathing impossible and necessitating strict rationing of drinking water. Just when hope had rekindled with the arrival of a large supply of resources the day before, reality struck again with the force of an iron fist. However, Luo Qinkong had anticipated the water shortage and was mentally prepared, having experienced similar hardships in his previous life, where even urine was fiercely contested for consumption during desperate times. Upon hearing the news of the water cutoff, Lu Yuan found herself unable to focus on the game any longer. A water shortage? This is disastrous. She recalled that during their resource search yesterday, everyone had taken food and only a limited amount of beverages. True drinking water was exceedingly scarce within the building. It could only sustain everyone for a maximum of 2 days. Clearly, by tomorrow at the latest, they would need to venture out in search of more resources. Why do you seem so unconcerned? If we keep searching for resources, how will we find Dr. Lei Hongtian? Perhaps we need not search, Luo Qinkong mused, contemplating everything that transpired at the South Island base. It was entirely possible that Dr. Lei Hongtian was already monitoring his every move. If the doctor wished to remain elusive, then he would undoubtedly remain unfound. However, Luo Qinkong recalled that he possessed the original strain of the death blood virus. As long as he held that, doctor. Lei Hongtian would eventually come to him. Do you have a plan? Lu Yuan asked, observing Luo Chikong, as his nonchalant demeanor made it difficult for her to believe he lacked a strategy. Perhaps I do not. Who can say? Luo Chikong refrained from saying much, for once they located Dr. Lei Hongtian, Lu Youjuan's worth would diminish significantly. On the first night after the water supply was cut, Zhao Zihan imposed strict restrictions on everyone's water usage, allotting each person a mere bottle of mineral water, barely sufficient to sustain life. Brother Zhao, I need to take a shower. Could you possibly assist me? Just as Zhao Weipeng was distributing the bottles, the campus beauty, Imo Momo, seized the opportunity while Zhao Zihan had temporarily stepped away and began her antics. In a situation where drinking water was scarce, Imo Momo audaciously contemplated a shower, provoking laughter and disbelief among Zhao Weipeng and the others. However, it was understandable. Imo Momo's father was a prominent entrepreneur from Jinan Island City. Oblivious to the struggles of ordinary life, her thought process entirely beyond the grasp of common understanding. It evoked a sense of let them eat cake. Brother Zhao, did you agree? Seeing Zhao Weipeng and the others laughing, Imo Momo mistakenly believed they had acquiesced. Little girl, your family might indulge you, but not here. You are human, just as we are. You have no right to any privileges. Zhao Weipeng's smile faded as he admonished her with a serious expression. How much do you want? Just say it. Once we leave here, I can have my dad wire you $1 million. $2 million will suffice as well. Imo Momo dropped her playful demeanor, adopting a haughty attitude. In the past, her mere cuteness would reduce the males around her to sycophants, eager to cater to her whims. Yet, she did not anticipate that Zhao Weipeng would be immune to her charms. I feel like hitting her, Li Yuan whispered to Luo Chikong, having emerged from Death Island. She possessed a profound understanding of the hardships faced by those at the bottom of the societal hierarchy to which she belonged. Witnessing Imo Momo's condescending attitude, Lu Yuan could not suppress her disgust. Very well, it indicates you are a normal person, Luo Chikong nodded, offering Lu Yuan a word of praise. Are you complimenting me? Lu Yuan shot a glare at Luo Chikong. Money? Does having money grant one the right to disregard others as human? Get lost. I have no desire to lay hands on a girl. Zhao Weipeng's countenance darkened instantly. Truth be told, he harbored a deep disdain for the privileged class, which evoked unpleasant memories. He had once witnessed individuals perish on the way to seek medical help due to bureaucratic hurdles and financial constraints, while others merely needed a phone call. Even in the wilderness, a helicopter could be summoned for immediate medical attention. The disparity stemmed solely from one being a destitute wanderer and the other a wealthy offspring with extensive connections. Is this fair? It is inherently unjust. Some individuals are predetermined from the moment of their birth. Yet, Zhao Weipeng would not allow this struggle for survival to become any less equitable. It is not scarcity that troubles us, but inequality. Zhao Weipeng understood this principle well. Momo, do not be disheartened. I will share my water with you. And mine too. Imo Momo huddled in the corner, her face marked by a vivid red handprint. Zhao Weipeng did not indulge her unreasonable behavior. Instead, he delivered a lesson she would not soon forget. It must be said that this spectacle provided considerable satisfaction to onlookers, including Luo Chikong. After all, the majority of those at the bottom of the social hierarchy live under the oppressive weight of the powerful. As time progresses, the methods of oppression evolve. And before calamity strikes, these affluent individuals already bear down upon them. Even after the apocalypse, they aspire to maintain their dominion, which the oppressed will certainly contest. It is not that most people harbor a hatred for the wealthy. Rather, it is that those who accumulate vast fortunes often find themselves driven by insatiable desires. Human desire knows no bounds. Once one attains something, they invariably yearn for more. What may suffice for an ordinary individual is woefully inadequate in the eyes of the affluent, who, like vampires, incessantly thirst for greater wealth. Consequently, they begin to extract from the very foundation of society. The peril posed by an ordinary villain pales in comparison to that of a wealthy, well-connected one. The distinction is evident. Imo Momo has laid claim to resources that rightfully belong to her. Yet, she seeks to seize the share of the many, robbing others of their hopes for survival, merely to indulge her own vanity. This could be attributed to a sheltered upbringing that rendered her oblivious to the suffering of others. However, such ignorance, perhaps unseen, may already have stripped others of their hopes and resources, and this very ignorance constitutes a grave sin. Luo Chikong considered himself to be unscrupulous, convinced of his own moral shortcomings. Yet, he possessed a clear understanding of certain matters. At the very least, he had once been a good person. After Momo had suffered an injustice, the three sycophants around her were prepared to intervene. However, upon witnessing the gun drawn by Zhao Weiping's associate, they promptly retreated. In an attempt to salvage their image in Momo's eyes, the three sycophants hastily relinquished their support, leaving Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuyuan in a state of bemusement. Such is the nature of sycophants, they remain blissfully unaware of their own servility. For the moment one recognizes their sycophantic tendencies, they cease to be a sycophant. Not enough. Not enough. You are utterly useless, Momo screamed, despite the incessant reassurances from the sycophants, which only served to further destabilize her emotions. Let us go. Luo Qinkong had grown weary of this farce, recognizing that individuals like Momo were destined for the bleakest of fates in a post-apocalyptic world. The most favorable outcome for someone like her was to become a mere plaything for a powerful figure, while the less fortunate would meet their end in some forsaken corner. Forgotten by all. To Luo Qinkong, Momo was nothing more than a speck of inconsequential dust on the path of his life. With only a single bottle of drinking water available, precious as it was, the others clutched it tightly while they slept, fearful of it being snatched away. The water allotted to Luo Qinkong had long been consumed, leaving him with an empty bottle. He understood that the following day, Zhao Zihan would undoubtedly organize a search for more water, rendering the retention of this solitary bottle futile. Yet, as night enveloped the world and everyone else succumbed to slumber, Luo Qinkong found himself restless, wandering the corridor alone, gazing out at the city bathed in moonlight. It had been years since he had the opportunity to observe the tranquil beauty of the moonlit cityscape. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the stillness. The sound startled not only Luo Qinkong but also roused those who were lost in dreams. What happened? How could there be gunfire? I don't know. It seems to be coming from the supply warehouse. Dressed in their sleepwear, the inhabitants rushed to the corridor upon hearing the gunfire, and Luo Qinkong joined them, hastening towards the source of the noise. Another gunshot rang out, prompting the crowd to quicken their pace. The supply warehouse was merely a temporary storage room for food, guarded by two individuals, each armed with a firearm. Upon their arrival at the warehouse, they were met with a shocking sight, a young boy wielding a handgun. Standing over the bodies of the two guards who lay in a pool of blood, Xiong Xin, what are you doing? The boy, Xiong Xin, was a notorious bully from Luo Qinkong's school, known for his connections with unsavory characters in society. Rumor had it he had taken a ruffian as his older brother outside of school, frequently terrorizing classmates and monopolizing the restrooms, committing all manner of misdeeds. Yet, curiously, he was also the foremost sycophant of Momo. In a previous life, Luo Qinkong had been coerced by Xiong Xin into perilous quest for supplies, risking everything to procure the barest necessities, only to be treated like a dog by this tyrant, as he had been but a weakling at that time. Unbeknownst to all present, however, was the fact that the gang leader Xiong Xin had aligned himself with was the very thug whom Luo Qinkong had eliminated upon his return to this life in that narrow alley. One could only marvel at the intricacies of fate. Don't come any closer. Xiong Xin aimed a handgun at the crowd, his face twisted with malice. He had stealthily pilfered the weapon from the sleeping guards, believing that with it, the others would have no choice but to obey him, but he needed a hostage to ensure compliance. Thus, he sought to compel those individuals to relinquish their resources, believing that this would elevate his standing in the eyes of his goddess. Xiong Xin scanned the crowd, determined to identify the weakest and most easily manipulated target. His gaze settled on Luo Qinkong, who had long been a source of his irritation. You come here, quickly. Upon seeing Xiong Xin brandishing a firearm in his direction, Luo Qinkong felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. Indeed, there appeared to be some underlying personal grievances at play, yet he had no choice but to comply. Given the gun pointed at him, as Xiong Xin treated Luo Qinkong as a hostage, Li Yuan among the crowd could not suppress a chuckle, though she quickly stifled it. Mindful of the onlookers, even she had to admire Xiong Xin's choice of target, clearly. Those who neglect their studies in favor of a reckless lifestyle often lack the foresight to consider the consequences of their actions. Such individuals typically resort to brute force to intimidate the weak, and while they may be numerous, they never amount to anything significant. With the handgun pressed against Luo Qinkong's head, Xiong Xin used his other hand to unlock the door to the supply warehouse. Momo. There is plenty of food and water inside. Let us go in together, he beckoned his goddess, Momo. However, she had no desire to accompany him into danger. I don't know you. Don't come any closer, she exclaimed, retreating into the throng. At that moment, Zhao Zihan and her companions arrived with their firearms. Upon witnessing the two individuals sprawled in pools of blood and Xiong Xian holding Luo Qinkong hostage, Zhao Zihan was consumed by rage. You're seeking death, you foul woman. I have tolerated you for long enough. If you dare approach, I shall execute this brat. Xiong Xian snarled, taking advantage of Zhao Zihan's hesitation concerning Luo Qinkong. He forcibly dragged Luo Qinkong into the warehouse, pressing the gun to his head and demanding that he lock the door behind them. What should we do, Sister Zhao? One of her subordinates inquired. What can we do? That man has a hostage. We must wait. We can negotiate once he calms down. And what about those two? Zhao Zihan turned to another subordinate who was inspecting the injuries of the fallen. The latter shook his head, conveying a clear message. The two were beyond saving. Meanwhile, after the warehouse door had closed, Xiong Xian tossed a length of rope from the corner of the room to Luo Qinkong. Bind yourself, he commanded. Brother Xiong, have you watched too many movies? How can I possibly tie myself up? Besides, if I could, wouldn't I be able to easily untie myself? Luo Qinkong protested, feigning a pitiful demeanor. That's a valid point, but you're still no match for me, Xiong Xian retorted. Xiong Xian tucked his pistol into his waistband, exuding confidence that even without the firearm, he could effortlessly subdue Luo Qinkong, just as he had done in the past. As Xiong Xian approached, Luo Qinkong swiftly drew his own pistol, momentarily catching Xiong Xian off guard. What are you doing? Bang. Without a moment's hesitation or unnecessary words, Luo Qinkong fired. The bullet piercing through Xiong Xian's skull, leaving him to collapse to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Indeed, individuals like him are not particularly astute. Thud. Thud. Upon hearing the gunshot, those outside began to pound on the door. Luo Qinkong quickly concealed his pistol and then retrieved the firearm from Xiong Xian's waist, skillfully ejecting a bullet and hiding it away. Fortunately, the bullets used in both Luo Qinkong's and Xiong Xian's pistols were identical. Otherwise, a discrepancy might have been noticed by the observant Zhao Zihan. It was precisely because Luo Qinkong had identified the model of Xiong Xian's pistol that he acted decisively. His choice to eliminate Xiong Xian in such a manner ensured that he left no trace of his actions. The bullet he ejected from Xiong Xian's pistol would merely lead Zhao Zihan to believe that he had seized the weapon and fired, thus concealing the fact that he himself was armed. Observing Xiong Xian's lifeless body in a pool of blood, Luo Qinkong gripped the pistol he had taken from the corpse, immediately slipping into character, demonstrating the essential qualities of a seasoned actor. Bang! The door to the supply warehouse was forcefully breached, revealing Luo Qinkong standing beside Xiong Xian's body, pistol firmly in hand, with a look of stunned disbelief on his face. I have killed, Luo Qinkong murmured to himself, as if in a trance, prompting a collective sigh from those who witnessed his demeanor. Alas, Xiong Xian would never witness this scene. Had he seen it, he would surely have cursed. Among the crowd, Lu Yuan recognized Luo Qinkong's impressive performance and instantly understood how she had been deceived by him in the past. Calm down. Just breathe. Zhao Zihan approached, gently soothing Luo Qinkong while relieving him of the pistol. In an effort to appear convincing, Luo Qinkong's grip on the weapon had turned pale, and his body trembled. I have killed. You acted in self-defense. It's all right now. No one will blame you, Zhao Zihan softly reassured him, patting his shoulder as she led him away, seemingly intending to comfort him. After Zhao Zihan escorted Luo Qinkong from the scene, Zhao Weiping took charge of the remaining matters. Dispose of that scoundrel's body. Feed it to the monsters outside. Zhao Weiping was furious with Xiong Xian's actions, for it was this very individual who had caused the death of two survivors in the shelter. Even if Xiong Xian had lived, Zhao Weiping would have seen to it that he was cast out to feed the zombies. After all, Zhao Weiping is not a saint, nor is he one who can easily forgive everyone. However, following this lesson, Zhao Weiping has fortified the defenses during the night. For the majority of the residents of the survivor building, they merely witnessed a captivating spectacle in the dead of night. The night's farce concluded with the demise of 3 survivors, including Xiong Xian, within the survivor building. As the sun rose, everyone awakened from their slumber and began to gather their breakfast for the day. After Luo Qinkong departed from the communal living quarters, he encountered Lu Yuan waiting for him in the corridor. Having a heart-to-heart with an older sister, isn't that delightful? Lu Yuan remarked with a cheerful smile. Enough of that. We talked for an hour, Luo Qinkong recalled last night, concerned that his early display of recovery might reveal something to Zhao Zihan. Thus, he performed for an hour in front of her, ultimately asserting that he had emerged from the shadows. You are quite impressive. They say your acting skills are lacking, so do well to learn. Otherwise, opportunities may slip away, Lu Yuan teased. Luo Qinkong chuckled, but refrained from voicing his subsequent thought that Lu Yuan would soon lose her worth. And when that happened, she would need to move on. What about that woman? Which one? Luo Qinkong paused momentarily. The one named Imo Momo. If it weren't for her, that fellow wouldn't be so deranged. Just a crazed admirer and the unattainable woman, merely a minor character. As long as she doesn't interfere with me, I have no qualms about sending another on their way, Luo Qinkong asserted, showing no mercy merely because she was a renowned beauty. Anyone who disrupted his peace was subject to the same fate. But she is a stunning beauty. Don't you have any thoughts on that? With your capabilities, wouldn't it be a breeze to make her submit? Lu Yuan teased, her mischievous thoughts evident. I am not a creature that thinks with my lower half, nor am I interested in such base amusements. What if she is beautiful? Do you see how I treat you? Luo Qinkong smiled, causing Lu Yuan to shiver slightly at his expression. Indeed, Lu Yuan considered herself more beautiful than Imo Momo. Yet Luo Qinkong treated her with a cold indifference. She had initially believed that at his age, filled with youthful vigor, he would surely be intrigued by the opposite sex. She had intended to uncover his weaknesses. However, it now appeared that Luo Qinkong exhibited the demeanor of a cunning old fox rather than that of a young man. After enjoying breakfast, Zhao Zihan began organizing the group to search for drinking water resources, adhering to the usual method of drawing lots. This time, Luo Qinkong drew a slip indicating he would join the resource search. He displayed a nonchalant demeanor, in stark contrast to the furrowed brows of others who had drawn the same slip, clearly reluctant to face the zombies outside. Fortunately, this time there was no need to venture as far as the RNG building. They only needed to search nearby for drinking water. Teams of 5 were formed, each led by one of Zhao Zihan's associates armed with a handgun, while the others carried knives or clubs as weapons. Lu Yuan had intended to accompany them, but as an injured party, she was firmly ordered to stay behind by Zhao Zihan. Lu Yuan was not eager to accompany Luo Qinkong into danger. Rather, she feared he might engage in clandestine dealings unbeknownst to her, potentially selling her out. Others may be unaware of Luo Qinkong's true identity, but she is fully cognizant of it. However, burdened by injuries and rendered immobile, Lu Yuan finds herself unable to resist, thus compelled to acquiesce. Luo Qinkong followed the group as they departed from the building, venturing into the surrounding urban area in search of potable water. They formed small squads of 5, meticulously evading the undead. Should they encounter an isolated zombie obstructing their path, the group would collectively wield their clubs, opting not to discharge their firearms unless absolutely necessary. This precaution stemmed from the scarcity of ammunition and the understanding that gunfire would attract more zombies. To ensure safety, the leader, armed with a pistol in one hand and a machete in the other, took the forefront of the procession, while Luo Qinkong's squad aimed for a nearby residential building. Stay close and don't fall behind. If you die, don't blame me, the bald-headed leader cautioned, his tone stern. And keep your voices down. Proceed with utmost caution. Despite his desire to remain within the building, the draw of lots compelled him to search for resources, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Although these individuals were Zhao Zihan's subordinates or employees of the shooting range, Zhao Zihan understood that to earn their respect, he must treat his followers equally with other survivors, thereby facilitating better management of the building. Consequently, during every resource search, Zhao Zihan not only led by example but also mandated that his subordinates adhere to the established rules. Bang! A dull thud resonated as a metal rod crashed upon a zombie's skull, causing the creature to topple to the ground. As the ambushed zombie attempted to rise, the group surged forward, relentlessly pummeling its head until it was rendered unrecognizable, ceasing only when it could no longer move. Luo Qinkong merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. The truth was that the zombie had perished with the second strike. It was merely the terror that compelled those individuals to incessantly flail their weapons, squandering their energy in vain. At this moment, Luo Qinkong was not preoccupied with the pursuit of water sources or supplies. Rather, his thoughts were consumed with how to establish contact with the survivors at the harbor, in hopes of uncovering clues about Dr. Lei Hongtian. After all, aside from the survivor building, it was only at the harbor that a significant number of survivors were gathered. Luo Qin contemplated revealing this news to Zhao Zihan. However, he realized that if she were to inquire how he had knowledge of the survivors, it could lead to complications. He was aware that the more one lies, the more susceptible one becomes to inconsistencies. The fortified door was not easily breached. Making too much noise could potentially attract zombies. The sight of a row of security doors lining the corridor instilled a sense of despair among the group. Although Luo Chun was eager to showcase his skills, he ultimately deemed it unwise to expose too much of his abilities. As they continued their search within the residential building, disappointment loomed, for all they encountered were security doors. The only room they managed to unlock contained an assortment of fireworks, likely left there temporarily by an illicit factory. A few years prior, the sale and use of fireworks had been strictly prohibited in Jinan Island City, yet where there is demand, there is a market. These fireworks were clandestinely sold during festivals, and any unsold stock was hidden away. The room where the fireworks were stored had been left ajar, revealing a solitary zombie that was swiftly dispatched by the group, suggesting that the original occupant had transformed into a zombie before they could secure the door. Gazing at the fireworks, Luo Chin's mind sparked with an idea. Perhaps he could entice the people from the harbor to come to them. Even without water, they could transport these items back. After all, wasn't Zhao Jie seeking other survivors? If these fireworks were set off at night, the entire Jinan Island City would surely see them. He believed that, compared to the dwindling supply of drinking water, these fireworks might prove far more significant. As the group prepared to depart in disappointment, Luo Chen interjected. Upon hearing his suggestion, their eyes brightened with renewed hope. Wait a moment. Let me contact the leader. The burly man at the forefront produced a walkie-talkie and began to communicate with Zhao Zihan. Her voice soon emanated from the device, issuing orders to transport all the fireworks. Everyone, let us get to work. With Zhao Zihan's command, the group wasted no time and immediately began hauling the fireworks. After an hour of labor, they successfully transported a substantial quantity downstairs. In response to this haul, Zhao Zihan dispatched a convoy from the building, highlighting the importance she placed on this endeavor. Among the convoy, Luo Chen spotted Zhao Weiping. Uncle Zhao, how do you plan to utilize this batch of fireworks? Luo Chen approached Zhao Weiping and inquired. The latter gestured towards a large roll of fabric on the vehicle. What is this? Luo Chen asked, intrigued. We dismantled the building's curtains and stitched them together. We'll paint large letters on them, ensuring they are visible from a distance, displaying our location. The fireworks will undoubtedly attract those ravenous creatures. To avoid being surrounded by a horde by morning, we cannot ignite them within the building. Thus, our plan is to find another building, hang up the banner, and then set off all the fireworks at night, followed by a swift retreat. So that is the case. Upon hearing Zhao Weiping's explanation, Luo Chenkong nodded. It appears they have considered the matter quite thoroughly. However, this task is exceedingly perilous, requiring only a handful of participants. You and the others should return to the building. Understood. Luo Chenkong did not wish to accompany them. It was sufficient for Zhao Zihan and the others to handle this matter. If unnecessary, he preferred not to take risks. Let us proceed. You can leave this to us. Luo Chenkong nodded slightly and then followed the members of his team as they departed. For the distance to the building was not considerable. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Luo Chenkong awaited the arrival of night. While those who had ventured out in search of resources gradually returned, laden with potable water and provisions. Although Luo Chenkong and his companions had not uncovered food or water, they had discovered something far more significant. With the fireworks they had acquired, they would undoubtedly attract survivors from other parts of the city. Many within the building had begun to envision a united effort among these survivors to escape the confines of Jinan Island City. Anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited the unfolding of events. As night descended, the entire city succumbed to darkness. However, unlike the customary routine of dining and then retiring for the night, this time the survivors within the building gathered on the rooftop with their dinners. Sitting together on the ground, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Due to the ban on fireworks, these survivors had not witnessed the beauty of pyrotechnics for nearly a decade, surprisingly. Their first glimpse of fireworks would occur in this hellish setting. Yet, this moment could be seen as a rare opportunity to find joy amidst suffering. For none knew how many days remained for them. Embracing hope, they cherished each day as it came. In a secluded corner of the rooftop, Luo Chenkong gazed into the vast darkness that lay before him. A chill breeze swept through the night, bringing a refreshing sensation. Suddenly, a fiery blaze erupted from the depths of the shadows, piercing the despondent night and, in that fleeting moment, instilling a sense of hope in the hearts of all who beheld it. With a resounding bang, reminiscent of childhood memories, the silence of the night was shattered. The fireworks illuminated the dark expanse, if only for a brief moment. In the face of darkness, even the faintest glimmer of light ignites an unimaginable will to survive. For all the survivors present, this spectacle represented hope, the very essence of life itself. As a firework ascended and burst in the sky, it was soon followed by a second, a third, and then an increasing multitude, each explosion resonating with the cacophony of flowers of hope blooming in the night sky. "How beautiful," murmured Lu Yuan, while Luo Qinkong remained silent, simply watching the display. The fireworks reminded him of the first New Year he had spent during the apocalypse, when he and Zhao Zihan were relentlessly pursued by a horde of zombies. Fortunately, they found refuge in a moderately sized civilian shelter, where they witnessed a similar spectacle of fireworks that filled the sky, each face alight with smiles and hope. The creations of humanity, on one hand, yearned for beauty, while on the other, they marched towards self-destruction, much like fireworks juxtaposed with the scourge of the undead. At that moment, far from the urban center at the harbor, a crowd gathered atop a warehouse, gazing at the fireworks bursting forth from the city of Jinan Island. In the midst of water and power shortages, these fireworks undoubtedly ignited a spark of hope within their hearts, reminding them that they were not alone. Life still persisted in the urban area. Could there still be survivors in the city? Pondered a tall, slender man as he surveyed the fireworks, his mind already formulating plans to establish contact with those in the city, not only at the harbor, but at that moment. Every survivor across Jinan Island witnessed the dazzling display, even those beyond its borders, including the RNG forces blocking the entire region. On the other side of the severed bridge leading to Jinan Island, a man in a suit emerged from a tent, the armed RNG personnel around him saluting respectfully. Ignoring their gestures, he fixated on the fireworks illuminating the night sky over Jinan Island. To him, it was merely a final struggle. His gaze was filled with disdain and arrogance, for he knew that those below could never escape the hell they inhabited. Just a bridge apart lay two worlds, one, a semblance of the human realm, the other, a hell overrun by the dead. The fireworks continued for half an hour before finally fading into darkness. As the last remnants of light vanished and the world succumbed once more to night, the crowd remained enchanted. Yet, not only the survivors were captivated, the zombies, too, were stirred by the spectacle. After the sound of fireworks faded, the ominous growls of the undead emerged from the shadows, echoing throughout the pitch-black city. Upon hearing these horrifying sounds, a wave of concern washed over everyone for Zhao Weipeng and his companions, who had been responsible for the fireworks display. The night swiftly passed, and the survivors of the building, as customary, rose to collect their breakfast. With the entire Jinan Island city devoid of signal, coupled with the disruptions in water and electricity, even those who typically led an unhealthy lifestyle were compelled to adopt a more disciplined routine of early rising and retiring. Although the survivors' building was equipped with a generator, every effort was made to conserve electricity. After a long night, a weary Zhao Weipeng and his group returned. However, when Zhao Zihan and the others laid eyes on him, they were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Weipeng appeared pallid and trembled, as if he might collapse at any moment. Most alarmingly, he had lost his left hand. According to the accounts of those who returned, Zhao Weipeng had been bitten by a zombie while attempting to save someone. And in the face of the dreadful reality of the virus, he had unhesitatingly severed his own arm. Though the bleeding had ceased, he had sacrificed half of his life in doing so. Due to the darkness of the night, the urgency of the situation, and the treacherous terrain, they had fled throughout the night. It was only with the dawn that they realized their convoy had escaped to the opposite side of Jinan Island City. Once the route was confirmed, they hastened back. Initially, it was anticipated that at least one person would perish during this mission. However, because Zhao Weipeng selflessly sacrificed an arm, miraculously, no one was lost, prompting even Luo Qinkong to acknowledge Zhao Weipeng as a true man. His courageous act earned him the admiration of the survivors within the building. After all, who does not admire a formidable individual willing to risk everything for those around him? Despite his bespectacled and seemingly gentle appearance, Zhao Weipeng was undeniably a hero. He was taken down to rest and attend to his wounds, preventing any potential infection. The personnel from the previous night were utterly exhausted, and upon returning to the building, they regained their sense of security. After finishing breakfast, they succumbed to slumber. An hour after Zhao Weipeng and his Group S returned, a convoy of 5 off-road vehicles appeared below the building, likely survivors attracted by the fireworks from the previous night. Zhao Weipeng had warned that the fireworks would surely draw a horde of zombies. Thus, he had left a banner at the target site, allowing those from a distance to read the inscription and ascertain the true location of their refuge without disturbing the zombies lured by the spectacle. It was evident that these individuals had come here after spotting the information on the banner. However, for safety's sake, Zhao Zihan refrained from immediately opening the doors to them. After all, this survivor convoy was quite sizable, and if their intentions were sinister, it could spell disaster. Where do you come from? What brings you here? Zhao Zihan, clutching a megaphone, addressed the crowd from the second floor of the building. We have come from the harbor, drawn by last night's fireworks. Upon arriving at the site of the display, we noticed your signs, prompting us to make our way here. Initially, we were concerned for your safety. But it appears that all is well. A middle-aged man clad in a blue work uniform leaped from an off-road vehicle, responding in a distinctive local accent. Survivors from the harbor? Zhao Zihan pondered for a moment before continuing to shout down to the gathering below, "You are welcome to enter. But no weapons may be brought inside. Your group may choose to keep some members outside while sending a few representatives to discuss matters." "Absolutely," the man replied. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Zihan signaled to her companions, who lowered 2 baskets. The representatives sent by the harbor survivors stood atop the baskets. With Zhao Zihan and her associates pulled up to the second floor. "Let us convene in the meeting room," she suggested. "Very well." The 2 representatives nodded in agreement. Showing no signs of refusal, Luo Chikong gazed at Zhao Zihan and the 2 representatives as they entered the conference room, yearning to eavesdrop on their discussions. Alas, he was unable to enter, as sentinels guarded the entrance. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the conference room swung open, revealing the 2 representatives. Their faces beaming with satisfaction. It appeared that their negotiations had borne fruit. However, upon exiting, Zhao Zihan clutched a scroll in her hand. "Now, the sewer distribution map is entrusted to you, but to pave this path, diligent efforts will be required. For lurking in the shadows below are some voracious rodents. Yet, once this underground passage is established, it will not only allow evasion of the satellites and drones of RNG, but will also prove safer than traversing above ground. Rest assured, we shall act with great urgency," Zhao Zihan affirmed. During the meeting, she had engaged in extensive discussions with the 2 representatives, solidifying a collaborative agreement between their survivor groups to create a secure route through the sewers, facilitating mutual communication and support. Luo Qinkong stood in an inconspicuous corner, observing the unfolding events. He could not fathom how those representatives had swiftly gained Zhao Zihan's trust and were already on the verge of establishing a communication channel between the 2 parties. It was imperative to note that Zhao Zihan should have approached such matters with greater caution. As he witnessed the 2 representatives preparing to depart, Luo Qinkong hurriedly approached to offer his assistance. "Allow me to take charge." Luo Qinkong feigned support as he guided the 2 representatives into the basket. Upon grasping their hands, he noticed that they bore calluses akin to those of Lu Yuan. "Thank you, young man. And you, sir? What kind of work did you engage in? Your palms are rather coarse," he inquired with an air of innocence. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it. "What can we do? Just some laborious tasks, primarily butchering pigs and selling pork." "I see." Luo Qinkong replied with a smile, choosing not to delve further, yet his mind had already reached a conclusion. The 2 men appeared to be no older than their 30s, and the locations of their calluses could not have been formed by wielding a knife. Moreover, individuals who have spent years butchering and cutting meat often exhibit slight hunches due to their work, yet these 2 stood upright. Additionally, their bodies were undeniably muscular. A pork vendor, consumed by the struggles of life, would hardly maintain such a physique. At least none he had encountered bore such fitness. Furthermore, the aura they exuded was conspicuous, as such qualities manifest inadvertently. To completely alter one's demeanor requires prolonged time and effort. Luo Qinkong speculated that those individuals were either the RNG team mentioned by Zoya or representatives of another force outside of RNG, with the latter likely being the official faction of the Great Shu Kingdom. Should this latter possibility hold true, the situation in Jin and Island City would become rather intricate. It is essential to recognize that the Great Shu Kingdom has remained inactive for an extended period. Either they have genuinely been kept in the dark by RNG, or they are fully aware of everything that transpires here while feigning ignorance, concealing their true intentions. As the 2 representatives were safely escorted out, the waiting convoy outside exhaled in relief. They did not linger in the area but rather returned to report on the situation. Luo Qinkong gazed at Zhao Zihan in the distance, feeling a twinge of suspicion regarding her identity. Was she affiliated with the official ranks of the Great Shu Kingdom? On the other side of the cross-sea bridge in Jin and Island City, a series of green tents stood upon the broken bridge, while on the other side, a multitude of zombies yearned to surge forth. However, they could only tumble into the churning sea below, becoming mere sustenance for fish and shrimp. These zombies lacked any semblance of thought, blindly pursuing what they perceived as food. Consequently, the mercenaries stationed outside the tents witnessed the spectacle of zombies plummeting. counting their falls and wagering amongst themselves whether the tally would be odd or even before the next shift change. Within one of the tents behind those mercenaries, a middle-aged man, his face adorned with stubble and appearing quite disheveled, was ravenously consuming can after can of beef. It was evident he was driven by hunger. Opposite him sat Zoya. "Are you saying this man is your son?" Zoya inquired, pointing to a photograph on the table, which featured none other than Luo Chenkong. The gluttonous middle-aged man was indeed Luo Chenkong's father, Luo Ming. Following that day, Zoya promptly began investigating Luo Chenkong's identity, acquiring his address and a comprehensive history from childhood to present. Initially, Zoya presumed it to be a fabricated identity orchestrated by the northern base, as Luo Chenkong's background appeared exceedingly mundane. It was not until Zoya dispatched personnel to Luo Chenkong's original family residence that they discovered Luo Ming, who was on the verge of fainting from hunger. "He is my son. How could I not know?" Luo Ming swallowed a piece of beef and queried as he reached for a nearby beer. "But who are you, and why are you inquiring about my son?" "We are from the RNG rescue team. However, there has been a misunderstanding involving your son which may pose a threat to us, and he has taken some of our belongings. Hence, we will need your cooperation," Zoya replied with a smile, oblivious to the unfolding situation. A 3-minute gap in the signal in Jean and Island City had occurred, during which the artificial intelligence at the southern base transmitted information about events occurring within the base before its collapse. Now, the southern base was aware that Luo Chenkong had taken the vital virus agent from RNG. Fortunately, this brief interlude of 3 minutes went unnoticed by the survivors of Jean and Island City, and news of the catastrophe remained contained. "That boy possesses such capabilities? He can truly harm you?" Luo Ming expressed doubt, having witnessed that Zoya and his companions were all armed. "It seems you are not well acquainted with your son. However, I assure you, if you cooperate fully, you will not only leave here safely, but also receive a substantial sum afterward." "Will my son be all right?" Luo Ming asked, concern etched on his face. "He will be fine, I assure you," Zoya nodded with a smile. "Then I agree. How would you like me to assist?" Luo Ming inquired, taking a swig of his beer. "I need you to find an opportunity to return to your son and retrieve the item he took from us." "Certainly. Your son will not perish. However, should you choose not to cooperate, the safety of you, your son, your estranged wife, and your daughter may become precarious." Following the departure of survivors from the harbor, an influx of individuals seeking refuge has commenced. Zhao Zihan has welcomed all who arrived, resulting in a dramatic surge in numbers. Fortunately, all the zombies within the building have been eradicated. Otherwise, there would be insufficient living space. As the number of survivors increased, numerous challenges arose, particularly concerning management. Some individuals believed that Jean Island City had devolved into a hellish realm, free from constraints, leading to unruliness and defiance against authority. Zhao Zihan decisively eliminated a few miscreants as a warning to others, demonstrating that sometimes the might of the gun speaks louder than reason. The management issues were swiftly resolved. However, the pressing concerns of food and potable water loomed ahead. Zhao Zihan meticulously organized the tasks of all survivors, establishing a daily work roster and appointing trusted subordinates to lead teams. Each day, it was clearly delineated which team was responsible for resource reconnaissance, which was tasked with constructing sewer passages, and which individuals were granted a day of rest, should any team fail to meet their objectives. The allocation of supplies for the entire group would be diminished. The team responsible for establishing sewer passages was charged with identifying safe routes and facilitating communication with survivors across the harbor via the sewer system. To mitigate the threat of carnivorous rodents residing within the sewers, this team was also tasked with sealing off all branches of the sewer system, except for the route leading to the harbor. Thus, one could observe a considerable amount of refuse and debris being transported into the sewers to block the extraneous pathways, subsequently secured with dismantled wooden doors and various pieces of furniture. Fortunately, the sewers were not particularly spacious, making the task manageable, in the absence of cement and bricks. This was their only recourse. However, this labor was far from easy. Each individual emerging from the sewers was engulfed in a foul stench, compounded by a lack of water, creating a torment for both body and spirit. Zhao Zihan could only continually persuade them to endure until they reached the harbor, promising them a thorough cleansing and providing the maximum daily supply allowance. The city was rife with zombies, although Zhao Zihan possessed a convoy. The complex terrain posed risks of unforeseen incidents, leading to potential casualties. Furthermore, with RNG lurking ominously, the timing of their actions remained uncertain. This prompted the desire to establish a subterranean conduit with the harbor survivors. This would facilitate mutual exchange of resources and enable rapid support in times of danger, or provide an escape route through the sewers, preventing scenarios where nightfall brought hordes of zombies, leaving them trapped and unable to assist one another. As for why RNG refrained from direct confrontation with the survivor groups, Luo Qinkong speculated it was to avoid alarming Lei Hongtian or fearing that Lei Hongtian might act out of desperation. Luo Qinkong was not particularly afraid of RNG, for he possessed a rare vial of the death virus antidote. He believed that, should it come to a trade for his life, RNG would acquiesce. Naturally, Luo Qinkong would prefer not to make such a trade if it could be avoided. His previous actions had consistently stemmed from his own decisions. Thus, the arduous tasks of navigating the sewers and scouring for resources had not required his involvement, granting him a rare moment of respite. However, this tranquility was short-lived. The arrival of a middle-aged survivor disrupted Luo Qinkong's peace. "Xiao Kong, this man claims to be your father," Zhao Zihan announced, leading a disheveled middle-aged man before Luo Qinkong. The man was none other than his father, Luo Ming. "He is not my father. My father is dead," Luo Qinkong responded coldly. Observing the unmistakable scent of alcohol emanating from Luo Ming, a clear indication that he had been drinking yet again, it was astonishing that, even in a post-apocalyptic world, one could indulge so recklessly in alcohol, seemingly indifferent to the perilous reality they faced. "You little rascal, you've gone too far." Luo Ming raised his hand, ready to strike, but was swiftly restrained by Zhao Zihan, who firmly grasped his arm. "Here, we do not permit arbitrary violence. Be cautious, or I shall not hold back." Zhao Zihan discerned that Luo Ming was indeed the father of Luo Qinkong, albeit their relationship seemed strained. "Very well, here stands your support. After all these years I've cared for you, and this is how you repay me." Luo Ming gasped, his chest heaving, clearly agitated. "Sister Zhao, I wish to avoid his presence. Please escort him away." Luo Qinkong exhibited no discernible expression as he casually uttered those words and turned to depart. Seated by the window, gnawing on a specially provided Hami melon for the injured, Lu Yuan witnessed this scene and promptly discarded the melon rind. Leaning on her cane, she hastened to follow Luo Qinkong. "Have you finished your melon? Which type do you refer to? If you mean the Hami melon, it's indeed all gone. However, is that person your father? I thought you had no parents." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's heavily laden inquiry regarding family, Luo Qinkong couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Can you interpret that as you deliberately insulting me? Logically speaking, at least one of your parents should be affiliated with the northern base. Otherwise, what grounds do you have to be so arrogant before Zoya? Moreover, given your tender age and the fact that you are not from Death Island, there exists only one possibility." Lu Yuan, somewhat perplexed, initially presumed that Luo Ming was a fabricated father figure assigned to Luo Qinkong by the RNG Northern Base. However, after a brief observation, it seemed otherwise. What if there exists a possibility that I have never been affiliated with the Northern Base? Luo Qinkong chuckled coldly. The presence of Luo Ming rendered it impossible for him to maintain that deception any longer, prompting him to confess outright. After all, Lu Yuan was already ensnared, with no avenue for retreat. Upon hearing Luo Qinkong's words, Lu Yuan stood frozen as if turned to wood, her cane clattering to the ground unnoticed. As she pondered whether, if she revealed to Zoya that she had been enduring humiliation while infiltrating alongside Luo Qinkong, he would believe her. Yet, the thought was swiftly extinguished. Zoya would surely ensure her head bore additional holes. The moment she divulged secrets about RNG and assisted Luo Qinkong in confronting the squad of headhunters, she had forfeited any chance of retreat. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt akin to a jester, realizing that the melon was hardly palatable any longer. Roar. The streets of the night echoed with a primal howl, shadows darting beneath the moonlight as if in pursuit of something. Ahead of these shadows, a team of search members was desperately fleeing, continually discarding supplies to lighten their burden. "Those creatures are closing in on us. If we continue like this, we will undoubtedly be caught. Then we must split up." The members of the search team recognized that remaining together would result in their total annihilation at the hands of the advancing horde. I can't run anymore," gasped a youth at the rear of the group, his legs aching and throat burning from the exertion, his stamina reaching its limit. "Enough of this chatter. If you can't run, you must still try." A middle-aged man rushed to the boy's side, intending to carry him. The boy felt a surge of emotion at the man's gesture. Roar. But just then, a zombie lunged forward, and the boy, who had awaited salvation, found himself thrust into the horde by the middle-aged man. "Father, why?" The young boy gazed at the middle-aged man, his father's retreating figure eliciting a profound sense of disappointment. Ultimately, the instinct for survival and fear triumphed over the already fragile bond of kinship. Luo Chen Kong, drenched in perspiration, abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the floor. He surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in darkness, where the only sound was the rhythmic snoring. There were no zombies to be found, nor any echoes of their ferocious roars. Luo Chen Kong never anticipated that he would dream of a past life event. Leaning against the wall, he began to reminisce. After Luo Ming had thrust him into a horde of corpses, it was Zhao Zihan who appeared like a superhero, rescuing him in a rugged vehicle. Years later, the youthful Luo Chen Kong had transformed into a middle-aged man, while Luo Ming had become an old, frail figure. It was the final year of Luo Ming's life. Luo Chen Kong had once inquired why his father had cast him into the throng of the dead. But Luo Ming had remained silent, offering no reply, and Luo Chen Kong had not pressed further. At that time, despite their father-son relationship, they felt more like strangers. Only after Luo Ming's death did Luo Chen Kong grasp the reason behind his father's silence. Luo Ming had long wished to atone for his past transgressions against his son. Yet he had been unable to control himself, repeatedly causing Luo Chen Kong harm. Emerging from the reverie of the past, Luo Chen Kong dismissed the dream. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, just as he was about to drift into slumber, he heard a furtive sound. Slightly opening his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, he discerned the shadowy figure of Luo Ming approaching him stealthily. Seeing Luo Ming inching closer with caution, a cold smile crept upon Luo Chen Kong's lips. He surmised that his father had been compromised, likely by RNG. The furtive demeanor suggested that Luo Ming intended to pilfer something, but what could he possibly want from Luo Chen Kong? Undoubtedly, it could only be the lethal blood virus reagent. It was highly probable that RNG had acquired information regarding his theft of the deadly reagent. And it was also conceivable that their previous incursion into the South Island base system had played a role in their escape. Indeed, once Luo Ming halted beside Luo Chen Kong, he began to search him, exercising extreme caution to avoid waking him. Suddenly, a hand seized Luo Ming's exploring fingers. Bathed in moonlight, Luo Ming met the frigid gaze of his son. Feeling for the first time that the boy before him had become a stranger, no longer the submissive child he once knew. You have taken what you should not have. Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Hand it over to me, and we shall leave this cursed place together. Luo Ming asserted directly upon realizing Luo Chen Kong was awake. Leave here? You must be referring to RNG. Let me guess. That person must be Zoya. Am I right? Luo Chen Kong replied, his tone sharp. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Luo Ming retorted, though he recognized the truth in his son's words. I advise you to escape as far as you can. Otherwise, you may lose your life, Luo Chen Kong warned, glancing at the slumbering survivors around them. Had the situation permitted, he would have acted long ago. After all, you are my son. This predicament is of your making, and I must assist you in resolving it. Here's the deal. I can wait until you come to your senses. After all, if you surrender that item, we can leave this place together, father and son. Upon hearing Luo Ming's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Luo Chen Kong's eyes. Do not constantly claim that you have my best interests at heart. You do not truly understand me, nor do you grasp my needs. From the beginning, it has always been about yourself. Depart from this place. I wish to rest, unless you desire me to awaken those individuals. Observing Luo Chen Kong's unwillingness to continue the conversation, Luo Ming turned to leave. Although he did not venture far, he softly uttered an apology before departing. Yet, upon hearing that I'm sorry, Luo Chen Kong felt an even deeper sense of aversion. It was the same hollow apology uttered by that fiend in a past life, who had taken away his suppressants to sell them, leaving his wife, Jiang Mingya, to languish in despair. But what good is an apology? The night passed in tranquility, and after finishing breakfast, everyone proceeded to their designated tasks according to the work schedule. This time, it was Luo Chen Kong who descended into the sewers. Despite his contributions, he could not remain idle indefinitely, except for injured individuals like Lu Yuan. However, since yesterday, Luo Chen Kong had noticed Lu Yuan's distracted demeanor. It appeared that upon realizing he was not affiliated with the northern base, she was suddenly engulfed in a bleak sense of foreboding. Even though she had narrowly escaped from Jinan Island City, without the backing of the northern base, she would inevitably be labeled a traitor to the entire RNG, thus facing the wrath of the entire organization. Luo Chen contemplated the past to console Lu Yuan, only to be dismissed by a curt get lost. It was evident that Lu Yuan had withdrawn into herself. Luo Chen Kong did not squander much time on Lu Yuan. Instead, he followed the sewer construction team working on the building today and opened the manhole cover of the garage before descending into the depths below. To facilitate his task, He meticulously documented the layout of the sewer with his phone, ensuring it was encased in a waterproof bag. After all, no one wished for their device to plunge into the fetid waters below. You three are responsible for sealing off Junction 7, which was not completely blocked yesterday. The rest of you will handle Junction 8. Furthermore, should you encounter a swarm of rats, retreat immediately. Understood? Those creatures are known to be dangerous. Understood. The leader outlined the tasks and precautions, prompting the group to commence their work. As for the man-eating rats mentioned by the leader, Lo Chen-kong remained cautious. He had previously encountered a horde of carnivorous rodents within the sewer network of Jinan Island City. The air was thick with a nauseating stench. And having already traversed the sewers once, Lo Chen-kong was mentally prepared. However, for some of his companions, it was their inaugural descent into such filthy depths. And a few could not suppress their breakfast, retching in disgust. In contrast to their distress, Lo Chen-kong maintained a composed demeanor. Illuminated by the beam of his helmet's flashlight as he surveyed the sewer, he observed that numerous branch junctions were severely obstructed by a plethora of debris, firmly secured with wooden planks. This sewer system connected the entirety of Jinan Island City's underground network. To prevent dangerous mutated creatures from emerging in the underground passages leading to the harbor, the survivor groups on both sides coordinated their efforts to establish a secure route. While the hope of survival fostered an unparalleled unity among people, it could also lead to discord when resources were scarce. In the eyes of the survivors in Jinan Island City, there was a belief that collective effort could ensure their survival. Yet, existence was not a fairy tale filled with promise, but rather rife with betrayal and deceit. This world harbored the utmost malice towards the weak. Luo Chen-kong, following the team, arrived at the work area. Undeterred by the filthy water that rose to their knees, the group commenced their tasks, which involved sealing off this junction. There was no need for a meticulous blockade. Ensuring that certain menacing creatures could not pass was sufficient. A hodgepodge of refuse and debris was heaped together by the workers. Should their efforts fall short, those outside would transport additional materials in small carts. After several hours of strenuous labor, Luo Chen-kong was drenched in sweat, and the targeted sewer junction had been effectively sealed, with only a thin trickle of water seeping through the cracks. This makeshift barrier might suffice to deter zombies. But in all honesty, it was questionable against a horde of carnivorous rats. Nevertheless, the debris could still serve a purpose, providing at least a brief delay of several seconds to facilitate an escape. Once their work concluded, Luo Chen-kong and his companions returned to the garage of the survivor building. As they emerged from the sewer, the foul stench that enveloped them was akin to having fallen into a cesspit, and all they yearned for was a swift bath. However, given the precious scarcity of water, such a luxury was clearly unattainable. Thus, Luo Chen-kong and his peers had no choice but to coexist in the garage with the previous batch of predecessors who had ventured into the sewers. Their overpowering odor rendered it inappropriate to venture above ground. A glance around revealed several small figures leaning against the garage walls. On the 5th day of sewer work, the personnel from the survivor building successfully met with those from the harbor side within the underground passage. This secure conduit had officially become the primary route of communication between the two factions. As Luo Chen-kong emerged from the sewers, following the group heading towards the harbor, he found himself in a space enclosed by shipping containers, a strategically arranged defense against the onslaught of zombies. Beside the containers, he could see several ladders, covered in muck. Luo and his companions ascended the ladders, and it was at that moment that they beheld a dense sea of zombies, a multitude of heads surging forth, the number of the undead likely exceeding 10,000. Roar! The zombies howled, yet they were utterly thwarted by the towering walls formed by the containers. The group traversed the container barricade and soon reached the Harbor's survivor sanctuary. A glance revealed that this haven was entirely encircled by container walls. Outside, the zombies roared and bellowed, while within, the inhabitants lived leisurely lives, some even casting fishing lines into the waters. You may wash at the harbor, but please do not stray too far from our sanctuary. If anything were to happen, we would be unable to assist you promptly, cautioned the representative of the harbor survivors. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in cheers and scrambled down the containers, racing towards the sea. They had grown weary of their foul stench, and continued exposure would surely leave them permanently marred. The survivors from the buildings spent over an hour bathing, finally emerging from the water, while the harbor residents had already prepared clothing for them. Not long after everyone had changed, Zhao Zihan climbed out of the sewer, subsequently entering a warehouse with several representatives from the harbor, engaging in discussions that Luo Chen-kong could not penetrate, aside from Zhao Zihan and her accompanying aides. Luo also noticed Lu Yuan had followed closely behind. Undoubtedly, their shared objective was to locate Dr. Lei Hongtian, for only then could they secure their survival. Luo Chenkong possessed no photograph of Dr. Lei Hongtian, and thus remained unaware of the latter's appearance. However, Lu Yuan was well acquainted with it. It was time to take action. Whether they could survive and safely depart from this place hinged upon their ability to locate him. Luo Chenkong gently patted Lu Youjuan's shoulder, eliciting an involuntary eye roll from her. "How can you be so certain that Dr. Lei Hongtian is indeed here?" she queried. "I cannot be sure. But one must always harbor hope to continue living. Otherwise, it is akin to being dead." Naturally, Luo Chenkong refrained from disclosing to Lu Yuan that, even if Dr. Lei Hongtian remained elusive, his own demise was not guaranteed, yet her fate was sealed. Setting aside Luo Chenkong's temporal regression ability, the death virus agent in his possession alone could instill trepidation in RNG. After all, they would not wish for such a thing to be carelessly destroyed, would they? Luo Chenkong gently supported Lu Yuan as they meandered through the harbor shelter, ostensibly for a tour. In truth, he was searching among the survivors for Dr. Lei Hongtian. "Old Zhang, it's your turn to rotate." A middle-aged man, armed with a rifle, approached the area beneath the container. Upon noticing his arrival, the sentry stationed atop the container descended. "Oldrin, save some for later." The guard, referred to as Old Zhang, retrieved 3 crumpled cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to the man known as Oldrin. With a knowing smile, Oldrin ascended the ladder to take his post. Despite the fact that the majority of the zombies outside were merely ordinary ones, the inhabitants of the shelter could not afford to be complacent. The heavy containers, welded together like a formidable wall, provided a semblance of security, yet in the face of the encroaching horde, the absence of a guard would render those inside unable to sleep peacefully. To her astonishment, they possessed rifles, judging by the model. They appeared to be standard issue for the RNG security forces. Had they pilfered from the RNG armory? Lu Yuan's attention fixated on the rifles, acutely aware that Zhao Zihan and her group had only a handful of handguns. In stark contrast, this shelter was remarkably well equipped. However, it wasn't quite an armory. I observed that only the guards were armed, and their numbers did not exceed 10, aligning perfectly with the standard for a small RNG squad. Perhaps they were the team that Zoya had mentioned, infiltrating another group of survivors? Surely not. Wasn't he that rather brazen? If they truly were an RNG squad embedded among the survivors, how could they so openly display their weapons? Lu Yuan was perplexed when she infiltrated the survivor building. She had only brought a single handgun, concealed within an urn. Later, when the urn disappeared, Zhao Zihan inquired about it, to which Lu Yuan had claimed it was lost while attempting to rescue Luo Chenkong. They need not act. They could simply reveal their identity. They could easily present themselves as mercenaries abandoned by RNG in the city, and with weapons in hand, they could offer protection to the survivors, who would likely accept them. After all, every survivor yearns to live and escape, thus consolidating whatever strength they could muster. In the wake of the crisis in Jinan Island City, most individuals still clung to the moral frameworks and perceptions prevalent before the apocalypse. Therefore, faced with a fully armed RNG squad that harbored goodwill, these survivors would likely welcome them, recognizing the strength they could provide. However, for those survivors who emerged after the Great Apocalypse, convincing them to accept an armed force that posed a potential threat would not be so amiable. The first step would involve disarming them entirely, followed by treating them as livestock, confined and monitored. Disobedience would result in death. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, the true visage beneath the mask remained a mystery to the people. Thus, most of the informal shelters harbor a profound animosity towards one another. Additionally, one of the pivotal reasons for Luo Chenkong's certainty regarding the identity of the person on guard is that this individual, in a past life, was acquainted with someone who had been forsaken by RNG in the city of Jinnandao. Ultimately, he revealed to Zhao Zihan that RNG intended to annihilate the entire city of Jinnandao with a nuclear weapon. This individual's name is Ren Shaoxing. Their initial encounter in the past life occurred in Jinnandao, while their final meeting took place on the eve of the cataclysm. After bidding farewell, he joined a pioneering expedition of 200,000 souls destined for the cataclysm, and from that moment on, they were never to cross paths again in that lifetime. Luo Chenkong gently patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, casting his gaze upon Ren Shaoxing, who was smoking atop a shipping container. "Do you see that individual? If we could secure his assistance against Zoya, we might stand a chance. However, I will require your cooperation when the time comes." "That man? You are merely an ordinary mercenary. Do you harbor some misconception regarding Zoya's capabilities?" Zoya once served as a special forces instructor in the Lighthouse Nation. Surely, you do not believe that an average mercenary could rival him. Lu Yuan clearly held skepticism regarding Ren Xiaoxing's ability to confront Zoya. In truth, when it came to close-quarters combat, Ren Xiaoxing was indeed no match for Zoya, their odds perhaps even at a 4-to-6 ratio. In a previous life, Luo Qinkong and Ren Xiaoxing had once joined forces to vanquish Zoya, with Ren Xiaoxing taking the lead while Luo Qinkong played a supporting role. Moreover, Zoya relished in toying with his adversaries, which ultimately afforded the two an opportunity for a counterattack. Yet, even if Ren Xiaoxing fell short against Zoya, anyone capable of trading blows with Zoya was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Furthermore, prior to joining the RNG mercenary unit, Ren Xiaoxing had served in the Great Shu Nation's military. As for the specifics of his past, even Luo Qinkong from his previous life remained unaware. All he knew was that Ren Xiaoxing was shrouded in mystery. However, upon his rebirth and witnessing Ren Xiaoxing here, coupled with the two representatives from the harbor survivors he had met days prior, Luo Qinkong's mind began to piece together the answer. Ren Xiaoxing was an operative from the Great Shu Nation, embedded within the RNG's South Island base. After all, Luo Qinkong could not fathom how individuals from the Great Shu Nation could coexist harmoniously with those from RNG unless they were indeed part of the same faction. Thus, it was highly plausible that Zhao Zihan was also affiliated with the Great Shu government. Her demeanor had been even more urgent than Luo Qinkong's when they approached the RNG edifice. Coupled with her decisive alliance with the harbor survivors, without a hint of hesitation, it was impossible for Luo Qinkong not to harbor suspicions. The concentration of undercover agents from the government at the South Island base indicated the presence of a significant figure, and that individual could undoubtedly be Lei Hongtian. Luo Qinkong smiled faintly, and in that moment, a sense of clarity enveloped him. All fragments of information converged and seamlessly intertwined, revealing the complete truth before his eyes. With a clear understanding of everyone's identities, the subsequent matters became considerably easier to address. The greatest advantage of Luo Qinkong lies in the complete isolation of Jinan Island, where no information can escape. With the knowledge of everyone's identities, he could easily manipulate them at will. You go first, Luo Qinkong instructed, pointing towards the ladder. Addressing Lu Yuan. Why should I go up? Enough nonsense. Luo Qinkong was too lazy to explain further. The tool just needed to cooperate. All right. I'll go up. Don't touch my backside, you pervert. Lu Yuan, with her mobility hindered, was assisted by Luo Qinkong, who helped her climb the ladder to the top of the container. It's dangerous here. Kids shouldn't come up. Ren Xiaoxing, having noticed their actions, hurried over to shoo them away. After all, on the other side of the container lay a dense mass of corpses, their roars and howls audible even from a distance. A careless slip could mean certain death. And given their apparent youth, they were more susceptible to danger. Brother Ren Xiaoxing, you saved me. Have you forgotten? At this moment, Luo Qinkong had also climbed atop the container, and Ren Xiaoxing scrutinized him, as if straining to recall something. The inhibitor. It's you. Upon hearing the term inhibitor, Ren Xiaoxing's memory surged back to the youth who had collapsed beside a crate of inhibitors while infected. But how did you recognize me? I was wearing a gas mask. And how do you know my name? Of course, I recognize you. I am one of those who emerged from Death Island under RNG. Luo Qinkong replied with a faint smile, causing Ren Xiaoxing's expression to shift dramatically. Stop right there. Ren Xiaoxing aimed his rifle directly at Luo Qinkong. Should Luo Qinkong make any aggressive move, he would not hesitate to fire. He would not make allowances for Luo Qinkong's youth, knowing that those who emerged from Death Island, despite their age, were capable of ruthless violence. Lu Yuan was taken aback. How did this guy suddenly become part of RNG from Death Island? When Luo Qinkong revealed his identity, Ren Xiaoxing's first instinct was to feel exposed. However, upon reflection, he realized that even if RNG had sent an assassin from Death Island to eliminate him, they would not act so openly. It should have been a covert operation. You need not be so tense. After all, you saved me, and I do not regard you as an enemy. You must understand that if we were truly sent by RNG to eliminate you, we would not appear so brazenly before you. Luo Qinkong maintained a calm demeanor, fully anticipating Ren Xiaoxing's reaction. What do you seek from me? Honestly, Lu Yuan and I share mutual affection, and all we desire is to escape the clutches of RNG. Luo Qinkong then embraced Lu Yuan's waist, feigning a display of affection. Yet, she found herself helplessly confronted by the harsh realities of life. Lu Yuan felt utterly bewildered. In those fleeting seconds, she discerned at least 4 distinct emotions etched upon Luo Qinkong's face, each conveyed with remarkable authenticity. However, despite Luo Qinkong's exceptional acting skills, Ren Xiaoxing remained unconvinced by his words. Observing his surroundings and noting the absence of onlookers, he lowered his firearm. Nevertheless, his gaze towards Luo Qinkong remained imbued with suspicion. Do you presume I would take your word at face value? I hold no expectation that you would believe my account either. Yet I understand that one's true character is revealed not through their words, but through their actions. Luo Qinkong searched his person and produced a vial of crimson elixir. Lu Youjuan's eyes widened in recognition. She instantly identified it as the original strain of the death blood virus. However, the container appeared altered, differing from her initial encounter. Zoya pursues us for this vial of the death blood virus. I can relinquish it to you, but you must assist me in confronting Zoya. I believe this is the most significant asset you have acquired, aside from Dr. Lei Hongtian. Upon hearing the name of Lei Hongtian from Luo Qinkong's lips, Ren Xiaoxing's pupils constricted, and he aimed his rifle at Luo Qinkong once more. What do you know? As of now, Dr. Lei Hongtian has been located by them, and my knowledge is limited. Otherwise, the personnel from RNG would have already stormed this place. Yet, why does this seemingly youthful lad possess such knowledge? Rest assured, RNG is unaware. Furthermore, I possess more information than you might anticipate, including numerous details about RNG. However, the prerequisite is that you, the officials of Daju, must ensure our safety. Agreed. Ren Xiaoxing nodded, continuing. However, we are short-staffed and cannot spare anyone for the building. Thus, you may remain here. That is acceptable. But the excuse for my presence must be coordinated. There may be 1 or 2 individuals from RNG among those assigned to the building. I understand. Ren Xiaoxing nodded. And Luo Qinkong handed the vial of the death blood virus to him. Then let us collaborate harmoniously. After establishing an alliance with Ren Xiaoxing, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan pretended to wander elsewhere in the sanctuary. In truth, they concealed themselves, observing Ren Xiaoxing from a shadowy corner. Did you truly give him the death blood virus? Lu Yuan could no longer contain her curiosity as she watched Luo Qinkong, who was perched atop a container, peering through a borrowed telescope from the survivors of the building, intently focused on Ren Xiaoxing. Did you not notice the difference in the container? The death blood virus is exceedingly perilous. How could I casually exchange it for another vessel? The vial I provided merely contains red sugar water. Luo Qinkong would never easily part with the hard-won original strain of the death blood virus, for it was invaluable to any faction at present. So, what you gave was a counterfeit. Indeed, my father was sent by Zoya to steal the original strain from me. Once I became aware of this, I began to fabricate counterfeits, and I still possess a few vials of red sugar water. After all, there are scarcely any who have truly seen that substance. Your father is one of Zoya's men. Lu Youjuan's eyes brimmed with astonishment, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Not exactly. Zoya promised him some form of benefit, compelling him to assist. Yet it seems Zoya has overestimated my father. So, is it true that among those assigned by Daju to the building, there are traitors? Li Yuan inquired once more, while Luo Qinkong merely offered a serene smile. Of course, it was a fabrication. Should I refrain from asserting this? Ren Xiaoxing would undoubtedly divulge the entirety of our affairs to Zhao Zihan and the others, thus rendering our situation precarious. Our freedom, our every action would become constrained, subject to scrutiny, whether at the harbor or in the vicinity of the building. My intention was to sow a seed of doubt and suspicion in Ren Xiaoxing's mind. Coupled with the implications of Lei Hongtian and the blood virus, even if Ren Xiaoxing held faith in them, the mere mention of a traitor would compel him to exercise caution. Once we entrusted the blood virus to him, he would certainly strive to conceal our identities and retain us within the harbor. For the moment I proclaimed that Lei Hongtian resided within this sanctuary, privy to numerous secrets of RNG, and presented the blood virus, our worth would rank just below that of Lei Hongtian. Are you not fearful he might discover the blood virus as a ruse? Lu Yuan still harbored some concerns. There is no cause for alarm. Firstly, the peril of the blood virus is widely acknowledged. Who would dare to examine it without a biosafety level 4 laboratory? Even if he were to discern the virus's authenticity, it would bear no consequence, for the genuine specimen remains in our possession, and it was, in fact, a bait I cast for Ren Xiaoxing. Bait? This location, aside from the 2 of us who have truly encountered the original blood virus, has only been genuinely seen by Lei Hongtian. Consequently, should Ren Xiaoxing seek to ascertain its veracity, he would inevitably pursue Lei Hongtian. Thus, we could accurately pinpoint the whereabouts of Dr. Lei Hongtian within the sanctuary. Luo Qinkong observed Ren Xiaoxing, who was steadfastly vigilant, not directly seeking out Lei Hongtian. Upon hearing Luo Qinkong's words, Lu Yuan suddenly comprehended that from the outset. Luo Qinkong had contemplated the trust issues among the fractured factions of Dazhu, thereby securing protection and support from them while avoiding any suspicion from those in the building. Even if Zoya were to trace back to the harbor and eliminate everyone here, they could still retreat to the building without raising any doubts in Zhao Zihan's mind, as she would attribute it solely to Lei Hongtian. By fabricating a traitor, Luo Qinkong instigated a crisis of trust, ensuring that certain intelligence between the two factions would remain partially obscured, at least within the harbor. Simultaneously, through the false virus, he sought Lei Hongtian, wielding both the blood virus and Lei Hongtian as cards for survival. Neither RNG nor Dazhu would dare to act recklessly. He has maneuvered everyone within his grasp. Your heart is truly tainted. Li Yuan remained silent for a considerable time before uttering this statement to Luo Qinkong. If it were not so tainted, I would have perished long ago. You could very well engage in candid discourse with Zoya, though the likelihood of survival would be minimal. Humanity is a collective ensconced within a web of deceit, each individual donning a mask of hypocrisy, for sincerity only invites betrayal and ridicule. Sincerity stands to the left, while deception resides to the right, and yet, Luo Qinkong has chosen the path of falsehood. In this moment, he recalls a tale chronicled in Chapter 3 of the Apocalypse, a narrative concerning the essence of one's visage. It is said that driven by the instinct to survive, one clung desperately to a flickering hope, akin to the faint glow of fireflies, and endured through suffering. However, once the torment subsided, existence shed its dignified garb, leaving the individual bare and humbled. Stripped of their countenance, transformed into a grotesque figure, marred and unrecognizable. They lost their initial conscience and forgot their original ideals. With the instinct to survive as their only companion, this battered and bloodied soul pressed forward, guided by hope, and amidst a seemingly endless wasteland, he beheld a camp. What lies ahead? He inquired of the instinct for survival residing within him. Ah, my friend, ahead lies the juncture of sincerity and deceit. To the left is sincerity, home to the most honest souls of this world, adorned with genuine visages, where no one can utter a lie. To the right is deception, cloaked in hypocrisy, inhabited by the most insincere individuals, where truth cannot be spoken. There, you may reclaim the face you have lost. Upon hearing the instinct's words, the soul strode towards the camp, his visage a grotesque tapestry of blood and flesh, desperately in need of a countenance. Alas, this wretch is devoid of garments. The most undignified and shameless being I have ever encountered. This creature possesses no face, rendering him the most repugnant of all. He is devoid of conscience. The most detestable soul I have ever met. The entire camp was partitioned by an invisible line, and the guards stationed on the side of sincerity, upon seeing him, unleashed a torrent of heartfelt words. Bound by the nature of sincerity, he could not lie, revealing the truest aspects of his thoughts. O traveler from afar, though you lack attire, you remain magnificent. You bear no face, yet you exude a certain charm. You possess no conscience, yet you are the kindest soul I have encountered. The guard on the side of deception bowed respectfully to the weary traveler, employing flowery rhetoric to win his favor, while sincerity's candid words filled him with disdain. I seek to reclaim my visage. Yet, which path should I choose? The soul voiced his intent, and the side of sincerity spoke first. Our visages brim with sincerity. Devoid of deceit, every thought is expressed openly, and we treat all with honesty. Upon hearing the guard of sincerity's declaration, the soul scrutinized closely, only to discover that the guard's sincere visage was, in fact, grotesquely distorted. O instinct for survival, why does sincerity appear so hideous? He implored. Ah, dear soul, the words of sincerity can indeed wound. Perhaps in the eyes of those hurt by sincerity, it is innately repulsive. O noble traveler, our visages are the most beautiful in this world. Even the most unattractive souls, upon donning our faces, shall transform into something splendid. The guardian standing on the side of deception spoke. As he gazed at the guardian of lies, he could not help but notice his striking handsomeness. Observing the enchantment that lies had cast upon him, a voice of survival hastily cautioned him. Beware. Lies are adorned in beauty to disguise their true nature. Yet what lies before you may not be authentic. Their ugliness is concealed beneath that facade. I choose, he declared. With sincerity on the left and deception on the right, he stood at the precipice of decision and took a step forward. He chose the path of lies. People are far more inclined to embrace and accept beautiful falsehoods rather than confront the gruesome reality. Thus, he opted for deceit, donning a facade that was both hypocritical and handsome to mask his own inner ugliness. Luo Qinkong emerged from the tail of the Apocalypse record. And after a prolonged wait, he noticed that a guard, despite not being due for a shift change, had completed the handover with Ren Shaoxing. He took action. Let us proceed. Luo Qinkong descended from the container and hurriedly followed Ren Shaoxing. Hey, wait for me. Lu Yuan, hindered by her legs, could only support herself with a cane, struggling to keep pace with Luo Qinkong as she hopped along. Luo Qinkong was exceedingly cautious, taking care to avoid detection by Ren Shaoxing. Thus, he maintained a prudent distance, ensuring he would not lose sight of him. However, despite his vigilance, Luo Qinkong witnessed Ren Shaoxing vanish abruptly around the corner of a large warehouse. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuan, who had been trailing behind Luo Qinkong, arrived, yet was met only with an expanse of desolation. It was not that he had disappeared entirely. Rather, he was concealed beneath the surface. Luo Qinkong gazed at the nearby manhole cover, surrounded by numerous chaotic black footprints that had not been cleaned, indicating that this place was frequently traversed by people. The sewer? Was Dr. Lei Hongtian beneath it? If I were them, I too would position the doctor down there. In the event of any disturbance above ground, they could swiftly relocate, while Ren Shaoxing and his associates could use the pretext of venturing through the sewer to seek resources or secure the area, all without arousing the suspicions of the shelter's civilian survivors. If I am not mistaken, the leader of this harbor has designated this area as Ren Shaoxing's exclusive sewer working zone. Working in the sewer is inherently filthy, and few would willingly accept such a role. Ren Shaoxing taking charge here would please the survivors, while also ensuring that the civilian populace would avoid this sordid place, thus mitigating the risk of exposing Dr. Lei Hongtian. If we were to meticulously search the surface, we might never find Dr. Lei. Should we descend? Lu Yuan inquired, glancing at Luo Qinkong. Since we are here, we must certainly take a look below. Luo Qinkong recalled that Zhao Zihan, an influential figure within the shelter, was currently holding a meeting in the warehouse, making this the perfect opportunity to speak with Dr. Lei Hongtian. Are there heavily armed guards down there? Lu Yuan asked, drawing her pistol. Rest assured, there will be no conflict, for we possess this. Luo Qinkong produced the genuine strain of the death virus from his pocket. In a chamber of the sewer, a middle-aged man with curly blonde hair and glasses was sipping coffee while reviewing documents. This man epitomized the image of a gentleman from the foggy city, exuding elegance, yet his origins were indeed from there. His name was Simon Winchester, a former esteemed professor at a renowned university in the Lamp Nation and a luminary in the fields of virology and genetics, known also by his name in the Great Shu Kingdom, Lei Hongtian. At that moment, the documents in Dr. Lei's hands were limited paper materials he had brought from the RNG Southern Island base, the majority of which he had copied prior to the RNG operation, revealing the inhumane aspects of RNG. This urgency to locate Dr. Lei Hongtian stemmed from RNG's desire to suppress these revelations. Most individuals worked for RNG for money, accomplishments, and prestige. He initially joined for success, yet he was a man of conscience. Thus, he intended to secretly deliver the death virus strain to the officials of the Great Shu Kingdom. However, during this process, the container shattered, leading to a viral leak, which transformed the entire city into a hellish landscape. Dr. Lei felt remorse and guilt, but he understood that only by surviving could he unveil the full extent of RNG's atrocities. Knock, knock, come in, Dr. Lei said in fluent Great Shu dialect. Upon hearing his invitation, Ren Shaoxing pushed open the door and stepped inside. Has RNG arrived? Upon witnessing the arrival of Ren Shaoxing, Lei Hongtian appeared somewhat taken aback. However, it was not him, but rather the assassins from RNG's Death Island who had found their way here, and they were aware of the doctor's presence. Strangely, those two assassins claimed to have betrayed RNG, having been hunted for the lethal blood virus reagent, and now they had handed that reagent over to me in exchange for our protection. As Ren Shaoxing spoke, he retrieved the vial of the lethal blood virus reagent that Luo Qinkong had given him from his pocket. Fake. Lei Hongtian merely glanced at it and immediately discerned its inauthenticity. The external container differed from what he had previously encountered. After all, who would casually swap such a dangerous virus for an ordinary glass vial of unknown origin? Not good. At the moment Lei Hongtian declared it a counterfeit, Ren Shaoxing seemed to have an epiphany. It must be false, because the genuine one is right here with me. Just then, a voice echoed as Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan strode into the chamber. Following them were several fully armed soldiers, with Lu Yuan confronting them with her handgun, while Luo Qinkong held the authentic lethal blood virus reagent. Captain, we cannot ascertain the authenticity of what that man holds. For the sake of safety. Enough, you may leave. Ren Xiaoxing understood that it was Luo Qinkong wielding the real lethal blood virus that deterred them from acting recklessly. After all, should this be the genuine article? A direct outbreak in the sewers would spell doom for most, including Lei Hongtian. Furthermore, with Lu Yuyuan aiming her gun at them, they had no opportunity to swiftly subdue Luo Qinkong. It is indeed real. Lei Hongtian fixated on the lethal blood virus in Luo Qinkong's grasp, his eyes wide with astonishment. Upon receiving confirmation from Lei Hongtian that the vial in Luo Qinkong's possession was genuine, Ren Xiaoxing's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. How did you acquire it? There exists a death disaster down there. Furthermore, unauthorized individuals retrieving the virus will trigger the base's artificial intelligence emergency defense system, unleashing biological weapon sentinels. Lei Hongtian wore an expression of disbelief. Not only Luo Qinkong, but even 100-strong armed force would find survival impossible should the base's emergency defense system activate, let alone extract the virus. It seems Dr. Lei Hongtian possesses considerable knowledge regarding the depths of the base. Indeed, we have encountered the death disaster, even battling the sentinels. Though Luo Qinkong maintained a calm facade, he was keenly observing Dr. Lei Hongtian's reactions. From his demeanor, it appeared he was unaware of the events transpiring beneath the base. Who, then, had assisted Luo Qinkong in infiltrating the base and provided him with the opportunity to escape? Could there be another high-ranking traitor within RNG's Southern Island base? The death disaster possesses the ability to evolve through infinite consumption, and in order to contain its evolution, RNG has sealed off the entirety of Area A beneath the base and relocated numerous experimental subjects. The Imperial Guards are among the most satisfactory controllable biological weapons of the South Island base. They possess a suppressor at the nape of their necks to regulate their actions and receive commands. In the face of formidable foes, the controllers of the Imperial Guards can disable the suppressor, allowing them to enter a mode of indiscriminate slaughter, exhibiting an overwhelming burst of power and combat prowess. Either of those entities should be beyond your capacity to contend with. Upon hearing Lei Hongtian's words, Ren Xiaoxing was equally intrigued as to how the two young individuals, Luo Qinkong and his companion, managed to survive in the presence of those monstrous beings and successfully extract the virus. Ren Xiaoxing had also heard of the terrifying capabilities of these biological weapons from Lei Hongtian, which could be described as solitary assassins. Conventional infantry, without heavy fire support, would be utterly incapable of confronting such biological weapons. Aside from his unique ability to reverse time, Luo Qinkong disclosed everything that transpired beneath the base over the span of a quarter of an hour. After listening to his account, Lei Hongtian's expression turned notably grave. Are you suggesting that someone aided your escape while you were beneath the base? As far as I know, to extract you under the emergency defense protocols activated by the base's artificial intelligence indicates that the individual possesses not only an intimate understanding of the base, but also invasion techniques capable of overpowering some of the most advanced artificial intelligences of this era. He continued, in fact, when I escaped from the RNG South Island base, I too received assistance from that enigmatic presence. Could it be someone from the RNG South Island base, or perhaps from the RNG headquarters? Luo Qinkong inquired, to which the latter shook his head. Only a select few high-ranking officials at the South Island base possess the capability to accomplish such a feat. And even if they desired to obtain the original strain of the death virus, they could easily do so through their authority. Even if they permitted you to extract the virus, they would not allow the Imperial Guards to pursue you relentlessly, as the high echelons of the South Island base can directly control the base's artificial intelligence and the Imperial Guards. Moreover, it is even less plausible for the RNG headquarters. If they wanted it, they would merely need to issue a command. That presence is deeply knowledgeable about the death disaster and all aspects of RNG. Likely a schemer concealed within the RNG headquarters, unable to act personally or issue commands, resorting only to such methods. Lei Hongtian analyzed, sensing that a hidden hand was orchestrating the calamity in Jinan Island City. Whether it be RNG, Dashu, or each of them individually, they were merely pawns in a grander game. Doctor, has that hidden presence also assisted you? Luo Qinkong asked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Prior to the outbreak of the Jinan Island disaster, I utilized my authority to procure a sample of the death virus. During this process, I was apprehended by RNG. As the virus was being transported to the storage area at the lowest level of Zone A, it was inadvertently shattered by the suddenly escaping death disaster, resulting in a leak. While everyone was distracted by the death disaster, it was that very presence that infiltrated the base's systems and facilitated my escape. As for what transpired beneath the South Island base thereafter, I remain unaware. Is that so? However, there are certain matters I wish to discuss privately with Dr. Lei Hongtian. You too, please step outside. Luo Qinkong glanced at Ren Shaoxing and Lu Yuan. Do I have to go out as well? Lu Yuan inquired, pointing to herself. To which Luo Qinkong nodded. No, we cannot risk it. What if you were to do something to the doctor? Ren exclaimed. Oh, come now. If I truly intended to harm the doctor, you would be utterly incapable of stopping me, Luo Qinkong replied candidly. Given the distance, eliminating an unarmed researcher would not pose much of a challenge, especially considering he was armed. You two may leave, he insisted. Very well. Doctor, do take care. Upon hearing Dr. Lei's command, Ren Shaoxing and Lu Yuan exited the chamber and awaited outside. Now, it is just the two of us. Do you have any secrets to share? Dr. Lei fixed his gaze upon Luo Qinkong's emotionless eyes, akin to a still pond. Doctor, are you familiar with the elixir of immortality? Half an hour later, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan emerged from the sewer, having acquired some information regarding the elixir of immortality from Dr. Lei. Firstly, the death blood virus was birthed from the elixir, and Dr. Lei possessed only limited knowledge about it. He was aware that the Nandao base was responsible for matters concerning the death blood virus, while the Shichou base was tasked with the elixir of immortality, to prevent certain individuals from accessing excessive secrets. RNG had meticulously divided the research on the elixir into distinct segments, and Dr. Lei had only come into contact with a fragment of it. Thus, it became evident that if Luo Qinkong sought to pursue the elixir of immortality, a visit to the Shichou base was imperative. As Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan strolled through the harbor sanctuary, Zhao Zihan and her group concluded their meeting and emerged from the warehouse. Zhao Zihan's gaze immediately fell upon Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan amidst the crowd. You two seem quite close, always inseparable, she remarked with a cheerful smile, scrutinizing them. To outsiders like Zhao Zihan, Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan appeared as steadfast companions, unyielding in their loyalty to one another. In truth, however, both wished to distance themselves from each other, each secretly plotting to escape Jinnan Island City and seize an opportunity to eliminate the other. Zhao Jia, what were you discussing with them? Zhao Zihan inquired. We are contemplating how to leave this city. Currently, the entirety of Jinnan Island City is entirely sealed off, rendering us unable to communicate with the outside world. Thus, we plan to evacuate via cargo ship. However, departing by cargo ship poses a significant risk of an attack by RNG. Upon hearing Zhao Zihan's words, Luo Qinkong suddenly realized that the escape route they had deliberated upon for hours mirrored precisely that of his previous life, during which the cargo ship had indeed been bombarded by RNG, resulting in fewer than 10 survivors. In his past life, it was the abduction of Lei Hongtian by RNG that prompted them to launch a nuclear strike on Jinnan Island City. During that chaotic time, the gathered individuals had no opportunity for preparation and were forced to resort to the boat escape plan. This time, however, there had been a slight alteration. At least Lei Hongtian was still with them, thus RNG would refrain from deploying nuclear weapons. Lei Hongtian was responsible for a portion of the immortality serum, even if it were but a small part. Nevertheless, the allure of immortality would compel the higher-ups of RNG to safeguard Lei Hongtian. Zhao Jia, I intend to remain here for a while. Stay here? Zhao Zihan was taken aback, but Luo Qinkong quickly provided an explanation. Uncle Ren has offered to teach me some self-defense techniques, so I plan to stay. This reason had been prearranged with Ren Shaoxing, who harbored reservations about the building's inhabitants, uncertain if any of them were RNG's hidden agents. Thus, during their collaboration, he would not disclose Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan's identities to those in the building. Initially, Zhao Zihan was unaware of who this Uncle Ren was. However, during the meeting earlier, the absence of Ren Shaoxing's small team had caught her attention, as they were reportedly engaged in another task. Consequently, she had a vivid impression of the team's captain. Given that the surname Ren was not particularly common, she quickly deduced it was Ren Shaoxing. As she gazed at Luo Qinkong, memories of her deceased brother surfaced. He had been studying abroad when a terrorist attack claimed his life. Zhao Zihan had pursued leads regarding that attack and eventually uncovered the shadow of RNG behind it. The target of the attack had been a detective dining at a restaurant who had been investigating local disappearances linked to RNG, making him a target. The ensuing explosion had tragically claimed many lives within the restaurant, including that of her brother. From that day forth, she became locked in a relentless struggle with RNG, accepting an order from her superiors to travel to Jinan Island City in pursuit of Lei Hongtian, in order to obtain the enigmatic virus developed by RNG. Upon first laying eyes on Luo Qinkong, Zhao Zihan was struck by his innocence, kindness, and maturity, reminiscent of her younger brother. Thus, she felt an instinctive desire to protect him. She was quite grateful for Ren Shaoxing's intention to keep Luo Qinkong close and teach him self-defense techniques. After all, her own busy schedule precluded her from providing constant protection. Perhaps remaining in Ren Shaoxing's company was indeed a prudent choice. You're referring to Ren Shaoxing, correct? His skills are undeniably impressive. If you are to accompany him, you must heed his advice. In the face of danger, do not attempt to confront it. Your first instinct should be to flee. Should you ever find yourself wronged, return to the building via the sewer. It will always welcome you. Zhao Zihan meticulously imparted this guidance, reminiscent of the careful instructions she once bestowed upon her brother before he ventured abroad. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Zhao Jie. Come, let me have a hug. Zhao Zihan reached out to embrace Luo Qinkong, and in that moment, she felt as though she were holding not Luo Qinkong, but her own brother. However, Zhao Zihan failed to notice the fleeting chill in Luo Qinkong's gaze. It seems you do not appreciate her treatment of you, Lu Yuan remarked. Trailing behind Luo Qinkong, she discerned that he was not fond of Zhao Zihan's brand of concern. I am myself, not her brother. She perpetually regards me as a mere substitute for him. If you were a replacement, would you find joy in that? In his previous life, Luo Qinkong held a profound sense of gratitude towards Zhao Zihan. Thus, he endeavored with all his might to save her. Yet, in the final moment, Zhao Zihan gazed at Luo Qinkong, uttering the name of her brother. From that instant, Luo Qinkong understood that he was merely a substitute for Zhao Zihan's brother. The kindness she bestowed upon him was merely a manifestation of her guilt towards her sibling. Luo Qinkong is a living, breathing individual, a person with an independent self, not a mere substitute for another. He is destined to ascend the eternal mountains and can never be anyone else's replacement. After Zhao Zihan's departure, Luo Qinkong prepared to head to the residence arranged by Ren Shaoxing. However, a voice echoed from behind him. You little brat, hand over the belongings. A middle-aged man rushed in front of them, blocking Luo Qinkong's path. This man was Luo Ming, who had emerged from the sewer to find Luo Qinkong. You truly are a persistent spirit, aren't you? How dare you speak to your father like that? It seems you've really grown some wings. Luo Qinkong retorted, glancing at the barrel of the pistol protruding from Luo Ming's clothing. There was no doubt that the gun had been provided by Zoya. Uncle, please continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Stop right there. Lu Yuan attempted to exit, only to find Luo Ming had already aimed the gun at her. Both of you, come with me. Luo Ming glanced around, realizing that no one was paying attention to their presence. He led Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan to the secluded area behind an unoccupied warehouse. During this process, Luo Ming walked ahead, even exposing his back to Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan discreetly signaled to Luo Qinkong, inquiring whether they should subdue Luo Ming immediately. However, Luo Qinkong merely shook his head, prompting Lu Yuan to relinquish the idea. Hand over the goods. I have no time to waste with you. Your fate is of no concern to me. I merely wish to gather my money and depart from this wretched place. Luo Ming brandished a pistol, aiming it at Luo Qinkong's head. His singular ambition was to secure the substantial sum promised by Zoya, to dominate the gaming tables, and to lead a life of affluence. This is the first time you have pointed a gun at me, but it shall also be the last. Luo Qinkong retrieved a vial of crimson elixir from his pocket and tossed it towards Luo Ming, who hastily caught it. Rest assured, after entrusting this to them, I shall return for you. Luo Ming accepted the potion and passed by Luo Qinkong. There is no need. From this moment forth, I am no longer your son, nor are you my father. Our bond has been severed. With a visage of indifference, Luo Qinkong turned away, not glancing back. Luo Ming stood there in a daze. As if at that moment he sensed he had lost something profound, Luo Qinkong made his way to the luxurious private suite arranged by Ren Shaoxing. A small room transformed from a shipping container. Although the space was modest, it was certainly an improvement over the communal sleeping arrangements in the building. Luo Qinkong lay languidly upon his bed, his mind haunted by the image of Luo Ming brandishing a gun at him. To be candid, despite his mental preparations, he still found himself engulfed in an ineffable sense of disappointment. This sentiment echoed through both his past life and the present. However, at the moment when Luo Ming aimed the firearm at Luo Qinkong, coercing him to surrender the original strain of the death blood virus. He had already made a pivotal choice regarding his future. The strain of the virus that Luo Qinkong handed over to Luo Ming was, just like the one he had previously given to Ren Shaoxing, a mere counterfeit. Consequently, when Luo Ming returned to report to Zoya, he was likely to meet a grim fate. Regarding Luo Ming's predicament, Luo Qinkong felt little concern. He cast aside the distractions swirling in his mind and turned his thoughts to the matters concerning the southern island base. He needed to ascertain the identity of the entity that had aided him within the base and communicated the existence of the death calamity. It was imperative to determine to which faction this being belonged and what its intentions were. Otherwise, it would remain an unpredictable variable in his life. In the midst of these contemplations, Luo Qinkong unwittingly drifted into slumber. The nights of the harbor's survivors were spent amidst the haunting wails of the undead echoing beyond the container walls. Initially, this nocturnal symphony was unsettling. Yet, over time, these survivors grew accustomed to it. Luo Qinkong felt no need for adaptation. In his previous life, he had slept in various places and environments without issue. Falling asleep amidst the roars of zombies was child's play for him. However, he remained exceptionally vigilant during slumber. Should anyone approach, Luo Qinkong would awaken instantly. A reflex honed from his past experiences. After all, many survivors had suffered bites from zombies while lost in dreams. Upon awakening, Luo Qinkong felt refreshed and invigorated. After exiting the container, he noticed Lu Yuan stepping out from the adjacent one. "Good morning." Luo Qinkong greeted her warmly. "Good morning to you too," Lu Yuan replied. Momentarily taken aback, she had not anticipated that Luo Qinkong would initiate a conversation with her. As Luo Qinkong proceeded to collect his breakfast provisions, Lu Yuan trailed behind him like a devoted shadow. Thanks to Ren Shaoxing's prior arrangements, the harbor's management was aware of their recent arrival. However, only a select few, including Ren Shaoxing, were privy to the true nature of Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. After securing his meal, Luo Qinkong found a suitable spot to dine, with Lu Yuan settling beside him. "What shall we do next? Yesterday, you provided your father with a counterfeit virus. How will you respond if Zoya comes knocking? Are you not the least bit perturbed?" Lu Yuan speculated that Luo Ming had likely slipped away from the building to inform Zoya, potentially exposing their dealings in the harbor. What is there to fear? With Lei Hongtian and a mere raw agent of the blood virus, can your life truly be at risk? If you threaten Dr. Lei with a knife, and I feign the destruction of the blood virus agent, do you think Zoya would dare to act? Should he move, it would spell doom for everyone involved. Moreover, we have the support of Ren Shaoxing and his associates. We could even eliminate Zoya. Previously, I had the opportunity to take Zoya down in the RNG building when he was off guard, but his men were close by, along with 2 armed helicopters. Should we have succeeded, we would have met our end as well. Are you contemplating an attack on Zoya? Lu Yuan's heart raced in alarm. Reality and illusion intertwine. Of course, we must continue to deceive. After all, Ren Shaoxing and his team are still part of RNG, and our affiliation with the Dark Child of Daju remains undisclosed. Perhaps we could yet escape this predicament. At the outskirts of Jinan Island, within a tent on a broken bridge, Zoya was engrossed in his handheld gaming device. Immersed in a game he had completed multiple times. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a suit, representing the Death Nest base. The man, irritated by Zoya's lack of respect, listened to the sounds emanating from the game speakers. During the investigation into the elixir of immortality, the Death Nest discovered byproducts capable of enhancing human abilities. I have brought these findings with me, yet your South Island base informs me that Dr. Lei Hongtian has not yet been located. Are you aware that his absence could significantly impact our progress? It would only cause some delay. It's not as if we cannot proceed without him, Zoya replied with a smile, his eyes glued to the screen of his device, his fingers deftly navigating the controls. Where are the higher-ups of your South Island base? Are they the ones who sent you to meet me? Please remain calm. Dr. Lei Hongtian will inevitably be found. However, the higher-ups at the South Island base have expressed concerns regarding the ethics of certain actions undertaken by your Death Nest. We, at the South Island base, have provided you with a blood virus agent. Is this pitiful crystal all you have to offer in return? Shouldn't your Death Nest also present us with a successfully developed pseudo-immortality agent? As far as I am informed, Death Nest possesses 3 such agents, does it not? The character in the game has perished. Zoya set down the gaming console, and the smile on his face faded away. The faux immortality serum? How clever of you at the South Island base. Now that your base has been obliterated, what awaits you is the retribution from headquarters. What right do you have to negotiate with us? Previously, it was a partnership, But do you still possess that privilege? What of your superiors responsible for the Jinnan Island incident? I demand to see him now. You have no authority. There is something I neglected to mention. This place is now under my jurisdiction. Zoya clapped his hands, and 2 soldiers entered, one of whom was carrying a severed head. Song Wenchuan, are you not afraid of headquarters after having killed the head of the South Island base? The middle-aged man instantly recognized the identity of the bloody head and was struck dumb with fear. Before him stood a lunatic who had audaciously eliminated his superior. To survive among the various factions, one must take decisive action, mustn't one? Otherwise, it would be game over. Not only him, but all those antiquated relics of the South Island base have been dealt with. I have stated, this place is now governed by my decree. With a resounding bang, Zoya drew his sidearm and without hesitation, shot the representative of the dead nest in the head, splattering red and white matter everywhere. After the catastrophic incident on Jinnan Island, Zoya knew that those cowardly old-timers at the base would undoubtedly attempt to scapegoat him. Initially, he thought that Luo Qinkong, being affiliated with the northern base, could provide a connection, but it turned out Luo Qinkong's identity was fabricated, forcing Zoya to act preemptively. Now, Zoya possessed a strain of the dead blood virus obtained from the higher-ups at the South Island base, coupled with the spraying apparatus from the base. He could disseminate the virus through atmospheric circulation worldwide, thereby coercing the globe. Unlike conventional viruses that require hosts for transmission, the dead blood virus defies norms. It possesses remarkable vitality and can survive outside a host, proving resistant to destruction in typical temperature environments, even if he could not leverage it. Once the virus spread across the world, creating a scene of apocalyptic despair, who would still concern themselves with him? More importantly, Zoya had found an ally, one endowed with prophetic abilities. Take his body away. Yes. The soldier dared not speak further and dragged the middle-aged man's corpse away. After the 2 soldiers departed, Zoya retrieved a tablet. As you mentioned, the individual from the Dead Nest base indeed delivered an evolved crystal. Zoya opened the iron box, revealing a vibrant red crystal adorned with numerous varied spikes. The Dead Nest desires to exchange for Dr. Lei Hongtian, and naturally, they must offer something of value. The faux immortality serum is out of the question. However, the byproducts birthed from the faux immortality serum are quite suitable. All of this has been calculated into my plans. A mechanical voice emanated from the tablet, the voice of Zoya's current collaborator, who had approached him just days prior. Zoya had witnessed the capabilities of the other party, who, through calculation, predicted future occurrences. Zoya felt that the individual was not human, but rather a supercomputer surpassing the capabilities of this era. However, the identity of this entity remained equally enigmatic. Is there anything you cannot calculate? Indeed, since the incident in Jinnandao City, the future I have computed has already begun to diverge. Upon examining the database, the source of this anomaly is a person named Luo Qinkong. He has acted outside the bounds of his character and abilities, straying from the path he was supposed to take. He has influenced those around him. As if he has suddenly transformed into a different person, the mechanical voice responded. Then, if I were to encounter that little trickster, you would be unable to predict the outcome? Correct. However, with this evolution crystal, the situation changes. With your second genetic chain and your skills, the possibility of failure is nearly non-existent. What, then, is your objective? Zoya inquired once more. To eradicate all existence beyond calculation, including immortality. To eliminate that which lies outside of computation, including immortality? Then you would be the formidable foes of those ancient beings, the RNG. How intriguing. Let our game commence, Mr. NPC. Zoya exclaimed, a gleeful smile spreading across his face as he grasped the vibrant red evolution crystal within the box. The crystal's sharp spikes pierced his palm, and it began to melt, liquefying as if it were alive, fervently drawn into the wound on Zoya's hand. A searing pain surged through him, yet he clenched his teeth. His face flushed and veins throbbing on his forehead, not uttering a single sound. This agony persisted for 10 minutes, until the crimson crystal was fully absorbed. Zoya was drenched in sweat, and his skin expelled some dark sludge. I feel invigorated, but what exactly are my powers? Zoya did not experience weakness after absorbing the crystal. Instead, he brimmed with strength. You can concentrate your focus. As he heard the mechanical voice from the tablet, Zoya attempted to concentrate, fixing his gaze on a nearby chair. At that moment, a gust of wind swept in from outside the tent, leaving a shallow cut on the metal part of the chair, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. So, it is the wind? Yet its force is not substantial, Zoya mused, rubbing his temples. The exertion of the ability granted by the second genetic chain was not without its costs, leaving his head feeling as if it had been pricked by needles. The existence of the second genetic chain not only awakened a unique power, but also enhanced his overall physical attributes to a certain degree. For an ordinary individual, these enhancements might seem trivial. After all, in the apocalyptic era, there have been numerous instances of first genetic chain ordinary people defeating second genetic chain beings through sheer physical combat. The second gene chain may only bestow a slight enhancement upon an ordinary individual, rendering them marginally more formidable, yet certainly not overwhelming. However, for Zoya, a battle-hardened warrior with extensive combat experience, this modest augmentation can prove fatal to his adversaries. An exceptional fighter can leverage even the slightest advantage to turn the tide in their favor, and for the ordinary person, the second gene chain grants a maximum increase of 50 in combat power. In contrast, for a seasoned veteran like Zoya, the enhancement can amount to as much as 100. Among the 9 gene chain levels, the third gene chain serves as a pivotal threshold. Upon reaching this level, even the most inept individual becomes a formidable opponent. As long as they possess strength and are uninjured, a common person can only hope to overcome such a foe through sheer numbers or weaponry. To an ordinary person, the third gene chain endows one with combat prowess akin to that of the legendary Ip Man, capable of facing 10 opponents simultaneously. In the case of someone like Zoya, the increase in strength is even more terrifying. If the third gene chain marks a watershed, then the sixth gene chain stands as a towering mountain. Where countless heroes have faltered at the fifth gene chain, never to attain the sixth, including the previous incarnation of Luo Qinkong, who also remained at the fifth level. The transition from the fifth to the sixth gene chain necessitates a sixth-tier evolution crystal, which entails vanquishing a sixth-tier viral entity. The fifth-tier Night Corpse King that Luo Qinkong defeated in his past life was a catastrophic presence, notoriously difficult to eradicate, let alone a sixth-tier virus. Sixth-tier viral entities not only possess immense power, but are also the source of calamity, and their numbers are exceedingly rare. Even if one were to eliminate a sixth-tier viral being and acquire the crystal, there remains the critical concern of ensuring that the genetic material within does not reject the user. While success is possible, the probability of failure is alarmingly high. Should one fail, all efforts would be rendered futile. Beyond the sixth gene chain, each subsequent tier represents an insurmountable peak, with little to no chance of defeating a foe of a higher level. As for the legendary ninth gene chain, it remains an unattainable sky, a realm never reached by any, leading all to believe it embodies immortality. Not to mention the ninth gene chain, when Luo Qinkong met his demise, the highest level attained in the world was merely the seventh gene chain. Certainly, apart from Luo Qinkong, the reincarnated individual, no one comprehends these matters better than he does, including Zoya. At this moment, Zoya is gradually acclimating to the painful side effects in his head. He realizes he can only utilize the wind blade a maximum of 3 times, beyond which he risks losing consciousness. Furthermore, after consecutive uses, he must rest for an extended period to recuperate. Yet, for Zoya, this unexpected wind blade is far superior to bullets, capable of severing an opponent's throat without them even realizing how the strike was delivered. Head, the person has been brought. Come in. Upon receiving Zoya's permission, a soldier ushered Luo Ming into the tent. Luo Ming also noticed a large pool of bright red blood on the ground of the tent, mingled with something resembling soft tofu. Where's what I desire? Zoya smiled, yet beneath that visage lay a cruel and tyrannical nature. Here it is, Luo Ming said, producing a vial of red potion and handing it to Zoya, while his tongue began to wag incessantly. I obtained this with great difficulty from that fellow, this time. I expect my payment immediately, and I require cash. Furthermore, I must be taken away from this cursed place at once. You are a prominent figure in RNG. I trust you will not go back on your word. Lo Ming wished to continue his incessant chatter, but was abruptly interrupted by Zoya's wave. Mr. Lo Ming, to speak candidly, I find myself quite disappointed in you. It appears I have overestimated your intellect. I once believed you to be a person of considerable wisdom. Yet, when compared to your deceitful son, you resemble nothing more than a gluttonous fool. I even find myself questioning whether you are truly related by blood. The smile had vanished from Zoya's face, replaced by a flicker of anger, not directed at Lechenking, but rather at himself for having placed his trust in such a foolish creature. Before Luo Ming could finish his words, Zoya drew the Nepalese army knife from his waist, and, empowered by the force of the second genetic chain, delivered a swift blow that severed Luo Ming's arm. The arm fell to the ground, and blood gushed forth instantly. Luo Ming was momentarily stunned. But soon the excruciating pain surged through him. Ah, my hand, my hand. Drag him away to staunch the bleeding. He might still be of use. The other arm can be fed to the dogs. Zoya wiped the blood from his face and commanded his subordinate. The soldier, not daring to utter a word, picked up the severed arm and roughly dragged the screaming Luo Ming away by his collar. How could I be so brutal? Perhaps it's due to my disdain for foolishness. Once Zoya was alone in the tent, he resumed his smiling demeanor and spoke to himself. At the harbor sanctuary, Luo Qinkong was currently in the sewer gate room of Dr. Lei Hongtian. It had been 3 days since his father, Luo Ming, had departed, and for reasons unknown. Luo Qinkong felt a persistent unease during this time. At this moment, he found himself reminiscing about the ability fate that awakened the second genetic chain in his previous life, a power that allowed him to perceive the time of his own death, visible only to him. For the former Luo Qinkong, that ability had been rather superfluous. However, in this life, the combination of fate and time reversal might provide him with valuable information regarding his death, yet regrettably, he had no opportunity to break through the second genetic chain. Before the catastrophe of the death nest, viral organisms did not drop crystals. Despite his restlessness, Luo Qinkong visited Dr. Lei Hongtian every morning, afternoon, and evening, regardless of whether there was a matter to discuss, even if it was merely to enjoy a cup of coffee. Even Lu Yuan felt that Luo Qinkong was somewhat bored. After 2 days of following him, she decided to stop. However, they remained unaware that this was a crucial part of Luo Qinkong's plan. If he only visited once or twice, the guards might grow vigilant, suspecting he intended to harm Dr. Lei Hongtian. But what if Luo Qinkong frequented the place? Developing a daily habit? Over time, the guards would naturally lower their guard, perceiving his presence as commonplace, thus allowing him to execute his plan with greater ease. He needed to ensure that when Zoya came calling, he could effortlessly abduct Dr. Lei Hongtian to preserve his own life, while gradually dulling the guards' vigilance, making them believe that Luo Qinkong's comings and goings were merely ordinary occurrences. This was Luo Qinkong's mastery over the psychology of people, and having navigated the apocalypse for years, no one understood the human heart better than he did. I say, you come here every day to mooch coffee. I don't have enough for you. Doctor. Lei Hongtian observed Luo Qinkong, who continued to arrive at his hideout as usual, expertly pouring himself a cup of coffee from the kettle nearby. Doctor, I am your friend. What is wrong with a friend paying a visit? Moreover, I am quite concerned about your safety, for I still harbor some reservations regarding those individuals from the Great Shu. Luo Qinkong lifted his spoon, stirring the coffee in his cup. Friends? I cannot possibly consider someone like you a friend. I am a person of sentiment, while you appear devoid of any. In recent days, Lei Hongtian has been observing Luo Qinkong, who has not donned any facade in his presence. Nor is there any necessity to do so. Lei Hongtian perceives that Luo Qinkong is a person who will resort to any means to achieve his goals. A characteristic he has witnessed in several prominent figures at the South Island base, who, to varying degrees, pursued power and desire. However, in Luo Qinkong's eyes, he perceives no manifestation of desire, as if he were utterly heartless. Despite his youth, he exudes an air of withered age and profound weariness. Luo Qinkong refrained from saying much. Instead, he sat quietly in the corner, sipping his coffee, as he often did, leaving promptly when the time came. During this period, Luo Qinkong had been patiently awaiting any developments from Zoya. Following the exposure of his identity and after Luo Ming had taken the opportunity to play a trick on the other party with a fake virus, it was certain that Zoya could no longer endure the situation. Luo Qinkong harbors a meticulous plan within his heart, the identities of Ren Shaoxing and his associates. The Dark Sons of Shu remain undisclosed. On the surface, they continue to operate as a team under RNG. Perhaps a fortuitous opportunity may arise to approach Zoya and execute a surprise attack to eliminate him. This ambush strategy has already been deliberated with Ren Shaoxing. Even in the event of failure, it would suffice if both Ren Shaoxing and Zoya were to inflict grievous harm upon one another, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Luo Qinkong intends to abduct Dr. Lei Hongtian. Upon Zoya's demise, should his subordinates wish to evade RNG's purge, they would have no choice but to assist Luo Qinkong in retrieving Dr. Lei Hongtian. If Zoya remains unharmed, Luo Qinkong can still leverage Dr. Lei Hongtian to coerce Zoya into facilitating their escape. It can be asserted that Dr. Lei Hongtian serves as Luo Qinkong's most formidable bargaining chip amidst the strife between the two factions. Luo Qinkong frequently visited Lei Hongtian's residence, yet he posed no threat to him. Each visit was characterized by casual conversations over coffee, creating an illusion for Rin Shaoxing that Luo Qinkong was an ally who would not harm Lei Hongtian for the time being. In Rin Shaoxing's perception, this was indeed the case. Before escaping from Jinan Island City, Luo Qinkong would not take action against Lei Hongtian, for he represented hope for leaving the city. However, for the sake of precaution, Rin Shaoxing did not reduce the guards stationed at Lei Hongtian's hideout. On the 12th day of Luo Qinkong's relocation to the harbor shelter, the cast on Lu Youjuan's leg was removed, allowing her to move about like an ordinary person. On that very day, Zoya also made her move. It was the RNG helicopters, 7 in total. Rin Shaoxing's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the 7 dark shapes approaching from the distance. Instinctively, he thought to evacuate Lei Hongtian to the survivors' building, but upon further reflection, Zuya's direct arrival here suggested a betrayal from the building, revealing their location. It was crucial to remember that the harbor was swarming with zombies. Escaping would necessitate a reckless charge through in a convoy, as any individual attempt to send a warning could only stem from the building. Nonetheless, the sewer system was a labyrinth, fraught with dangers. Yet it was the only refuge Rin Shaoxing could offer the doctor. "They're here. Can you move?" Luo Qinkong also spotted the 7 armed helicopters and turned to Lu Yuan behind him. "All right, follow me." After checking his handgun's ammunition, Luo Qinkong headed towards the sewer entrance where Lei Hongtian was hiding. Most survivors in the harbor shelter were oblivious to the true nature of RNG, believing them to be their rescuers. A throng of people rushed from their quarters, abandoning their posts, some standing in open spaces, setting their clothes ablaze and crying out for help, while others climbed onto containers, waving makeshift flags crafted from garments. Despite the efforts of those few, like Rin Shaoxing, who were aware of the truth and tried to intervene, they were swiftly pushed to the ground and rendered powerless to stop the chaos. The arrival of the helicopters plunged the entire harbor shelter into disarray, and amidst this turmoil, no one seemed to notice the presence of Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan. In a calculated maneuver, Luo Qinkong instructed Lu Yuan to conceal herself ahead of schedule, while he ventured alone to the entrance of the sewer. Upon his arrival, he encountered 2 armed guards stationed at the entrance. Due to his frequent meetings with Lei Hongtian, the guards recognized Luo Qinkong. It appeared that the situation had escalated, likely prompted by Rin Shaoxing's orders to position them above ground, thus delaying Lei Hongtian's escape and preventing any intrusions. "Halt! Entry is prohibited," the guards commanded, their weapons trained on Luo Qinkong. Normally, their access would not be an issue, but with the arrival of RNG, Rin Shaoxing had alerted them via radio to deny entry to anyone. "Activate the radio. I must speak with Old Run," Luo Qinkong asserted. The guard, after a moment's hesitation, handed over the radio, allowing Luo Qinkong to establish direct communication with Rin Shaoxing. "Zoya knows me. I must hide immediately. Moreover, you wouldn't want RNG to acquire the viral agent I possess, would you? You promise to ensure my safety, yet your subordinates bar my passage. Hand over the virus to them," came the curt reply. "Do you presume me a fool? Without the virus, what value do I hold?" Luo Qinkong countered. "Then leave all your weapons behind, and you may pass." Rin Shaoxing's impatience was palpable. This was hardly the moment for bargaining with Luo Qinkong. "Leave my weapons? What if you attempt to seize them by force?" Luo Qinkong challenged. "What do you propose then?" Rin Shaoxing's frustration mounted. Zoya was nearing, and Luo Qinkong's incessant prattling was becoming exasperating. "I can relinquish my firearm, but not my close-range weapons. I require them for self-defense. Additionally, leave me a grenade. Should you choose to attack, I will pull the pin, ensuring the viral agent is obliterated, resulting in a widespread outbreak. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if it were to remain intact." "Fine," Ren Shaoxing concluded, abruptly terminating the radio communication. In his perspective, the guards below were armed. Acquiescing to Luo Qinkong's demands would merely afford him a semblance of safety. The 2 armed guards exchanged glances, bemused by the audacity of negotiating with their superior and bemused by the excessive caution displayed by this man. Clearly, he harbored a deep mistrust of their righteous cause. Luo Qinkong cast aside the firearm in his grasp, while one of the guards was dispatched to search him, discovering that he possessed only a sleeved sword and a grenade. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired. Indeed, at that moment, a bullet suddenly zipped through the air, piercing the skull of one guard. The assailant was none other than Lu Yuan, who had stealthily ascended to the roof of an adjacent warehouse. Thanks to the silencer affixed to her pistol, the gunfire went unnoticed by the shelter. The remaining guard, Upon witnessing his comrade collapse, prepared to fire at Lu Yuyuan, but Luo Chikong swiftly drove the concealed sleeve sword into the guard's neck, preempting any potential chaos. Lu Yuyuan seized the opportunity, firing once more. The bullet struck the guard's head, exiting with lethal precision. Blood splattered across Luo Chikong's face, staining his attire, yet fortunately, the commotion was minimal, and the two adversaries were swiftly eliminated. Thankfully, Death Island placed considerable emphasis on marksmanship. Otherwise, Luo Chikong would have been hesitant to allow Lu Yuyuan to fire. Luo Chikong wiped the blood from his face and retrieved the handgun he had discarded on the ground. Below him, numerous survivors were cheering for their arrival. A mercenary gazed down, excitement unabashedly illuminating his face upon witnessing the throng of survivors. Understood. Let the slaughter commence. The command from Zoya, seated above, was cold and unyielding. The mercenary promptly manned the machine gun mounted on the helicopter, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the hapless crowd below. Rat-tat-tat. We are not those cannibalistic fiends. Help! Help! You've got the wrong people. No, the survivors, who moments ago harbored hopes of salvation, found themselves dropping like flies as the armed helicopters rained destruction upon them, blood saturating the ground at the camp center. Roar! A gentle breeze carried the scent of blood beyond the camp, inciting the outside zombies into a frenzied rage as they hurled themselves against the container walls. These beasts. A member of Ren Shaoxing's squad was about to fire his weapon when Ren Shaoxing restrained him. Captain, what are you doing? The soldier's eyes brimmed with anger. As a true military man, he could not abide such wanton slaughter of the innocent. The mercenaries will not abide by any rules. As long as we remain alive, we will have the opportunity for revenge. If you fire now, not only will you achieve nothing, but you will also endanger us all. From this moment on, regardless of their actions, we must endure. Ren Shaoxing had learned from Luo Chikong that their identities remained concealed. For now, they were merely a mercenary group under the auspices of the South Island base. The helicopter descended amidst the sea of corpses and blood. Amongst the lifeless bodies, a little girl, appearing no older than 5 or 6, wept desperately, shaking her deceased parents who had shielded her without hesitation as the bullets flew. Wah! Mommy, Daddy, don't sleep. Why is everyone sleeping? Little Lin is so scared. Wah! Zoya emerged from the helicopter, producing a chocolate bar from his pocket. He approached the girl and knelt down, wearing a disingenuous smile as he extended the chocolate towards her. Uncle is very sorry for accidentally killing your family. Consider this compensation. He spoke these words devoid of any moral burden, his feet resting in the warm blood that had flowed from the girl's parents. Bad man, you murderer. Give me back my mommy and daddy. The girl opened her mouth in an attempt to bite Zoya, her hatred momentarily eclipsing her fear. Stop! Ren Shaoxing could no longer contain himself and shouted in despair. At that moment, all the mercenaries of RNG aimed their weapons at Ren Shaoxing, preventing any movements from him. The girl bit down on Zoya's arm, but due to the professional combat attire he wore, she inflicted minimal harm. Zoya raised his handgun, pressing it against the girl's temple, and then bang! A shot rang out, the bullet piercing through her skull as her lifeless body fell to the ground, becoming yet another corpse in the camp. I have reviewed your files. You must be the team assigned here by the Southern Island base. However, it seems you were rather displeased with my actions, Zoya remarked, wiping the blood from his face as he glanced at Ren Shaoxing and the others. I simply cannot bear to witness your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Ren Shaoxing gritted his teeth, realizing that had his identity not been concealed, he would have already succumbed to the urge to gun down this beast named Zoya. I know you all are veterans from Daju, now mercenaries for RNG. I've interacted with soldiers from Daju before. I understand your penchant for meddling in others' affairs and aiding the weak. Yet, the Southern Island base has dispatched you to locate Dr. Lei Hongtian, not to forge bonds with those survivors. Indeed, Ren Shaoxing forced himself to suppress the fury boiling within him, lowering his gaze. His comrades, seeing their captain endure, followed suit in silence. You are now incorporated into my team. Your previous mission will be overlooked. Furthermore, have you encountered this individual? Zoya produced a photograph, revealing the image of Luo Chikong. Ren Shaoxing paused, taken aback. Was Zoya not here to find Dr. Lei Hongtian? Yet, his ostentatious arrival indicated he had already confirmed Luo Chikong's presence here. Who had leaked this information? I have seen him, though not intimately acquainted. Ren Shaoxing conceded, directly admitting that Luo Chikong had indeed been present in the camp. After all, to lie would be to underestimate Zoya's intelligence. Would he have come without any leads? Where is he now? No need to search. I am already here. A voice rang out as Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan emerged, holding Dr. Lei Hongtian captive. Upon seeing Lei's appearance, Ren Shaoxing's pupils constricted, instantly realizing he had been betrayed. However, being a shrewd individual, he played along. Dr. Lei Hongtian, I never expected you to truly be here, held captive by this wretch. Ren Shaoxing barked, his eyes filled with a hatred that could almost flay Luo Qinkong alive. The teammates surrounding Ren Shaoxing exchanged furious glances, initially hoping to facilitate Lei Hongtian's escape. Now, with Luo Qinkong bringing him right before Zoya, their comrades were likely facing dire consequences. At this moment, Ren Shaoxing could not suppress his regret, lamenting why he had let his guard down around Luo Qinkong. Indeed, those days of inaction, coupled with frequent casual conversations, were merely tactics to lower their defenses and ensnare them. How intriguing. So, you are Luo Qinkong, are you? What unexpected surprises you have in store for me. Yet, you cunning rogue, it would be best for you to meet your demise here. After all, I shall not permit one who has deceived me to continue living. Zoya smiled faintly, her tone reminiscent of a casual greeting exchanged with a neighbor. Zoya, if you wish for Dr. Lei Hongtian to remain alive, then facilitate our departure. You desire Dr. Lei Hongtian, and I have brought him to you, according to our agreement. Should you not take action now? Luo Qinkong's expression remained composed, his pistol pressed firmly against Dr. Lei Hongtian's temple. If you were indeed a member of the northern base, this agreement would naturally hold. However, you are not. Furthermore, I have brought you a gift. Bring him out. As soon as Zoya's words fell, a one-armed man was ushered from the helicopter behind them, and that man was Luo Ming. Do you still find this gift to your liking? Luo Ming was held before Zoya, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his temple. At that moment, Luo Ming's body was battered and bruised, with one of his arms missing. The prominent dark circles under his eyes and his listless demeanor clearly indicated the torment he had endured. Zoya, you surely do not think that capturing that man can threaten me, remarked Luo Qinkong, his expression inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. At this moment, Luo Ming gazed intently at Luo Qinkong, who appeared so unfamiliar to him. Luo Ming remained silent, offering no pleas for mercy. He was acutely aware that Luo Qinkong had previously warned him and afforded him opportunities. Yet, the insatiable greed within him had ultimately led him to this deadlock. Now, all that resided in Luo Ming's heart were feelings of guilt and shame. I cannot fathom that you would disregard your own biological father. Upon hearing Zoya's revelation that Luo Ming was indeed Luo Qinkong's father, the group led by Ren Shaoxing, who were oblivious to the truth, were momentarily taken aback. Using parental ties as leverage was undeniably a ruthless tactic employed by Zoya. Luo Qinkong gazed at Luo Ming, enveloped in silence, as memories from a previous life surged within his mind. It was the 16th year of the apocalypse, a time when the entire world was ensnared in an interminable winter, so frigid that even the zombies succumbed beneath the weight of the snow and ice. A middle-aged man, one-armed and one-eyed, with a scruffy beard and an air of dishevelment, trudged through the vast expanse of white, bearing a firearm upon his back. This man was none other than the 32-year-old Luo Qinkong. Luo Qinkong furrowed his brow in anguish. A month prior, his wife, Jiang Mingya, had been bitten on the neck by a zombie. Although it was merely a small wound, it was gravely perilous. Unlike other bites that could be severed to ensure survival, the neck was a different matter entirely. In a desperate bid to save Jiang Mingya, Luo Qinkong was compelled to hunt incessantly, gathering food and crystals, and selling everything of value to exchange for the exceedingly rare suppressants that could prolong her life. As Jiang Mingya had surpassed the optimal window for intervention, each suppressant could only extend her life for a month, necessitating a relentless quest for a new one each month. Luo Qinkong had exerted every ounce of his being in this frantic pursuit. Yet, he was painfully aware that despite being at the 4th gene chain, his abilities were merely lackluster auxiliary skills. Furthermore, due to physical disabilities and the lingering repercussions of past injuries, his true combat prowess was even somewhat inferior to that of an average 3rd gene chain individual. Although he had successfully acquired a suppressant this month, Luo Qinkong feared the day he might falter, leaving Jiang Mingya without the timely administration of the suppressant, thus transforming her into a zombie. As he trudged through the vast expanse of snow, a sudden tug beneath his feet alerted him. In that fleeting moment, Luo Qinkong realized he had triggered a trap. Luo Qinkong found himself suspended upside down, poised to draw his dagger and sever the ropes binding him. However, a hunting rifle was suddenly pressed against his temple. The assailant was an elderly man, and at the moment their eyes met, both were momentarily taken aback. Son, father. Despite their separation of over a decade and the inevitable changes in their appearances, recognition was instantaneous. The elder was none other than Luo Ming, who had aged considerably over the years. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me. Luo Ming's abode was a makeshift wooden cabin nearby. Originally a temporary dwelling for hunters, which had now become Luo Ming's residence. The two sat by the fire, reminiscing about the events of the past decade. Though perhaps due to the long separation, a sense of distance had crept in between father and son. I must take my leave. I need to return before tomorrow. Mingya is still waiting for me. After conversing for a while, Luo Qinkong rose to depart, only to be halted by Luo Ming's grasp. Who is that Mingya? Luo Ming inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Her name is Jiang Mingya, and she is my wife. As Luo Qinkong spoke, a look of happiness graced his face. A luxury in these apocalyptic times. You've certainly done well for yourself. In this day and age, what woman is beyond reach? Yet here you are, taking it seriously. A wife, you say? What is she like? She may not be very beautiful. Her face was scarred in a fire. But she is a good girl who saved my life. Very well. With a wife, you indeed ought to return sooner. I shall not hinder you. It is cold outside. Drink this to warm yourself, Luo Ming said, handing over a flask. I don't drink alcohol. This is not wine. It is the nourishing soup I have prepared. Silly boy. All right then. Luo Qinkong accepted the flask and took a sip. Go on. Silly boy. Luo Ming waved him off. Luo Qinkong nodded slightly. As he turned to push open the door of the wooden cabin, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his head and collapsed into the snow at the doorstep. The wind howled fiercely, and Luo Ming, shivering from the cold, rubbed his hands together as he stepped out of the survivor's shelter. Everything he had scavenged from Luo Qinkong had been sold off, and he had hoped for better fortune today, only to end up losing everything. Now, he could only return to the old haunts, hoping to engage in some nefarious dealings. Such was the grim reality of life in the apocalypse. Luo Ming departed from the sanctuary and arrived at the familiar location to set his traps. Suddenly, an assailant tackled him to the ground, delivering a powerful punch that struck Luo Ming squarely in the face, causing one of his teeth to be knocked out. Luo Ming was on the verge of drawing his gun when he was met with the sight of Luo Qinkong, whose eyes blazed crimson, reflecting a visage of agony and rage. What the hell is wrong with you? Where is it? Where is the suppressant? Luo Qinkong roared, his voice gravelly with emotion. Witnessing Luo Qinkong's state, a flicker of guilt crossed Luo Ming's heart. You squandered everything again. I warned you about gambling. Each punch from Luo Qinkong landed forcefully on Luo Ming's face, igniting a spark of anger within him. In retaliation, Luo Ming seized a hunting rifle and struck Luo Qinkong, sending him crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his head. You ungrateful wretch. After all these years of raising you, is it a crime to take something from you? You are nothing but a broken shell now. Do you truly believe that your newfound strength allows you to challenge your father? You bastard, Luo Ming. Do you even comprehend that Mingya is dead? It's all your fault. Do you realize that the suppressant was meant to save lives? Do you understand? Luo Qinkong glared at Luo Ming with a fierce intensity, his voice cracking as tears mingled with the blood on his forehead. I had no idea. You should have told me sooner. Luo Ming suddenly fell silent, at a loss for how to confront Luo Qinkong. Told you sooner? Given your character, would I dare to disclose the suppressant to you? But I never anticipated that my trust in you would lead to Mingya's demise. You are not my father. I cannot accept you as my father. I am sorry. Bang. Luo Qinkong rose to his feet, delivering a powerful punch that sent Luo Ming sprawling to the ground. One blow followed another, blood splattering onto the pristine white snow. Yet this time, Luo Ming offered no resistance, his face already a canvas of crimson. With each strike, Luo Qinkong unleashed the entirety of his dissatisfaction and fury towards Luo Ming, seemingly tireless in his assault. It was unclear how long this brutal exchange lasted. Luo Ming was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, while blood dripped from Luo Qinkong's knuckles. I am sorry, Luo Ming uttered weakly, gazing up at Luo Qinkong, prompting the latter to lower his raised fist. I will never forgive you, never. Did you hear? That old fool, Luo Ming, has lost his mind. He sought out the members of the Longhu gang, demanding they hand over the suppressants. And look what became of him. This idiot gambled away all his survival credits for those suppressants, and now, destitute, he wishes to reclaim them. Is that not akin to trying to catch a wolf barehanded? The day I saw Luo Ming, he was like a madman, daring to confront the Longhu gang. Usually, that timid wretch would never display such audacity. He seemed to be courting death. As Luo Qinkong wandered through the crowd like a soulless husk, he overheard the murmurs of the survivors. Numbly, he raised his gaze towards the front of the throng, where he beheld an aged corpse hanging from the surrounding wall, swaying in the frigid winter wind. It was Luo Ming, his body a testament to unrelenting torment. A profound and indescribable anguish flooded Luo Qinkong's heart. Why must fate treat me thus? Why do the virtuous see no reward? Why must everything be ripped from my grasp? Why? 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 Oh, what is wrong with him? Damn it. He's insane. Stay away from him. The anguished cry of Luo Qinkong startled those nearby, causing the crowd to retreat in haste. Such agony is the torment of losing everything. Luo Qinkong, disregarding all else, burst forth from the crowd, emerging into the frigid winds with a resounding laugh. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated across the icy expanse of this desolate world, echoing through a realm devoid of warmth in this apocalyptic era, resonating with the cruelty of his own existence. He had lost his sanity. Tears fell, instantly freezing as they met the biting air. It was uncertain how long he had run or laughed, but eventually, he collapsed into the snow, the relentless wind and snow seemingly mocking him as they slowly buried his exhausted form. He yearned for death, yet fate denied him even that solace. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the storm, illuminating Luo Qinkong. From that day forth, the 6-year-long winter began to wane. The ice and snow melted, and the Luo Qinkong of the past was irrevocably gone. From that day, a powerful being, who had ascended to the 5th genetic chain, rose from the frozen wasteland. However, this world had lost a good soul and gained a villain. From then on, he ceased to believe in familial bonds, friendships, or love, becoming ruthless and unscrupulous. He relinquished his noble ideals of saving humanity in this dire time, sinking into ignobility and shamelessness. Henceforth, he would no longer weep, no longer smile, nor look back. Thus, he had truly lost his sanity. Bang! Do not obstruct my path any longer. Accompanied by Luo Qinkong's indifferent voice, a gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through Luo Ming's skull. In that moment, everyone stood in disbelief, gazing at the shooter, Luo Qinkong. He had pulled the trigger. Without a hint of hesitation, he had executed his own father, Luo Ming. The entire harbor camp was engulfed in an eerie silence. But he is your father. Lu Yuan struggled to comprehend the scene, although Luo Ming had his faults. She never anticipated Luo Qinkong would act without a moment's hesitation. Yes, but what of it? Luo Qinkong's gaze remained tranquil, showing no sign of remorse for his father's death, as if he had merely dispatched a stranger. At that moment, even Lu Yuan, a seasoned assassin, felt a shiver of fear. After all, Luo Qinkong was terrifyingly ruthless and devoid of compassion. Lu Yuan began to worry for her own safety. Being by Luo Qinkong's side was perilous, as he could eliminate his own flesh and blood without a second thought. Should she lose her value? Lu Yuan could not expect Luo Qinkong to show her any mercy. Therefore, she had to prepare means of self-preservation. Zoya, you no longer possess leverage. Luo Qinkong turned his gaze to Zoya, who snapped back to reality at the sound of Luo Qinkong's voice. How intriguing! How intriguing! Zoya had positioned himself behind Luo Ming, a precaution against any sudden attack from Luo Qinkong. However, he did not anticipate that Luo Qinkong would decisively eliminate Luo Ming before him. For Luo Qinkong, the reason he refrained from simply shooting Zoya was to ensure his own survival after Zoya's demise. The firearms wielded by the surrounding RNG mercenaries were far from mere sticks. Should Zoya be struck by a bullet, it was likely that he would be riddled with bullets in the next moment. Moreover, Zoya was clad in body armor and positioned behind those mercenaries, consistently evading the exposure of his head to Luo Qinkong. Although this fellow exuded arrogance and hubris, he remained exceedingly cautious when faced with a potential threat. Zoya's bravado was merely a fade for the weak. Luo Qinkong posed a significant danger, and Zoya had no desire to toy with fate and court his own demise. Frankly, I hold great admiration for individuals like you. Would you be interested in joining us? Zoya extended an invitation to Luo Qinkong. You are unworthy, Luo Qinkong replied without hesitation, fully aware that acquiescing to Zoya would be a fool's errand. In Zoya's eyes, he was akin to a venomous serpent, and how could Zoya permit such a creature to linger by his side? Indeed, at such a tender age, he exhibited such ruthlessness, effortlessly manipulating us. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable figure in the future. Alas, it seems you are destined to perish here. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through Lei Hongtian's skull. Both Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuan were momentarily stunned. But it was merely a fleeting moment before they quickly regained their composure. Ren Xiaoxing, why are you not making your move? Upon hearing Luo Qinkong's loud call, Ren Xiaoxing snapped back to reality from the shock of Lei Hongtian's demise. Luo Qinkong's shout compelled Ren Xiaoxing and his companions into action. And Ren Xiaoxing silently vowed that if he could capture Luo Qinkong, he would ensure he faced justice. The sound of gunfire erupted as Ren Xiaoxing's team clashed with Zoya's men, providing an opportunity for Luo Qinkong and Lu Yuyuan to flee. Think you can escape? Bang! Zoya fired at Luo Qinkong, the bullet piercing through his lower back and emerging from his abdomen. As Luo Qinkong stumbled and fell to the ground, blood gushed from his wound, rapidly staining the earth beneath him. Upon witnessing Luo Qinkong struck by his bullet, Zoya paid him no further heed and directed all his efforts against Ren Xiaoxing and his team. Captain, we can barely hold on. The doctor is dead. We have been deceived. A teammate, hidden behind cover, was engulfed in despair. They were now surrounded by Zoya's men, and death was merely a matter of time. Damn it. Let us fight those beasts. Ren Xiaoxing shouted, seizing the rifle from the hands of a fallen comrade and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Zoya's forces. Amidst the chaos of the confrontation between Zoya and Ren Xiaoxing, Luo Qinkong, feigning death on the ground, began to crawl toward a nearby shipping container, while Lu Yuan took refuge behind it. Fortunately, both sides were consumed by bloodlust, oblivious to Luo Qinkong's movements, allowing him to reach the safety of the container's cover. Are you all right? Lu Yuan exclaimed upon seeing the blood streaming from Luo Qinkong's abdomen. She swiftly removed her clothing, tearing it into strips to bandage his wound. During this process, she even glimpsed his intestines protruding, yet Luo Qinkong, with an impassive expression, forcefully tucked them back in. Despite having taken lives and witnessed the brutality of Death Island, Li Yuan had never encountered someone as deranged as Luo Qinkong. What could possibly sustain him, driving him to fight with such fervor? The pallor of Luo Qinkong's face had turned stark due to the loss of blood, and Lu Yuan performed a rudimentary bandaging on him. However, the effect was minimal. Luo Qinkong's intestines had been grievously damaged. Not only were the medical facilities here inadequate, but even in the outside world, the possibility of his survival remained a mere uncertainty. Yet, despite confronting such agony and the specter of death, Lu Yuan perceived not fear in Luo Qinkong's eyes, but rather a serene acceptance of his fate. Leave, Luo Qinkong uttered in a voice that was weak and hoarse, fully aware that with such severe injuries, survival was an impossibility. Perhaps urging Lu Yuan to depart stemmed from a flicker of compassion deep within his heart. Lu Yuan took a few steps away, only to turn back and support Luo Qinkong once more. You fool! Luo Qinkong exclaimed, his frustration evident.